Chapter 1. Ice Age. In the northern regions during May, the weather is notoriously unpredictable. One moment, the sun shines brightly. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds suddenly gather, followed by a gentle patter of rain. Though the precipitation is minimal, it is sufficient to nourish the parched earth. Within the male dormitory of Coastal University, Chen Anyang was intently tapping on his smartphone screen. Boss, the evaluation draft and video script are ready and have been uploaded to your cloud drive. No sooner had he sent the message than he received a direct transfer of 500 yuan without even a glance at the work. Having collaborated for over a year, his partner was a video blogger specializing in film commentary and game reviews, generating substantial revenue through traffic and advertisements. However, as the volume of projects increased, they sought reliable university students to handle simpler videos. This month, Chen Anyang had already completed 3 tasks: writing scripts and preparing game materials for voiceovers based on his drafts. Xiao Chun, I have a new mobile game. The developers provided a beta testing opportunity, but there's no promotional budget, so it will be a low-tier video. Do you want to take it on? Is it an anime-style game or a strategy one? Which developer? I haven't even tried the game yet. How would I know? All right then, please send it my way. Such promotional videos paid around 200 yuan, but with fewer requirements, they were easy to produce, prompting Chen Anyang to agree immediately. His partner quickly provided the link and beta activation code, accompanied by a voice message. Call me boss, not boss lady. Her voice was sweet, with a hint of softness, and even when feigning annoyance, it sounded endearingly charming. Understood, boss. Not bad. Although he had yet to enter the game, just from the updated visuals, Chen Anyang sensed that this was a product of a major studio. Ice Age, The Descent of Frost. The 8 characters slowly emerged on the screen, rendered in exquisite calligraphy. Interestingly, the 2 characters for Ice were entirely different, a notable faux pas in calligraphy where identical characters should not appear identical. Chen Anyang was filled with anticipation for the game and began contemplating how to compose a script. Typically, large-scale games require substantial memory, yet Ice Age completed its installation and updates in mere seconds. Players under the age of 18 are prohibited from experiencing this game. Click to enter if you are over 18. Upon seeing the initial prompt, Chen Anyang, who had been so eagerly anticipating the game, sensed something amiss. This can't be a virus site, can it? He possessed a backup phone specifically for browsing dubious websites, making him quite familiar with such warnings. Despite his internal conflict, his hand instinctively clicked enter. Please bind your identity information. Name, ID number, bank card. Having evaluated numerous games, Chen Anyang was accustomed to binding his ID, but this was the first time he had encountered a requirement for bank card information. His unease deepened, but just as he hesitated, the background of the prompt suddenly shifted. A woman appeared, as if materializing from a hazy, ethereal realm, blooming under the moonlight like a delicate orchid. Her exquisitely crafted visage, fair skin, and eyes that radiated both celestial elegance and a hint of alluring sensuality captivated him. From her hair to her attire, every detail was meticulously rendered, resembling a living being. How remarkably lifelike. Having played countless games, Chen Anyang knew that contemporary game engines were incredibly powerful, and character designs had become increasingly refined. This was the first time he encountered such a vibrant portrayal. He no longer hesitated, promptly inputting all the required information and confirming to enter the character selection screen. There were numerous characters to choose from, overwhelming Chen Anyang. Yet his desire was to select the woman on the cover. After searching for a while, he finally found her on the last page. The game characters came with preset names, sparing him the trouble of naming them. Upon selecting his character, the game officially commenced. In a dilapidated room, the walls were riddled with countless cracks, and large patches of wallpaper had peeled away, exposing decayed wood and stone. The floor was uneven, and the glass in the windows lay shattered, allowing the biting cold wind to sweep through the room with unimpeded ferocity. Why does this resemble a shoddy minigame? Chen Anyang furrowed his brow, recalling the myriad similar advertisements he had seen. Yet this environment felt unnervingly real, even sending a chill down his spine. In the tattered room, a woman huddled in a corner, her body curled tightly, resembling an injured creature. Her frail frame could hardly withstand the howling wind, her clothing stained and her hair disheveled, clinging to her pale face. Despair and fear filled her eyes, brimming with unshed tears that she fought to hold back. She resembled a fragile leaf in a frigid world, poised to be mercilessly swept away in this broken room. The astonishing realism of the scene stirred Chen Anyang's emotions, momentarily making him forget he was playing a mobile game. It was only when a small light bulb icon appeared in the upper right corner of the screen that he instinctively clicked on it. Information 1. Room temperature 35 degrees Celsius, uninhabitable. Information 2. Su Muyu's injuries are worsening. Information 3. Su Muyu's wounds are developing frostbite. Important notice. Su Muyu is in a critical state. If she dies, the game will end, and re-entry will not be possible. What is going on? Having just watched an opening animation that heightened his perception of the game's playability, he was confronted with this alarming series of notifications. As he clicked haphazardly on the screen, another gift icon appeared in the upper right corner. 10 Yuan Beginner's Gift Pack, Limited Edition Top-Tier Divine Weapon, expires in 1 hour, countdown begins. Curious, Chen Anyang opened the details of the gift pack. Windows No Grade 2, Stove No Grade 1, Life Potion Beginner 3, Flame Sword Top Tier 1, Gold Ingots 100. Though he had played countless games, this was the first time he encountered one that required payment right from the start, or else the game would be unplayable. Chen Anyang concluded that this must be a heavily monetized, low-quality game. The developers seemed incompetent, yet the graphics and character designs were undeniably exquisite. If this task pays 200 yuan, then spending 10 yuan leaves me with 190. Contemplating, Chen Anyang gently clicked to recharge immediately. Chapter 2. The pay-to-win game that even dogs would avoid. May 17th, Saturday. With all his roommates absent from the dormitory, Chen Anyang lay on his bed, fixated on his phone. The screen sparkled with golden light as his first recharge gift instantly arrived. How extravagant! Chen Anyang shook his head and promptly utilized the items from the gift pack. Clicking on the broken window frame, he immediately replaced it with new glass, effectively blocking the cold wind from outside. Next, he clicked on the stove on the floor, and warm flames illuminated the room, causing the temperature indicator to rise, before equipping the 3 potions and the flame sword on his Su Muyu. Who is it? In the game, Su Muyu widened her eyes, astonished at the changes to the window, the stove on the floor, and the sudden appearance of the red sword and 3 potions by her side. Am I hallucinating? Su Muyu picked up one of the potion bottles. Examining it closely, everything felt so real, far removed from a mere illusion. Wow, this game is impressively crafted. That 10 yuan was well spent. Chen Anyang watched the character's facial expressions, movements, and the excited rise and fall of her chest upon seeing the potions, feeling that the money spent was justified, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. I have sunk so low there's nothing left to lose. Su Muyu took a deep breath and uncorked the potion bottle, gulping it down eagerly. The effects of the potion were swift within mere moments. Her wounds had nearly healed, though her internal injuries and chronic ailments remained beyond its remedy. This is real. A life potion. Su Muyu gazed at the empty potion bottle in her hand, still struggling to believe it. Since a century ago, extreme weather events had become increasingly frequent in Su Muyu's world. Soon after, a mysterious meteorite struck the Earth, triggering a global climatic upheaval, with glaciers rapidly enveloping the land. The radiation released by the meteorite altered the planet's environment, leading to mutations in flora and fauna and the emergence of monstrous beasts. Humanity's advanced weaponry, under the influence of this radiation, had nearly lost its efficacy. Fortunately, this form of radiation diverges significantly from conventional understanding. It has not inflicted severe harm upon the human body. In fact, humanity's constitution continues to fortify, with many scientists beginning to extract mutated flora, thereby inventing numerous potions to expedite the process of human evolution. Nonetheless, the pace of human evolution remains exceedingly sluggish. To safeguard against environmental threats and the incursions of other beings, humanity has established a series of subterranean shelters. As research and comprehension of radiation progressed, it was officially designated as spiritual energy. Those who could harness this energy for cultivation became known as martial cultivators. Over the span of a century, most regions have erected new organizations and nations, leaving only a few remote areas in a state of profound backwardness. Among these is the shelter where Muyu resides, located in the northern domain, a place seldom trodden by human feet, with a radius of 1,000 miles encompassing but a single refuge. Born within this isolated shelter, Muyu, through a combination of luck and diligence, ascended to the position of captain of the combat squad, leading her team in repelling numerous assaults from mutated beasts, frequently venturing deep into the icy expanse to procure supplies for the shelter. However, due to Muyu's grave injuries, the higher-ups of the shelter convened and resolved to abandon her treatment, opting to expel her from the refuge to mitigate resources depletion. This was the home she had inhabited for over 2 decades, cast out inexplicably, leaving her in a state of utter disorientation. Throughout the years, she had devoted herself tirelessly to the shelter, always at the forefront of danger, and her contributions were pivotal to the shelter's continued existence. In her quest to heal the wounded within the shelter, Muyu ventured alone into perilous territories to acquire medicinal herbs and beast cores. Little did she expect that those uncles and brothers who had watched her grow, and the siblings she had selflessly protected, would so ruthlessly expel her due to her injuries. In a daze, she found herself in this dilapidated cabin, presuming she would quietly meet her demise here. Yet, the changes around her reignited a flicker of hope. Since the onset of the glacial era, bizarre occurrences have proliferated. Beyond the mutations of beasts and flora, humanity occasionally witnesses the emergence of formidable individuals, though most tend to possess eccentric and reclusive natures. Perhaps it is some benevolent elder, moved by my plight. Gazing at the crimson longsword beside her, Muyu gently lifted it, her frostbitten, swollen hand brushing lightly over its surface. Subsequently, she delicately removed the red cord from around her jade neck, which was tied to a jade pendant. This is the talisman my mother left for me, the only important possession I have. I am eternally grateful for the Great One's life-saving grace. If it is not too much trouble, please accept it. Muyu humbly knelt on the ground, cradling the talisman she held dear as if it were her very life. Chen Anyang lightly tapped his phone screen, focusing on the talisman in Muyu's hand, revealing a series of information beside it. Spirit Talisman, a pendant crafted from a special spirit jade, born beside a spiritual spring where spiritual energy converges. Nurtured by millennia of spiritual essence, capable of absorbing spiritual energy, averting calamity, and temporarily enhancing fortune. Would you like to accept Muyu's spirit talisman? Chen Anyang jaswali kliket chonfirm. I have accepted it. Muyu exclaimed, her talisman vanishing from her hand, overflowing with excitement. Seated in this warm room, Muyu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, and in a haze, she succumbed to slumber. How? Did she fall asleep? Chen Anyang, observing his phone, had anticipated exploring the map and gameplay, but after witnessing Muyu's series of peculiar actions, he realized she had already dozed off. He scrolled through the screen for a while, yet the game remained unresponsive. Just as he prepared to exit, a series of icons materialized on the screen. Weekly pass, monthly pass, annual pass, battle pass. All the features of a cash-grabbing minigame appeared, including weapon lottery pools, pet lottery pools, and elixir lottery pools, with various premium options aplenty. What a ripoff! In the past, Chen Anyang would never have touched such a sustainable exploitative game. Though the game was incredibly realistic and top-notch in every aspect, his financial means could never fill this bottomless pit. When it is time to cut ties, one must decisively sever them. Chen Anyang promptly chose to abandon the game. As for how to write the review, he would simply let go of this contract, incurring merely a loss of $10 for the initial charge. A game that forces spending absolutely not worth my time. Chen Anyang closed the game, intending to head to the cafeteria for lunch, when his phone suddenly received a text message. Your package has been delivered to Go Express Station. Please proceed to collect it. A sense of suspicion arose within Chen Anyang. On his way to the cafeteria, he casually stopped by Go Express Station to retrieve the package. Inside a small cardboard box, the only information present was that of the recipient. There was no sender or courier company indicated. What on earth? Chen Anyang tore open the box forcefully, uncovering a transparent bag containing a jade pendant. Did they send this to the wrong person? Just as he uttered these words, his movements halted, and he scrutinized the pendant closely. Muyu, Goodness, this game is really something. I only spent 10 bucks, and they sent me some merchandise. Perhaps it's a perk for beta testers, but this pendant must be worth more than $10, right? As Chen Anyang gazed at the pendant, a faint fragrance wafted up, instantly conjuring thoughts of the delicate and pitiable Muyu. A flurry of messages erupted on his screen, overwhelming his senses. Sweet Bean, head of broadcasting department. Your bonus has been issued. Come to my office this afternoon to collect it. Laughing at life, mother. I ran into an old colleague at the morning market today. Her daughter seems to attend the same university as you. Shall I add her on WeChat for chat? Little Chen Anyang. Mom, I'm only 21. Why the rush? Laughing at life. Times have changed. You need to seize the opportunity. You should find someone during your university years, or once you graduate and enter society. With your circumstances, you might end up single for life. Foodie sister. Bro, I got into a fight and need some medical expenses. Chinibu Taoist roommate. Dad, please bring me a meal stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with shredded pork, but no pork, just extra wood ear mushrooms. Messages continued to flood in, one after another. Did they all coordinate this? Chapter 3. One last charge. During his time at university, Chen Anyang participated in the broadcasting department, primarily responsible for drafting and organizing manuscripts, and occasionally assisting with some audio editing. This event was executed exceptionally well, especially the manuscript you penned. After deliberation, we've decided to award you a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Sun Xiao, the head of the broadcasting department, possessed a statuesque figure, and even when clad in ordinary sportswear, she still exuded a radiant and captivating charm. Thank you, head son. Chen Anyang was taken somewhat by surprise. He had been writing for the radio station for more than 2 years, and he usually only received 100 or 200 yuan. This time, he received a full 5,000. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. In a few days, the school will have another event, and you'll still be writing the manuscript for that. This time, the External Relations Department has secured a major sponsorship. If you perform well, the bonus won't be less than this time. Sun Xiao flipped through the documents on the table, saying it casually. Don't worry, head son, Before Chen Anyang could finish speaking, Sun Xiao began to see him off. Chen Anyang had no complaints about this. After all, this 5,000 yuan was enough for his living expenses for 3 or 4 months. Leaving the broadcasting department's office, Chen Anyang took out his mobile phone and transferred 500 yuan to his unfortunate sister. Brother, give me 300 more. What kind of shape did you beat people into? 800? Are you being extorted? Chen Anyang frowned slightly. There were 4 people in total. They weren't seriously injured, but they all needed stitches. We agreed to compensate each person 200. Chen Anyang was helpless and transferred another 500 yuan. Next time you take action, be careful. Brother, I've been quite cautious. It was initially meant to be a jest, yet who could have anticipated their fragility? The innocent sister feels rather wronged. In any case, as the sister was not bullied, Chen Anyang chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon returning to the dormitory, he noticed his adopted son, Ma Chenglin, peacefully slumbering on the upper bunk, while the other 2 roommates were absent due to afternoon classes. Chen Anyang settled onto his bed, retrieving the jade pendant from his pocket and scrutinizing it intently. This game certainly possesses some depth. After a short while, he suddenly felt invigorated, as if everything around him had become astonishingly clear, though this sensation lasted merely half a minute. Taking a deep breath, Chen Anyang tucked the pendant away and pulled out his phone, launching the game. After only a few minutes of gameplay, he was still deliberating on how to compose his manuscript, especially since he had invested 10 yuan. This fee must be secured. The in-game time flows almost in sync with the real world. Muyu had just slept for 3 hours and remained unaware. Meanwhile, a light bulb icon appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, now glowing red. Chen Anyang promptly tapped it. 3 mutated ice wolves are approaching. Expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Ice wolves? Tip. You may spend 2 gold jade to view enemy information. Having initially charged 10 yuan, yielding 100 gold jade. The 2 gold jade equates to merely 0. 2 yuan. Understanding the enemy is paramount for devising an appropriate response. Thus, the expense is not exorbitant. Chen Anyang spent 2 gold jade to reveal the information about the ice wolves. Dire wolf, first-order body refinement realm, a creature dwelling in the frigid ice plains, known for its agility and adeptness at navigating intricate terrains. Despite being a first-order entity, it poses a significant threat within its icy domain. A comprehensive profile of the dire wolf, exhaustively detailing its lineage, yet devoid of pertinent information. Lacking concrete offensive and defensive metrics, as well as discernible vulnerabilities, rendering Chen Anyang's assessment of the power disparity between them impossible. Prompt: Muyu is afflicted with frigid poison and unhealed injuries, precluding her from wielding the Lihua sword. Given her condition, she is incapable of contending with even a single dire wolf. Following the conspicuous red alert, another message materializes. 1. Avail yourself of a limited-time bundle valued at 3,600 yuan for a mere 36 yuan. This exclusive offer is available only once and will expire in 1 hour, never to resurface. 2. Await the dire wolf's incursion into the dilapidated chamber and witness Muyu's demise at the jaws of the pack. 36 yuan? That exceeds my daily sustenance expenditure. Chen Anyang's brow furrowed in consternation. Notwithstanding the game's enthralling nature and Muyu's pitiable circumstances, she remains a mere construct of data. Having engaged with hundreds of games, Chen Anyang has consistently adhered to a principle of abstaining from in-game purchases. Even standalone games acquired through outright purchase are invariably obtained through the generosity of his roommate. Without hesitation, he elected to exit the game. However, irrespective of his actions, the game's interface persisted on the mobile screen. Damn it, it's infected with a virus. I knew this wasn't a legitimate game. On the screen, the flames of the hearth flickered gently, while Muyu curled up in the corner of the room, lost in sweet slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. Despite her dire circumstances, she appeared remarkably serene. Suddenly, an unexpected flutter of emotions surged within me. Could it be that I've developed an affection for a mere collection of code? No, that is utterly impossible. Chen Anyang shook his head vigorously. A red alert began to blare, its frequency increasing, which only served to irritate Chen Anyang further. He attempted to lower the volume, but to no avail. Warning: 3 Arctic wolves are about to break in. Character Muyu will perish and be permanently removed. What a dreadful game. Chen Anyang took a deep breath. An image of Muyu being gruesomely devoured by the wolves flashed in his mind, sending waves of anguish through his heart. One last time, just one final attempt, then I will write my article, at least to secure the 200 yuan payment. He pressed option 1, and the screen shimmered with golden light. Successfully purchased a limited-time package for 36 yuan. Would you like to open it immediately? Chen Anyang shook his head, promptly opening the limited-time package. 36 yuan package opened successfully. Items acquired: Psionic Shield, Advanced, Random Skill Rune, Intermediate, Random Skill Rune, Basic, Underground Space Expansion Scroll, Elite. 9-Lived Spirit Cat, Advanced, All-Frequency Transmitter, Intermediate, Detector, Intermediate. Aside from the All-Frequency Transmitter and Detector, he decided to activate all the remaining items. The Psychic Shield effortlessly defends against the assaults of second-tier monsters, but the sole drawback is its limited duration of merely 3 days. Remarkably expensive, it is, after all, a time-restricted artifact. Chen Anyang positioned the Psychic Shield just outside the room, enveloping the entire house. Suddenly, 3 Arctic wolves, having detected the scent wafting from within, launched an attack, their sharp claws striking fiercely against the outer wall. Surprisingly, the seemingly crumbling remnants of the wall withstood the onslaught of the 3 Arctic wolves. However, the cacophony of this assault roused Muyu from her slumber. Ice! Arctic wolves! Through the window, Muyu beheld the 3 ferocious creatures, their gaping maws dripping with blood. Given her current prowess, she knew that facing even a single wolf cub would be a daunting task, let alone 3 fully grown wolves. Observing Muyu's panic state within the house only fueled the frenzy of the Arctic wolves outside, their eyes glinting with bloodlust and greed. After 2 days of scouring the icy plains, they had finally stumbled upon a potential meal. Without hesitation, Muyu drew her flame sword. Yet the icy poison coursing through her veins rendered her incapable of harnessing even a fraction of her strength. Boom! The earth trembled slightly as Chen Anyang activated his skill talisman, summoning a colossal sword from the heavens. The three ferocious Arctic wolves were instantly reduced to a mere heap of flesh, their blood and bones irrevocably mingled. "Senior, is that you?" Muyu stammered, momentarily dazed by the scene outside, her voice hoarse with disbelief. "Meow." Suddenly, a tabby cat appeared within the room, standing behind Muyu. "Is that you, Senior?" Although Muyu found it somewhat absurd, she instinctively inquired. Chen Anyang, who was on the other side of the phone, was bemused by Muyu's reaction. Was this game truly not intended for amusement? Chapter 4. Love is just one word. Recharge. Meow. The tabby cat appeared exceedingly adorable, lacking any semblance of a formidable presence. It even approached Muyu's legs, nudging affectionately. Up to this point, Muyu felt utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. She bent down, cradling the tabby cat in her arms, nestling it against her ample bosom, and tenderly stroked its fur. "Why are you here? Could you possibly be the spirit companion of my senior?" Meow. Observing the scene through his phone, Chen Anyang picked up a tissue, wiping his nose. "The weather has been so dry lately. My capillaries seem to bleed constantly." Upon spotting three ice wolves outside the window, Muyu became somewhat flustered. Her exaggerated motion to draw the fire sword caused her already tattered clothing to slip further down. The tabby cat also wiggled its body against her chest, rendering the scene within the room rather provocative. Surely this game would never pass the review. Even if it did, it would require substantial alterations. Chen Anyang sighed. Meow. The tabby cat wriggled free from Muyu and leaped to the ground, scratching incessantly at a spot near the fireplace. "What is the matter?" Muyu asked, puzzled. She approached the tabby cat, squatting down to examine the ground, where she discovered a small pit that the cat had dug, revealing an iron ring beneath. With considerable effort, she heaved open the iron ring, the ground shuddering slightly as a metallic lid, a meter in diameter, was dislodged, revealing a gaping chasm beneath. As Muyu hesitated, the calico cat had already plunged into the abyss. "Little cat," Muyu exclaimed, hastily following suit. This was the subterranean extension, acquired from Chen Anyang's limited-time recharge package, the most valuable of all items. Muyu felt as though she descended for an eternity before landing heavily upon the ground. Fortunately, the surface was yielding, preventing further injury. A faint whimper emanated from beneath her. Muyu quickly rose to find that she had inadvertently landed upon the calico cat. "Little cat," she cried, scooping up the feline and examining it meticulously. After a brief period of unconsciousness, the cat regained its vigor. Reassured, she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in a spacious hall with a soaring, the temperature frigid, akin to being within a colossal ice house. Thankfully, the leaf fire sword helped her to stave off the chilling air. At the hall's center lay a fount of spiritual energy, radiating a gentle, ethereal glow that illuminated the entire chamber. Weapon racks and bookshelves lined the walls, though they were conspicuously bare. From the hall's sides, a multitude of corridors branched off, leading to 10 individual chambers, each with an identical layout. Jade stones were embedded within the walls, and each room contained a stone bed, a stone table, and stone stools. Additionally, there was a vast storage chamber, protected by a rudimentary spiritual energy shield, also devoid of any contents. 36 yuan for this package, truly a worthwhile investment. Chen Anyang was suddenly imbued with a sense of gratification, as if he had received more than he had bargained for. Despite it being merely a game, and the scene before him just a collection of data code, he found himself irresistibly drawn to continue playing. He simply desired to extend Muyu's lifespan, to ensure her well-being, and to witness her future evolution. As if a deity peering into the life of a mortal, Chen Anyang instinctively accessed the details of the weekly card, monthly card, and battle pass. Muyu, still afflicted by the lingering cold toxin, felt a slight discomfort from remaining there for even a moment. Standing in a hall, she gazed up at the dome. Weekly card. Received 20 gold jades. 3 portions of ordinary ingredients, 1 vial of nutrient solution, and 1 standard lottery ticket for daily logins. Special price, 14 yuan. Monthly card. Received 30 gold jades. 2 double cultivation acceleration cards, 1 immortal spirit herb, and 1 premium lottery ticket fragment for daily logins. Special price, 60 yuan. As for the Glacier Battle Pass, it was divided into Advanced, Gold, and Supreme editions, priced at 88, 188, and 388 respectively. This Battle Pass is excessively priced. Should I perhaps purchase a weekly card? And perhaps a monthly card as well? It would only amount to a little over 70 yuan. Consider it the proceeds of a free shift. Had it not been for the 5,000 yuan reward from the broadcasting department, Chen Anyang would never have indulged in such extravagance by continuing to invest money into the game. With the acquisition of the weekly and monthly cards, he could play for an entire month without further expenditure. This is truly the last time, if I recharge again. I'm a cur. Chen Anyang gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and proceeded to click on the recharge option. In this game, there exists a system package containing 50 slots, where all the items acquired by Chen Anyang are stored. Only by clicking to use them can they manifest before Muyu. Ingredients use. Nutritional liquid use. Xianling grass use. As for the ordinary lottery tickets, Chen Anyang intends to gather 10 before utilizing them, while fragments of the advanced lottery ticket require a collection of 10 to synthesize one, necessitating a gradual accumulation. Following a series of actions by Chen Anyang, these items suddenly appeared beside Muyu. Although she had become accustomed to such occurrences, a sense of astonishment still lingered. The ingredients seemed relatively normal, yet that vial of nutritional liquid stood as one of the most precious items she had ever encountered. Since the advent of the glacial era, all conventional firearms became utterly ineffective, with even the might of nuclear weapons reduced to the level of mere firecrackers. Humanity, forced into underground shelters, began seeking various means of enhancement. Soon after, some individuals discovered that they had been augmented, distinguishing themselves from the masses and earning the title of warriors. These warriors commenced their exploration of cultivation methods. As time progressed, spiritual energy gradually increased, and within certain plants, liquid spiritual energy was extracted, referred to as spiritual liquid. This nutritional liquid, now before Muyu, is not particularly rare in itself, yet for her present circumstances, it constitutes an invaluable treasure. Moreover, the seemingly aged Xianling grass holds immeasurable worth as well. Senior, is this truly a gift from you? A low rumble echoed, as both Muyu and the tabby cat's stomachs grumbled in unison. Profound gratitude, which I, Muyu, can scarcely repay even with my life. Should there ever be a need, I shall heed your call, regardless of the peril. Muyu infad deeply, apportioning a share of the sustenance to the calico cat, while she partook of a double portion, her hunger being quite acute. Observing the radiant joy upon Muyu's countenance, Chen Anyang's face mirrored a paternal benevolence. A disconcerting realization dawned upon him. Was he, perchance, becoming enamored? Chen Anyang paused, momentarily taken aback. Within the confines of the screen, Muyu, having satiated her hunger, meticulously stowed away the spiritual elixir and then scrutinized the celestial spirit herb with meticulous care. To ingest it directly seemed an imprudent extravagance. Yet she possessed neither the art of concocting elixirs nor any knowledge of requisite formulas. After contemplative deliberation, Muyu resolved to first cultivate the celestial spirit herb near the spiritual spring, prepared to consume it forthwith should any signs of withering manifest. Should it flourish, she would nurture it assiduously, awaiting the advent of a suitable formula or the acquisition of alchemical proficiency before further processing. Indeed, a provident and domestic soul, Chen Anyang remarked approvingly, nodding in affirmation. Finally, Muyu retrieved the skill Rune Stone from the ground. Agility, a rudimentary skill capable of temporarily diminishing the user's corporeal weight, thereby enhancing their liveness. Usages remaining. 3. The subterranean chamber was exceedingly frigid, causing Muyu considerable discomfort. Kitty, shall you ascend? Meow. The calico cat, with nimble grace, leaped into Muyu's embrace. Subsequently, Muyu clasped the skill Rune Stone, her body experiencing a sudden alleviation of weight. Instantly, a comforting warmth enveloped her once more. If only this hearth could be transported below, Muyu mused, casting a glance at the blazing furnace before turning her gaze towards the exterior vista. The exterior world was adorned in a silvery blanket, with a biting wind howling through the air. I cannot perpetually rely on the beneficence of my predecessors. I must strive through my own endeavors. Upon hearing Su Muyu's voice, Chen Anyang demurred. No need for such exertion. I shall provide for you. Chen, old boy, whom are you intending to support? Ma Chenglin, who was slumbering in the upper berth, rubbed his bleary eyes and mumbled the query. Ahem, it was nothing. You must have experienced an auditory hallucination. Chen Anyang hastily concealed. Ma Chenglin, a student of jurisprudence at Bin University, was known as the pontiff of the law department, primarily due to his remarkable capacity for sleep, seemingly capable of sleeping 25 hours in a day. At times, he would consume only a single meal, spending the remaining time dozing in classrooms, the sports field, his dormitory, and various other locations. This frigid weather is the death of me, Ma Chenglin muttered to himself, turning over and drifting back to sleep. When Chen Anyang redirected his gaze to his mobile device, Su Muyu was already seated cross-legged on the ground, seemingly engaged in cultivation. He observed her for several minutes before deciding to quit the game and begin attending to the messages on his phone. For reasons unknown, Chen Anyang's mobile device had been incessantly buzzing with notifications throughout the afternoon. Individuals who had remained out of contact for what seemed like an eternity were suddenly surfacing with a solitary message. Had he not muted WeChat, his phone would likely have imploded. After addressing all the messages, Chen Anyang felt a surge of drowsiness overcome him, and in a daze, he succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, the jade pendant suspended from his neck emitted a faint, ethereal glow, enveloping Chen Anyang's form. Chapter 5. Defying Fate, Forging Body and Tempering Bones. However, many occurrences did indeed transpire during this interval. En route to the cafeteria, as he passed the basketball court, a ball came hurtling toward a female classmate ahead of him. Instinctively, Chen Anyang quickened his pace, astonished to find himself moving 4 or 5 times faster than usual. With a deft flick of his right hand, he deflected the ball effortlessly. The young woman, composed despite the near miss, turned to express her gratitude, recognizing Sun Xiao, the head of the broadcasting department. Later, while getting food at the cafeteria, he discovered a wallet containing a phone, identification, bank cards, and other valuables. Upon reuniting it with its owner, Chen Anyang was rewarded with 500 yuan. In essence, the duration of a single meal was punctuated by a series of serendipitous occurrences. One exquisite posterior. Old Ma, what time is it? Are you skipping another meal? Chen Anyang called out. Huh, already? I only dozed off for a bit, and it's already dark? Never mind. I'll pass today, Ma Chenglin replied, forcing his eyes open and glancing out the window. Skipping another one? Chen Anyang frowned, genuinely concerned that one morning he might find his sworn brother lifeless in the bunk above. After all, how long could anyone endure on a single meal every day or two? Others laze in bed because they're affluent, able to sleep as long as they desire. I laze in bed because I'm broke, saving a meal whenever I can, Ma Chenglin quipped. Before he could finish, the dormitory door was gently pushed open, and a woman of captivating allure and breathtaking beauty entered. Old Ma speaks wisdom. If one doesn't embrace indolence, wouldn't life's joys be halved? Zhang Yufeng's rugged voice formed a stark contrast with his appearance. During my freshman year of university, Chen Anyang and the others made a bet with Zhang Yufeng. The specifics of the wager have been lost to memory, but Zhang Yufeng was the loser, and the stipulation was that he cross-dress. He was quite tall, yet his frame was slender, possessing a countenance that blurred the lines between masculine and feminine. When adorned in women's attire, he exuded an aura of regal authority, akin to a domineering matriarch. It was unlikely they would have asked a burly man to cross-dress, as that might have induced nightmares. As it turns out, cross-dressing is an experience that one either avoids entirely or embraces without end. Since that initial cross-dressing escapade, Zhang Yufeng became enamored with the practice, evolving into a veritable cross-dressing aficionado. His family's financial circumstances were modest, and he supplemented his income by participating in various cosplay conventions, where he consistently earned a small profit. Occasionally, he would share photographs and videos on certain social media platforms, attracting a considerable amount of virtual gratuities. Chen, I've secured the outfit you asked me to borrow, Zhang Yufeng declared to Chen Anyang. What? Chen, have you succumbed as well? Ma Chenglin exclaimed, his eyes widening, having just been about to drift back to sleep. Ah, I see. Ma Chenglin nodded in comprehension. However, he was suddenly consumed by curiosity, wondering what Chen Anyang would look like in women's clothing. Although, Chen, with so many aesthetically pleasing female characters in honor of kings, why is your sister cosplaying as Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Fei? Zhang Yufeng inquired, his expression a mask of bewilderment. Puffed. Cheng Yaojin, Zhang Fei. Ma Chenglin was now completely roused from his slumber, eager to discover the nature of Chen Anyang's sister. How am I supposed to know what goes on in her head? Chen Anyang responded, shaking his head, admitting his ignorance regarding his peculiar sister's unconventional ideas. Regardless, thank you for your assistance. Between us, there is no need for such formality. As the saying goes, at home one relies on their parents, while outside one depends on their mentors. After Zhang Yufeng finished speaking, he settled at his desk to begin removing his makeup. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang reclined on the bed, unlocking his phone to log into a game. Muyu remained seated in the room, seemingly engrossed in her cultivation. Although she displayed no discernible actions, merely observing her practice brought Chen Anyang a sense of enjoyment, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Hint: Muyu is on the verge of reaching the bone refinement stage. But the cold poison is severe. Continuing her cultivation could lead to catastrophic failure. Choice 1. Obtain a remedy to dispel the cold poison, completing bone refinement in 10 days. Choice 2. Directly initiate body forging and bone refinement, defying fate and becoming a warrior. Caution: the risks of body forging and bone refinement are immense, with a success rate of only 50. Choice 3. Cease cultivation and await the arrival of enemies, facing a brutal demise. Choice 4. Halt cultivation, relocate Muyu to an underground space, seal the entrance, and live in solitude, avoiding worldly disputes for the rest of her life. Chen Anyang's smile faltered, and his right eyelid twitched slightly. As a contemporary university student, he firmly believed that a twitching left eye heralded fortune, while a twitching right eye signified superstition. However, the coincidences of the day were indeed too remarkable, from the bonuses to the subsequent income, all contributing to an unreal sense for Chen Anyang. His mother had once advised him that when unexpected wealth arrives, it is best to spend it swiftly, otherwise misfortune may ensue. In the case of potential bloodshed, one should make a small cut on their finger, and if financial loss looms, a bit of expenditure on trivial items may suffice. In a brief span, Chen Anyang conjured a multitude of justifications, ultimately settling upon the second option. In this sort of game, to not defy fate is to court demise. Option 1. Limited time marrow tempering deluxe package, enabling preliminary marrow tempering with a 50 success rate. One-time offer, special price, 88. Option 2. Limited time marrow tempering deluxe package, enabling advanced marrow tempering with an 80 success rate, and includes a complimentary advanced cultivation skill. One-time offer, special price, 188. Option 3. Limited time body forging marrow tempering supreme package, enabling top-tier body forging and marrow tempering with a 100 success rate, guaranteeing perfect marrow tempering, and includes a complimentary advanced cultivation skill and an advanced combat skill. One-time offer, special price, 288. Alas, even if this manuscript were completed, it would not suffice to fund the game. Had it not been for performing a good deed and receiving 500 yuan, Chen Anyang would never have invested another penny into the game. Little Yu, allow me one final indulgence. Chen Anyang tapped the screen with resolve, and the limited-time Spiritual Root Supreme package was immediately credited to his account. After taking a deep breath, he chose to use it. Muyu is undergoing body forging and marrow tempering. Muyu's body forging and marrow tempering is successful. Moreover, is a perfect marrow tempering. Muyu has advanced to a first-rank martial artist. Please select a cultivation path. Just as Chen Anyang was experiencing a pang of anguish, a series of options appeared on the screen, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Body cultivation, spirit cultivation, elixir cultivation, array cultivation, or specialized paths, such as aberrant beast fusion cultivation or mechanical armament cultivation. Chen Anyang was suddenly faced with a quandary, each option appearing equally appealing. Hint: selection can be made based on Su Muyu's aptitude and other conditions. View personal attributes. Requires consumption of a probe. Chen Anyang, having purchased a package for 36 yuan, possessed a probe. Without hesitation, he accessed his system inventory, located the probe, and chose to use it immediately. Name: Su Muyu. Age: 23. Level: first rank martial artist. Spirit: 6. Influences the pace, capabilities, and mastery of spiritual cultivation. Endowment: 7. Affects the velocity, aptitude, and robustness of physical training. Allure: 9. Encompasses both physical beauty and intrinsic charm. Shaping social prowess, comprehension. 7. Dictates the assimilation of techniques and the swiftness of practice. Providence: 10. Governs fortune and serendipity. Skills: none. Equipment: Lihua sword, supreme grade, beast companion. 9 live. Spirit cat. Advanced condition: spiritual affinity, heightened receptivity to spiritual energy. Cultivation speed 2. 5. Flawless tempering, cultivation speed 2. Expulsion of frigid toxin, weakness persists for 3 hours. First rank martial artist. Advancement: invigoration lasts for 5 shurchen. Gratitude, cultivation speed 1. 5 for 3 hours. Epiphany, comprehension 1 for 1 hour. Additional particulars: Chen Anyang, selected details. And the screen prompted: expend 10 gold jades to view details once. To employ the scanner and still incur a fee for information? This is highway robbery. With these words, Chen Anyang confirmed. The details contain the data that would truly determine Su Muyu's cultivation path. Physical cultivation, enamored alchemy, inclined formation, averse a female pursuing physical cultivation. Is it not excessively brutal? Chen Anyang was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of this game. However, drawing from years of experience in reading novels, he realized that those who trained their bodies indeed endured immense hardships throughout their cultivation. Chapter 6. The Warrior emphasizes that the essence lies within the heart. In the northern region, a land of extreme cold, the spiritual energy has always been scarce, and few venture there. Suddenly, ominous thunderclouds began to roll across the sky, rapidly converging. Within the thunderclouds, an array of peculiar sounds intertwined: bell tolls, dragon roars, and phoenix cries, among others. Subsequently, the ground quaked slightly, fissures forming on the surface, from which a rich spiritual energy surged forth, converging towards the dilapidated cottage. Inside the cottage, Su Miyu's skin radiated a faint golden glow, her bones transformed entirely into gold, the brilliance intensifying until it pierced into the thunderclouds above. My goodness, such effects must have cost a fortune. Chen Anyang was still contemplating which path of cultivation to suggest for Su Muyu when he noticed the extraordinary effects on his phone screen. Effects that could not be found even in multi-billion-dollar blockbuster films. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers outside the shelter, some distance away from the crumbling house, stood in stunned silence. What is that? The spiritual energy is forming a storm? Thunder from the heavens? Could a ferocious beast be about to appear? Thunder refining the body is akin to courting death. Even the mightiest beast would not dare to act so recklessly. It seems prudent to leave this place. An unparalleled beast will soon emerge. All who witnessed this celestial phenomenon from afar were engulfed in terror, while Chen Anyang, after briefly observing the game effects on his phone, redirected his attention back to Su Muyu's cultivation choices. Ultimately, she chose the path of physical cultivation, for only that which is suitable can lead one further along their journey. Why does it feel as though she has grown considerably stronger? The injuries she bore have also healed. Su Muyu sensed the transformation within her body. Although the thunder had surged into her, she felt no pain, only a comforting warmth enveloping her. Slowly opening her eyes, she found the surroundings enveloped in tranquility. Her perceptive gaze flickered as she noticed 2 ancient tomes lying before her on the ground. Meow. The little tabby cat stretched lazily, rolled over, and resumed its peaceful slumber. Su Muyu picked up the 2 ancient texts, titled Ninefold Fire Refinement Technique and Vermilion Bird as Fiery Blade. What are these? Having lived in the secluded northern refuge for over 20 years, Muyu had little contact with the outside world. Apart from the few she considered family within the refuge and the fierce, terrifying ice wolves, her exposure to cultivation and techniques was limited to occasional mentions by others. And she had yet to practice any herself. Senior, are you suggesting that I cultivate these two techniques? Muyu asked, her face a picture of bewilderment. At that moment, Chen Anyang also examined the techniques in Muyu's hands. The ninefold fire refinement technique, spirit grade, is one of the prestigious techniques of Tianyuan Academy. Utilizing the fire of the phoenix to temper the warrior's body, divided into 9 levels, each with its own unique method of cultivation. The first level, body refinement through flame, enhances the physical form by training within fierce flames. The second level, soul forging through fire, combines the soul with the flames to form a fiery spirit, augmenting mental strength and enhancing one's perception and control over fire. Vermilion Skyfire Blade, supreme, a technique conceived by the Dean of Tianyuan Academy, demanding that martial artists possess a profound comprehension of the vermilion bird's fire essence. This understanding can be augmented through contemplation of vermilion bird totems or exploration of related relics. Cultivation may be aided by spiritual artifacts, such as vermilion bird blood crystals. Tianyuan Academy? The name stirred a faint echo in Chen Anyang's mind as he stroked his chin. Lost in thought, within the confines of her mobile device, Muyu, unable to decipher the enigmatic intentions of this venerable predecessor, opted to commence her training with the ninefold fire refining decree. Devoid of prior exposure to cultivation techniques, her encounters with the frigid beasts of the ice plains were predicated on brute force and self-discovery, supplemented by the meager absorption of spiritual energy. Embarking on the path of cultivation at this juncture placed her at a considerable disadvantage compared to her peers, fundamentally influencing her potential. Typically, individuals with martial aptitude initiate rudimentary breathing exercises, exhalation techniques, and foundational body refinement practices in their early years. However, Muyu's engagement with advanced techniques could, to some degree, mitigate this disparity, albeit contingent upon the availability of substantial resources for facilitation. While Muyu immersed herself in the cultivation of the technique, Chen Anyang scrutinized the Battle Pass bundle within the game. Encompassing 50 tiers, each tier conferred a selection of rewards, encompassing materials and elixirs conducive to martial cultivation. Despite their intrinsic value, the exorbitant cost rendered them unpalatable to Chen Anyang, who promptly dismissed the offering. This game demanded excessive expenditure, forswearing monetary investment. He resolved to proceed at a more deliberate pace. As Chen Anyang observed Muyu's cultivation, a crimson exclamation mark materialized in the upper right corner of the screen. Once again, trouble brews. Hint: a 7th grade warrior approaches. A 7th grade warrior is drawing near. What is this? She has just reached the 1st grade warrior level and now must confront an ancient monster of the 7th grade? Option 1. Notify Muyu and retreat to the underground space to evade the enemy. Option 2. Recharge to acquire materials for a psychic shield to fend off the adversary. Option 3. Recharge to obtain a powerful skill talisman to eliminate the foe. Chen Anyang initially opts for the third choice, the powerful skill talisman, capable of slaying the 7th grade warrior, priced at 648 yuan. In the path of cultivation, the most vital aspect is to follow one's heart. When it is time to withdraw, one must retreat. What can a 1st grade warrior possibly contend against a 7th grade old monster? Ultimately, Chen Anyang selects the first option, although it requires the consumption of a communication device. A low-grade communication device costs 100 gold jade in the marketplace, but fortunately, a mid-grade communication device was gifted in a previous recharge package. In the game, the low-grade communication device only allows the selection of provided lines, while the mid-grade device permits the editing of text, limited to 20 characters. The high-grade device allows for direct voice input. To Chen Anyang, even if the game is exceedingly realistic, Muyu is merely a string of code data. Transmitting the message for her to Hai, startled by the abrupt and peculiar sound. Muyu, who was immersed in the practice of her cultivation technique, paused. Say, Senior, is that you? In Su Muyu's mind, this senior was undoubtedly an aged and venerable master with snow-white hair, yet the voice was so strange. Enemies? Su Muyu had always resided within the sanctuary, resisting the ferocious beasts, and had no adversaries. Could it be that her kin, after banishing her, sought to exterminate her entirely? Impossible. Su Muyu hesitated to believe that her former family would treat her in such a manner, but she had little time to ponder and immediately extinguished the furnace fire. Lifted the ring pole in the center of the floor, grasped her sword in one hand, cradled the tabby cat in the other, and leaped down. Although her practice of the cultivation technique had not been extensive, she was fully capable of withstanding the chill in the hall. And with the strength of a first-rank martial artist, she landed steadily on the ground. Bang! The lid of the dome entrance closed once more. Su Muyu suddenly felt a surge of trepidation, for she knew nothing of the enemies outside. Meow! The tabby cat approached the spiritual spring in the center of the hall and lapped at it twice. Su Muyu also followed, and inadvertently glimpsed a painting in the middle of the spring. The earth was covered in ice, and a hurricane howled past, whipping up goose feather-sized snowflakes. A woman clad in a thin red veil was rushing towards the hut at an astonishing speed, having attained the strength of a seventh-rank martial artist. Her speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Through the spiritual spring, Su Muyu clearly saw everything that was happening outside. Is this truly her? Why on earth would she seek to end my life? Su Muyu's eyes widened, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 7. May Snowfall, dorm mate vanished across China. Martial arts academies have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, each year enlisting a multitude of martial artists. Upon completing their studies, these individuals are dispatched to the Martial Arts Alliance, some to attend to logistics, others to combat savage beasts. Yet, the far north, where Su Muyu resided, had become a forgotten realm. With her innate talents, she far surpassed the criteria for admission to these martial arts academies. However, the denizens of the shelter had concealed her abilities. In this desolate place, resources were scarce, necessitating individuals with considerable strength to venture out and hunt. Su Muyu's aptitude rendered her an ideal enforcer. The Martial Arts Alliance had, at one point, sought to relocate the entire shelter to the nearby Bin City. However, the shelter's leadership, having long been estranged from society, found integration difficult and were unwilling to relinquish their absolute authority. A week prior, a woman named Feng Yuyu, hailing from Martial Arts Academy, arrived at the shelter while Su Muyu was away hunting. Feng Yuyu possessed a bewitching charm, captivating nearly everyone in her presence. Upon Su Muyu's return, grievously wounded, those who had once cherished her turned to slander and vitriol. Ultimately, they seized all of Su Muyu's equipment and banished her from the shelter. Ordinarily, for Feng Yuyu, with her capabilities, to slay the unrefined Su Muyu would be child's play. Given Feng Yuyu's cultivation of a rather peculiar technique, a form of arcane martial practice, she necessitates the flesh and bones of martial cultivators possessing exceptional constitutions to facilitate a secondary bone tempering. Presently, humanity has garnered a rudimentary comprehension of arcane martial arts. Their cultivation methods are exceedingly brutal, anathema to martial cultivators. Should Feng Yuyu accumulate excessive bloodlust before reaching maturity, her true nature would be readily unveiled. To conceal her arcane martial identity, she exerted tremendous effort, employing various means to acquire the blood and bones of others, even infiltrating a martial arts academy. After years of diligent searching, Feng Yuyu is on the cusp of success. At that juncture, her cultivation speed will be unparalleled. Perhaps in less than 3 years, she will ascend from a 7th-grade martial artist to a 9th-grade martial master, and with luck, even directly advance to the realm of the martial grandmaster. Su Muyu possesses an innate affinity for spiritual energy and superior natural endowments, rendering her a natural martial cultivator. Regrettably, she resides in a remote locale, yet to be discovered. Feng Yuyu deceived the inhabitants of the Morningstar Refuge, compelling them to expel the gravely wounded Su Muyu. Given her condition, death is virtually assured. Consequently, Feng Yuyu can acquire Su Muyu's flesh and bones without incurring any bloodlust. She has employed analogous methods, resulting in the demise of scores of individuals with unfailing success. However, This instance appears to deviate slightly, especially with the recent cataclysmic shift in the environment. A formidable, savage beast may be on the verge of emergence nearby. Muyu must act expeditiously, even if it entails incurring some bloodlust. She must procure Muyu's flesh and bones promptly and depart immediately. A spiritual energy shield? How could a spiritual energy shield manifest in such a place? Halting in her tracks, Muyu gazed upon the dilapidated dwelling, still imbued with the lingering essence of Muyu. With meticulous caution, she scrutinized the spiritual energy shield, her countenance shifting subtly as she discerned the 3 brutally slain dire wolf carcasses adjacent to the derelict structure. She acutely perceived the ambient fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicative of at least a third-grade martial artist. Could such a formidable individual truly exist in this desolate wilderness? Her eyes widening in astonishment, Muyu was instantly roused to vigilance. Her ascent to the ranks of a demon warrior, culminating in her attainment of a 7th-grade martial artist and her induction into the academy, was predicated upon her unwavering prudence. In her estimation, nothing superseded the sanctity of her own life. Beneath the earth, before the spiritual spring, Muyu, having observed Muyu's departure, emitted a protracted sigh of relief. She survived? As her tension dissipated, Muyu noticed the ethereal herbs she had cultivated by the spiritual spring swaying gently despite the absence of a breeze, each leaf exhibiting a more vibrant verdancy, dispelling the gloom of moments past. A knowing smile graced her lips, the tempering of her physique and the refinement of her bones, culminating in her ascension to a 1st-grade martial artist, imparted to Muyu a sensation akin to a complete metamorphosis. All traces of frostbite had vanished from her person. Her skin now possessed a radiant smoothness, and even her very essence had undergone a transformation. This resplendent smile of hers delivered a palpable blow to Chen Anyang, who was observing from the other side of the phone screen. Alas, the youthful ardor within my heart can no longer be restrained. In times past, upon witnessing such a scene, Chen Anyang would, in all likelihood, have retrieved another device and sought a secluded locale to address matters of a private nature. However, in this present moment, he merely reveled in the aesthetic allure of Muyu, devoid of any lascivious intentions. I must hasten my cultivation, lest I squander the myriad treasures bestowed upon me by my predecessor. After gazing for a moment at the vibrant spear herb, Muyu took a deep breath and promptly seated herself in a meditative posture beside the spiritual spring, once again entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang lay beneath the covers, observing as Muyu gradually settled into her trance, a faint aura of red energy emanating from her abdomen. At the same time, Chen Anyang felt a gentle warmth in his own belly, and in a daze, he too slipped into a peculiar state. Before long, the night passed, and as dawn broke, Chen Anyang opened his eyes, feeling remarkably clear-headed, though a slight chill lingered. He reached for his phone, unplugged the charger, and noticed that in the game, Muyu was still engaged in her cultivation. First, he accessed the system interface to check in for the day. The rewards for weekly and monthly subscriptions needed to be claimed promptly, lest he incur a significant loss. Only after this did he rise to wash up. He had classes to attend that morning and intended to draft a piece regarding the game. However, upon glancing out of the window, Chen Anyang found himself momentarily stunned. What a peculiar turn of events. In ancient times, he suffered an unjust death amidst the snowfall in June. Yet, here we were in May, and a flurry of snowflakes was cascading outside. Although the snow melted upon contact with the ground, the biting cold was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Chen Anyang took to the internet, where a deluge of news articles emerged, and experts from various fields began to offer explanations about abnormal atmospheric circulation, frigid air movements, and an assortment of specialized terminology that left readers bewildered. Whenever anomalies arise, these experts invariably conjure up an array of phrases or invent new, convoluted jargon to elucidate the situation. However, this sporadic snowfall was merely a localized phenomenon and of short duration. As for Zhao Wendao, where had he disappeared so early in the morning? Chen Anyang cast a glance at the lower bunk opposite him, which was completely empty. Chen Anyang's brow furrowed slightly. Among the 3 roommates, he shared the closest bond with Zhao Wendao. They had grown up together since kindergarten, always in the same class. Even in college, they had both been admitted to Bin University and assigned to the same dormitory. However, in their daily interactions, there was nothing unusual to suggest that he was a follower of the Tao. Chen Anyang opened WeChat and tapped on the account of the eccentric Taoist, only to find that the last message was from noon yesterday. Taoist, where have you gone? You're not in their contacts. Please send a friend request, which they must accept before you can start conversation. Send friend request. After Chen Anyang sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared, indicating that he had been deleted. What's going on? Chen Anyang was stunned. He immediately grabbed Zhang Yufeng's phone, only to receive the same response. Damn, why did the Taoist delete me? I haven't offended this godfather. Zhang Yufeng stared at his phone, a look of bewilderment on his face. Something's not right. Chen Anyang's brow furrowed. He knew Zhao Wendao better than anyone else and was certain that he would never delete him without a valid reason. Chen Anyang immediately sent a message to the counselor. Counselor, do you know where Zhao Wendao has gone? He took leave. He left yesterday afternoon, saying there was a situation at home and his father came to pick him up. Chen Anyang immediately called Zhao Wendao's father. I apologize. The number you dialed is not in service. Chen Anyang found this hard to accept. Could his close friend of nearly 20 years have simply vanished? He approached Zhao Wendao's bed, where the bedding was neatly arranged. Beneath the pillow lay a cinnabar bracelet, an item Zhao Wendao always kept with him. Inside the cabinet, among textbooks and notebooks, Chen Anyang discovered a note. Chapter 8. In carrying an unborn child, what could have transpired to cause such a hasty departure, without a single word? Furthermore, in this day and age, a handwritten letter. Chen Anyang carefully folded the letter, placing it in his pocket, and wore the cinnabar bracelet on his left wrist. He remained perplexed. Even if there was a need to leave, there was no reason to delete his friend's contact information. As of yet, Chen Anyang was unaware of the location of the Taoist temple Zhao Wendao had gone to. He urgently began searching through Zhao Wendao's belongings. After some time, he found 2 peculiar characters written by Zhao Wendao in a small booklet, resembling Tian Yuan. Could the temple be named Tian Yuan? Chen Anyang immediately searched on his phone, but a search of the entire Binhai city map revealed no temple with that name. However, the name seemed familiar to Chen Anyang, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. A game? Tian Yuan Academy? A flash of inspiration struck Chen Anyang. The body tempering package he had purchased yesterday contained 2 cultivation techniques, and the descriptions mentioned something about the Tian Yuan Academy's treasure techniques. His thoughts were suddenly in disarray, as he felt that ever since playing this game, everything around him had been changing. Chengge, if we don't leave now, we'll be late. Chen Anyang listened to the morning's classes in a daze, only seeing the professor's mouth moving incessantly on the podium, but not hearing a single word of what was being said. His mind was completely occupied with the game, Zhao Wendao, and that so-called Tian Yuan Academy. As soon as class was over, he immediately took out his phone and opened WeChat. Boss, that game. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you that this video won't be made anymore. The game manufacturer seems to have run away, and that link can't be opened either. However, you won't be shortchanged for your hard work. Based on his understanding of the landlady, she definitely didn't know anything. Creative bottleneck? 90% of her copywriting and material videos were outsourced to college students, and she was only responsible for recording the audio. How could she have a creative bottleneck? Chen Anyang felt somewhat speechless. All right, boss, take care and get some rest. Your health is the most important thing. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Got it. By the way, which university are you at? I'm making a travel plan these days. If I can come to your city, I'll look for you. Binhai University. Okay. Little Yang Yang, clean yourself up and wait for me. Therefore, boys must protect themselves and not casually give their addresses to other girls. Chen Anyang also selflessly sent his address to the landlady in order to save other boys. Putting his phone in his pocket, Chen Anyang went to the cafeteria as usual. Excuse me, miss, are you dining alone? Chen Anyang had barely entered the cafeteria when he noticed a student, seemingly a freshman, standing at son Xiao Xiao's table, apparently attempting to initiate a conversation. Onlookers shook their heads, murmuring about the freshman's audacity in approaching Sun Xiaoxiao, the esteemed minister. It was common knowledge that even the most sought-after students at Binda University were unable to win her over. Amidst the hushed whispers, Chen Anyang, having collected his meal, was searching for an available seat. "Anyang, there's a place here." Sun Xiaoxiao, noticing Chen Anyang's gaze, extended an invitation. Initially, Chen Anyang hesitated, preferring to avoid such aloof campus beauties. However, mindful of her position as a superior and the influence she held over his potential bonus from the upcoming event, he chose to yield to practicality. "Hello, Minister's son. You've been working hard," Chen Anyang said, seating himself opposite Sun Xiaoxiao with a hint of unease. Amused by Chen Anyang's demeanor, Sun Xiaoxiao chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. "Ahem, I haven't had the chance to thank you for shielding me from the basketball last night." "It was my pleasure, Minister Sunday. It's an honor to be of service," Chen Anyang responded, drawing upon the flattering lines he had encountered in television dramas, a rare occurrence for him when interacting with superiors. "You don't need to be so formal," Sun Xiaoxiao remarked, and the two fell into a quiet meal. "How many times have you been in love before?" Suddenly, Sun Xiaoxiao posed an unexpected question, catching Chen Anyang off guard. "Never until you." "Negatory, my romantic experience is limited to amicable acquaintanceships involving osculation." Following a midday repast, Chen Anyang came to the stark realization that he was fundamentally unsuited for courtship, let alone currying favor with superiors. What balm could soothe his troubled soul? Verily, only gaming. But where was Xiaoyu? Chen Anyang logged into the game, only to find the subterranean space utterly devoid of life. Even the tabby cat had vanished. Su Muyu is currently undertaking trials in the world. Would you like to activate the lens-following mode, allowing you to observe Su Muyu's progress at all times? Activating lens-following costs 100 gold jades per minute and grants you 1 intermediate voice transmitter per minute. 1 minute for 10 yuan. Highway robbery. Chen Anyang checked his daily, weekly, and monthly rewards, as well as the remaining balance from his previous top-up. He had 188 gold jades in his inventory. At this rate, he could only afford a watch for a minute. Better to spend the money in the store. But alas, with a mere 100 or so gold jades, he couldn't even afford a pittance. This game is strictly for the affluent. Chen Anyang sighed. Su Muyu has slain an ice-field wolf and acquired its pelt. Su Muyu has harvested an ice spirit grass in the frigid ice field. Su Muyu encountered 3 first-rank martial artists, vanquishing them with ease and obtaining 49 gold jades. 4 unidentified elixirs, 1 substandard alchemy furnace, 1 inferior short bow, and 3 sets of tattered clothing. Su Muyu has advanced to the 2nd rank. The 9-life spirit cat has reached the 1st level of body tempering. Without the activation of the camera follow function, Chen Anyang could only see a series of system prompts. However, knowing that Su Muyu was currently safe provided him with some solace. Su Muyu dilapidated, within which resided 4 third-tier body refining realm spirit snakes. 4 third-tier body refining realm spirit snakes. How alarming. Activate the camera follow. Chen Anyang's only desire was to notify Su Muyu to retreat immediately. To him, Su Muyu's strength was of little consequence. What mattered most was her survival. Chapter 9. Has it not begun? It has already concluded. In the dimly lit cave, the walls were composed of rough stone, with intermittent crackling sounds echoing. The scene on the phone screen slowly advanced, and Chen Anyang felt a sense of urgency. They should not have engaged in battle yet. Within the game, no sounds of combat had been transmitted. Only a few seconds had passed, and the communicator had yet to deliver any news. The scene continued to unfold, drawing closer to the cave's bottom, where a sudden openness revealed a central campfire flickering to life, a source of the earlier sounds. Su Muyu held the fire departure sword, its tip embedded with a substantial piece of fresh meat. Meow. Beside her, the tabby cat could no longer contain its impatience and began tearing into another chunk of raw meat. What was happening? Chen Anyang furrowed his brow and scrutinized the scene. On the ground lay 2 relatively intact corpses of spirit snakes, one of which had a head with 2 slightly protruding points, resembling emerging horns. It had already concluded? Chen Anyang could hardly believe that Su Muyu had dispatched all 4 third-tier body refining realm spirit snakes. Despite the seemingly negligible disparity in cultivation, Human martial artists are inherently inferior to savage beasts of equivalent standing, let alone 4 formidable spirit serpents. Has this young lady truly become so formidable? A worthwhile investment, indeed. Chen Anyang breathed a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but feel that the continued surveillance was somewhat unwarranted. The flesh of the spirit serpent is truly exceptional, as I can sense a palpable surge in the spiritual energy within my being. I wonder, however, if my esteemed senior will find it to their liking. Given their profound strength, they likely hold little interest in the serpent's gall. Alas, my current power is far too meager. If only I could become stronger. I wonder what my senior is engaged in at this very moment, having devoured the serpent's flesh. Muyu murmured a few words before meticulously packing away the remaining carcass. Chen Anyang, watching from his phone screen, shook his head and sighed. The narrative of this game is truly captivating, capable of inspiring unwavering devotion in its players to spend their money. She then proceeded to the subterranean chamber, where she retrieved all of her belongings. The wolf pelt, suitable for crafting a wolfskin skirt. This spiritual herb. Its properties are currently unknown, but I shall plant it for the time being. Muyu disregarded the 3 tattered garments, and the effects of the several pills remained a mystery. However, she was utterly enamored with the substandard alchemy furnace. Ah yes, esteemed senior, are you present? During my recent expedition, I vanquished 4 spirit serpents, and here are 4 of their galls. I wonder if you have any need of them, and there are also these items. If any of them should please you, please feel free to take them. You saved Muyu's life, and everything Muyu possesses is yours to command. With utmost sincerity, Muyu spoke, though her words sounded somewhat peculiar to Chen Anyang. The tattered items surrounding Muyu materialized as options. What use did he have for such trifles? Chen Anyang selected one at random. So, this functionality existed? After selling the 3 worn garments, Chen Anyang acquired 13 gold coins. Inferior short bow sold. Inferior alchemy furnace sold. Wolf pelt sold. After a series of transactions, Chen Anyang amassed a total of 105 gold coins. The in-game battle pass could be offset using gold coins. As Chen Anyang pondered, he selected gold coins. His current total was 193. Adjacent to the gold coins was a plus sign, which, when selected, displayed options for recharge and withdrawal. This game allowed withdrawals? Chen Anyang was mildly surprised. He attempted to withdraw 10 gold coins, and instantly, 0.97 yuan appeared in his bank account. After a 3-transaction fee. During his freshman year, Chen Anyang had played games with Zhang Yufeng, even grinding for in-game currency, which he sold to other players, converting it to real money on third-party platforms. This was the first time Chen Anyang had encountered a game with built-in withdrawal functionality. 2 years prior, during the peak of those games, Chen Anyang earned 600 to 700 yuan a day. Later, the influx of gaming studios disrupted the gold price ratio, drastically reducing his income, leaving him struggling to earn even 10 yuan a day. Chen Anyang gazed at his phone, instantly sensing a lucrative opportunity. He resolved to continue his efforts to earn money. However, such games that allow for profit require an initial investment to develop an account, enabling a subsequent flow of wealth. With the game still in its beta testing phase and a limited number of players, devoid of an influx of numerous studios, he could potentially reap substantial rewards. Stroking his chin, Chen Anyang contemplated the strategies for enhancing this account. Meanwhile, on the screen of his phone, Muyu surveyed her desolate surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. She had never anticipated that her predecessor would be so unselective, even taking away those 3 tattered garments. Although there were a few items she held in high regard, such as the alchemy furnace and the short bow, nothing could possibly compare to the significance of her predecessor. She would willingly part with any possession if it would please her mentor. Determined to grow stronger swiftly, she aimed to venture further and collect more treasures. With her resolve solidified, Muyu re-entered her cultivation state. As for Chen Anyang, after much deliberation, he chose to purchase the battle pass, opting for the premium version at a cost of 388 yuan. Premium battle pass purchased successfully, cumulative recharge exceeding 500 yuan, rewarded with body refinement fruit 2, alchemy material pack, martial artist cultivation pack, building materials pack, achieved level 1 of the Premium Battle Pass, rewarded with Martial Arts Robe Set, Intermediate, Beast Alchemy Cauldron, Beginner. Nutrient Solution 3, No Grade. Purchasing the Premium Battle Pass grants 3 items with each level up. Inspecting the Battle Pass objectives once more. Chen Anyang observed that they were categorized into daily and monthly tasks. The daily tasks were straightforward, requiring specified durations of cultivation, 1 hour and 3 hours respectively, and an hour of outdoor training. The monthly tasks for the inaugural month mandated that Muyu attain the 5th rank of martial artist within 30 days, slay 3 5th-order body-refining fierce beasts, and advance 2 cultivation methods to the 2nd level. The 3 daily tasks each yielded 400 experience points. The 10 cumulative monthly tasks each awarded 10,000 experience points. Advancing the Battle Pass from level 1 to level 2 necessitated 1,000 experience points, with subsequent level advancements demanding an increasing amount of experience. In addition to completing tasks, experience could be acquired directly through in-app purchases, with an exchange rate of 1 experience point per monetary unit, implying that a 1,000-unit purchase would instantly elevate the Battle Pass to level 2. Although Chen Anyang was prepared to invest funds, he saw no reason to squander money in this manner. After purchasing the Battle Pass and utilizing all the items, Chen Anyang devoted some time to reading, as an examination was scheduled for the following day, the results of which would contribute to his academic score. Furthermore, the broadcasting department had submitted materials pertaining to an event for which Chen Anyang was tasked with drafting copy. After a cultivation session lasting an hour, Muyu slowly opened her eyes and beheld the neatly arranged items before her. Her fair and comely face was filled with disbelief. "Senior, are all of these for me?" Muyu's bright eyes glistened, and tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the ground. I am unworthy of such great kindness from my esteemed predecessor." Chapter 10. That comes at another price. In the subterranean space, Muyu gazed at the treasures that materialized beside her, feeling somewhat at a loss. Anxiety clenched her heart, rendering her hesitant to reach out. Observing the expression on Muyu's face, Chen Anyang, who had just opened a book, could not help but smile knowingly. Moments ago, the camera had accompanied the gifting of a sound transmission talisman, which would vanish after 24 hours if unused, rendering it a waste. Consequently, Chen Anyang promptly chose to activate it. Bestowed by this seat, take it freely, but you must reach the 5th rank of martial artist within half a month. Upon completing the input, he clicked Sound Transmission. Option 1. Adorable young boy's voice. Option 2. Mature gentleman's voice. Option 3. Elderly sage's voice. Goodness, each voice is distinct. This game is indeed quite extravagant. Chen Anyang selected the 3rd option. As Muyu cautiously scrutinized the pile of items, a voice, aged and powerful, suddenly resonated. Predecessor? Although the previous voice had been somewhat peculiar, it was firmly etched in Muyu's memory. She did not anticipate another alteration in the voice this time. However, receiving a definitive answer alleviated her worries considerably. Within half a month, to reach the 5th rank of martial artist? Upon hearing the predecessor's demand, Muyu's delicate form trembled slightly. She had only just attained the 2nd rank of martial artist. A vast chasm of distance lay between her and the 5th rank, making it nearly impossible to achieve within such a brief time frame. Nevertheless, as her superior had issued the command, she would spare no effort to fulfill it. The task stipulated in the battle order was to attain the 5th rank of martial artist within a month. To ensure success, Chen Anyang advanced the deadline by half a month, allowing ample time to eliminate the designated monster after reaching the 5th rank. Muyu stepped forward and bent down to retrieve the martial arts robe from the ground. Chen Anyang tapped the screen, noting that the robe did not enhance any offensive, defensive, or stat attributes. However, it would enable the wearer to calm their mind, enter a meditative state more swiftly, and increase the likelihood of a moment of inspiration. She's changing right here? No wonder this is an adults-only game. Her figure is simply, why is it censored? System notification. High-definition visuals are available at an additional cost. Would you like to purchase them? Purchase? Nonsense. The beauty of the veiled is the most exquisite. It's best to preserve some room for imagination. Besides, as a virtuous gentleman, how could one engage in such voyeuristic impropriety? Chen Anyang mused with righteous indignation. Primarily because the price displayed for high-definition visuals was 998 yuan. That sum would cover more than half of his living expenses for a month. Even if invested in the game, it would be more cost-effective to enhance Su Muyu's strength. Su Muyu donned the martial arts robe, which fit her perfectly. However, as soon as she had changed, a blush spread across her face, an indescribable allure that caused Chen Anyang's blood to surge and his veins to throb. She suddenly realized that she might be under the observation of her superior, and that just now. How could I think of my superior in such a way? He could never be such a mundane person. Su Muyu shook her head, casting aside all distractions. Transforming from second-tier warrior to a fifth tier within a fortnight was nearly an impossible feat. She had to seize every moment to cultivate diligently. Calming her mind, Su Muyu sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands forming a seal. Soon, spiritual energy began to swirl around her as she entered a state of cultivation. Although this game demanded substantial investment, it was not overly laborious. It served as a delightful idle game that could even yield some profit. Once she earned 1,000 yuan, she would purchase the high-definition version. Chen Anyang set his phone aside and began preparing the script for the upcoming event. Crafting such copy was second nature to him. Within 2 hours, he had completed the first draft, ready for submission and subsequent revisions, typically requiring only 2 or 3 rounds before finalization. He stretched with a sigh, glancing at the screen to see Su Muyu still engrossed in her cultivation, her enchanting figure reminiscent of a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. It seemed he had yet to utilize the 500 yuan gift package. Chen Anyang opened the system inventory and unwrapped several gift packages. House building materials package activated. Would you like to renovate your house? The package contained dozens of items, the information flashing by too swiftly for Chen Anyang to absorb. Fortunately, a one-click transformation option was available. Upon clicking it, all items were immediately applied. On the icy expanse, where the biting wind howled, a precarious little house shimmered with golden light, flickering vibrantly. Swish, swish, swish. Having undergone a transformation, the structure, from rooftop to perimeter wall, and even the fenestration, was now composed of specialized materials. Even a full-force assault of first-grade martial arts expert would inflict no damage, obviating any concern regarding Feng Yuyu. The 7th-grade martial artist. The spiritual energy shield had become entirely superfluous. The package, procured at a cost of 500, was indeed extraordinary. Chen Anyang nodded in satisfaction, subsequently availing himself of the alchemy and martial arts cultivation packages. The alchemy package, comparatively, was of lesser quality, comprising primarily rudimentary materials intended for practice. Conversely, the martial arts cultivation package promised a qualitative leap in one's current training regimen, bestowing a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed for a duration of 2 hours. A flash of inspiration would augment one's comprehension of techniques, also for 2 hours. Additionally, there was the vermilion bird blood essence, an adjuvant to the cultivation of the vermilion bird sky-scorching sword, poised to substantially accelerate progress. The netherworld vermilion bird fire, capable of refining the bodies of martial artists below the 5th grade, was also included. Lastly, 100 portions of spirit replenishing fluid were provided, capable of mending injuries and replenishing the stamina expended during martial combat. Having utilized all the items, Chen Anyang logged off the game and, armed with the prepared script, proceeded to the broadcasting department. Meanwhile, in the subterranean space, Su Muyu was suddenly seized by what felt like a state of lucidity, her cultivation speed accelerating at an astonishing rate. Disengaging from her practice and opening her eyes, she discovered yet another array of natural treasures before her. This, senior. Su Muyu was at a loss for words, feeling that this senior was even more benevolent than her own parents. What is this? To her right, a flickering flame, self-igniting, slowly burned. With an ethereal grace, Su Muyu extended her delicate, jade-like finger, igniting a flame that traced its way into her very being. Instantly, an incandescent blaze engulfed her entirety, each vein, each nerve, searing under the intense heat. Inferno body, refinement? The realization dawned upon Su Muyu with a start. With unwavering resolve, she endured the excruciating pain, assuming a meditative posture once more, the incantation of the ninefold Inferno refinement decree resonating in her mind. Yet, a mere 30 seconds elapsed before Su Muyu violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson fluid splattered onto the ground, the scorching temperature instantly melting a small cavity into the earth. Though her exterior remained unscathed, her internal network of veins was riddled with countless perforations. Instinctively, she seized several bottles of spirit replenishment elixir, gulping them down before resuming her cultivation. Concurrently, in the distant dawnbreak shelter, scores of kilometers away, Feng Yuyu's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. The 3 first-order martial artists she had dispatched had been effortlessly vanquished. Feng Yuyu understood that Su Muyu had not yet attained the martial realm, implying the involvement of the enigmatic figure. It appears I must devise an alternative strategy. Chapter 11. Chen Anyang's decision defying ancestral precepts in the afternoon. As Chen Anyang made his way to the broadcasting department, Minister Sun Xiaoxiao was present in her office. From what Chen Anyang had gathered, the upcoming event held significant importance, ostensibly due to the prominence of the sponsoring entity. However, regardless of their identity, it held little relevance to Chen Anyang, who was merely a copywriter. Minister Sun, good afternoon. Have you completed the copywriting? Yes, I've just finished the initial draft. I'll have Sister Zhang review it. Chen Anyang nodded affirmatively. Very well. His demeanor was earnest as he placed the manuscript on the desk of team leader Li from the broadcasting group, preparing to depart. Do you have plans for this evening? Sun Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired. Evening? Chen Anyang's senses heightened. He had always heeded his father's advice to ensure his safety as a young man in the outside world. I have no plans. I'm accompanying a sponsor tonight, and Xiao Zhang has a rehearsal, so I don't have time. Would you accompany me? Sun Xiaoxiao casually suggested. By the way, you could drive, right? She added. Does an electric bike count? Chen Anyang replied, somewhat awkwardly. Though he had begun learning to drive after his college entrance examination, his family's circumstances had limited his opportunities for practical experience. He had only ridden his father's electric motorcycle. I recall you having a driver's license, Sun Xiaoxiao remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. Chen Anyang's vigilance intensified. He had not anticipated that Sun Xiaoxiao would pay such close attention to him. Could she truly have ulterior motives? He promptly dismissed this arrogant thought, recognizing the vast disparity between their backgrounds. Her family, connections, and beauty were leagues beyond his own. As for him, he had a mediocre education, a lack of eloquence, and an unremarkable appearance, barely qualifying as a pretty boy. Hey, what are you thinking about? Sun Xiaoxiao interrupted Chen Anyang's reverie. Nothing at all. Please message me before we head out tonight. Brother Chen, that girl is someone I recommended to you. Upon entering the dormitory, Chen Anyang overheard Ma Chanlin talking in his sleep. What a good brother, even dreaming about me. Chen Anyang felt a surge of warmth. Despite his round face and large ears, the tactile sensation was pleasant. Among the remaining 99, all emaciated, I reluctantly decided to carry him away. Damn, that wretched creature. Chen Anyang felt an overwhelming urge to confront him fiercely, yet considering their bond as classmates, he chose to let it go. Upon returning to his desk, he glanced at the vermilion flowing bead on his left hand, feeling a warm sensation enveloping his entire left arm, while the jade pendant resting against his chest emitted a series of cool breezes. In merely 2 days, peculiar occurrences had followed in quick succession, and his own body seemed to be undergoing transformations. Should he participate in a sports event now, securing a gold medal would be a trivial endeavor. However, he harbored a greater concern of being treated as a mere guinea pig for experimentation. Turning his gaze to the adjacent bunk, now empty, he reflected that although Zhao Wenda was unlikely to be in the dormitory at this hour, the knowledge of his imminent absence still left Chen Anyang feeling somewhat anxious. Casually, he opened his computer and searched for the game Ice Age, The Descent of Frost. Having played it for some time, he truly believed in its high quality and anticipated popularity, yet shockingly, he found no relevant entries. Chen Anyang promptly uploaded the content and materials he had previously prepared onto his account. The content you posted violates platform regulations and has been removed. Abnormal activity detected on your account. It has been permanently banned. What the hell? Is it really necessary? Just for a single video, they ban my account? Chen Anyang stared at the notification on his phone, and although he had barely 10 followers, the unjust nature of the ban felt particularly galling. It's no wonder it snowed in May. It's because too many have been wronged. To alleviate the distress in his heart, Chen Anyang chose to immerse himself in a game. What can dispel sorrow? Only gaming. Little raindrop? What? What has happened? Chen Anyang glanced at his phone screen, feeling as if the sky had fallen. He had painstakingly, and at great expense, enhanced Su Muyu's strength. Yet in the mere 2 or 3 hours he hadn't been watching, Su Muyu lay in the room, her breath faint, the ground covered in dried bloodstains. What on earth had transpired? Although Chen Anyang had only been playing for 2 days, he had inexplicably developed an indescribable affection for this game character. Chen Anyang hastily reviewed the logs. Su Muyu used 9 nether vermilion bird fire to temper her bones, resulting in damaged meridians. Perfect body tempering hidden effect activated. Su Muyu's body begins to recover slowly. Su Muyu used spirit replenishing fluid 5. Spiritual essence nourishes and restores her injuries. Su Muyu uses 9 nether vermilion bird fire. Dozens of repetitive messages caused Chen Anyang a pang of heartache. Even though he knew this was merely a string of data, he couldn't suppress his empathy. A century after the advent of the Ice Age, humanity continues to explore relentlessly. Initially, they were terrified of this radiation, but later they transformed it into spiritual energy to strengthen the body. The delineation of martial artists is also relatively broad. Martial artist strength is divided into 9 ranks. Among them, completing an initial bone tempering, allowing the body to truly absorb spiritual energy, officially makes one a martial artist. Completing the tempering of the upper limb bones, a total of 64. Marks one as a first-rank martial artist. Having completed the tempering of the 62 bones of the lower limbs, she ascended to the rank of a second-grade martial artist. The culmination of the 51 bones of the torso signifies the attainment of a third-grade martial artist. According to the Martial Arts Alliance, the criteria for determining the appropriate grade involve assessing the average force exerted over 5 consecutive punches and the average velocity maintained during 3 instances of a 1-kilometer run. During an excursion, Su Muyu vanquished 3 first-grade martial artists, and after experiencing muscular relief, she rested, naturally concluding the tempering of the final bone in her lower limbs, thereby directly achieving second-grade prowess. As for the tempering of the torso bones, it represents the most crucial and perilous step. Among the 9 grades of martial artists, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th grades embody significant thresholds. That is, the attainment of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th grades necessitates a life-or-death struggle, fraught with immense peril. Although Su Muyu's physical tempering was flawless, her cultivation period was excessively brief, and her body was not yet acclimated. Forcing a breakthrough would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Cough, cough, cough. The unconscious Su Muyu abruptly awoke, struggling to rise. Her trembling, delicate hand reached once more for the 9 nether vermilion bird fire. Desist from further practice. Chen Anyang felt an immediate impulse to employ the communicator, yet he also sensed a peculiar unease. This was, after all, merely a game. Limited time bundle for 68 yuan. Special Anesthetic Agent 1 significantly alleviates the pain experienced by martial artists during bone tempering. Triple Cultivation Acceleration Card 3 accelerates cultivation time. Stackable for cumulative effect. 9 nether vermilion bird totem. Remains for 2 hours, substantially enhances the comprehension speed of martial artists practicing related techniques. A predatory game, as I suspected. Displaying such scenes solely to compel expenditure. Recharging has ensnared me. Chen Anyang gazed at the screen, witnessing the anguished Su Muyu, as he struggled to endure the searing flames of desire. The 100 bottles of restorative elixir dwindled perilously low, and the forthcoming sensations would be further magnified. What manner of game could entice players to willingly part with their money? A game that deftly manipulates the very essence of human nature. Chen Anyang consoled himself and clicked to recharge. A few items were immediately at his disposal, considering the previously accumulated cultivation acceleration cards. Su Muyu's current rate of advancement had soared to over tenfold, coupled with various spirit fruits and enhancements to her own state. The spiritual energy circulating around her was nearly liquefied. The 9-nether vermilion bird fire continuously tempered Su Muyu's physique, yet she felt no discomfort. Rather, a sense of exhilarating satisfaction enveloped her. The sweat from earlier had yet to dry. Her glistening visage, harmonized with her blissful expression, rendered Chen Anyang momentarily unable to restrain himself before the mobile screen. Very well, is this how we shall play? Testing the resolve of an innocent university student with such imagery? Chen Anyang inhaled deeply, poised to take action when suddenly a message chimed on his phone. The schedule had been moved up, departure at 4. This was a message from Sun Xiaoxiao, the head of the broadcasting department. Chen Anyang glanced at the time, already 3:30, and he was unprepared. No matter, I shall utilize whatever I can. He scanned the nearby desk of Zhang Yufeng. Zhang, I shall borrow these items for now. Chen Anyang selected a few pieces, snapped a photo, and sent it to Zhang Yufeng. Do not mind it. Chapter 12. Where does it go? Before departing from the dormitory, Chen examined his mobile phone, noting that Su remained immersed in her cultivation. He grabbed a power bank and hastily exited. Downstairs at the academic center of Bindi University, Sun had been waiting for 10 minutes, a rare occurrence for her. Usually attired in professional business attire, she had dedicated 2 hours to selecting an ensemble. Her current style emphasized a minimalist yet fashionable collegiate aesthetic, featuring a fresh and simple color palette that exuded youthful vigor. She sported a loose-fitting white cotton blouse with a refined small collar, revealing a delicate portion of her slender neck, her skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. The sleeves were casually rolled up, exposing her fair arms. Over the blouse, she wore a light gray knitted cardigan, adorned with subtle patterns along the edges, adding a touch of sophistication. Her lower half was clad in a navy blue pleated skirt, its length elegantly reaching just above the knees. The pleats were impeccably aligned, swaying gently as she moved. She completed her look with a pair of pristine white low-top canvas shoes and a brown leather backpack. The backpack's design was timeless, featuring a fine texture and unadorned straps, which only enhanced its quality. Small pearl earrings graced her ears, perfectly complementing her overall demeanor. Her hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, with occasional strands lifted by the gentle breeze, adding to her vivacious charm. Chunin, originally adorned with a sweet smile, Sun Xiaoxiao watched Chen Anyang approach. Unexpectedly, he disregarded her completely, walking straight past. Sunday. Minister Sun? Chen Anyang was genuinely taken aback, startled both by Sun Xiaoxiao's sudden address and by her attire. The formidable business queen and aloof campus belle of Bindi University had transformed into a naive college ingenue, a metamorphosis difficult for anyone to immediately comprehend. This world is becoming increasingly absurd, Chen Anyang murmured to himself. Pardon? Sun Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed slightly. Nothing, Minister Sun. You're truly beautiful, generous, mature, and composed. Chen Anyang hastily delivered the pre-prepared flattery, though it felt somewhat inappropriate. Sun Xiaoxiao shook her head. Once we're off campus, dispense with the Minister Sun formality. Understood, Sister Sun. You're a senior, and I'm a sophomore. Is Sister Sun really appropriate? Then, calling a younger Sister Sun seems even less fitting, wouldn't you agree? Just call me Xiao Xiao when we're out. This, your subordinate wouldn't dare? Stop with the jesting. Do you still desire your bonus? Sun Xiaoxiao threatened. Chen Anyang lowered his head, already sensing the treachery of society and the world's malice before even graduating. In reality, he was being threatened by a superior, and in the virtual world, he was being manipulated by a game. He yearned to exclaim, I do, I do, I do. Xiao Xiao, omit the sister suffix. I am not your elder, Sun Xiaoxiao declared, tossing her car keys to Chen Anyang. Having recently obtained my driver's license, my experience behind the wheel is rather limited, Chen Anyang confessed tentatively, wary of inciting his superior's displeasure and jeopardizing his bonus, especially given the considerable expenses of maintaining his mobile game account. Didn't you claim to be able to operate electric vehicles? I specifically arranged for an electric car. Sun Xiaoxiao's electric car referred to a newly released electric sedan with a price tag exceeding 2 million, whereas Chen Anyang's electric vehicle was an electric scooter. Lack of experience can be remedied with practice. Repeated exposure will alleviate any apprehension. Besides, I'm present in the vehicle. What is there to fear? Furthermore, this car boasts intelligent driving capabilities. Even a canine could manage to operate it. Sun Xiaoxiao's authoritative demeanor momentarily resurfaced. Despite feeling slightly affronted, Chen Anyang refrained from voicing any objections, mindful of his bonus. He deposited his bag in the trunk and settled into the driver's seat. Observing this, Sun Xiaoxiao's lips curved into a subtle smile, surprised that this seemingly unromantic man had displayed a moment of thoughtfulness by presenting a gift. Heavens! Could it be that I'm developing feelings for this simpleton? Sun Xiaoxiao's smile faltered slightly. Had it not been for her mother's persistent urging, she would never have considered initiating contact with Chen Anyang. This was not due to any disdain for Chen Anyang's appearance or capabilities, but rather because Sun Xiaoxiao, having witnessed much in life, held a detached perspective on matters of the heart and harbored little inclination in that regard. As the daughter of my mother, her old classmate, it was evident that Chen Anyang did not possess the demeanor of someone hailing from a prestigious family. Sun Xiaoxiao felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why her mother was so insistent on her interacting with Chen Anyang. However, having been accustomed to the sons of noble families, the sudden introduction of such an eccentric individual was indeed a refreshing experience. As she pondered, Chen Anyang had already entered the car and was searching for the keyhole. Where does it go? It's a push to start. That's the sunroof. Half a minute later, the vehicle gradually roared to life. Just as they exited the school gates, Sun Xiaoxiao found herself speechless once more. That was the windshield wiper. The turn signal was on the other side. I simply felt there was a bit too much dust on the glass. I washed the car just this morning. Never mind, I shall drive myself. Sun Xiaoxiao was a person who valued her life. After all, she was not yet well acquainted with Chen Anyang and did not dare to entrust her safety to him so lightly. All right then. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Sun. Chen Anyang immediately pulled over to the side of the road, exited the vehicle, and swiftly took a seat in the back, leaving Sun Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. Without overtime pay, nor any reimbursement for a designated driver, and still having to endure your criticisms, if it weren't for the allure of the bonus, I would never have agreed to this. Chen Anyang mused, leaning back against the comfortable seat as he took out his phone and began to amuse himself. Sun Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the rearview mirror, her hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. Remain calm, remain calm. After more than 20 minutes offline, Muyu had already advanced to the 3rd rank of warrior and was currently engrossed in her cultivation, solidifying her realm. The subsequent transitions to the 4th and 5th ranks posed relatively little danger or bottlenecks. Rather, they demanded a greater investment of time, requiring gradual accumulation. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the temperature on the ice field plummeted once more, yet this had no effect on Muyu. In this remote location, the spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, and the environment was harsh, making survival for warriors quite challenging. She could hardly fathom who might be assisting Muyu. Could it be another practitioner like herself? Unlikely. If that were the case, they would have acted long ago. Feng Yuyo shook her head, reluctant to relinquish her pursuit of Muyu. After all, individuals with such unique constitutions were exceedingly rare. Missing out on Muyu would mean an indefinite wait for another opportunity. Currently, humanity's survival hung by a thread, besieged not only by the harsh environment, but also by the relentless onslaught of fierce beasts. To preserve their lives, one must swiftly enhance their strength. What a miscalculation. Had she known, she should have acted decisively and eliminated her back then. With a sigh, Feng Yuyo finally retrieved a small wooden box from her satchel. Since matters had escalated to this point, she had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Chapter 13. Providing emotional value comes at a different price. Muyu's accelerated cultivation would take several more hours. Chen Anyang merely came to take a glance. Although this game is relatively demanding in terms of expenditure, it is fortunate that it does not require excessive grinding, which is the aspect that Chen Anyang finds most satisfactory. Furthermore, he believes that the AI capabilities within the game are remarkably advanced. The characters exhibit human-like qualities in their language, actions, responses, and even emotions. The vast amounts of data necessary to achieve such realism are indeed staggering, and spending 1,000 or 1,800 yuan to experience such a game seems reasonable. As Chen Anyang indulges in his thoughts, the electric vehicle gradually glides into the underground parking lot. "Young master, we have arrived. Please alight," Sun Xiaoxiao said emphatically. "Certainly." Chen Anyang exited the vehicle and walked to the driver's side to open the door for Sun Xiaoxiao. "Minister Sun, thank you for your hard work. I've told you not to address me that way outside of school." "Yes." Chen Anyang nodded vigorously and proceeded to the trunk to retrieve a bag. Soon, the two took the elevator down to the basement level, where Chen Anyang realized that they had arrived at a shopping mall. "Sister Chen, sorry to keep you waiting," Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, stepping out of the elevator with a sincere smile. "I just arrived as well. This is..." The affluent lady glanced at Chen Anyang. "It has been quite some time since we last shopped together. So many new styles have been released this year. Let us make the most of this outing." As Sun Xiaoxiao conversed with the affluent lady, Chen Anyang found himself disinterested, even contemplating a swift exit. What was promised as a networking opportunity to accompany sponsors had devolved into a shopping expedition with the older sister, a clear exploitation of his naivety as a sheltered university student. Merely contemplating his bonus, Chen Anyang quietly trailed behind the two women. The young man was of average appearance, yet he seemed honest, possessing a discerning eye. "Sister Chen jests. We are merely ordinary classmates." The pair perused for over an hour before entering a high-end boutique, where they began changing attire. Idly, Chen Anyang retrieved his phone once more and accessed the game. Within the game, Su Muyu was still in cultivation. Her third-grade martial artist realm had stabilized, and she was now practicing her technique, with various state enhancements. The ninefold fire refining technique had reached the minor accomplishment stage of the first level. Initiation and minor accomplishment were relatively simple, but further advancement could not rely solely on cultivation. It also required comprehension and practical experience. At times, actual combat was more likely to spark a flash of inspiration. Breaking through the shackles. Su Muyu's technique has reached a bottleneck. Option 1. Venture out for training. Given Su Muyu's current state, there is a 70% probability of breaking through the technique, achieving great accomplishment. Option 2. Suspend technique cultivation and continue to advance to the 4th grade of martial artist, without technique enhancement, estimated to take 20 days. Technique and martial artist cultivation complement each other. Enhancing the technique can accelerate the martial artist cultivation speed. After some deliberation, Chen Anyang concluded that the most cost-effective option was to venture out for training. If even a 70% success rate could not achieve a breakthrough, then considering the issue of recharging would not be too late. He selected the first option. Just as Su Muyu emerged from her cultivation, an aged voice echoed in her ears. "Practical combat is the most efficacious method for transcending limitations." "Senior?" she inquired. "Are you suggesting that I venture out and seek formidable beasts for actual combat?" With her strength as a 3rd-grade martial artist, fortified by her cultivation techniques and the leaf fire sword, she could effortlessly withstand the biting cold. Moreover, her previous expedition, which involved a skirmish with 3 first-grade martial artists, had propelled her directly to the 2nd grade. The insights gleaned from battle were fundamentally different from the secluded cultivation she had been undertaking. Both were necessary. "I am grateful for your guidance, Senior. Is this the same room as before? How drastically it has changed." Su Muyu surveyed her surroundings. The dilapidated shack that had once seemed on the verge of collapse had been transformed into a neat and cozy abode. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming that she was not dreaming. "I must hasten my progress in both cultivation technique and martial prowess. I cannot afford to disappoint the Senior." Although only 2 realms separated her from the 5th-grade martial artist status that Chen Anyang had set, the time and energy required for martial arts cultivation increased exponentially in the later stages. Attaining the 5th grade within half a month was an almost impossible feat for most. Su Muyu gripped the leaf fire sword tightly, resolutely pushing open a door. The howling wind buffeted her slender frame, yet she strode forward without hesitation. On the phone screen, only Su Muyu's receding figure was visible. Chen Anyang could manipulate the camera to scrutinize every corner of the room, but once she left, He could only observe a distance of approximately 2 to 300 meters. The map, when accessed, centered on the house, displaying a radius of only 20 to 30 kilometers, with the remaining areas obscured by a white mist. This mist would gradually dissipate as Su Muyu's range expanded. Upon Su Muyu's slaying of a first-order body-tempering realm icefield wolf, 1 wolf pelt is acquired, and the success rate of breakthrough in cultivation techniques is augmented by 0.03. Upon Su Muyu's slaying of a second-order body-tempering realm snow fox, 1 snow fox pelt is acquired, and the success rate of breakthrough in cultivation techniques is augmented by 0.06. Since Su Muyu's advancement to martial warrior, numerous progress bar notifications have emerged, each requiring the expenditure of gold and jade to be revealed. For Chen Anyang, such expenditure was deemed unnecessary, as the progress remained constant regardless of observation. The essence of a nurturing game lay in the journey. An excessive focus on the outcome would result in being consumed by the game itself. How does this garment appear? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired, having changed into a different attire and standing before Chen Anyang. Splendid. And this one? Acceptable. What about this one? Also satisfactory. Chapter 14. I apologize, Muyu. I fear I may disappoint you. In the evening, shortly after 7, Sun Xiaoxiao discovered a restaurant on the 4th floor of the shopping mall, while Chen Anyang followed closely behind the 2 women, carrying several large bags. The weight of these bags, filled with clothing and cosmetics, was indeed considerable. For an average university student, carrying them for just a few minutes would likely lead to exhaustion. Yet, Chen Anyang found it remarkably effortless. Even several times the weight would pose no challenge to him. This young man possesses impressive physical strength. The affluent woman remarked quietly to Sun Xiaoxiao. Sister Chen, you yist. Once seated, Sun Xiaoxiao began to order dishes while the affluent woman excused herself to the restroom. Chen Anyang, do you seem to have some reservations? Not all. Chen Anyang boldly settled into his chair. You two are from Binhai. Surely you have heard of Chen Yen? Chen Yen? That name rings a bell. Chen Anyang furrowed his brow. She is the most renowned female entrepreneur in Binhai, an alumnus of Binhai University, who served as CEO of a Fortune 500 company for several years before embarking on her own venture. She is currently a leading figure in the domestic IT and internet sector. Moreover, she is one of the primary sponsors of our Binhai University event, providing support in terms of equipment, technology, and various financial resources. Sun Xiaoxiao elucidated. No wonder she seems familiar. Chen Anyang nodded in understanding. Do try to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Do not let your discontent be written upon your face. Maintain a pleasant demeanor? Minister Chen, I can endure the toil of a beast of burden, but I cannot stoop to the role of a gigolo. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyang immediately straightened up. Although he had once fantasized about being kept by a wealthy woman, he had recently seen some young men who were kept by wealthy women, and their endings were basically very miserable. It can only be said that rich people play very extravagantly, and his small body may not be able to bear it. What are you chatting about? So lively? Sister Chen, please sit down. Chen Anyang stood up immediately, pulled out the chair, and behaved completely differently from just now. Young man, you've worked hard today. What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties at school? Being able to dine with Sister Chen will definitely be envied by others. You don't know how many people in the school admire you. Chen Anyang flattered, making Chen Yen smile happily, although she usually heard a lot of flattering words. Chen Anyang was the first to be so sincere. Sun Xiao and Chen Yen were both very curious about what Chen Anyang had been holding, and they all cast their eyes on it. Chen Anyang's expression tightened, and he hurried to help, but it was too late. Rolling. First, a bottle of pepper spray, followed by a black electric baton, and a wrench was faintly visible. After all, Sun Xiao didn't make it clear who she was accompanying, so for safety's sake, Chen Anyang brought a little bit of self-defense items. No way, Xiao Xiao is too insecure. I'm just trying to reassure her, Chen Anyang explained. After hearing this, Sun Xiao was slightly stunned, then nodded, turned her face away, and finally covered her face with her hands. I must be possessed to have brought him here. The atmosphere during dinner was somewhat awkward. Throughout his 3 years at university, Chen Anyang had rarely indulged in lavish meals, especially recently, when his appetite had grown particularly voracious. The trio ordered 9 dishes and a soup. Yet the two women hardly touched their chopsticks, leaving the majority of the food to be consumed by Chen Anyang. While dining, the mood was pleasant. But upon returning to campus, it shifted dramatically, revealing a more mercenary side. Was it merely due to the 200 yuan service fee he had requested? Chen Anyang opened his phone to reveal the 200 yuan red envelope sent by Sun Xiao. There was no choice. The game was excessively demanding financially, compelling him to seek additional income. In the dormitory, Ma Chenglin was rarely sober, yet he found himself seated, scrolling through his phone. Something felt amiss. Zhang Yufeng, seated nearby, wore a frown. What's wrong? What feels off? Chen Anyang glanced over. The scent is unusual, such a high-end perfume, and two women at that. Both appear quite affluent. Zhang Yufeng remarked as he sniffed the air around Chen Anyang. One woman was in her 40s, standing between 5'7" and 5'9", weighing over 80 kilograms, nearing 90, a pleasantly plump figure clad in a long black dress. The other, a university student in her 20s, likely from Bin University and a student council member, seemed out of place in her fresh and youthful attire. Wait, do you have some kind of canine olfactory ability? Chen Anyang exclaimed, taken aback by Zhang Yufeng's extraordinary skill. Listen to my advice, my friend. The younger girl is fine, but steer clear of the one in her 40s. You won't be able to handle it. Did you manage to get her contact information? What are you intending to do? If I don't descend into hell, who will? Naturally, I shall shield my godfather from this tribulation of the mortal realm. Zhang Yufeng declared with righteous fervor. Godfather, I'm serious. Those of advanced years are beyond your capacity to manage. Entrust them to me. I possess the requisite experience. Zhang Yufeng persisted, undeterred. Chen Anyang ceased to acknowledge him, divesting himself of his coat, abluting his face, and promptly retiring to his bed. Upon launching the game, a cascade of notification messages commenced to inundate the screen. Muyu has slain a second-order body refinement realm Icefield wolf, obtaining wolf pelt 1, and increasing the success rate of breakthrough by 0.06. Muyu's 9-fold refinement fire incantation, first layer, has achieved mastery. Muyu is besieged by numerous ferocious beasts. Muyu has slain a third-order body refinement realm Icefield wolf, obtaining special wolf pelt 1. Muyu has slain a fourth-order body refinement realm Icefield wolf, obtaining ice wolf essence blood 1. Muyu is besieged by 10 fourth-order body refinement realm snow foxes. Muyu is injured. Chen Anyang was suddenly seized by apprehension. This marked the first instance of Muyu sustaining injuries in the external world since the game's inception. And according to the informational prompt, Muyu was besieged by multiple formidable ferocious beasts, rendering the situation acutely precarious. Without affording himself further deliberation, Chen Anyang immediately activated the camera follow function. This time, the velocity of the screen transition was remarkably swift, almost instantaneously shifting the lens to Muyu. Her once pristine gray Taoist robe was now replete with bloodstains and extensively lacerated, exposing expanses of Muyu's fair skin on her arms and legs. Bereft of any inclination to appreciate the vernal beauty, Chen Anyang found his attention consumed by the lacerations marring his exposed skin, each a testament to the savage assault. Wounds so deep they revealed the very bone beneath. Resolutely, Muyu gripped the Li Hua's sword, engaging in a desperate struggle, her consciousness fading with each passing moment. Senior. I am sorry, Muyu. I am afraid I shall fail you. Her sole regret lay in the ignorance of her senior's name. With a resounding thud, Muyu collapsed to her knees, the Li Hua's sword impaling the earth, offering meager support to her failing form. Yet, even in death, I shall not yield, she vowed, staggering back to her feet. Frantically clutching his phone, Chen Anyang's heart ached as he bore witness to Muyu's unyielding spirit. Chapter 15. She is a thrifty and capable girl. Chen Anyang, a man of sentiment, was prone to impetuous decisions, each followed by a period of introspection. The hard-earned 200 yuan, scarcely warmed in his grasp, had already been sacrificed to the insatiable demands of the game. This game is far too rapacious. Beyond the means of one such as I. Time and again, Chen Anyang contemplated uninstalling the game, yet the sight of Su Muyu's pitiable visage and the jade pendant, now radiating a chilling aura upon his chest, stayed his hand. He feared he had succumbed to the allure of this digital succubus, an addiction from which there seemed no escape. Lost in contemplation, Chen Anyang was roused by the chime of his WeChat, heralding a lengthy 60-second voice message from his mother, a prospect that filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, he patiently tapped the play button, mindful that she held the reins to his financial lifeline. Young girlfriend? What young girlfriend? Yesterday, Chen Anyang's mother abruptly mentioned encountering an old classmate whose daughter also attended Bin University, suggesting Chen Anyang become acquainted with her. To summarize Chen's mother's central idea, she was essentially inquiring about the suitability of this young girlfriend. Utterly bewildered, Chen Anyang was rendered speechless. His day was already a whirlwind of activity, with classes in the morning, copywriting in the afternoon, and relentless hard work in the evening. Where'd he find the time to meet some young girlfriend? Despite this, Chen's mother proceeded to send 3 consecutive voice messages, each lasting a full 60 seconds. Chen Anyang suspected that, were it not for the time constraint, his mother might have sent an hour-long monologue. In essence, Chen's mother was urging Chen Anyang to seize the opportunity and make a good impression. But Chen Anyang felt he hadn't even met her yet, so what opportunity was there to seize? All right, I understand, Chen Anyang responded, placating his mother, while his phone continued to run a game in the background. Within the game, amidst the vast expanse of icy glaciers, Su Muyu, who had resigned herself to certain death and was preparing for a final, desperate struggle, witnessed an immensely powerful sword aura distorting the very fabric of space. It descended with devastating force, rapidly radiating outwards from its epicenter, instantly slicing the formidable beasts into fragments scattered across the ground. Senior, after a long pause, Su Muyu finally regained her composure. In these moments of dire peril, the enigmatic senior would invariably intervene, fostering a sense of reliance within Su Muyu. She shuddered to imagine how she would survive without this senior's aid. Rising to her feet, Su Muyu began gathering the remains and pelts of the fallen beasts. In the distance, Feng Yue, who was constantly observing Su Muyu, stood atop an icy peak. Having attained the rank of a 7th-tier warrior, her eyesight surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing her to discern objects 1,000 miles away. Particularly in this unblemished expanse of ice, her vision was remarkably clear, though prolonged observation caused discomfort to her eyes. How could this be possible? Feng Yue widened her eyes, entirely disregarding her discomfort. She could scarcely believe what she was witnessing. The use of beast-attracting grass had summoned hundreds of ferocious beasts, which were effortlessly dispatched in an instant. Moreover, she vaguely perceived the legendary sword aura. Such formidable lethal power was exceedingly rare, even among those who had reached the martial master level. Feng Yue could scarcely fathom the strength of the formidable warrior standing behind that woman. Fear instilled a desire to retreat within her, yet she felt an overwhelming unwillingness. Life was paramount. Ultimately, Feng Yue chose to depart. What a diligent and frugal girl. 200 gold pieces equated to 20 coins. Having spent 200, she earned back a mere 20. Chen Anyang was calculating as Su Muyu, her body battered and bruised, did not rush to tend to her injuries. Instead, she retrieved a leg bone of an ice-field wolf from her belongings. There was still some flesh attached to the bone, which Su Muyu meticulously stripped away, discarding the scraps for the little tabby cat. Meow. The tabby cat, seemingly unsatisfied, rubbed against Su Muyu before leaping onto the bed to sleep contentedly. What on earth is this little girl up to? Chen Anyang felt a surge of curiosity as he observed Su Muyu diligently polishing the leg bone of an ice-field wolf. Initially, her movements were broad and vigorous, stirring excitement within him, but gradually they slowed. The earnestness etched on her face endeared her to him even more. After meticulous crafting and sculpting, the bone retained its original sinuous form, bending slightly with a natural curve, exuding the distinctive essence of the ice-field wolf and an aura of chilling majesty. As he watched Su Muyu's captivating motions, Chen Anyang gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the game, Muyu continued her relentless polishing, producing a gentle hissing sound. Shortly thereafter, she switched to using sandpaper, and the leg bone began to reveal its true shape, a bone dagger. The dagger emanated a rustic sheen. And then Muyu took a piece of wolf hide from the Icefield wolf, dipped it in some snow fox fat, and continued her meticulous work. The hide glided softly over the dagger, each stroke akin to a whispering breeze, while the fat nourished the surface of the bone, rendering it even smoother. After an entire night of uninterrupted polishing, the surface of the bone dagger mirrored the clearest ice on the tundra, reflecting everything around it, its delicate texture reminiscent of the softest fur of the Icefield wolf. The following morning, Chen Anyang awoke feeling remarkably refreshed, having enjoyed a pleasant dream in which Muyu stood by his side. To his dismay, he realized he had forgotten to charge his phone. As he regained consciousness, he discovered it had shut down. He hurriedly plugged it in, and by the time he dressed and washed his face, the phone was ready to power back on. The first task is to log into the game and promptly claim the reward from both the weekly and monthly cards. However, upon entering the game, before I even had the chance to check in, a notification appeared. What is this? Are they really starting to push for in-game purchases so early in the morning? Notification. Muyu has meticulously crafted a Frostwolf bone knife for you. Option 2. Accept and sell, earning 200 gold. Option 3. Accept, to be delivered within an hour. The first option is out of the question. How could I possibly let Xiaoyu feel disheartened? As for the second option, I've already spent hundreds. What an additional 20 bucks? Without hesitation, Chen Anyang selected the third option. Chapter 16. The second gift has been delivered. The skies were clear and the air was fresh. Oh, Ma? Up so early? Chen Anyang glanced at Ma Chenglin, who was sitting on the bed, lost in thought. At this hour, he would typically still be asleep. Lately, my dreams have been quite troubling, which has led to some insomnia, Ma Chenglin sighed. Insomnia? The mere mention of the word from Ma Chenglin felt as explosive as the imminent arrival of extraterrestrial beings. You usually sleep far too much. Experiencing sleeplessness once or twice is hardly a concern. However, what precisely did you dream about? Chen Anyang inquired with curiosity. Yesterday, I dreamt of the Taoist priest, surrounded by numerous monsters. A flicker of fear crossed Ma Chenglin's eyes. And then, Zhang Yufeng, who was applying sunscreen nearby, also expressed interest. The Taoist wielded his sword, slashing through them with great ferocity, vanquishing those creatures. Oh, it was so brutal. Those monsters met a most tragic fate. Reflecting on it now sends shivers down my spine. Ma Chenglin is still haunted by the memory. Damn, is this all? My dog possesses more courage than you. Zhang Yufeng scoffed disdainfully. Before Chen Anyang could unleash a retort, a text message chimed on his phone. Your package has been delivered to the Kaigo station. Please proceed to collect it. Could this game team be located in Binhai? Has it arrived so swiftly? Or am I the sole player in this game? Yet I am alone in my endeavors. Chen Anyang glanced at the message, realizing that the gift from Muyu had finally arrived. Instead of mocking Ma Chenglin, he was far more eager to see what Muyu had sent him. On a May morning, there lingered a hint of chill in the air, especially since it had snowed the previous day. Chen Anyang casually donned a jacket and departed from his dormitory. Something feels off, Zhang Yufeng muttered. What now? Ma Chenglin furrowed his brow. Brother Chen is acting suspiciously. What sort of suspicion? He is undoubtedly pursuing a girl, and likely more than one. Zhang Yufeng asserted confidently. How did you deduce that? There is an unmistakable aura of a seductress about him. So exquisite? The money spent was well worth it. Chen Anyang gently caressed the bone knife, its surface cool to the touch, resembling a piece of art crafted from ancient jade. Yet, the blade was extraordinarily sharp, glimmering with a chilling light, delicate as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably resilient. Gripping the hilt, Chen Anyang made a gentle swipe through the air. Whoosh! The sound of the sky splitting reverberated, accompanied by a faint glimmer of blade energy. Goodness, what a treasure! Chen Anyang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he promptly sheathed the bone knife, which was encased in a sheath crafted from wolf hide, exuding a certain quality. With a heart full of joy, Chen Anyang made his way to the cafeteria, intent on satiating his hunger, for he had a plethora of tasks awaiting him that day. Shortly after his departure, a robust branch from a lush tree beside the dog food station suddenly snapped and fell to the ground. The break was remarkably clean, as if severed by a sharp blade. Fortunately, no one was harmed, and the school's security promptly cleared the fallen branch upon receiving the news. Today, in addition to his mandatory classes, there was also an examination. This particular assessment was more of a test, as the final exams were looming next month. Chen Anyang's academic performance had always been relatively stable, neither exceptional nor poor. What was happening? As soon as Chen Anyang received the test paper, even before he had finished reading the questions, answers began to materialize in his mind. All the content from the books he had previously studied surfaced before his eyes. Photographic memory? When did I acquire such an ability? Chen Anyang was filled with suspicion. No. After swiftly answering a few questions, he began to intentionally fill in incorrect answers. His scores were soaring too rapidly, resembling the act of academic dishonesty. After lunch, Chen Anyang glanced at the game. Muyu's injuries had largely healed, and she had begun her training. As for the vermilion bird-burning heaven sword, it remained at the initial stage of minor mastery, which did not affect the pace of training. It would only be utilized during combat. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Anyang felt inexplicably relaxed and at ease whenever he saw Muyu. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up, startling Chen Anyang, who initially feared it was another recharge prompt. Sun Xiao, where are you? Chen Anyang, dorm. Sun Xiao, what are you doing in the dorm? Chen Anyang was rendered speechless. What else could he be doing in the dorm? Playing basketball, perhaps? Chen Anyang, I am currently proofreading copy. Sun Xiao, proofreading copy? I suspect you're playing games. Chen Anyang was slightly taken aback. Could it be that she had installed surveillance on his phone? Even if he were playing games, it was none of her concern. Was it? However, as she was his immediate superior, he couldn't very well retort. Just wait until I graduate. I'll make you aware of the perils of the human heart. Sun Xiao, wouldn't it be better to participate in more club activities? A vibrant college student, holed up in the dorm, playing games all day. What kind of future is that? No wonder you're single. Do you think you can find a girlfriend like that? Premature menopause? Impossible. Even high-speed rail doesn't accelerate that quickly. What's gotten into her? Chen Anyang. Minister Sun, aren't you also unattached? Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao. I'm at Dihu. I want to see you in 10 minutes. Chen Anyang understood. Alas, there was nothing for it. Rank hath its privileges. And Sun Xiao outranked him by 4, 5, or even 6 levels. Even with his robust physique, he would be hard-pressed to withstand such pressure. The phone still had over 50% battery left, and a brief gaming session in the afternoon should suffice. After a quick tidying up, Chen Anyang stepped out of the dormitory. The surroundings were deserted. He had never truly tested how fast he could run. Thus, he decided to stretch his limbs and sprinted out of the dormitory. To his astonishment, he found himself moving at an astonishing speed, almost as if he were flying. Was this remarkable velocity truly achievable by him? The surge of primal energy was overwhelming, and even as he exited the dormitory, he struggled to slow down. Yet he continued to dash forward with remarkable agility. What just passed by? It seemed like a person. Goodness, how could that individual run so swiftly? Chen Anyang raced with the wind toward the university's activity center, where individuals were busily preparing the event space. Now in his 3rd year, he no longer possessed the same fervor. That energy was predominantly found in the 1st and 2nd year students, many of whom aspired to advance or were newcomers eager to make their mark. Among them was Xia Yong, a particularly enthusiastic 2nd year staff member who was diligently transporting equipment. As for Chen Anyang, he had become a seasoned slacker. He was about to embark on his internship soon, and his time in the club was drawing to a close. Moreover, he believed that true advancement was never solely reliant on hard work. Such individuals were more suited to being mere workers. Minister Sun, Chen Anyang greeted cheerfully as he entered the activity center, arriving rather promptly. Did he not realize that they were setting up the venue this afternoon? Sun Xiao exuded an air of authority. Minister Sun, I am currently revising the copy. Perhaps the task of copywriting should be entrusted to Xiao Li in the future. Huh? Then what about me? Chen Anyang was momentarily stunned, as he had been counting on the bonus to fund his gaming expenses. Minister Sun certainly seemed petty. Was it merely because of the 200 yuan remuneration he had requested the previous evening? Chen Anyang began to regret jeopardizing his position for such a paltry sum. Simultaneously, he reflected that no longer would he be obligated to toil for the association, nor would he have to endure Sun Xiaoxiao's demeanor. The association convened a meeting this morning and resolved to appoint you as an officer in the publicity department. Ahem, me? An officer? Chen Anyang was taken aback. Chapter 17. A day without in-app purchases feels like an eternity. Any objections? None whatsoever. I shall diligently perform my duties and fulfill the tasks assigned by the leadership with utmost quality, even if it means facing perilous trials. Chen Anyang's demeanor was exceedingly proper. Sun Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, such affectation. Well, conducting affairs in broad daylight, with no attempt at discretion. Before her arrival, her voice preceded her, that alluring and refined tone. Chen Anyang could surmise, without even looking, that it was Chun Yin, whom he had just met the previous evening. Sister Chen, what brings you here? Sun Xiaoxiao hastily stepped forward to greet her. I had some matters to attend to at the branch factory and happened to be passing by, so I decided to pay a visit, Chen Yin stated, turning her gaze toward Chen Anyang. He appears to be honest and unassuming, yet he is surprisingly glib. In the distance, Xia Yong, who was engrossed in his work, immediately recognized Chen Yin, the renowned female entrepreneur of Binhai. Allow me. Another staff member was approaching Chen Yin, holding a colorful strip of fabric. When Xia Yong swiftly snatched it away, for it was intended to be hung on the scaffolding beside the stage. The scaffolding stood at a considerable height, approximately 3 meters. Clutching the colorful fabric, Xia Yong hastily ascended the scaffolding, which was less than 2 meters away from Chen Yin and her companions. Huffing and puffing, Xia Yong wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm, eager to showcase his diligence. Suddenly, with one hand grasping the fabric and the other wiping his sweat, the scaffolding began to sway slightly, causing Xia Yong to panic. He instinctively reached for the scaffolding, but his abrupt movements caused it to topple towards Chen Yin and her 2 friends. Watch out! Chen Anyang barely had time to think. Instinctively, he darted forward, positioning himself in front of Sun Xiaoxiao and Chen Yin. With a loud crash, Chen Anyang caught the scaffolding just in time, then pushed it to the side, allowing it to fall harmlessly away, while Xia Yong tumbled heavily to the ground, appearing quite injured. Such incredible strength! Chen Anyang was astonished by his own power. The scaffolding was already heavy, and with Xia Yong's weight added, it would be a feat for an ordinary person simply to push it aside without being crushed. With a thud, Chen Anyang allowed himself to fall to the ground. Anyang, why didn't you dodge? Are you hurt? Sun Xiaoxiao rushed forward to check on him. Cough. I'm fine, just got a bump on my arm. It's not a big deal. I'll go to the infirmary and fetch someone. No need. Chen Anyang quickly called out to stop Sun Xiaoxiao. Could this be considered a workplace injury? Chen Anyang inquired with anticipation. At this juncture, why concern yourself with money? Sun Xiaoxiao reproached him for his lack of ambition. Chen Anyang inwardly demurred. If not for money, why would I be lying here? Perhaps we should summon a physician to examine him, Chen Yin suggested with considerably more composure as she strolled towards Chen Anyang. As for Xia Yong, who was groaning on the ground nearby, he was largely ignored until, belatedly, 2 classmates assisted him to the infirmary. Ice Age initiated. Within the game, Su Muyu was cultivating. Her delicate and refined features a feast for the eyes. It seemed that the day's Battle Pass missions remained incomplete. Chen Anyang reviewed the task progress. 2 of the 3 missions related to cultivation duration were complete, but 1 hour of outdoor training was still required. Based on his prior gaming experiences, he could usually max out the Battle Pass even if he missed a few days of missions, as long as he did it before the Battle Pass ended. However, this game was particularly unique, and it would be quite vexing if he fell short by a few dozen experience points. Having acquired a voice transmitter the last time, he activated the camera follow feature, and with only a few hours remaining before it expired, Chen Anyang promptly activated it. Henceforth, in addition to daily cultivation, I must also engage in an hour of outdoor training. Option 1. A sultry, mature bubble voice. Option 2. A delicate, sickly, and hoarse voice. Option 3. A shrill, piercing metallic voice. This voice pack is quite extensive. Chen Anyang selected the first option. As senior? Although Muyu had become accustomed to it. The fact that this senior's voice was different each time truly perplexed her. Venture out for an hour of training? After yesterday's events, Muyu felt somewhat apprehensive about going out for training. It wasn't that she feared danger. After all, she had previously been the leader of a shelter. Her hesitation stemmed from the concern of causing further trouble for the senior, as her own strength was too weak. Moreover, she couldn't comprehend why. After living here for 2 years, she had never encountered so many formidable beasts. I'll go out for training now. Since the senior had spoken, she would execute whatever he asked of her without hesitation. She picked up the Lihua sword, pushed open the door, and this time the calico cat followed along. Go on, my little darling. If need be, I'll just recharge. Chen Anyang had become familiar with the game's tactics. Now, Muyu was their hostage, and also Chen Anyang's soft spot. Muyu might encounter danger, but there was nothing that couldn't be resolved with a recharge. If one recharge wasn't enough, then he'd recharge 100. And if that wasn't enough, then 200. Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. After all, Minister Sun had already said that Chen Anyang had suffered a work-related injury and would receive compensation. On the icy plains, the cold wind howled. Just as she was about to leave, Feng Yuyu unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Senior Zhang? What brings you here? Feng Yuyu's eyes were filled with excitement, and even her voice couldn't contain her joy. Her enchanting appearance would bewilder anyone who saw her. I heard that a spiritual realm has appeared here, and I want to come take a look. Unexpectedly, I encountered Zhang Cheng from the same academy, the Bin City Martial Arts Academy. Situated in the eastern suburbs of Bin City, is nestled against the majestic Cambrian mountain range and faces the enchanting Spirit Sea, bestowing upon it an enviable geographical advantage. Established in the inaugural year following the advent of the glacial era, it was founded by the Bin City Martial Alliance. Initially a modest training base for martial artists, it has since evolved into a nationally renowned institution, ranking among the top 20 martial arts academies in the country. Students are categorized based on their capabilities into introductory, intermediate, advanced, elite, and genius classes. Although both Zhang Cheng and I are members of the intermediate class, he has been in this tier for a considerably longer duration. Zhang Cheng specializes in body refinement techniques, a discipline derived from ancient martial arts, traditional yoga, and judo practices, proving highly effective for early-stage martial training. However, mastery of body refinement requires immense endurance, with progress only achievable through countless repetitions of rigorous practice. Though Zhang Cheng lacks natural talent for cultivation, he is the most diligent student in the academy. Given his potential, achieving the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist is likely his utmost limit, and the probability of further breakthroughs in his lifetime is exceedingly slim. Thus, he seeks out opportunities for fortuitous encounters. Since the onset of the glacial era, spaces known as spirit realms have emerged, teeming with formidable beasts. Legends speak of countless treasures within, including cultivation techniques, weapons, and rare materials. However, these realms are fraught with peril, where even accomplished martial masters face grave dangers. With little hope for advancement, Zhang Cheng approaches this venture with a mindset of desperation, as one might grasp at straws. After searching for over half a month, not a trace of the spirit realm had been found. Zhang Cheng, a man of clear disposition, found himself utterly defenseless against the innate charm of Feng Yuyu. With her delicate brows knitted together, a hint of concern and trepidation graced her countenance. What has transpired? Zhang Cheng inquired hastily. There exists a demonic martial artist in this vicinity, exceptionally powerful, who has already claimed the lives of numerous warriors. What? Such a thing exists? Zhang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since humanity unraveled the methods of cultivation, a faction among martial practitioners known as the demonic cultivators emerged. Approximately a decade after the arrival of the glaciers, the demonic martial organization was founded. They pursued their cultivation through bloody and brutal means. with their leader even going so far as to massacre entire cities, constructing blood sacrifice towers from the corpses of warriors to practice forbidden techniques. Subsequently, incidents such as the Spirit Realm Massacre and the uprising of exotic beasts occurred, rendering demonic martial artists as targets of universal disdain among martial practitioners. Do you have knowledge of this demonic martial artist strength? Zhang Cheng asked. In the same realm, demonic martial artists far surpass us ordinary cultivators. My mentor will arrive here in a few days. She is already a third-tier martial master and should have no trouble dealing with it. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Feng Yue's thoughts began to stir once more. Once her mentor vanquished Su Muyu, Feng Yue could seize the opportunity to obtain Su Muyu's corpse. Resolute in her decision, Feng Yue led her senior, Zhang Cheng, to the Dawn Refuge, where they awaited the arrival of Zhang Cheng's mentor. Chapter 18. A Gentleman Values Wealth. Acquired through righteous means, Su Muyu traveled extensively, returning safely with a bountiful harvest. With her formidable strength as a third-tier warrior, provided that no disruptions occur, she would undoubtedly traverse this realm with unassailable confidence. Senior, I have discovered a rather exquisite plant this time, though its name and properties elude me, Su Muyu declared, delicately clutching a vibrant sprout imbued with rich spiritual energy. Cautiously, she loosened the soil beneath her feet and excavated a small pit, each movement akin to handling a rare treasure. With a makeshift spade, haphazardly obtained, she meticulously delineated a sanctuary for the precious spirit grass. As she lowered her gaze, absorbed in her floral endeavor, her inky tresses cascaded gently. This tableau stirred a sense of longing within Chen Anyang, for she resembled a flower fairy sprung from the pages of a painting. The falling strands of hair were the most animated strokes upon the canvas. How delightful it would be if Su Muyu were a real person. Yet, upon reconsideration, if she were indeed real, with his own humble stature, he would be unable to keep pace even on a horse with 8 legs. It is perhaps best to remain within the game, where he could behold her beauty daily. Chen Anyang was taken aback by his own musings. Alas, he had irrevocably succumbed. Soon, Su Muyu commenced her cultivation, resembling an exquisite jade sculpture. Her legs gracefully crossed, spine erect, exuding an air of transcendent elegance. The only drawback was her tattered robe. A change of attire was certainly in order. Chen Anyang stroked his chin thoughtfully. In other games, worn equipment could be repaired, and even if not, its appearance remained unblemished. Having accumulated 3 ordinary lottery tickets and 3 fragments of advanced lottery tickets, Chen Anyang had already utilized the nutritional potion and the double acceleration card, employing them immediately after his daily sign-in. As soon as Su Muyu commenced her cultivation, these items would activate automatically. A glance at the advanced lottery pool revealed that a 10-fold draw required 648 yuan, offering an array of unparalleled divine weapons, top-tier techniques, and dazzling costumes, along with beast souls and martial spirits, all appearing quite impressive. The prospect of obtaining a full outfit was enticing. Though somewhat extravagant, it was within his means. However, upon observing the probability of winning the most aesthetically pleasing outfit at a mere 0.05, he thought, I might as well try my luck with the lottery. Thus, Chen Anyang abandoned the notion of participating in the lottery. Nevertheless, reaching level 5 in the battle order would grant him a set of equipment. Though its design was more conservative, it was certainly an improvement over his tattered robe. His gaze returned to Su Muyu, who had her eyes gently closed, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on her fair cheeks. Her brow was unfurrowed, her expression serene as a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples. Su Muyu appeared entirely absorbed, as if the world around her had faded, leaving only her and the surrounding spiritual energy engaged in a silent and mysterious dialogue. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang suddenly felt the coolness of the jade pendant at his chest gradually warm, transforming into a gentle flow that coalesced in his abdomen, subsequently coursing through his limbs. This sensation, could it be that I am beginning to cultivate as well? How absurd! Surely, I am overthinking this. Chen Anyang shook his head, noticing that lately, merely observing Su Muyu cultivate seemed to induce a unique state within his own body. He acknowledged the profound changes occurring within him recently, opting to disregard them and allow the warm current to flow freely. Chen, I heard you had a scuffle with some scaffolding. Are you injured? Zhang Yufeng inquired, closely following Ma Chenglin. Chen, word has it you've been up to something? Was this something male or female? Chen Anyang simply rolled his eyes, ignoring the two imbeciles. Previously, Chen Anyang was an unremarkable university student known only to a few close friends and professors. However, Sun Xiaoxiao's attentiveness towards him at the activity center was surreptitiously captured on camera. Given Sun Xiaoxiao's prominent status at Bin University, Chen Anyang's name quickly spread among the student body. Due to the scarcity of information, various embellished versions began to circulate. A gentle knock sounded at the dormitory door, causing Ma Chenglin and Zhang Yufeng to turn their heads in unison, their expressions turning stunned. Standing before them was none other than the esteemed head of the broadcasting department, Bin University's belle, Sun Xiaoxiao. Greetings, head Sun, Zhang Yufeng exclaimed, recovering first. Yes, I've come to visit Chen Anyang, she replied, having just seen Chen Yan off. Sun Xiaoxiao had left the activity room to visit Chen Anyang. Head Sun, you're here, Chen Anyang said, placing his phone beneath his pillow, wincing slightly. Head Sun, please come in. Zhang Yufeng ushered Sun Xiaoxiao into the dormitory. The ambience of most male dormitories leaves much to be desired. However, Chen Anyang's room was an exception. Ma Chenglin was perpetually asleep, Zhao Wendao was naturally fastidious, and Zhang Yufeng, since embracing cross-dressing, would tidy up after his daily toilette. Consequently, the dormitory's cleanliness was commendable. Zhang Yufeng, tugging at Ma Chenglin, who stood rooted to the spot, poised to observe the unfolding drama, urged him towards the exit. Let's go. Huh? Where to? Ma Chenglin retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, ready to crack them open. Have you truly lost your senses in slumber? Zhang Yufeng exerted all his strength to drag Ma Chenglin out. The dormitory door slammed shut resoundingly. Sun Xiaoxiao strolled to Chen Anyang's bedside. I'm so sorry, Minister Sun. This matter has nothing to do with you. Chen Anyang, reclining on the bed, struggled to sit upright. Don't move, Sun Xiaoxiao said, filled with remorse. If I hadn't insisted on your presence today, such an incident wouldn't have transpired. Chen Anyang, indifferent to Sun Xiaoxiao's sentiments, was solely concerned with the extent of compensation. It is my honor to be favored by Minister Sunday. I would brave any peril without hesitation, Chen Anyang avowed resolutely. The unconventional appointment of Chen Anyang as an official was merely to embellish his resume, for he was already a senior and no substantial contributions were expected of him. This is the club's indemnity, totaling 3,000 yuan. Should any further issues arise, feel free to contact me. Additionally, this is from Sister Chen. Sun Xiaoxiao produced a thick wad of banknotes. The association provides insurance, and in the event of an accident, compensation will be issued, though not as swiftly as one might hope. The sum of 3,000 yuan was initially advanced by Sun Xiaoxiao, who sought to ascertain the extent of Chen Anyang's injuries. Such a considerable amount? Chen Anyang was taken aback by the unexpected generosity, momentarily stunned. A gentleman cherishes wealth, acquiring it through rightful means. While 3,000 yuan could be categorized as work-related injury compensation, he had no intention of claiming any additional funds, especially since he himself had not sustained any injuries. Very well. Chen Anyang nodded in agreement. Will you still be able to participate in this event? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired. Many believe that holding a position within an association can enhance one's abilities. However, the reality is rather different. Over 90% of individuals merely engage in basic repetitive tasks, such as filling out forms, reserving activity rooms, organizing trivial events, instructing others to perform minor duties, or running simple errands. Beyond these tasks, one learns little and develops even less, for anyone is capable of performing them equally well. A serious third-year student faces two primary choices, either to continue preparing for postgraduate studies or to embark on internships and enter the workforce. Most employers will not regard you with heightened esteem simply because you hold a particular title within an association. Ostentatious titles pale in comparison to the reliability of a graduate degree or a commendable internship certificate. Indeed, It would be wise for you to focus on your recovery. By the way, the Dragon Boat Festival holiday is approaching. Do you have any plans? Just as Sun Xiao Xiao was about to depart, she turned back and casually asked, "Accompany me?" Chen Anyang was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Upon concluding her statement, Sun Xiao Xiao promptly turned, poised to depart. As she opened the door, Zhang Yufeng and Ma Qinglin, who had been eavesdropping, stumbled forward, their faces betraying their embarrassment. Sun Xiao Xiao ignored them, proceeding directly onward. Chapter 19, Apex Cultivation, Soul Resonance. Brother Chun, have you truly become intimate with the campus belle? Ma Qinglin's words were characteristically imprudent, perhaps due to a deficiency in thought. Mind your words. What do you mean by intimate? Zhang Yufeng cast a sidelong glance at Ma Qinglin before turning to Chen Anyang. Godfather, I possess numerous prescriptions for enhancing virility and kidney health, which I am willing to share with you. However, might I obtain the affluent lady's contact information in return? A sincere exchange. Chen Anyang retrieved his phone from beneath the pillow, glanced at his game, and then extended 2 fingers toward Zhang Yufeng. Godfather, the peace sign is no longer in vogue for photographs. 200. 200? Zhang Yufeng expressed surprise. Godfather, since when have you become so avaricious? 200 is a discounted rate, considering you are my adopted son. Otherwise, the price would commence at 2,000. Chen Anyang stated earnestly. Damn, Brother Chun. Could you divulge her identity? Ma Qinglin inquired, leaning closer. Zhang Yufeng gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well, 200 it is. I shall transfer the funds to you presently. Upon receiving the digital payment, Chen Anyang promptly claimed it. Subsequently, he searched online for Chun Yan's contact details. Unable to locate her personal telephone number, he discovered only the corporate contact number, which he copied and forwarded to Zhang Yufeng. Thank you, foster father. Upon receiving the number, Zhang Yufeng began to contemplate how to showcase his personal charm once the call was connected. Free from their interference, Chen Anyang relished the tranquility, taking out his phone to continue observing Su Muyu. After investing so much money and acquiring numerous states of accelerated cultivation, he pondered why his progress was still so sluggish. This is the 3rd day of playing the game, Chen Anyang murmured to himself. Su Muyu has only reached the 3rd rank of martial artist. In similar games, one would typically advance several levels in a day. He couldn't help but wonder if there were any other players in this game and what their levels might be. So far, aside from Su Muyu, he had encountered only one adversary resembling an NPC. Surely, this couldn't be a single-player game? Chen Anyang had yet to encounter a single-player game that offered the opportunity to grind. Regardless of the nature of the game, he intended to immerse himself in it for a while. Ding! WeChat chimed again. It was his troublesome little sister, who had not contacted him for a day. Ever since he started university, whenever she reached out, it was invariably for something unpleasant. Troublesome sister, brother, are you there? Chen Anyang, not here. Troublesome sister, I'm not asking for money this time. Chen Anyang, then you should still ask for money. Matters that can be resolved with money are generally not grave, but if she wasn't borrowing money, it might signify something truly serious. Before he could inquire further, his troublesome sister called him directly. My brother, today the Binhai Institute of Physical Education came to recruit students. My various metrics meet the requirements. Moreover, it's a public school with tuition waived, various benefits, and opportunities to participate in competitions annually with prize money. Our Binhai Institute of Physical Education? What do you study? Boxing. I passed the strength, speed, and endurance tests. My academic performance makes Binhai University unattainable, but a sports school is no problem. My dear sister declared confidently. You want me to broach the subject with Mom? You understand me best, dear brother. If Mom knows I want to go to a sports school, she'll kill me. Can you please talk to her first? Have you really considered it thoroughly? Chen Anyang inquired earnestly. Absolutely. I've wanted to box since kindergarten. I was born for boxing. Brother, you're the best. His dear sister was somewhat moved. We're siblings. No need for such sentiments. Just repay the money you've borrowed over the years. Hello, brother? What did you say? The signal is a bit weak. Hello? Chen Anyang hung up the phone, sighing. He didn't want his sister to attend a sports school, especially for a sport as dangerous as boxing. However, he also hoped his sister could pursue what she loves. Within his limited capacity, He would do everything possible to fulfill her wishes. With too many worries in reality, Chen Anyang redirected his attention to the game. Even without playing, simply watching Su Muyu's cultivation was a form of relaxation, even enjoyment. Chen Anyang's body once again experienced a warm surge, as if its very bones were undergoing a transformation. Although the changes were not as overt as true bone tempering, there was a palpable sense of enhancement in various aspects. Note, Su Muyu has completed her physical cultivation, significantly increasing her bodily strength, enabling her to withstand more intense battles. The strength of a third-tier warrior ranges from 800 to 1200 units, while that of a fourth-tier warrior spans from 1200 to 1600 units. After undergoing rigorous bone tempering, Su Muyu has now met the strength requirements of a fourth-tier warrior. However, to genuinely attain the status of a fourth-tier warrior, the diameter of her spiritual energy vortex must reach 15 centimeters. The spiritual energy vortex serves as a reservoir for storing spiritual energy within a martial artist, and the higher the concentration of this energy, the greater the warrior's combat prowess. The body of a martial artist acts as a vessel for spiritual energy. Bone tempering fortifies the body, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy. Most martial techniques require the expenditure of this energy, and the stability and size of the spiritual energy vortex directly influence the potency of these techniques, as well as the difficulty of future breakthroughs in realms. Please select a method for cultivating the spiritual energy vortex. Basic cultivation. Spiritual energy inhalation. The most fundamental method of spiritual energy cultivation, requiring no recharge, but the speed of cultivation is exceedingly slow. Advanced cultivation at 68 yuan. Spiritual energy compression. Building upon spiritual energy inhalation. This method compresses the absorbed energy into the dantian, accelerating the rotation of the spiritual energy vortex through mental control, enhancing its stability and increasing storage capacity, with a cultivation speed 3 times that of the basic method. 128 yuan for advanced cultivation. Qi refinement. Guiding qi throughout the body as meridians, refining the physical form. Through the flow of qi, the meridians and body are strengthened, enhancing physical resilience and improving the capacity to bear qi, thereby stabilizing the qi vortex. This is 5 times the effectiveness of basic cultivation. 328 yuan for supreme cultivation, soul resonance. Merging the power of the soul with the qi vortex to create a resonance of the soul. By harnessing soul power, one can control the rotation speed and direction of the qi vortex, enhancing the precision of qi manipulation, fortifying soul strength, and heightening perception. This is 10 times the effectiveness of basic cultivation. Chen Anyang hesitated as he glanced at his phone notification. He yearned to opt for the 10-fold basic cultivation, yet the price was undeniably steep. His gaze shifted to Su Muyu, who was engrossed in her training. Indeed, love has a way of invigorating one's spirit. Recharge successful. Attain supreme cultivation, soul resonance. Cumulative recharge reached 1,000 yuan. Received a recharge gift pack. Chapter 20. Unmatched effects in gaming. In the Northern Realm, a land of extreme cold, the once azure sky was violently stirred by an unseen giant hand. Dense dark clouds gathered at an astonishing pace, within which flashes of lightning flickered like silver serpents weaving through. Within the borders, the highest ice peaks began to tremble slightly. The slumbering mountains that had rested for a century emitted a deep rumble. Roar! In the icy heights, a massive beast unleashed an enraged roar. On the summit of the ice peak, cracks swiftly expanded, ice fragments cascaded down, crashing onto the surrounding snow, creating plumes of white mist. A pair of colossal eyes languidly unfurled, their depths shimmering with an ethereal azure luminescence, akin to twin orbs of glacial fire. Instantly, the ambient temperature plummeted, and the adjacent ice walls were swiftly sheathed in an even more substantial layer of frost. Its head inclined ever so slightly, its gaze fixed upon the distant tempestuous clouds. Soul resonance? It had registered the preceding celestial anomalies, though they had proven insufficient to elicit any profound astonishment. However, this latest phenomenon, while lacking the sheer magnitude of its recent predecessor, evoked a sense of bewilderment and perplexity. Merely a century transpired, and already this world, so low in the hierarchy, had managed to produce an individual of such exceptional aptitude. Its gaze remained riveted upon the distant anomaly. Beneath the glacial expanses of the northern territories, the formidable beast lying dormant stirred with palpable unease. Outside the sanctuary of the dawn, Su Hao observed the distant spectacle, his countenance etched with solemnity. Anomalous occurrences are invariably harbingers of ill omen. The recent spate of such events dictated that they could no longer afford to remain in this location. He held a preeminent position within the entire sanctuary, and was also the uncle of Su Muyu. Over 2 decades prior, Binshur had extended an olive branch, seeking to relocate the entire population of the Sanctuary of the Dawn to their city. At the time, Su Muyu's father, wielding absolute authority, had deemed Binshi's environment to be superior. While relocation would entail assignment to various occupations, it was a preferable alternative to the sanctuary, offering superior resources and enhanced security. However, Su Hao found himself unable to relinquish his dominion, preferring to reign as a sovereign of a lesser domain than to serve as a subordinate in a greater one. Within the semi-isolated confines of the sanctuary, the individual holding the highest echelon possessed absolute prerogative, wielding the power of life and death over all. Subsequently, Su Hao insidiously murdered Su Muyu's father, thereby usurping the position of the asylum's principal authority, and proceeded to reject all proposals from Bin City, effectively sealing off the refuge. It was not until several years later, when the asylum's resources were almost entirely depleted, that they were compelled to venture out for sustenance, hunting ferocious beasts for nourishment. At this juncture, Su Hao, despite possessing the strength of a Tier 2 martial artist, was advanced in age and had not mastered any significant martial techniques. Consequently, he discerned Su Muyu's exceptional physical prowess and appointed her as the leader of the hunting expedition. Over the years, the asylum's inhabitants had been spared from starvation largely due to Su Muyu's capabilities. As Su Muyu's influence within the asylum burgeoned, Su Hao grew increasingly apprehensive that his past transgressions would be brought to light. Providentially, Feng Yiyu arrived, and under that pretense, he expelled Su Muyu from the asylum. Now, with Su Muyu gone, the asylum's resources were once again dwindling, and coupled with the frequent occurrence of anomalies, he was compelled to make preparations for departure. Although he would forfeit his authority by going to Bin City, he could at least safeguard his life. The only predicament was the absence of a formidable escort, rendering the journey fraught with peril. Alas, I should not have banished that child, Muyu. Had she been here, our departure would have been far more secure. Su Hao's wife lamented with a sigh. Such is the perspective of a woman. While others may be ignorant of her father's affair, are you not privy to it? Su Hao retorted, but it has been over 2 decades, and those privy to the inside story are no longer among us. What do you have to fear? She questioned. Prudence is the bedrock of longevity. Muyu possesses exceptional talent. Should she one day become a martial cultivator and unearth the events of that year, we shall all meet a gruesome demise. Su Hao declared solemnly. Then what course of action should we undertake now? She inquired. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. Without hesitation, Su Hao stepped into the refuge and began to gather his possessions. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang, gazing at his phone screen, marveled at the grandeur of the production. What a magnificent creation! The rendering and effects were unparalleled, eclipsing all other games. Once it enters open beta, it is destined to be a phenomenal success. Chen Anyang was astounded by the realism of the in-game effects, feeling a profound sense of awe and trepidation, even through the confines of his phone screen. In today's gaming market, spending 300 yuan merely earns one a spot on the global leaderboard, with most efforts barely making a splash. Watching live streams and sending rockets is merely a form of animated material. Yet, the effects before him led Chen Anyang to believe they were not mere CG animations or artistic textures, but rather the result of real-world modeling or site scanning technology. The production costs must be staggering. Even the giants of the industry could hardly match such an ambitious undertaking, and had it been one of their games, the promotional efforts would have been extensive and ubiquitous. Chen Anyang's curiosity about this game's development team intensified, yet he found no traces of information online about this elusive game. which he found quite peculiar. His greatest strength lay in his ability to avoid internal conflict. He did not dwell on matters that eluded his understanding. With a recharge of 1,000 yuan, the reward arrived, and the last prize had been rather impressive. He had yet to use the body refinement fruit, intending to save it for when Su Muyu aimed to ascend to the 9th rank of martial artist. Initiating a 1,000 yuan cumulative recharge package, rewards obtained. Rejuvenation pill, profound grade. Dragon blood frenzy elixir, apex grade. Netherworld concealment potion, apex grade. Profound ice marrow, celestial grade. Exotic beast egg, profound grade. These items shimmered with a radiant aura, their exceptional quality immediately apparent. However, the gradations of quality left Chen Anyang bewildered. Fortunately, each item was accompanied by an icon, which, when selected, revealed a detailed description of its grade. The game employed a hierarchical grading system, beginning with the unranked, followed in ascending order by elementary, intermediate, advanced, apex, profound, terrestrial, celestial, spiritual, and immortal, with higher tiers yet to be unveiled. Rejuvenation pill, profound grade, effect, preserves the appearance for a century, ineffective on martial emperors and above. Anecdote, once incited a sanguinary conflict among female martial artists in a certain advanced martial realm, known as the Calamity of Beauty. Calamity of Beauty? How utterly mad! Chen Anyang mused, beholding the description. He marveled at the universal truth that beauty reigns supreme in every world. The sole drawback was that this item conferred no increase in power and held no relevance to cultivation. Given its profound grade, it would fetch a considerable sum if sold, wouldn't it? Chen Anyang was a pragmatist. Eternal youth held little allure compared to the tangible benefits of money. A century of preserved beauty seemed inconsequential when he doubted he'd even live that long. Cumulative recharge reward item. Cannot be sold or transferred. Indeed, nothing had changed. The rejuvenation pill was successfully consumed. Despite its profound grade, it produced no discernible augmentation. Dragon blood rage potion, apex tier, effects, augments strength twofold. Induces draconic scale formation on the skin. Grants immunity to damage from martial artists below the 9th rank. Mitigates damage from martial masters by 60. And reduces damage from martial grandmasters by 30. Duration, 1 hour price. Upon the potion's effect subsiding, the skeleton will fracture, necessitating a 3-day submersion in spirit essence. Is this supposed to be a faux dragon? The defensive enhancements are meager, yet the repercussions are so severe. Chen Anyang harbored deep reservations regarding the precision of the quality grading. Nether invisibility potion, apex tier, effects, melds the user into shadows, rendering them imperceptible to those below the martial grandmaster level, with no temporal constraints. The effect dissipates upon exiting the state of concealment. Price, emits an exceedingly putrid odor upon movement. This one seems passable. Despite the malodor, the inability to detect the invisibility precludes target locking. This stood as the sole item that met Chen Anyang's approval thus far. His anticipation grew for the subsequent 2 profound tier items. Chapter 21. A performance demands immersion mystic ice marrow, profound tier, effects, allows unrestricted movement within the ice strata of the far northern ice plains upon consumption. Price, derived from the primeval frigid ice dragon's blood essence located 10,000 fathoms beneath the far northern ice plains. Its use precipitates the incursion of frigid air into the body. If left untreated, it poses a threat to life. Exotic beast egg, profound tier, species, undetermined hatching requirements, nourishment with spiritual energy on a daily basis, expected to hatch in 3 months. Having scrutinized all the items, Chen Anyang's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, they appeared formidable, but upon closer inspection, they seemed rather impractical. The only potentially useful item required 3 months before it could be utilized. The rejuvenation pill had already been administered to Su Muyu, and the exotic beast egg was placed directly next to the spiritual spring. The remaining items were temporarily stored in the system space. With everything settled, night had fallen. In truth, Chen Anyang was bursting with vitality, not at all ailing. However, having already received the compensation for a work-related injury, and adhering to the principle of a gentleman loving wealth acquired lawfully, he had to maintain the facade to justify accepting the funds. Foster father, the number you gave me seems to be incorrect. Zhang Yufeng placed the meal container beside Chen Anyang's bed, pulled up a chair, and sat down. What's the issue? It's not the number of a wealthy woman at all, but rather a customer service line for some internet company. You know Chen Yan, right? Chen Anyang inquired. Of course. The most accomplished female entrepreneur in Binhai, and an alumna of Bin University. This event was. Foster father, you're not saying that the wealthy woman you mentioned is her? I never used the term wealthy woman. She didn't give me her number, and I only found this one online, which you insisted on having. Chen Anyang shrugged. Damn, had I known it was her, I wouldn't have bothered. Zhang Yufeng repeatedly shook his head, realizing that her status was far beyond that of an ordinary wealthy woman, and she would never consider him. Chen Anyang produced 200 yuan. You're a fine young man. Don't spend your days dreaming of being kept. Even collecting scrap is more respectable than that. He possessed a moral compass, albeit one perhaps located in the Mariana Trench. A rabbit doesn't graze near its burrow, and swindling money from one's own brothers wasn't a commendable act. Chen Anyang returned the money to Zhang Yufeng. Alas, why would I rely on my appearance when I could subsist on my capabilities? Lamented Zhang Yufeng. However, the crux of the matter is, you possess no comely features to speak of. Ma Chunglin exclaimed, bolting upright in bed as if resurrected from the grave. Heavens, Ma, you nearly frightened me to death. Zhang Yufeng retorted, genuinely startled. Famished, procure a repast for me. Ma Chunglin entreated, casting a glance toward Zhang Yufeng. Remove yourself hence. As far as your legs can carry you. Zhang Yufeng retorted. Godfather, Ma Chunglin exclaimed, clasping his hands in supplication toward Zhang Yufeng. An errand fee of 20. 10. 15. Agreed. Zhang Yufeng scurried out once more, while Chen Anyang continued to peruse his mobile device, having ascended to the status of a grandfather, despite never having acquired a girlfriend. Brother Chen, you have been glued to your phone of late. What manner of game are you engrossed in? Ma Chunglin inquired with curiosity. By the aforementioned generational reckoning, Chen Anyang ought to be addressed as great-grandfather. However, their dormitory relations have always been predicated on individual terms. Ma Lugama. I have only heard of Yang Lugayang. Nearly identical, merely a reskin iteration of the game. Chen Anyang responded evasively. Su Muyu's aura vortex has reached 15 centimeters. Su Muyu has broken through to the 4th rank of martial artists. After a bout of monetary indulgence, Su Muyu, bolstered by various enhancements, achieved a cultivation speed of formidable magnitude. Has she attained the 4th rank? I sense a considerable augmentation in my strength. The elder has tasked me with reaching the 5th rank of martial artist within half a month, a seemingly attainable goal. Su Muyu opened her spiritual eyes and murmured to herself, fully aware that her rapid progress was largely unmerited. With the abundance of rare treasures and resources at her disposal, even a mere wooden block could attain sentience. Had someone with superior talent been in her position, they might have fulfilled the elder's expectations with merely half the resources. Although she remained oblivious to the elder's true intentions, she recognized that all she possessed was a gift from him, even her very life. Thus, her sole focus was to diligently train and heed the elder's commands, dismissing any other distractions. The path of martial cultivation has always been one of balance. Excessive devotion without respite could lead to mental strain and misdirection. Su Muyu gracefully rose and approached the vibrant spiritual herbs before her, their lively essence lifting her spirits considerably. Near the spiritual spring, she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a colossal beast egg. Elder, did you place this here? Su Muyu inquired cautiously. Her delicate fingers glided over the smooth shell, sending a chill through her, as if she could sense the life pulsating within. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang fixated on the screen. Captivated by Su Muyu's gentle motions, his heart stirred unexpectedly. What is happening? Is it not possible to capture this moment as a screensaver? Chen Anyang longed to immortalize this beautiful instant, yet every attempt to press the shortcut keys proved futile. Alert! A group is approaching. A group of individuals is approaching. A group of individuals is drawing near. Is it necessary to expend 10 gold coins to inquire about their information? Why has the price increased? The last time the Icefield Wolf approached, it only cost 2 gold coins to access their information, albeit the information was rather trivial. Could it be that this time the information provided will hold true value? For Chen Anyang, 10 gold coins is not exorbitant. Without hesitation, he clicked to view. Su Haud, second-tier martial artist, currently frostbitten, hailing from the Dawn Refuge. There are a total of 6 individuals, with the strongest among them being merely a second-tier martial artist, posing no real threat to Muyu. If they had possessed greater strength, they might have resorted to murder and plunder. However, this second-tier martial artist is probably not even worth 10 gold coins. Nevertheless, every little bit counts. Better something than nothing. Chen Anyang opened the map, revealing a hazy expanse, with only 6 red dots near the cabin indicating their approach. Inside the room, it appeared that Muyu had already noticed the group, but was making no move. What is happening? Is she waiting for my command? Chen Anyang had expected Muyu to take the initiative, yet it seemed she was awaiting his orders. A basic transmitter costs 100 gold coins, and it is unlikely that those 6 individuals combined would possess items worth that much. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Anyang chose not to intervene. He wished to observe how Muyu would handle the situation. Chapter 22. Do you enjoy kneeling? Then kneel. How could this be possible? Upon this glacial expanse, a structure so intact, how had it eluded discovery until now? The ice plain, a monotonous tableau of white, had disoriented Su Haud and his company after their extended confinement. Barely venturing from their sanctuary, they lost their bearings, serendipitously stumbling upon Muyu's abode. Father, the eldest son of Su Haud uttered, his lips tinged with violet from the biting cold. These recent anomalies seemed to emanate from this very locale. Could it be that a venerable martial cultivator resides within? Thwack! Su Haud delivered a sharp blow to his son's head. Did you not lead us here? The anomalies lie to the north. Our path is southward. How could you lead us astray? Father, perhaps this is providence? The younger son murmured. Indeed, Su Haud's wife chimed in, nodding fervently. If a formidable martial cultivator dwells within, even a few words of guidance or a handful of elixirs could enrich our lives immeasurably. Hearing this, Su Haud hesitated, casting another scrutinizing gaze upon the solitary dwelling amidst the icy wasteland. It was a place where spiritual energy permeated the air, suggesting something extraordinary. Su Haud, hailing from the Dawn Shelter, en route to Ben City, yet astray. I beseech forgiveness for this intrusion upon your esteemed presence. Su Haud amplified his voice with all his spiritual energy. Alas, our strength wanes, and we struggle against the encroaching cold. We seek only respite for a night. Grant us succor, and we shall repay your benevolence with unwavering fealty, even unto death. Su Haud's entreaties resonated clearly within the confines of the room. Upon beholding Su Haud and his entourage, Muyu's once rosy complexion transformed into a pallid visage. Recent recollections surfaced vividly in her mind. She was unable to comprehend why her uncle, who had witnessed her maturation, would expel her from the sanctuary during her grave injury. Even if she had not contributed significantly to the haven, they were at the very least kin. Why were her uncle's family so callous? Muyu yearned to confront them. Yet a tinge of compassion arose within her, considering her ignorance regarding her parents' history. From her perspective, it was her uncle's family's nurturing and shelter that had enabled her to endure such an extreme environment. Although they were unkind, Muyu did not wish to be unjust. However, she felt that her sentiments were inconsequential. Everything here belonged to the predecessor, herself included. Without the predecessor's command, she would not act presumptuously. As Muyu awaited instructions, Chen Anyang maintained his gaze upon the mobile screen. The morning light shelter? If memory serves, Muyu originated from there, did she not? It seemed she was expelled. Suhode, Muyu. Could they share a familial bond? While Chen Anyang pondered, Su Haud and his party had prostrated themselves outside the dwelling. It appeared they sought to move the enigmatic martial cultivator through this display, or perhaps to morally coerce the mysterious martial artist. Chen Anyang possessed a rather lenient moral threshold. As long as his morality was sufficiently low, no one could morally blackmail him. Rejecting spiritual attrition, relinquishing personal qualities, and embracing a morally deficient existence. Particularly in the realm of gaming, inhibitions are significantly diminished. 6 individuals are requesting asylum. Please select an option. Option 1. Dispatch Su Muyu to eliminate them all and seize their possessions. Option 2. Cruelly deny them, leaving them to their own devices. Option 3. Consent to accommodate them, providing lodging. Option 4. Disregard them entirely. They relish subservience? Let them remain prostrate, then. Chen Anyang scoffed, opting to disregard them, primarily because he was uncertain of the relationship between these individuals and Su Muyu. Without explicit instructions from his predecessor, Su Muyu refrained from emerging to reunite with her kin. After a brief sojourn in the dwelling, she descended into the subterranean chamber to resume her cultivation. The soundproofing of the underground space was exceptional, rendering it virtually silent. Su Muyu swiftly entered a meditative state. My predecessor will make the determination. I must expedite my ascent to the 5th rank of martial prowess. Upon hearing Su Muyu's soliloquy, Chen Anyang nodded in approbation, a promising disciple indeed. Despite recognizing that she was merely an AI construct, meticulously trained with vast quantities of data, Chen Anyang regarded Su Muyu as an entity possessing near-autonomous consciousness and vitality, perhaps best described as an electronic life form. It was undeniable that contemporary AI technology was disconcertingly advanced. Chen Anyang even speculated that AI would soon surpass humanity, especially since, within this game, AI could impeccably emulate human emotions and responses, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from a living person. As Chen Anyang gazed at Su Muyu, who was immersed in her cultivation on his phone, he soon succumbed to slumber. The moonlight, like liquid silver, cascaded upon the earth. In the dormitory, the sounds of snoring intertwined with the soft whispers of breath. Ugh! The flesh of that ferocious beast is truly unpalatable. Ma Chunglin mumbled in his sleep, tossing over and inadvertently kicking his blanket aside, yet remained blissfully unaware, fully absorbed in his dreams. Before long, the morning light pierced through the crevices of the curtains, akin to a golden sword, gradually illuminating the room and dispelling all shadows. Chen Anyang rubbed his sleepy eyes, stifled a yawn, and stretched languidly. His phone had been running the game throughout the night, charging steadily, yet it felt surprisingly cool. Within the game, Su Muyu continued her cultivation. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the underground chamber. In this space, Chen Anyang could manipulate the camera at will. He soon spotted the location of the spiritual spring, where a mischievous tabby cat was licking the exotic beast egg he had acquired just the day before. A frown creased Chen Anyang's brow as he sensed something amiss, prompting him to zoom in. At the tabby cat's position, it became evident that the beast egg had been gnawed to reveal a small hole from which the egg liquid flowed out, all of it licked clean by the feline. Damn, my egg. No, my exotic beast egg. Chen Anyang's eyes widened in shock. This was a reward for spending 1,000 yuan. An egg of an exotic beast of the profound tier, capable of hatching into a profound beast after a 3-month incubation period. Now, it seemed entirely hopeless. A bug. Undoubtedly, a glitch has occurred within the game. The complementary pet from the initial purchase has consumed the pet egg acquired through accumulated purchases. In haste, Chen Anyang sought customer support to lodge a complaint, hoping to rectify the loss. What is this nonsense? Is there truly no customer service available? For such an elaborately produced game, how can one not find customer support? Were it not for the substantial amount of money he has invested, the extensive time he has dedicated, and the delightful presence of Su Muyu, Chen Anyang would unhesitatingly uninstall the game. Considering the scale of such a production, employing customer service would hardly incur significant expenses. Even a rudimentary AI customer service would suffice. Godfather, is your injury healed? How are you sitting up? Zhang Yufeng rubbed his eyes, gazing at Chen Anyang. With Minister Sun's influence, your leave application should be a mere formality. Zhang Yufeng suggested. That makes sense. Chen Anyang nodded, acknowledging that confining him to bed for 2 days could potentially lead to a mental breakdown. Even with this small game as a companion, he truly could not remain bedridden. Chen Anyang directly contacted his academic advisor. Chapter 23. Debts of gratitude and resentment offset, leaving neither party at a disadvantage. No problem. Furthermore, Chen Anyang's reason for requesting leave was entirely justifiable, as his work-related injury was widely known throughout the university. At the north gate of Bin University, Sun Xiaoxiao, clad in refreshing sportswear, awaited Chen Anyang. Her face bore faint beads of perspiration, indicating she had recently concluded her morning run. Minister Sun, what a coincidence. Chen Anyang had assumed it was a chance encounter. How are you feeling? Just a slight ache in my lower back. I wish to undergo a comprehensive medical examination at the hospital. I shall drive you. There is no need to trouble Minister Sun. I've already contacted my family, and my father will come to pick me up. Chen Anyang hastily declined. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Sun Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Chen Anyang quickly shook his head. It seemed he was indeed famished, finding even this fierce woman rather endearing. As he exited the university town, the road was bustling with a continuous stream of vehicles, having reached the morning rush hour. With no acquaintances in sight, he ran without a care, his form even leaving faint afterimages behind him. What on earth is that creature? How can it run so swiftly? Indeed, it feels as though even Olympic champions in track and field could not match this speed. Incredible. He seems to be moving with special effects. I must capture this moment and post a short video. It is bound to go viral. Chen Anyang continued his solitary sprint, first reaching the subway station. An hour later, he switched to a bus, and after a half-hour walk, he arrived at the Happiness Garden in Jinyang District, Binhai City. This was an aging residential complex, where the gatekeeper was leisurely enjoying the breeze outside, as it was too stifling within. Ah, just a little matter, I took a leave. Chen Anyang nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, Granny Wang, soaking up the sun? Chen Anyang had grown up in this old community, and most residents recognized him. He encountered quite a number of familiar faces along the way. Zhao Wenda lived in the building directly in front of his, and Chen Anyang navigated the area with ease. The entrance to the building was left with only half of its protective gate, the other half rusty and precariously hanging, ascending the 5 floors in a mere 3 strides. Chen Anyang knocked on the door. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Lu, are you home? It's Anyang. Zhao Wenda resided in a low-rise building, with a maximum of 5 stories, housing 3 households per staircase. One of the neighboring families had an elderly resident who passed away 2 years prior, leaving their home vacant. Another family had relocated to the south last year, and their property remained unsold. The entrances to all 3 households were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, unmistakably indicating a prolonged absence. A surge of impulse coursed through Chen Anyang, urging him to break in and inspect the interior. Ultimately, however, reason prevailed. The relationship between the Chen and Zhao families had always been amicable. Perhaps his mother would possess some insight into the situation. Find out quickly. Chen Anyang hung up the phone, retrieved the key from beneath the doormat, and unlocked the door. Everything felt strikingly familiar, yet oddly foreign. After placing his backpack down, Chen Anyang ventured into the kitchen in search of something to eat, only to be greeted by a multitude of pre-packaged meal boxes that sapped his appetite. He settled onto the sofa and opened his phone. Ice Age, he commanded, activating the game. Within the virtual realm, Muyu had trained diligently throughout the morning, having completed the day's mission, leaving only one journey remaining. Such determination, thought Chen Anyang, surprised that the group had not dispersed. He had assumed that, given enough time, the 6 individuals outside would eventually leave, yet as the camera panned to the exterior, it revealed them still kneeling, one among them having succumbed to the chilling grasp of death. Muyu was acutely aware that the time for outdoor training had arrived, yet she found herself at a loss on how to confront her own kin. Those individuals, who had nurtured her into adulthood and provided a secure haven, had also cast her out when she was grievously wounded, fully aware that such an act was tantamount to condemning her to death. In light of this, it could be deemed that the debts of gratitude and resentment were now balanced, with neither party owing the other anything further. Having steeled her resolve, Muyu grasped the Lihua's sword, opened the door, and stepped out of the dwelling. Muyu? Su Hao was on the verge of succumbing to the bitter cold, but upon seeing the door ajar, he was immediately revitalized. However, when he recognized Su Muyu emerging from the house, he was utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Su Muyu had not perished and was, in fact, residing here. Muyu, how is it that you are here? Su Hao's wife wore an expression of utter disbelief. Muyu, your uncle, aunt, and cousins are on the brink of freezing to death. For the sake of our familial bond, please allow us to enter. Indeed, elder cousin, please let us in. My younger sister has already succumbed to the cold. Muyu, we have always treated you with kindness. You must not be ungrateful. Although we expelled you, we were merely beguiled by a sorceress. Our actions were beyond our control. The group lamented and pleaded with Su Muyu, appearing genuinely pitiable. Su Muyu's heart softened, and she retrieved the food she had acquired for the day. Uncle Aunt, this is the abode of a martial arts senior, and I have no authority here. Moreover, it seems that the senior does not wish to provide refuge for you. Take these provisions and depart swiftly, Su Muyu urged. Muyu, does this imply that you are acquainted with the senior within the house? Could we perhaps be granted entry, or might you bestow upon us some elixirs or protective items? Suhode implode vigildi. Uncle, this. I owe my life to my senior. I shall heed their every command. They have issued no directives, and I dare not make any impudent requests. Sumoim responded, Samba troubled. Sumoim, have you forgotten how you came to be? Had it not been for us, you would have perished in these glaciers long ago. Now that you have found a sturdy tree, you begin to display ingratitude and to make such presumptuous demands. Is it truly an impertinent request to save your loved ones' lives? Chapter 24. She is a good person. Chen Anyang reclined on his sofa, gazing intently at his phone screen. As Su Muyu's prowess grew, so too did the extent of his awareness. Everything transpiring outside was now visible to him. Through the dialogue between Su Muyu and that group of individuals, Chen Anyang had come to grasp the nature of their connection entirely. It was indeed this group that had cast the severely injured Su Muyu out of the refuge. Yet, it appeared that some vestiges of familial affection lingered within her heart. To command her to eliminate them all would be undeniably cruel and might cast a shadow over her spirit. Am I truly contemplating matters from the perspective of an AI? I must be losing my mind. Having completed his daily and weekly card sign-ins, Chen Anyang found himself in possession of 409 gold ingots. Suhode, if you do not depart at once, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Muyu need not concern herself with these wretched relatives. Chen Anyang, with a resolute heart, spent 100 gold coins to purchase a communication device. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot about the character limit, but the game kindly assisted him in condensing his message. Get lost. The thunderous voice caused those engaged in a heated argument with Su Muyu to choke on their own blood, their vitality shaken. Cough, cough, senior. Please calm your wrath. We shall take our leave immediately. Su Hao, terrified beyond measure, hurriedly fled with his wife and children. Once a family of 6, they had already lost one daughter to the cold, and the deafening voice had severely injured their youngest, leaving them no choice but to abandon her. Su Muyu, equally affected by the sudden sound, took a moment to regain her composure. Senior, I have troubled you once more. Vitni sing su moe spitiabaldimina. Chen Anyang spent another 100 gold coins to offer her some comfort. Money is hard to earn, yet it flows freely when spent, he sighed. The little tabby cat, after consuming the beast egg, lay beside the spiritual spring, seemingly asleep. The 9-live spirit cat S grade has been elevated to the highest level. The 9-live spirit cat has ascended to the second stage of the body refinement realm. Originally, the 9-live spirit cat, acquired with the initial charge, was of high grade, but after digesting the profound beast egg, it ascended to the highest grade, albeit still falling short of the profound level by 1 grade. At least it had risen by 1 grade. It was not too great a loss. Chen Anyang could only console himself in this manner. However, this 9-live spirit cat currently resembles more of a decorative object. Aside from the occasional pleasure it brings to Su Muyu while petting it, it serves no other purpose. By the way, I noticed this morning that the battle order has reached level 2, and I have yet to utilize the rewards. Chen Anyang quickly opened his inventory. So far, the most cost-effective item in the game is the battle order. Upon reaching Supreme Battle Order Level 2, one receives the Washing Marrow Pill, Advanced. Lingyun Step Fragment, Advanced, and 9 Nether Dark Flower, Top Tier. Washing Marrow Pill, Advanced. Effect. After use, the cultivation speed is tripled for 1 hour. The first use unlocks the hidden Meridian Tianqi point and permanently increases the diameter of the spiritual energy vortex by 1 centimeter. Lingyun Step Fragment, Advanced. Passive. Successfully dodging an enemy attack increases sword chi damage by 10. Does not stack. Battle Order Special Effect. When activated, cloud patterns appear beneath the feet, leaving a cyan afterimage in the air. Note, can be combined with the subsequent Battle Order reward, Lingyun Step, supplement to upgrade to a top-tier technique. 9 Nether Dark Flower, Top Tier. Effect. When planted, it gradually enhances the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 meters. After absorbing 20 of the character's spiritual energy, it can directly bloom, usable at night. And the bloom presents 3 forms based on the lunar phase. Form 1. New Moon transforms into white flower. Consuming the petals removes all negative statuses and grants the Ice Heart state immunity to mental control for 1 minute. Limited to martial sect and below. Form 2. Full Moon transforms into red flower. Consuming the petals increases the spiritual energy recovery speed by 10 for 1 minute and can also be refined into a spiritual energy recovery potion. Restricted to martial grandmasters and below. Form 3. Crescent Moon's dark ephemera. Upon full bloom, it swiftly withers, exuding a toxic vapor that inflicts the ossification condition upon enemies within a 20-meter radius, causing a progressive decline in defensive capabilities. Duration, 3 minutes. Restricted to martial grandmasters and below. Is it really this intricate? To utilize this item, one must observe the lunar phases. Initially, Chen Anyang perceived this flora as quite promising. However, he did not anticipate such extensive limitations. Comparatively, the lightness skill appears more advantageous, although Su Muyu may be currently engrossed in too many disciplines, with the initial 2 not yet fully mastered. Very well, I shall place it within the residence. Should she possess an inclination, she may pursue its study independently. Chen Anyang deposited the seed and marrow-cleansing elixir upon the floor, positioned the cultivation method upon the bookshelf, and subsequently withdrew from the game. He had detected the sound of the door opening. Upon consulting the time, it was merely past 4 in the afternoon. His mother had arrived considerably earlier than anticipated. The instant the door was breached, Chen Anyang discerned the voice of his mother, Zhonglan. During the activity, I inadvertently sustained a minor impact. It is of no consequence. Yet the counselor still desires that I rest for a couple of days. Chen Anyang did not dissemble. After all, within Binda University, Zhonglan possessed several acquaintances who could readily ascertain the truth with minimal inquiry. Are you certain it is of no consequence? Zhonglan, bearing a substantial package of vegetables. Enter the living room. Presently, there may be a slight consequence. Chen Anyang scratched his head. His mother, Zhonglan, is also capable of preparing meals, but the flavors are, to put it mildly, indescribable. Therefore, from a young age, she cultivated self-reliance in both her son and daughter. However, only Chen Anyang mastered the culinary arts. Since high school, the preparation of meals within the household has been primarily entrusted to Chen Anyang. What do you comprehend? I'm doing this for your own benefit. Nowadays, few young people can cook, so showcasing your culinary skills when seeking a partner will be your greatest asset. Moreover, if you can't find a job, you can at least be a cook and not starve. A cook? Small restaurants use pre-made meals, and large restaurants wouldn't hire someone with my unconventional methods. Stop being so stubborn. What do you think about the person I introduced to you? Zhonglan immediately changed the subject. She's a good person. Chen Anyang continued to be perfunctory. Is that all? What else? Chen Anyang retorted. You're hopeless. I wonder if you're really your father's son. Zhonglan was exasperated by his lack of ambition. Well, I'm definitely your son. Your brother and sister will be the death of me. Zhonglan leaned against the kitchen doorway, panting. How did Aaron upset you again? How else? A girl behaving like a wild boy all day long. If only you 2 siblings could swap personalities. Zhanglan sighed. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. Chen Anyang turned around and looked at his mother, Zhonglan, with a serious expression. What is it? Chapter 25. I have a plan. He needed to articulate his sister's desires as clearly as possible while ensuring his mother's acceptance. Fortunately, Chen Anyang believed he excelled at this. Mom, I'm going to tell you something, but please don't get angry. I'll try my best to restrain myself. Zanlan, go meet. Erin doesn't want to go to university. She wants to attend a sports academy. Mom, didn't you promise you wouldn't get angry? Such a momentous affair. How could I remain composed? You're cognizant of Erin's academic standing, and moreover, for a young woman, engaging in self-defense training is quite advantageous, at the very least for physical well-being and personal safety. Preposterous. Should she develop an ungainly physique, her prospects for finding a partner would be even more challenging than yours. What if she were to suffer a traumatic brain injury at a sports academy? Furthermore, what career opportunities would be available upon graduation from such an institution? Joining a circus to perform feats of strength? Broaden your perspective. Recently, a physical education instructor generated a monthly income of $1 million through live streaming sales of items such as yoga mats, protein powder, and massage guns. With your sister's intellectual capacity, our family's resources would be insufficient to cover her potential liabilities. At the very least, she could deliver food or packages, and with superior physical fitness, she could complete more deliveries. Do you genuinely desire for your sister to attend or not? Ultimately, the decision rests with Erin. She's your own daughter, and you are most familiar with her disposition. Once she has made up her mind, no one can dissuade her. Erin has inherited your father's stubbornness, as obstinate as a mule. Zanlan Sai. By the way, have you seen Uncle Zhao recently? Chen Anyang abruptly shifted the subject. It seems it has been quite some time since I last saw him. Zhanglan pondered for a moment. The last encounter was approximately half a year ago. Why do you suddenly bring up your Uncle Zhao? Mom, do you happen to know the location of that Taoist temple? Chen Anyang promptly inquired. I had forgotten that before your college entrance examination, your father and I went to that temple to make a wish. It was quite efficacious, and after fulfilling the vow, we haven't been back since. Your father should remember where it is located. What's the name of the Taoist temple? Chen Anyang continued to inquire. Something like the Temple of Heavenly Origin. Indeed, Chen Anyang's heart stirred. It was just as he had guessed. That Taoist temple was called the Temple of Heavenly Origin. But the problem was that it couldn't be found on any navigation apps. Eldest son, what shall we have for dinner tonight? All your favorites, sweet and sour spare ribs, guabao roe, and chicken stew with mushrooms. Zhanglan went out with a cleaver. As her own son, Chen Anyang understood his mother's personality. She could chat with a stranger for 5 minutes if she met one on the road. Pursuing usually meant an hour or more, with no upper limit. Damn it. Seriously? I remember there being 2 or 3 cleavers at home. No? Chen Anyang searched the cupboards for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of them. Right now, the only tool in the house that could be called a knife was the bone knife in Chen Anyang's bag. In his view, it was just an ordinary decorative piece, but it did feel quite sharp. Peeling a potato shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhanglan liked to eat potatoes, and she would add extra potatoes to the chicken stew with mushrooms. Chen Anyang took the bone knife and re-entered the kitchen, selecting 2 potatoes. This knife is so fast. Chen Anyang's eyes widened. The bone knife in his hand was far sharper than he had imagined, and it was particularly easy to peel potatoes with. In just 5 or 6 seconds, he had peeled a potato. This osseous blade was truly a marvel. Its esteem in his estimation ascended instantaneously. The seemingly jadeite dagger proved more resilient and acute than any cleaver, an unforeseen attribute for Chen Anyang. Furthermore, the blade remained pristine, impervious to the defilement of blood or grime. Should this game ever cease, he mused, a transition to cutlery sales would prove more lucrative than game development itself. Mother, is there any corner of this enclave unfamiliar to you? Is supper prepared? Where did you procure that blade? Zanlan inquit, supit. A conjurer never reveals his secrets. Chen Anyang responded enigmatically. Zhanglan paid it no mind, settling at the table, ready to dine. Burp. I've indulged excessively this evening. A constitutional is in order. Very well. Chen Anyang concurred. Zhanglan casually donned a cardigan and exited the dwelling. Chen Anyang's appetite had amplified recently, even under his strenuous moderation. Post-repast, Chen Anyang refrigerated the leftovers, tidied the kitchen, and disposed of the refuse in the bin downstairs. Ice Age commence. Adjacent to the spiritual spring, several more plants had sprouted, including the 9 underworld epiphyllum. Muyu, instead of cultivating, sat engrossed with the tattered pages of the soaring cloud steps in her hands. The 9-live spirit cat remained dormant, showing no sign of arousal. Chen Anyang promptly vended Muyu's acquisitions, yielding a respectable 68 gold jades. Subsequently, he began to peruse the records. Muyu slayed a first-tier body refinement realm ice wolf, acquiring 1 wolf pelt. Muyu vanquished a 4th-tier body refinement realm ice wolf, obtaining 1 ice wolf heart. Muyu defeated a 3rd-tier body refinement realm snow fox, securing 1 snow fox pelt. Muyu's vermilion bird's heaven incinerating sword attained the 1st layer of great mastery. Muyu commenced studying the remnants of the Lingyun steppe. Muyu's Lingyun steppe reached the 1st layer of initiation. On the mobile screen, Muyu made a slight movement, her toes touching the ground, each step blossoming like a lotus, leaving only an afterimage as she instantaneously appeared several meters away. Yet, it was not swift enough. Furrowing her brows, Muyu turned around, drawing the fire sword, which emitted a faint sound of swordplay. The Lingyun steppe harmonized with the vermilion bird's heaven incinerating sword. The sound of the sword transformed into a melodious symphony, her figure becoming increasingly graceful, her movements ever lighter. Boom! To the casual observer, a seemingly gentle strike left a shallow mark upon the ground. According to the material specifications, even formidable martial masters could not breach this place. Yet Muyu's blow had left an impression. How astonishing! Chen Anyang and Muyu, though in separate realms, shared the same incredulity. Muyu's progress was indeed rapid, surpassing not only her own expectations, but also those of Chen Anyang. Thud! Muyu hurriedly knelt upon the ground. Predecessor, I was too engrossed just now and inadvertently caused damage here. Please, punish me, esteemed elder. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Muyu surveyed the scene. Everything here belonged to the esteemed senior. She had previously tested the integrity of the place, discovering that aside from the soil near the spirit spring, the ground and walls were extraordinarily firm, impervious to her strength. Never could she have imagined that her sword strike would cause such extensive damage. Silence lingered for a long while. Though everything seemed as it always was, Muyu's heart was filled with apprehension. Her greatest fear was incurring the senior's wrath. The world was vast, yet she would have nowhere to turn were it not for the senior's benevolence. Yet, she had damaged the very sanctuary he had granted her. Chen Anyang had not intended to expend 100 gold jades, but upon seeing Muyu's distress, he felt compelled to offer some solace, lest she spend the entire night prostrate, which would undoubtedly impede her cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Chen Anyang acquired a sound transmission device. Do not fret over these inanimate objects. Neglecting your cultivation will incur severe punishment. Precisely 20 characters, excluding punctuation, the extent of Chen Anyang's sentiment. Upon hearing Chen Anyang's voice, Muyu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately resumed her cultivation. Chapter 26. The mother's double standards. Muyu was engrossed in cultivation while her senior brother, Zhang Cheng, ventured onto the frozen plains in search of the so-called spiritual realm. Boss, where have you been all this time? I noticed that the shelter's food supply was dwindling, so I thought I'd venture out to see if I could find anything to eat. Alas, Suho the Saif. Originally, Su Haod was the strongest in the entire shelter, but now that title belonged to Muyu. And where's Miss Feng? Sud inquired in hushed tones. She has remained in the room for nearly a day and night. Go and announce my presence. Tell her I wish to see her. This, elder, I dare not. Incompetent. Suingjia, go and inform her. Su turned to his eldest son. Yes, father. Suingjia, though equally apprehensive, could not defy his father's unwavering commands and reluctantly acquiesced. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Feng, my father, Sud, requests an audience. Suingjia announced respectfully outside Yuyu's door. Yuyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a wave of her hand, the door swung open on its own accord. We encountered a dwelling along the way, inhabited by a martial cultivator of considerable strength. Su Yingjie recounted the entire episode with trepidation. You encountered him as well? Feng Yuyu's eyebrows arched in surprise. It seems this humble shelter is quite the fortuitous location. Feng Yu glanced at Su Yingjie. That dwelling houses a personage of great importance, one you cannot afford to offend. However, I observe that your natural endowments are quite promising. If you are willing, you may follow me in cultivation. And achieving the realm of martial master would be well within your reach. Although Feng Yu was merely a 7th-grade martial artist, she exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Thump! Su Yingjie prostrated himself without hesitation. Disciple Su Yingjie pays homage to master. I possess a cultivation technique that is perfectly suited for you. Take it and study it. If anything is unclear, you may approach me at any time. Feng Yu said in a measured tone. With heartfelt gratitude, I express my thanks to my esteemed master. I, as a devoted disciple, shall diligently hone my skills, ensuring that I do not betray your nurturing guidance. Such an opportunity is something Feng Yingjie would scarcely dare to dream of. Having encountered it today, I shall seize it with unwavering determination. Bang! The door slammed shut, and a faint, sinister smile curled upon Feng Yu's lips. Although Su Yingjie's innate talent pales in comparison to that of Su Muyu, his physique possesses unique qualities that render him exceptionally suited for the cultivation of demonic martial arts. Should he reach the 9th rank of martial artist, Feng Yue could then eliminate him and refine his essence, propelling herself directly into the realm of martial masters. The technique she practices is particularly arduous in its initial stages. Yet once she surpasses the martial master level, her progress will accelerate tenfold until she reaches the martial sovereign stage, where the pace will once again decelerate, but that will suffice. After all, the principal of the Bin City Martial Arts Academy has only attained the rank of 7th level martial sovereign, and once one attains the martial sovereign realm, they enter the ranks of the powerful. On a crisp morning, Chen Anyang rose early, had a light breakfast, and settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone. With the holiday upon him, he had taken to lounging at home, doing nothing. His mother, Zhang Lan, commented with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyang stood up and headed outside. Where are you going? I'm going out for my morning exercise. All you do is run around aimlessly. It's a holiday, and you want to even stay at home for a while. Mom, I just want to know how you have such double standards and how my dad ever found you. Chen Anyang retorted before slipping on his shoes and darting out the door. Zhang Lan's voice was loud, but Chen Anyang moved with greater speed, already racing down the stairs. Zhao Wenda, a childhood friend who had grown up alongside him, could not be overlooked in light of such a sudden disappearance. In the blink of an eye, standing once more before Zhao Wendao's abode, Chen Anyang inhaled deeply, retreated a few paces, mustered his strength, and delivered a forceful kick to the security door. The door frame warped somewhat, yet remained unbreached. Thump, thump, thump. After 3 successive kicks, the security door succumbed entirely. Upon the living room coffee table, 2 apples had long since decayed into a brownish muck, teeming with rampant mold. A trail of dried, unidentifiable fluid meandered from beneath the refrigerator door, while the family portrait displayed in the entryway appeared strangely discordant. Chen Anyang retrieved the photograph, discovering upon its reverse 3 overlapping triangles sketched roughly in indelible marker. The room's entire arrangement exuded an unsettling aura. Chen Anyang dared not delve further, for he required more adept individuals to investigate. Producing his mobile, he summoned a rideshare, first making a detour to a print shop, and then proceeding directly to the police station. Officer, I wish to file a report. Chen Anyang presented his identification card and student credentials. Missing person? Chen Anyang concisely recounted the situation, noting the officer's nameplate, which read Zhou Zhiping, with the badge number ending in 369. Yes, he is my roommate. We both attend Bin University. He has been out of contact for 3 days. Zhou Zhiping set down his thermos, perused the documents, adjusted his spectacles, and rapidly tapped away at the keyboard. I've checked. In Binhai City, there exists no Taoist temple or monastery by the name of Tianyuan, Zhou Zhiping stated, shaking his head. I visited his residence, It appeared uninhabited for an extended duration. As Chen Anyang articulated these words, he discerned a subtle alteration in Zhou Zhiping's countenance, discerning a series of crimson numerals, XC218, reflected in the lenses of his spectacles. Indeed, I have documented this case, and an investigation will promptly ensue, during which your cooperation will be solicited. Very well, here are my contact details. Chen Anyang inscribed his mobile telephone number on a piece of paper, subsequently handing it to Zhou Zhiping. Upon departing the police station, Chen Anyang extracted his mobile telephone, dispatching a message to a close confidant presently enrolled in the police academy. What? Are you certain it was a crimson designation? Affirmative, approximately. What is the significance of this? That signifies a delicate matter necessitating special registration. This is undoubtedly a significant affair, the individual solemnly conveyed. Upon hearing these words, Chen Anyang's apprehension intensified. However, as a mere ordinary citizen, he lacked the means to initiate an inquiry. Shortly after arriving at his domicile, the sound of police sirens reverberated, and several uniformed individuals proceeded to the edifice where Zhao Wendao resided, departing after a brief interval. Chen Anyang observed the scene from afar for a considerable period, and subsequent to their departure, he embarked on his third visit to Zhao Wendao's abode. The damaged security portal was affixed with a seal, and through the fissures, it was apparent that numerous items had been removed. What exactly transpired? Little Yang, my flight arrives at 3:00 p.m. this afternoon. Will you be available to collect me? Chapter 27. Esteemed NPC, might I inquire whether you require novice guidance? At 3:00 in the afternoon, at Terminal T3 of Binhai International Airport, sunlight streamed into the arrival hall, illuminating a pink suitcase adorned with cartoon stickers as it glided over the reflective floor tiles. Excuse me, Mr. NPC, do you require a novice's guidance? Lin Xiaodang approached Chen Anyang, adopting a commentary tone reminiscent of a gaming narration, her smile warm as she gazed at him. Are you the console from Econ? Chen Anyang was momentarily taken aback. This was his first encounter with his boss, having previously been unaware of her appearance until he had sent her a photograph just hours earlier. In his mind, Lin Xiaodang had always been a mature and sophisticated woman. Her gaming live streams delivered in a sultry voice, embodying a mature goddess persona, occasionally spiced with comedic antics. The image he had conjured of her was a stark contrast to the youthful girl before him. Lin Xiaodang had deliberately dyed her twin tails a peach hue, the tips curling playfully, while her canvas bag featuring merchandise from the Legend of Zelda glimmered under the sunlight, adorned with the patterns of the Sheikah stone. This is unmistakably me. Why do I appear so different from your expectations? Indeed, there was a palpable dissonance. Chen Anyang even suspected she had employed a voice modulator. Is that more appealing, or are you dissatisfied? Lin Xiaodang inquired directly. Clearing his throat, Chen Anyang replied, Miss Lin, perhaps we should step outside first. He felt the questions were somewhat ambiguous, so he skillfully diverted the topic, taking the suitcase from Lin Xiaotang's hands, while she refrained from pressing further. Weren't you supposed to arrive in 3 or 4 days? Why the early arrival? Are you planning to stay for a few more days? Chen Anyang inquired. He was somewhat taken aback, suspecting that a rather serious matter was at hand. However, considering their relationship was merely that of ordinary patrons, he refrained from probing further into the reasons. Only 1 day? That hardly allows for any meaningful exploration. Yes, I have already visited 2 cities prior. I had intended to rest for a day, and given the haste, it would be difficult to fully enjoy the experience. Please recommend a particularly representative attraction. Lin Xiaodang replied with a hint of exasperation. Although Chen Anyang was born in Binhai, his knowledge of the local attractions was quite limited, primarily restricted to a few places visited during elementary and middle school excursions. Nevertheless, he promptly listed several attractions and activities, hastily researched on his phone during their journey to the airport. Binhai boasted a few 5A-rated tourist sites and large amusement parks, yet the pervasive homogenization of attractions across regions rendered them largely similar. Climbing mountains and chasing the sea sounds exhausting. Why not take me out for a nice meal instead? Upon hearing this, Chen Anyang paused momentarily. Binhai, a second-tier city, bore the income level of an 18th-tier city while incurring expenses akin to those of a first-tier metropolis. A visit to a moderately upscale restaurant might not even cover his work-related injury compensation. While small eateries were indeed quite affordable, they lacked sincerity. The better restaurants were situated in the city center, requiring a journey of 1 to 2 hours. If they encountered peak traffic, they could be left waiting indefinitely. What shall we do then? Since I am in your territory, I shall defer to your arrangements. Have you booked your accommodation? Lin Xiaodang, when venturing out, never bothers with travel guides. She prefers to explore spontaneously, either enjoying the journey or seeking guidance upon arrival, embracing a carefree spirit. Why not come over to my place tonight? I can prepare a few signature dishes for you, and then I'll drive you to your hotel. Chen Anyang found this suggestion somewhat presumptuous. After all, it was their first meeting, and inviting someone to one's home could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, it was undeniably the most cost-effective option at the moment. I'm not quite ready. You are my boss. What is there to prepare for a visit from a superior to an employee's home? Chen Anyang replied earnestly. Well, are your parents at home? Lin Xiaodang inquired cautiously. They're not home. Chen Anyang responded without hesitation. His father was indeed away, and as for his mother, he thought it best to let her enjoy a few more rounds of mahjong outside, as he could manage swiftly. All right then, I'll book a hotel nearby. Lin Xiaodang agreed without hesitation, which took Chen Anyang by surprise. I'll head to the market to gather some ingredients. Make yourself comfortable. My place is a bit messy, so please don't mind. That's all right. Lin Xiaodang shook her head. Chen Anyang then proceeded to the kitchen, but before washing the vegetables, he took a moment to check his game. After switching through several angles, he spotted a sleeping tabby cat. A glance at the messages revealed that Muyu was out on a training expedition, and for the time being, there were no unexpected developments. What game is this? Lin Xiaodang had silently appeared behind Chen Anyang, startling him. Ever since discerning alterations within his corporeal form, Chen Anyang's perception of his surroundings had heightened exponentially. He could detect the slightest footfalls and even the faintest respirations within a radius of several dozen meters. Yet, he remained oblivious to Lin Xiaodang's presence directly behind him. The game you bestowed upon me, you inquire? Ah, that one whose developer absconded? You still indulge in it. Does it possess any redeeming qualities? Tolerable, I suppose. Merely a rescant idle game, but it serves to occupy my idle moments. Chen Anyang responded casually. My flight departs at noon tomorrow. If you are unencumbered in the forenoon, would you accompany me to a certain locale? Where might that be? Chen Anyang inquired, his conscience prickled with trepidation. He was, by nature, a homebody, having resided in this locale for over 2 decades without venturing to many places. He harbored concerns that if he were to serve as a guide, he might inadvertently lead Lin Xiaodang astray. I have heard tell of a particularly efficacious Taoist temple. I wish to pay it a visit. You profess belief in Taoism? Nay, I do not, but I harbor a certain fascination. Seems to possess a plethora of Taoist temples. Which one do you intend to visit? Chen Anyang, who was in the midst of peeling a potato, paused in his task upon hearing Lin Xiaodang's words, instinctively casting a glance in her direction. You are acquainted with? I overheard a friend mentioning it, asserting its efficacy. Is there something amiss with the place? Lin Xiaodang inquired, her countenance etched with perplexity upon observing Chen Anyang's reaction. He previously furnished me with its coordinates, which I have bookmarked. I shall simply follow the navigation. Indeed, I, too, have heard numerous individuals speak of this place. I have long harbored a desire to visit, but I lack its address. Elated, Chen Anyang surmised that the Taoist temple must harbor some clue. For Zhao Wendao was his closest comrade, and he would never abandon the search for him. Chapter 28, Fifth Order Body Refinement Realm, Icefield Wolf King. A solitary moon hung in the sky, and the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. Chen Anyang escorted Lin Xiaodang to the hotel before departing on his own. He held his generous boss in high regard. Just a mere acquaintance? His mother had inquired. A mere acquaintance? You prepare so many delicacies for her and even bring her home? And having brought her here, why send her away? Just inform me. I am not an inflexible person. I could spend the night at your aunt's or play mahjong all night long. Mother, didn't you advise me to take care of myself when outside? Mother, never mind, I'm going inside. Unable to elucidate further, Chen Anyang entered his room and closed the door behind him. Glacial epic initiated. Muyu had concluded her training and was now in front of the spirit garden, observing the spiritual herbs she had cultivated. Chen Anyang examined the gains, discovering that Muyu had slain numerous fourth-order body refinement realm ferocious beasts, yielding over 100 gold jades upon sale, including the sign-in rewards. He now possessed 472 gold jades. Muyu has entered a state of cultivation. A double cultivation acceleration card has been automatically used. Muyu's soaring cloud step has reached the first minor stage. 30 Icefield wolves are rapidly approaching. 30? As Chen Anyang was observing Muyu's cultivation, a small line of striking red text materialized on the screen. To Chen Anyang, this was not merely a warning of peril, but rather the system's subtle indication to prepare for another monetary infusion. Previously, he struggled to comprehend those who would casually spend tens of thousands on a game. Yet in his mere 5 days with this particular game, he had already invested over 1,000. This game was indeed excessively addictive. Remain composed, absolutely remain composed. No more funds, Chen Anyang proclaimed, even as his mind braced itself for the inevitable transaction. Since encountering this game, he had palpably sensed the alterations occurring within his body and surroundings. At least in the near future, he would never uninstall this game. Within the confines of the mobile screen, Muyu was enveloped in crimson flames, indicative of the initial stage of ninefold flame refinement incantation, the flame body tempering cultivation state. Before Chen Anyang could even employ the voice transmitter to issue a warning, Muyu ceased her cultivation, her eyes slowly unfurling, her bright pupils shimmering subtly. Having resided here for such an extended duration, I have only ever encountered ordinary Icefield wolves. Why is it that so many second, third, and even fourth-tier body-tempering Icefield wolves have suddenly emerged? As Muyu pondered this enigma, she arose, brandishing the fire detachment sword, and employing the soaring cloud step. She swiftly exited the chamber. With her attainment of the 4th-rank martial warrior, Chen Anyang's observational range had expanded and the lens shifted, affording a clear view of the encroaching Icefield wolves. Their forms were immense, their fangs adorned with icicles, their eyes gleaming with a crimson luminescence, setting them apart from the Icefield wolves previously encountered. The leading Icefield wolf, larger in stature, appeared to be the alpha. Upon hearing its howl, the entire pack of Icefield wolves immediately dispersed, surrounding Muyu with a menacing intent. A 5th-tier body-refining beast? This was the strongest ferocious creature Muyu had encountered thus far. Currently, she was merely a 4th-tier martial artist, and in the realm of lower tiers. Ferocious beasts inherently possessed superior physical prowess compared to martial cultivators. For an ordinary person, defeating a beast of the same rank would be deemed a significant accomplishment. With her 4th-tier martial artist strength, facing a 5th-tier body-refining beast, even with the enhancements of techniques and weapons, her chances of victory would not exceed 40%. Chen Anyang was still awaiting the appearance of a recharge prompt. On the screen, Muyu revealed a faint smirk, her body suddenly vanishing, leaving only a trail of azure in her wake. She was draped in tattered robes, their severe damage offering little to no additional cultivation benefits. Whoosh! The fire departure sword sliced through the air, and Muyu reappeared 8 meters away, behind one of the Icefield wolves. The razor-sharp fire departure sword descended, cleaving the wolf in two with a single stroke. Although it was merely a 3rd-tier body-refining beast, Muyu's movements were extraordinarily swift and fluid, leaving the other Icefield wolves momentarily stunned. Roar! After Muyu dispatched 3 to 5 Icefield wolves in succession, the remaining wolves finally lunged at her. She executed a mid-air somersault, evading the assault while bringing her sword down to sever the head of yet another Icefield wolf in half. Goodness, this young lady has become remarkably fierce. Chen Anyang stared at the screen, somewhat astonished. During his few days of gaming, including this occasion, he had witnessed Muyu engage in battle only twice. The last encounter had seen her besieged by a horde of 2nd and 3rd-tier beastmasters, her life hanging by a thread, struggling desperately. In stark contrast, This time she faced a group of 3rd and 4th tier beastmasters with remarkable ease and composure. Yet, Chen Anyang did not let his guard down. After all, a 5th tier wolf king with blood-red eyes was intently observing Muyu's every move. Howl! The Icefield wolf king seemed poised to intervene directly. Not having seen a recharge prompt, Chen Anyang swiftly utilized a dragon blood fury potion. Although the side effects were severe, for 1 hour, it granted immunity to damage from 9th tier martial artists and reduced damage from martial masters by 60. Even the 5th tier wolf king would struggle to inflict any substantial harm upon Muyu. Senior? Muyu initially contemplated taking a perilous risk to confront the wolf king in a fight to the death, convinced that, despite the low odds of victory, she could still defeat him. However, the sudden appearance of the potion tempered her resolve. Behind her stood a mysterious and powerful senior. She had yet to reach the point where life and death could be casually dismissed, as she had not yet received the senior's permission. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu swallowed the dragon blood fury potion. The taste burst forth in a sweet and metallic explosion. Her spiritual energy surged rapidly, enveloped by a layer of crimson mist that seemed to form a solid shield around her. She immediately activated the 9-fold refining fire technique, causing flames to surge around her, creating a protective barrier of fire. The Icefield Wolf King immediately launched an attack. Its full-force strike inflicted no harm upon Muyu, but instead, it was scorched by the flames and momentarily hindered by the crimson mist. Seizing the opportunity, Muyu thrust her sword. The flames of the fire leaving sword piercing through the Icefield Wolf King's icy armor and directly striking its heart. With a mournful howl, the Icefield Wolf King collapsed lifelessly. The remaining Icefield Wolves, witnessing the demise of their leader, began to retreat in fear. Muyu had no intention of sparing them. She raised the fire-leaving sword high, and the flames at the blade's edge coalesced into the ethereal form of a vermilion bird. This was the preliminary application of the vermilion bird-burning heaven sword. Though she had yet to master it completely, she was able to unleash some of its power. The vermilion bird soared high before diving down, engulfing the Icefield wolves in flames, reducing them to ashes. As Muyu sheathed the fire-leaving sword, the flames gradually extinguished. She breathed heavily, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Although the battle had not lasted long, the continuous use of techniques and martial skills had taken a toll on her. However, something caught her attention. She looked at the Wolf King's corpse, noticing an unusual wisp of black mist emanating from it, an occurrence she had never encountered before. This wisp of black mist was also observed by Chen Anyang, who was engrossed in his phone, and he noticed a peculiar flame emblem on the Wolf King's skull. Yet, Chen Anyang had no time to ponder these anomalies, for the backlash from the Dragon Blood Rampage potion would erupt in 1 hour. Once the effects wore off, his bones would shatter, necessitating a 3-day infusion in spiritual liquid. A second later, Chen Anyang purchased a communicator from the shop, spending 200 gold to acquire a mid-level communicator that could transmit 50 characters. Empowered by the Dragon Blood Frenzy, Muyu was virtually invincible against body-tempering realm ferocious beasts, impervious to harm even if unable to slay them. Having already activated it, he resolved to maximize its effectiveness. Beyond accruing combat experience and gold jades, he could also fulfill the monthly Battle Pass missions. Having vanquished 1-tier 5 body-tempering realm ferocious beast, only one remained to complete the task, potentially elevating the Battle Pass to level 8 or 9. Upon hearing Chen Anyang's command, Muyu had already unleashed the soaring cloud steps, sprinting towards the depths of the glacier. Tier 5 body-tempering realm Icefield Wolf King Femur, sold, yielding 98 gold jades. So exorbitant? Chapter 29, Onset of the Backlash. The Magic Martial Alliance? Such a thing exists here? Outside the Dawn Shelter, Feng Yu gazed upon the ferocious beasts she had slain, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She had intended to check on Muyu's situation, but upon exiting the shelter, she encountered several Tier 3 and 4 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts, all manipulated by magic martial arts. Martial cultivators and magic martial arts practitioners emerged almost simultaneously. They pursued ultimate power, sparing no expense, employing forbidden techniques, and even utilizing the bloodlines of ferocious or exotic beasts to augment themselves, transforming into hybrid beings. Due to the nature of their practices, most magic martial arts practitioners possessed eccentric and reclusive personalities, preferring solitude. However, under the martial cultivation alliance's relentless pursuit, their survival faced dire challenges. Subsequently, they established a magic martial alliance, rumored to be headquartered deep within the glaciers of the extreme southern region. Known as the Dark Abyss City, they possess numerous clandestine strongholds across the globe, and through relentless development, they have grown formidable enough to rival the martial arts alliance. The ferocious beast slain by Feng Yiyun bore a distinctive emblem of black flames. She too practiced the art of demonic martial cultivation, yet refrained from joining the demonic martial alliance. As a practitioner of demonic martial arts studying at the Martial Arts Academy, discovery would almost certainly lead to her demise. But that was the extent of her concerns. Should she choose to affiliate with the demonic martial alliance, given Feng Yiyun's prowess, she might find herself reduced to a mere resource for others' cultivation, an existence far worse than death, where even the thought of ending her life would be a challenge. Hence, Feng Yiyun had never entertained the notion of joining such an organization. Could the individual who assisted Muyu truly be a practitioner of demonic martial arts? Regardless of the truth, you must now be considered one. Senior Zhang, when we meant to arrive. Upon entering the Dawn Sanctuary, Feng Yiyun encountered a dejected Zhang Cheng. It should be soon. What brings you here, Junior? After several days of searching, Zhang Cheng had found no trace of the spirit realm, naturally affecting his mood. However, upon seeing the enchanting Feng Yiyun, the gloom in his heart dissipated instantly. It pertains to the matter discussed earlier with you, Senior. Look, the demonic martial alliance. How could they possibly be here? Zhang Cheng's expression turned grave. If they were mere practitioners of demonic martial arts, perhaps his mentor could handle them. But the involvement of the demonic martial alliance complicated matters significantly. I harbor suspicions that it may be related to the recent rumors of the spiritual realm, along with the successive extraordinary phenomena. Even in the absence of the spiritual realm, it is evident that some treasure has manifested, and those of the demonic martial arts are undoubtedly coveting it. Feng Yu speculated. Treasure? Zhang Cheng exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. His venture to the far north was precisely to seek out a treasure that could aid him in his breakthrough. However, those practitioners of demonic martial arts indeed posed a formidable challenge. I will first contact my mentor and request that he bring more people. That would be most prudent. I shall remain here to observe the situation. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, junior sister. The eradication of the demonic martial arts is a solemn duty and obligation for practitioners like us. I, too, should not shy away from this responsibility. Feng Yiyue declared with righteous fervor. Zhang Cheng, not daring to delay, bid farewell to Feng Yiyue and hastened towards the direction of Bin City. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang, having stared at the screen for over an hour, felt drowsy. Suddenly, the phone in his hand emitted a beep. He quickly opened his eyes and unlocked the screen. This time, his gains were several times greater than before. Unfortunately, he had yet to slay a fifth-tier beast. With just one more fifth-tier beast to conquer, he would fulfill the monthly task of the battle decree. Chen Anyang sighed as he sold all his items, earning a total of 500 gold, bringing his overall wealth to 794 gold. The effects of the potion lingered for the final 5 seconds. According to the potion's description, once the effects faded, his bones would shatter, necessitating a 3-day immersion in spiritual liquid. Elixir is commercially available and relatively inexpensive, costing 200 gold jades per use, which is sufficient for Muyu to soak in for a day. Thus, 3 days would only amount to 600 gold jades. The only predicament is that immersing oneself here for 3 days would mean foregoing the daily battle pass missions for 3 days. Muyu's dragon blood berserk state has dissipated, and the potion's backlash has begun. Muyu, having undergone perfect body tempering and bone refinement, has resisted the potion's bone-shattering backlash and has only entered a day of weakness. Immersion in elixir can shorten it to half a day. It seems this expenditure is indeed worthwhile. Chen Anyang nodded with satisfaction upon seeing the notification on his phone. He directly opened the store, purchased a portion of elixir, and chose to use it. The all-encompassing pain caused beads of perspiration to form on Su Muyu's forehead as she gently bit her vermilion lips, enduring the agony without uttering a sound. Just as she was preparing to rest, a barrel, taller than half a person and filled with steaming, rich spiritual energy, suddenly appeared before her. "Is this prepared for me by Senior?" Su Muyu gazed at the wooden tub, a warmth welling up in her heart. No matter how severe her injuries, as long as she could still sense the presence of her senior, it was as if all pain and trepidation would dissipate into nothingness. Two rosy clouds surfaced on Su Muyu's cheeks. She knew that her senior was likely observing her from some corner, using his mental power. Ahem! An irrepressible surge of energy coursed wildly within her. Su Muyu no longer hesitative. She disrobed, leaped gracefully, and descended into the wooden tub. Alas! Once I'm affluent, I shall certainly expunge all the mosaics. Chen Anyang sighed, gazing at his phone. The profusion of pixelation only served to amplify his imagination, instantly dispelling his drowsiness and rendering him remarkably alert. But alas, immersed as she was within the confines of the tub, with all that modesty dictated duly concealed, rendering any glimpse utterly impossible, why the need for such obfuscation? Chen Anyang found himself perplexed by this incongruity. With a resigned shake of his head, he relinquished his hold on the device, and it was only after the passage of more than an hour that slumber once more beckoned. A night of tranquil repose ensued, and upon the arrival of the subsequent dawn, Chen Anyang first indulged in his gaming pursuits, dutifully logging in to claim his monthly and weekly card rewards, activating the Jade and double cultivation card bonuses, ensuring that all effects would automatically take effect upon Su Muyu's commencement of cultivation. Casting a fleeting glance at the mosaic-laden image of Su Muyu, Chen Anyang decisively exited the game, having partaken of his morning repast. It was nearing 7:30 when a missive arrived from the proprietress, Lin Xiaodang, intimating her intention to secure a taxi and rendezvous with Chen Anyang for their pilgrimage to the temple of Tianyuan. "Mother, I am venturing out for a time. When courting a maiden, one ought to exhibit a generous spirit. Should your endeavors lead you to a hotel, ensure that you meticulously inspect the premises for any clandestine surveillance devices." The benevolent matriarch offered her solicitous counsel. Chen Anyang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Mother, she is merely an acquaintance. Ensure that adequate precautions are observed. As you are still pursuing your academic endeavors, it would be prudent to defer procreation until after graduation. Indeed, should the occasion arise, I find myself with ample leisure to assist in the upbringing of the child." Zhang Lan, seemingly impervious to Chen Anyang's protestations, continued her discourse unabated. Chen Anyang, abandoning all hope of elucidation, donned an outer garment and hastily absconded, lest his maternal figure utter further pronouncements of such earth-shattering magnitude. Chapter 30, Azure Cloud Mountain, Celestial Origin Temple at long last. The hidden instance was on the verge of being entered. At the foot of Azure Cloud Mountain, in the southern outskirts of Binhai, Lin Xiaodang gazed up at the winding stone steps. As a game commentary content creator, gaming terminology was a constant fixture in her vocabulary. Lin Xiaodang brandished her selfie stick, her peach-colored pigtails shimmering in the sunlight. "A friend told me there's a centenarian Taoist priest hidden away in Celestial Origin Temple, capable of drawing talismans and even fortune-telling." Fortune-telling? I'm an atheist, a firm believer in science, and I denounce all forms of superstition, Chen Anyang declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Xiaodang furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing the jade pendant adorning Chen Anyang's chest, followed by the cinnabar prayer beads encircling his left wrist. "You? An atheist? Ahem, these are merely decorative." Chen Anyang chuckled, taking the lead onto the stone steps. Lin Xiaodang then activated her phone, commencing her live stream. She had recently transitioned from game commentary to filming daily vlogs, concealing her face with a Disney princess filter and employing a high-pitched, cartoonish voice that belied her appearance, captivating a legion of male fans. Azure Cloud Mountain proved to be far more elevated than initially perceived. It took the duo the better part of the morning to reach the mountainside. Fortunately, Lin Xiaodang had come prepared, bringing along self-heating hot pot, water, and an assortment of snacks. The May sunlight, filtering through the gaps in the foliage, illuminated Lin Xiaotang's Kirby-themed hoodie, lending a playful air to her otherwise mature demeanor. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiaodang maintained her live stream, while Chen Anyang remained largely silent, until the moment they paused for a meal, at which point Lin Xiaodang concluded her broadcast. My friend mentioned that the incense here is quite abundant, yet I have yet to encounter a single soul, Lin Xiaodang remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Could it be that we have arrived at the wrong location? Chen Anyang too felt an unsettling dissonance. I'm not certain, but since we are here, it seems we shall arrive shortly. Lin Xiaodang shook her head. Chen Anyang was equally curious about the Tianyuan temple, as it might be directly linked to Zhao Wenda's disappearance. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their journey. The temple was not situated at the summit. They reached the end of the stone steps in merely an hour. A dilapidated temple stood silently, its weathered vermilion door ajar, the characters Tianyuan temple above the entrance having faded with time. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, the incense burner thickly coated in dust, and only a few sparrows chirped beneath the eaves. This is peculiar. What on earth is going on? Lin Xiaodang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. It appeared that this hidden instance had been prematurely closed. Chen Anyang gently pushed open the creaking door, sunlight filtering through the crumbling roof and casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The deities on the offering table were shrouded in a thick layer of dust, and a few tattered meditation cushions lay piled in a corner. Another lead had been severed. Chen Anyang touched the cinnabar bead on his wrist, feeling its warmth radiate. This is... Lin Xiaodang discovered a symbol on the offering table, scrutinizing it intently. Do you recognize this emblem? Chen Anyang approached, noticing 3 overlapping triangles on the table, identical to the design behind the oil painting in Zhao Wenda's home. Having engaged in several puzzle-solving games before, he had some understanding of it. In Christianity, there exists the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, while in Egyptian mythology, one finds Osiris, Isis, and Horus, among others. These entities are often represented in triangular forms, symbolizing the sacred trinity. This motif may allude to the intricate interplay and dominion of multiple forces. Moreover, in the realm of mysticism, overlapping geometric shapes are regarded as symbols that encapsulate spiritual entities or energies, akin to the Seal of Solomon. The 3 triangles might serve to reinforce this enclosure, creating a tripartite lock. Lin Xiaodang stroked her chin, analyzing with apparent gravity. Chen Anyang, listening nearby, felt somewhat bewildered, as if engulfed in a haze of mystique. Ultimately, it appeared that this place had indeed been abandoned for quite some time. Perhaps it was best to descend the mountain. After another glance around, Lin Xiaodang shook her head, clearly sensing that no one had inhabited this place for ages, and she had a flight to catch. She approached the statue, first performing a gesture of respect, followed by a bow, rituals that Zhao Wenda had previously taught Chen Anyang. Yet he had never had the opportunity to practice. Lin Xiaodang paused slightly at the entrance. And you still consider yourself an atheist? Ahem. This is not a matter of belief or disbelief, but rather a question of decorum. I am a person of culture. I never would have guessed. In the blink of an eye, as afternoon approached around 4 or 5 o'clock, Chen Anyang and Lin Xiaodang descended from Qingyan Mountain. Chen Anyang had initially intended to invite Lin Xiaodang for a meal, but with her flight looming, they parted ways at the foot of the mountain. Having undertaken a commission to craft a walkthrough for a video game, the details of which have been provided, I am tasked with refining the content to align with the aesthetic of my videos. Before parting, Lin Xiaodang remarked that the assignment was financially substantial, guaranteeing a minimum of 500, with the potential for a bonus predicated on the client's satisfaction. Expressing gratitude, I assured her of my commitment to delivering exceptional quality. Lin Xiaodang affirmed her confidence in my abilities, citing our long-standing association and her intention to reward my efforts. With a nod, she entered a taxi. As I watched it depart, I was increasingly aware of the sensation of being supported, whether by Sun Xiaoxiao or Lin Xiaodang. Should such patronage be my destiny, I would embrace it without hesitation. Upon entering the residence, I found my mother seated on the sofa, her gaze fixed upon me, her eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. I preemptively declared that the individual in question was merely an acquaintance. Recalling her own history, my mother retorted that my father had similarly introduced her to my grandmother, which subsequently led to my birth. She expressed skepticism regarding the existence of platonic male-female relationships. While Zhang Lan continued her soliloquy, I retreated to my room. I lamented the premature pressure to marry, given my status as an undergraduate. I struggled to comprehend my mother's eagerness for me to find a girlfriend. With a sigh, the burdens of reality weigh heavily upon him, laden with trivialities that cause much vexation. The only respite from this turmoil comes from a singular source, the initiation of Ice Age. Chapter 31. To lessen future burdens as the evening lights began to twinkle. Chen Anyang reclined on his bed, gazing at the screen of his phone. The adverse effects of Su Muyu's potion had subsided by morning, followed by an afternoon of diligent practice. Subsequently, he ventured out to hone his skills, fulfilling all of today's battle commands. At this moment, he was indulging in the company of a cat while observing the spirit herbs he had cultivated. The 9-live spirit cat, having consumed a beast egg, was now in a deep slumber. Had it not been for its rhythmic breathing and warmth, Su Muyu might have feared it had perished. Chen Anyang had purchased a monthly subscription, allowing him to claim a spirit herb daily, which primarily served to replenish spiritual energy. This particular herb was the most abundant in Su Muyu's spiritual garden. Another notable herb was the 9 nether dark flower. While the herbs gathered from the outside world had begun to wither, having been uprooted by Su Muyu the previous day. Approaching the 9 nether dark flower, Su Muyu carefully snapped off one of its leaves. In the game, tonight heralded a full moon, triggering the flower's red bloom effect, which could either enhance the speed of spiritual energy recovery or be refined into a potion. The first level battle command rewarded her with a green quality small cauldron capable of refining herbs, although she had yet to utilize it. Chen Anyang stared at his phone screen, murmuring to himself, "Is she preparing to concoct a potion?" Yet it seems she lacks the knowledge. Contrary to Chen Anyang's expectations, Su Muyu did not engage in alchemy. Instead, she employed a small knife to make an incision in the stem of the spirit herb, inserting the leaf of the 9 nether dark flower into it. Grafting? Chen Anyang could hardly fathom that Su Muyu would attempt to graft spiritual herbs. In truth, this method has been attempted countless times over the nearly 100 years since the onset of the Ice Age. Yet all efforts have ended in failure, primarily due to the vast disparity in spiritual energy among the herbs, rendering their fusion utterly impossible. Conventional cultivation methods hold little value for reference. The Dawn Sanctuary exists in a state of isolation from the world, and Su Muyu, unaware of these precedents, was merely struck by a sudden impulse to experiment. As Su Muyu observed the celestial spiritual herb alongside the grafting of the 9 nether dark lotus, several dozen miles away, a figure cloaked in black, whose gender remained indeterminate, approached a small dwelling, flanked by 8 or 9 companions. The news of the spiritual realm manifesting in the far north had stirred a considerable uproar. The members of the Demon Martial Alliance, having caught wind of this, dispatched numerous individuals to investigate. The cloaked figure was one of the 10 elders of the Northern Branch, possessing the strength of a 3rd-tier martial master, capable of employing secret arts to command certain low-tier ferocious beasts. The Icefield Wolf King, slain by Su Muyu, was a magical beast painstakingly nurtured by the cloaked individual. Little did they expect to find such a gifted martial cultivator in the northern region. Before long, the cloaked figure arrived outside Su Muyu's dwelling, surveying the traces of battle that marred the surroundings and the lingering spiritual energy in the air. Coupled with the peculiar phenomenon witnessed the previous day, they had already deduced a fair amount. Inside the dwelling, Su Muyu, through the spiritual spring, caught sight of the happenings outside. Who were these individuals? Having never encountered members of the Demon Martial Alliance, Su Muyu sensed that their intentions were far from benevolent, and their strength vastly exceeded her own. This esteemed figure is the elder in the black robe of the Demon Martial Alliance. To encounter me here could be deemed a fortuitous blessing earned through your countless lifetimes of cultivation. I have the intention of accepting you as my disciple. Should you fail to recognize this opportunity, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless actions. The black-robed elder exhibited a hint of anger. After all, he is a formidable martial master. In the spirit-deficient northern realm, individuals of greater strength than he are few and far between. The occupants of the room, at best, possess the prowess of 4th or 5th rank martial artists. Upon witnessing such a powerful being, they should have been terrified enough to kneel in reverence. Within the underground chamber, Muyu remained unfazed, quietly awaiting the elder's command. Prompt. The forces of the demon marshal are upon us. Please select the next course of action. Option 1. Have Muyu pay homage to the black-robed elder, depart the small dwelling, join the demon martial alliance, and become a demon marshal. The game concludes. Option 2. Have Muyu confront the black-robed elder and his companions, with the current odds of victory hovering perilously close to 0. Option 3. Recharge 388 yuan for a skill talisman package, acquiring powerful skill talismans to swiftly vanquish the black-robed elder and his companions. Option 4. Ignore them entirely. Among these 4 options, Chen Anyang swiftly dismissed the first and second, as they would equate to an immediate termination of the game. Based on prior information obtained, the structural integrity of this building can withstand attacks from 5th rank martial artists. After careful consideration, Chen Anyang concluded that the 4th option offers the highest cost-effectiveness. Should the adversaries attempt a forceful breach, it would not be too late to recharge then. It wasn't that Chen Anyang was parsimonious. Rather, he believed in judicious spending, allocating funds where they mattered most. Disposable items simply didn't offer good value. What was happening? The elder had expressed a desire to take on a disciple. Yet the recipient showed no reaction. Unbelievable. Their elder was a martial arts grandmaster, a rare find even in the entire Northern Territory. Indeed, to become the elder's disciple would be an extraordinary stroke of luck, the culmination of many people's lifelong aspirations. The individuals behind the black-robed elder, bearing a massive coffin, exchanged hushed whispers. So, you truly prefer coercion to cooperation. With a swift motion, the black-robed elder unsheathed a black longsword, gripping it firmly. This is it. The elder is about to unleash his fury. Indeed, those inside the house are doomed. That person is as good as dead. A single strike from that sword could obliterate everything within a radius of several kilometers. The crowd grew tense, even holding their breath. Boom! The long sword descended, its energy slicing through the air, aimed directly at the small house. How is this possible? The black-robed elder wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had exerted the majority of his power, yet the house, which should have been reduced to dust, remained unscathed, without even a scratch on its walls. The others behind him were equally astonished. With such limited capabilities, you dare to consider taking my Muyu as a disciple? What a preposterous notion. Chen Anyang, observing the actions and expressions of those outside through the camera, wondered if there might be a hidden master in this place. The elder in the black robe halted his assault, a sudden unease gripping his heart. Retreat. He was a man of utmost caution, and upon sensing the complexity of the situation, he decisively opted for withdrawal, without hesitation. Tip. The enemy is preparing to leave. Please choose your next action. Option 1. Allow them to depart, potentially leaving future troubles. Option 2. Send Muyu to pursue, leaving the demonic entities behind. Option 3. Recharge 388 yuan. Goodness, is this a blatant attempt at extortion? While permitting these individuals to escape might seem the most prudent course of action, the hints had already indicated to Chen Anyang that failing to eliminate them could result in the emergence of even more formidable foes. To mitigate future expenses, the recharge system was exceedingly convenient. Chen Anyang clicked confirm, and the funds were swiftly deducted from his bank account. The skill talisman then appeared in his inventory, and without hesitation, he clicked to use it. Skill talisman successfully utilized. A guidance period of half a minute is required. Half a minute? By then, the individuals would have vanished without a trace. Chen Anyang was somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 32. The Demon Martial Alliance, the Black Robe Elder. These demonic martial wrongdoers, for delaying this seat for half a minute, I shall eradicate them all. Chen Anyang's voice echoed in Su Muyu's ears. The 388 yuan package not only included the skill talisman, but also 3 high-grade communication devices and 2 skill experience scrolls. Yes, senior. Upon receiving the venerable elder's telepathic message, Su Muyu unhesitatingly brandished the Lihua sword and darted out of the dwelling. Halt! Su Muyu beyobeth. The black-robed elder, who had initially intended to flee, faltered. He scanned Su Muyu's aura with his mental fortitude, ascertaining that she was merely a 4th-grade martial artist, albeit with impeccable constitution, her prowess rivaling that of a 5th-grade martial artist. Irrespective of how flawlessly the physique is honed, a chasm remains between a martial artist and a martial master. The black-robed elder pivoted, cautiously surveying the surroundings. In front of the cabin, Su Muyu stood alone, devoid of any formidable presence. Moreover, upon closer scrutiny, Su Muyu bore no insignia of the Martial Cultivation Alliance or the Martial Cultivation Academy. You intrude upon my abode without provocation, and you presume to depart without offering an explanation? Su Muyu stood, brandishing her sword, the howling gale imbuing her with an air of gallant valor. Just you alone? What if it is just me? Su Muyu ritortith. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder quivered slightly. The glacier beneath his feet trembled in response, and myriad sanguine runes emanated from the feet of the demonic martial artist. Initially, he perceived Su Muyu's constitution to be exceptional, contemplating taking her as a disciple, either to become a sacrificial offering in the future or to cultivate a formidable warrior for the demonic martial alliance, potentially earning in commendation from the headquarters and facilitating his transfer from this desolate, frigid land. However, upon beholding Su Muyu in person, the black-robed elder immediately abandoned all such notions. Su Muyu exuded an aura of righteousness and had already established a firm foundation. In due course, she might become uncontrollable. He had always been capricious and ruthless. Once he decided to eliminate someone, he would not hesitate. Su Muyu was also prepared. With a light tap of her toes, she exerted the Lingyun step to its fullest, creating 3 afterimages. Her velocity is unexpectedly rapid. The black-robed elder's pupils contracted. Su Muyu's speed was approaching that of a 6th or 7th grade martial artist. Due to the nature of his cultivation technique, the black-robed elder was unable to catch up with Su Muyu. Did you think you could contend against a 3rd-grade martial master with such rudimentary skills? Naive. The black-robed elder grinned, forming hand seals. Rumble. Behind him, the ice coffins carried by the group of demonic warriors emitted a loud noise. There were 9 ice coffins in total. The lids flew open, and 9 burly men with purplish-blue faces leaped out from within. They were originally 1st and 2nd grade martial masters from the Martial Arts Alliance, all ambushed and plotted against by the black-robed elder, who drained their blood and turned them into puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the 9 ice coffin puppets far surpassed Su Muyu. In an instant, they surrounded Su Muyu, forming a profound Yin formation. Extremely cold wind, capable of flaying flesh and corroding bones. Su Muyu's left arm was already frosted, and her movements were sluggish. At the same time, the spiritual power within her body became unusually heavy, and even the refinement fire mantra could not be activated. Calamity! But now she was besieged by 9 1st and 2nd grade martial masters, and they had even formed a formation, completely suppressing her. A 4th grade martial artist with such strength has limitless potential in the future, but it is a pity that you encountered this venerable one. Rest assured, I have no intention of mistreating such a remarkable vessel. Before the black-robed elder could finish speaking, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge violently. Immediately, an immense crimson sword materialized in the air, accompanied by the soaring phantom of a vermilion bird. As its wings unfurled, they vaporized the ice and snow within a 100-yard radius into mist. A resonant voice echoed, Inferno Sword, 3rd level. Vermilion bird ignites the wilds. The vermilion bird bypassed the Xian Yin formation, transforming all the frigid air and mystical ice into scalding water. The 9 puppets rapidly disintegrated within the steam. Subsequently, The colossal sword descended slowly. The black-robed elder, filled with terror, attempted to flee immediately, but his body seemed to be completely immobilized, unable to move an inch. "Who are you?" Once the great sword fell, it swiftly dissipated, and the black-robed elder was utterly deprived of life. Muyu remained standing, her eyes never wavering from the beginning to the end. Is this the third level of the Vermilion Bird Inferno sword? If one could cultivate it to the 9th level. She couldn't fathom the power that would be unleashed if this technique were to reach its highest level. Soon, the great sword gradually vanished, and everything around returned to stillness. A trace of wistfulness appeared on Muyu's face. She had originally thought that when the senior made a move, their true form would be revealed. Since encountering the senior, she still did not know what the senior looked like. But unexpectedly, even when annihilating such a formidable enemy, the senior had not shown their face. The senior is truly too powerful. Muyu sighed inwardly, then walked to the corpse of the black-robed elder and expertly began to search it. A black token adorned with a flame emblem. A storage pouch containing a tome of martial arts cultivation, 2 vials of unknown elixirs, a bone staff, 2 long swords, an assortment of miscellaneous items, and over 500 pieces of gold and jade, alongside 3 spirit jades. Following the advent of the Ice Age, previous forms of currency gradually lost their significance, supplanted by spirit stones imbued with ethereal energy. These stones serve not only as currency, but also as materials for cultivation. However, the spirit stones are rife with impurities, necessitating intricate processes to purify them. As the system evolved, humanity classified these stones based on their impurity levels into spirit stones, spirit jades, and gold jades. Most spirit mines are monopolized and rigorously controlled by various factions, leaving primarily gold jades available in the market. Spirit jades, with their pure spiritual energy, are of even greater value, with 1 spirit jade worth 100 gold jades. As for the minions brought by the elder in the black robe, they were pathetically poor, with 10 of them unable to muster even a single gold jade. Indeed, the path to wealth seems to lie in bloodshed and plunder. Chen Anyang gazed at Muyu's spoils, murmuring to himself, "After all, this is merely a game, akin to playing Battle Royale or Mobile Legends. Killing does not invoke any sense of guilt, but rather a thrill of exhilaration. The sole issue is that only players who invest significantly can truly relish the sensation of swift victories." After meticulously scavenging, Muyu disposed of all the bodies, casting them into a distant crevice of ice. In such an extreme northern environment, it would not be long before all traces would be scattered by the chilling winds and buried beneath the snow. Returning to the subterranean space of the cottage, Muyu, as per her usual practice, meticulously arranged all her gains before settling down cross-legged beside them to commence her cultivation. Having just glimpsed the 3rd move of the Vermilion Bird Burning Heaven sword, she intended to seize this opportunity for profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang began to dispose of the superfluous items, tidying up his pack in the process. Simultaneously, a group of individuals clad in white stood before the Dawn Sanctuary. 100 miles away. Was that the aura of demonic martial arts? How could it have vanished so abruptly? The middle-aged leader gazed northward, his brows slightly furrowing. "Master, there is a formidable demonic martial artist in that direction. Not long ago, junior sister Feng narrowly escaped a deadly encounter." Zhang Cheng spoke respectfully from behind the man, his voice low. Previously, the Martial Cultivators Alliance had received intelligence regarding a hidden branch of the demonic martial alliance concealed within the glaciers of the Northern Realm. But these individuals had been remarkably adept at remaining undetected. It seemed that the recent news regarding the spiritual realm had prompted them to act recklessly. The man's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Master, when shall we proceed?" Zhang Cheng inquired. Chapter 33. When in doubt, toss a coin ding. Chen Anyang groggily opened his eyes as sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. He reached for his phone on the bedside table, noting that it was now 6:50. The recent notification had been sent by his troublesome younger sister. "Brother, I could be home by around 5 this evening. Have you spoken to Mom about that matter?" "Yes, it's all settled. Since when has Mom been so understanding?" It largely depends on the art of conversation. How did you manage to say it? Straight to the point, you must attend the sports academy. I thank you. No need for thanks, after all. I am your brother. You could evade the first year, but can you escape the 15th? Sooner or later, you must confront it. The sooner you face it, the sooner you can move on. You are truly my dear brother. Of course, you are my beloved sister as well. Ending the conversation with my somewhat troublesome sister, Chen Anyang turned over and sat up, massaging his slightly throbbing temples. I truly am a prodigal son, with a fortune in the billions, and it all vanished upon awakening. Reluctantly rising, he drew back the curtains, and sunlight flooded in. Instantly, he felt a rush of vitality, a powerful force transforming into a warm current that flowed from his core to his limbs. Though this change was undeniably positive, it was somewhat absurd, causing even the steadfast atheist Chen Anyang to waver. Strange games, mysteriously vanished friends, fragmented clues, all rendered his thoughts chaotic. He even speculated that his physical transformation might be related to the game, or perhaps the vermilion beads gifted by Zhao Wenda. While this seemed far-fetched and unscientific, Chen Anyang could not conceive of any other explanation. Surely, it could not be a sudden awakening, or, as in novels, a resurgence of spiritual energy. There were too many inexplicable occurrences. However, the current situation was not too dire. Let nature take its course. Chen Anyang resolved to cease pondering these bizarre matters. Continuing to dwell on them might truly drive him to madness. Chen Anyang casually tidied up his bed and pushed open the door to his room. "Mom," he called out, a habit ingrained in him despite the absence of any pressing matters. The fact that his mother was not home meant he could enjoy a moment of peace without her incessant nagging. The congee in the pot was still warm, and Chen Anyang served himself a bowl along with a boiled egg. Just as he was about to begin his meal, his phone buzzed with an urgent notification. The epic of glaciers. Muyu encounters a mental demon during her training. The situation is critical. A mental demon? Chen Anyang quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks to log into the game. On the screen, Muyu was seated in a meditative pose, her eyes closed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead to her chin, and finally dropping off. Her tattered azure robe was drenched, accentuating her delicate curves. However, Chen Anyang found himself devoid of the mood to appreciate such beauty. How could a fourth-tier warrior like her possibly face a mental demon? He was perplexed. In truth, mental demons are an inevitable tribulation encountered during martial cultivation. Typically, they arise only when one reaches a level above martial master, or in cases where the practitioner progresses too swiftly, resulting in an unstable foundation. Having undergone a flawless body refinement, Muyu, with her extraordinary talent, was more susceptible to such occurrences. Moreover, her recent training speed had indeed surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, and if all went as anticipated, she would soon attain the 5th tier of martial prowess, a level that would take others years of arduous effort to achieve. Additionally, her battle with the demonic martial arts the previous day had also impacted her mental state. Upon the monochrome expanse of the icy plains, the youthful Muyu beheld her parents' tragic demise, their remains being devoured by fearsome beasts, an indelible nightmare etched into her memory. Recently, the aegis of a senior had graced her with a semblance of warmth, and her wholehearted devotion to cultivation had allowed her to temporarily sequester that harrowing experience within the recesses of her heart. Muyu is beset by a demonic entity. Choose a resolution. Option 1. Rely on Muyu's willpower and serendipity to vanquish the inner demon. Success will lead to ascension to the 5th rank of martial prowess. Failure will result in the forfeiture of her sanity, reducing her to a mere husk. Success rate, 50. Option 2. Purchase a package for 188 yuan to acquire 5 elixirs capable of suppressing the inner demon. Each elixir can suppress the demon for 10 days. But the demon's power will also intensify with each use, up to a maximum of 5 times. Option 3. Purchase a package for 388 yuan to obtain the Ice Heart Sutra, a technique that, through practice, can render a martial artist's heart frigid and unyielding, thereby resisting the encroachment of inner demons. Option 4. Purchase a package for 588 yuan to acquire the Soul Guardian Pearl. The Soul Guardian Pearl? What effects does it have? Chen Anyang, his brow furrowed in consternation, scrutinized the 4 options presented. The first 3 were described in considerable detail, but the 4th offered only the price and the item's name, devoid of any further explanation. Increasingly perfunctory, as Chen Anyang wrestled with his inner turmoil, Muyu's plight grew ever more precarious. Heads up, deposit 188. Tails up, deposit 388. Stand up and deposit 588. Leave everything to fate. When in doubt, flip a coin. Chen Anyang retrieved a coin from his pocket, took a deep breath, and flicked it upwards with his thumb. Ting! The coin spun rapidly, gaining speed and height. Bang! Perhaps due to Chen Anyang's impatience, he didn't control his force well, and the coin embedded itself in the ceiling. This! Chen Anyang glanced awkwardly at the ceiling, where half the coin was lodged, seemingly irretrievable. What does this even mean? Standing up? In the game, Muyu was surrounded by dark energy, on the verge of being completely consumed by her inner demon. Chen Anyang didn't hesitate, since he had plenty of workers' compensation. Spending a bit more wouldn't hurt. As Chen Anyang successfully made the deposit, the Soul Guard bead quietly landed in Muyu's arms. However, her inner demon wasn't dispelled, and the dark energy around her only slightly subsided. Muyu is temporarily suppressing her inner demon with the Soul Guard bead. Please select a selfie to help Muyu eliminate her inner demon. What does this mean? They need my picture? Chen Anyang was completely stunned. He didn't think his photo had exorcising properties. But if he didn't follow the prompt, wouldn't the 588 yuan be wasted? Click. Chen Anyang didn't have any photos of himself on his phone, so he had to take one. Do you need AI retouching? Option 1, no retouching. Option 2, standard retouching, 88. Option 3, premium retouching, 188. Option 4, deluxe retouching, 288. I am Chen Anyang. Why would I require retouching? Chen Anyang scoffed, casually selecting the preview. Heavens, this wretched game is utterly repulsive. Chapter 34, The Pinnacle of Disgust. Chen Anyang recoiled in revulsion at the sight of the utterly debauched and slovenly image displayed on his phone screen. Unquestionably, the individual in the photograph bore no resemblance to himself. Selecting the 88 standard retouching option revealed Chen Anyang's actual appearance, albeit untouched. Conversely, the 288 deluxe retouching presented an image of striking elegance, righteous integrity, and an almost ethereal quality, bearing a remarkable resemblance to Chen Anyang, save for a single, elusive distinction. Image quality directly influences the probability of vanquishing inner demons. Having already invested 588, must I still contend with probabilities? Chen Anyang muttered, somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, he found the 288 image to be exceedingly satisfactory. Why the need for a photograph if I can simply submit this image? Ding! Just as Chen Anyang was deliberating, a WeChat notification chimed. His exasperating sister had unexpectedly transferred 3,000 yuan, causing Chen Anyang's heart to skip a beat. What could this signify? I earned some money from freelancing and am returning the previous loan. Also, please say a few words on my behalf to Mom today. Before finishing the message, Chen Anyang promptly dialed his sister. Hello, brother? I'm still in class. Chen Anyang spoke in a hushed tone. You're still in high school. What job could you possibly have? Where did you acquire the money? Chen Anyang replied, somewhat irked. After all, she was his only sister. Although they often exchanged banter, his concern and affection for her were undeniably profound. What time do you finish school this afternoon? I will come to pick you up, Chen Anyang asserted with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyang recognized that her brother was genuinely anxious. 3:30 in the afternoon. Got it. Chen Anyang hung up the phone and quickly tapped on Chen Anyang's transfer notification. I'll keep it safe for her, he thought. With that, he logged into his game, recharged 288, tidied up the uneaten breakfast, and hastily grabbed a canvas bag for groceries that Zhang Lan had bought, placing the bone knife inside before hurriedly leaving the house. In the game, Muyu's breathing grew increasingly labored. In her mind, her parents lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the formidable beasts relentlessly devouring them. She attempted to reach for her parents' hands, but found herself utterly immobilized. Simultaneously, A voice akin to that of the elder in the black robe echoed softly. You are too weak. You cannot resist. You can only watch helplessly as your loved ones are brutalized. You cannot save them. As the voice faded away, the surroundings transformed once more. On the desolate ice plains of the F, no one will come to assist you or understand you. They merely seek to extract every last ounce of value from you. You are destined to live a life of solitude. Suddenly, a colossal, obsidian claw slowly emerged from the void. Embrace my power, the power that can annihilate all. There is no need for arduous cultivation. The shortcut lies before your very eyes. The voice grew increasingly seductive. This was the first time Su Muyu encountered her inner demons, and everything felt strikingly real. No, Su Muyu shook her head violently, her battered body staggering back a few steps. A blurred figure began to take shape in her heart. Senior, is it you? Su Muyu murmured, and in a daze, she once again beheld the lifeless forms of her parents. This time, Su Muyu did not struggle. Instead, she knelt down. Father, mother, I will grow stronger, but not for vengeance or slaughter, rather to protect, to safeguard all that I hold dear. With a swish, the illusion dissipated, and the figure within her heart gradually became clearer, resembling the lavishly edited photograph chosen by Chen Anyang. Embrace my power. The voice of the inner demon echoed once more. Attempting one final struggle, Su Muyu waved her hand, and the flame sword materialized in her grip. With a whoosh, the formidable sword energy transformed into a massive crimson bird, severing the enormous black hand in the distance. My power must be fought for on my own terms. You shall never be free of me. With a serene countenance, Su Muyu smiled faintly. You are an intrinsic fragment of my being, yet no longer a shackle that binds me. Her inner world was gradually achieving consummation, and her inner demon, rather than dissipating, metamorphosed into a stream of pristine energy, coalescing with her physical form. A piercing cry echoed. The night sky above the Arctic expanse was abruptly suffused with crimson, the millennia-old frozen tundra quivering in resonance with a vermilion bird's resounding lament. Su Muyu sat in meditative repose within the subterranean chamber, the flames enveloping her shifting from scarlet to a resplendent gilded hue. The shadowy miasma born of her inner demon writhed and convulsed within the conflagration, ultimately being forged into a vein of dark gold, indelibly etched upon her brow. Break! The instant her eyes fluttered open, 5 concentric rings of fire erupted from her person, instantly vaporizing the age-old permafrost into ethereal clouds. The Lihua sword unsheathed itself autonomously, the vermilion patterns along its blade undulating like living entities, coalescing into a spectral vermilion bird, a towering 10 meters in length. This time, the vermilion bird's eyes resembled molten rivers, its wings fringed with the dark golden lightning forged from the crucible of the inner demon. Su Muyu's power, already at the threshold of a 5th-grade martial artist, surged once more, verging on the realm of a 6th-grade warrior. Her spiritual energy vortex expanded to a diameter of 15 centimeters. Yet, at the very heart of this vortex, a single droplet of spiritual liquid materialized, a phenomenon typically exclusive to those who transcend the 9th-grade martial artist level, attaining the esteemed rank of martial master. Yet, Su Muyu was merely a 5th-grade martial artist. Has my vermilion bird's sky-scorching sword actually broken through as well? Su Muyu exclaimed, taken aback. However, having witnessed the complete unfolding of the 3rd level, coupled with the integration of her inner demon, had propelled her vermilion bird sky-scorching sword past the zenith of the 1st level, directly to its pinnacle, in the heart of the central province, within the hallowed grounds of Tianyuan Academy's Forbidden Zone. Inside the Hall of Offerings, the vermilion bird's soul lamp flared with the brilliance of a miniature sun. Crack! Having just concluded his seclusion, the dean abruptly shattered the teacup in his grasp, exclaiming, a nirvana fire seed? Impossible. And in the Northern Territory? Could it be connected to the spirit realm there? It seems a personal expedition to the Northern Territory is in order. In the Northern Territory, the blood pool of the Magic Martial Alliance's sub-branch seethed and churned. From the depths, the image of Su Muyu materialized. The sub-branch leader was aghast, Southern Mandala fire. Notify the main branch immediately. This woman must be captured alive and alchemized. Originally, various factions had covertly dispatched subordinates to the Northern Territory to locate the spirit realm. Now, no longer concealing their intentions, they dispatched large groups, traveling day and night towards the Northern Territory without any attempt at discretion. The protagonist of this dramatic upheaval, meanwhile, was occupied with tending to her spiritual herbs. After laboring for some time, she sat at a wooden table, her cheeks resting on her hands, lost in thought. I wonder what Senior is doing at this moment. Chapter 35. A valiant sister bears a worthy brother after departing from his home. Chen Anyang proceeded directly to Chinyan Senior High School in Binhai City. It was here that Chen Anyang had completed his junior and senior high school education, and his younger sister, Chen Anyang, was currently attending high school as a boarding student due to the distance from home. Taking advantage of the midday break, Chen Anyang stood at the school gate and dialed the phone number of Chen Anyang's homeroom teacher, who had also been his former instructor. During his high school years, Chen Anyang had been a stellar student, leaving a lasting impression on Teacher Li. Chen Anyang's academic performance was mediocre, but her outgoing and vivacious personality had also made a favorable impression on Teacher Li. Having inquired about Chen Anyang's recent activities, Chen Anyang proceeded to the gatehouse, where he found the same elderly security guard from years past, still remarkably spry despite his advanced age. "Anyang, what brings you here today?" the guard exclaimed, instantly recognizing Chen Anyang. "I'm here to pick up my sister," Chen Anyang replied, approaching the gatehouse and offering the guard a cigarette. "But aren't they dismissed around 3 or 4? Why so early?" "Just passing the time," Chen Anyang said with a smile. "If only you and your sister could exchange personalities," the guard remarked, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. "Indeed, she is rather exuberant," Chen Anyang conceded with a nod. "Exuberant is an understatement. Just the other night, she was trying to scale the wall. I caught her in the act. A wall so high, even grown men might hesitate, and there she was, a slip of a girl. Scaling the wall at midnight?" Chen Anyang asked, his expression turning serious. "Did you inform Ms. Li? Aaron has already accumulated enough demerits. A few more, and they might consider expulsion. I gave her a stern talking to, and she seemed remorseful, so I decided not to involve her teacher. Uncle Wong, do you know of any taekwondo or boxing gyms nearby? There's a boxing club called Binhai Weisheng Boxing Club, not too far from here. It's about a 15-minute walk." The guard replied. "Excellent. Thank you, Uncle Wong," Chen Anyang said, retrieving his phone and searching for the location in the navigation app. "From a tender age, my younger sister exhibited a penchant for vigorous activity. Subsequently, she enrolled in taekwondo lessons, an endeavor initiated by Zhang Lan with the intention of equipping her daughter with self-defense capabilities. However, Chen Anyang developed an ardent passion for such pursuits. Based on the intelligence we've recently acquired, Chen Anyang's surreptitious departure from the school premises is likely connected to boxing. The boxing gymnasium signboard was emblazoned with bold, unrefined lettering, exuding an air of unbridled exuberance. The door handles bore the patina of countless years of handling. The walls were adorned with an array of boxing match posters. As Chen Anyang entered, he was immediately greeted by a spacious training area, at the center of which stood a regulation boxing ring. "Elevate your arms higher. Rotate your waist as you punch," the coach bellowed with stentorian tones. Simultaneously, a robustly built individual approached Chen Anyang. "Are you here to see someone, friend?" Chen Anyang appeared to be of a delicate constitution, hardly the archetypal boxing enthusiast. "I've recently cultivated an interest in this and wish to observe," Chen Anyang replied. "I'm A Chong, one of the boxing gymnasium's instructors. If you're interested, I can impart some fundamental techniques to you." Chen Anyang followed A Chong to a secluded corner of the gymnasium, a designated rest area. Here, several dilapidated sofas were arranged around a low coffee table, upon which lay boxing periodicals and empty water glasses. A television mounted on the wall played recordings of iconic boxing matches. "Please have a seat and rest for a moment. We offer instruction in taekwondo, boxing, and other disciplines. Peruse these brochures and determine which area you'd like to explore," A Chong said, retrieving a stack of pamphlets from beneath the coffee table. "There's no need for that. I'd like to assess the coach's capabilities first." Chen Anyang spoke. "Kid, with your physique, You dare to disrupt the scene? Chang looked at Chen Anyang with a hint of disdain. The moment Chen Anyang entered, he felt a strange familiarity with him, and through their conversation, he directly associated him with Chen Anyang. He had not intended to cause a ruckus, merely seeking a friendly spar. All right, I shall indulge you in some practice. Chang sneered and then clapped his hands. Everyone stop. The individuals training on stage immediately ceased their activities and gracefully leaped down from the ring. Chen Anyang firmly grasped the ropes of the enclosure with one hand, and with a light leap, he ascended the platform. Quite impressive. Chang was somewhat taken aback. Let the match begin, Chen Anyang declared. Upon hearing this, Chang promptly assumed his stance. Though Chen Anyang had never boxed before, he imitated Chang's movements to the best of his ability. Your form is riddled with flaws. Chang initially believed Chen Anyang possessed some foundational skills, but upon observing his actions, he grew complacent. You must be Chen Anyang's brother. For her sake, I shall go easy on you. Before Chang could finish his sentence, Chen Anyang unleashed a swift punch, devoid of any technique, purely powered by strength. Bang! Chang fell straight to the canvas. Around them, the onlooking students and coaches, who had anticipated a spectacle, were left dumbfounded. What has happened? Goodness, I thought he was a weakling, but it seems he has been playing the fool to catch the tiger. This must be Chen Anyang's brother. If she is that fierce, her brother should be no slouch either. Indeed, a fierce sister does not have a weak brother. After a moment of astonishment, several coaches ascended the stage to assess Chang's condition. Chang, are you all right? After a prolonged period of pressure on his acupoint, Chang finally managed to catch his breath. He ambushed me. Chang covered his mouth, his voice trembling slightly. Shall we continue the match? Chen Anyang regarded Chang with an indifferent gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Chu, the manager of the club. On the western side of the arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit opened the door to a private room and strode toward the ring, fixing his gaze upon Chen Anyang. I am Chen Anyang's elder brother, Chen Anyang. It seemed he had come on behalf of Chen Anyang. Let's discuss this in my office, Wang Chu suggested. Chapter 36. I shall never participate. Has my sister ever participated in a boxing match under your auspices? Upon entering Wang Chu's office, Chen Anyang wasted no time in posing his query. Indeed, though it was rather unconventional matches, Wang Chu candidly admitted. Given her age, you must understand that. Chen Anyang tightened his grip on the bone knife concealed within his pocket. He was acutely aware of its sharpness and had been restraining his impulses, for this was the realm of reality. Although our contests may dwell in the shadows, we uphold our own principles. Chen Anyang is an exceptionally gifted young lady, but she is not yet prepared to compete in formal matches. There exists a multitude of competitions, ranging from the octagonal cage and unrestricted underground boxing to various exhibition matches, all conducted in an exaggerated manner that does not inflict genuine harm. Anyang participates solely in the typical exhibition matches, as Wang Chu elaborated. I do not wish for her to engage in such events, Chen Anyang stated solemnly. Although these matches are labeled as exhibition in nature, they still possess considerable risks. Your words are of no consequence, Wang Chu shrugged. You should discuss this with Anyang. If she is unwilling to continue participating, we shall not compel her. I believe your skills are quite commendable. Perhaps you might consider taking part? Wang Chu remarked with interest, gazing at Chen Anyang. Me? I would never partake in such endeavors. Chen Anyang was well aware of these underground activities, where lives are risked for monetary gain. Though he desired to earn money, he was not prepared to that extent. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. As a newcomer, you would only be assigned to lower-tier matches, where your safety would be ensured. Wang Chu's gaze upon Chen Anyang was reminiscent of a hyena fixating on its prey. I apologize, but I truly have no interest. I shall take my leave. As Chen Anyang turned, intending to exit, Wang Chu spoke again. Simply by participating, regardless of victory or defeat, there is a reward of 20,000. Each win doubles the prize, and by winning 4 matches, you could amass a total of 160,000. Chen Anyang hesitated, his initial resistance wavering upon hearing that participation alone guaranteed a sum of 20,000, regardless of the outcome. Furthermore, he wasn't making exorbitant demands. Participation in a single event would suffice. The sum of 20,000 yuan would comfortably sustain him until his graduation and even leave him with a surplus for indulging in his gaming pursuits. When is the competition scheduled? Chen Anyang inquired, his hand poised on the doorknob. Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. Be here. We'll provide chauffeur transportation. Very well. Chen Anyang once again prepared to depart. Hold on. Wang Chu interjected, retrieving a stack of banknotes from his desk drawer with a resounding thud. Consider this an initial deposit. Take it. Chen Anyang turned to observe, estimating the amount to be 10,000 yuan. Aren't you concerned about my potential flight risk? I rely solely on my intuition. And besides, acquiring your information is a trivial matter, Wang Chu confidently asserted. Chen Anyang accepted the money, promptly pivoting and exiting. He located an ATM, deposited the funds into his account, and subsequently strolled to a nearby CF, where he ordered a coffee and sat in solitary contemplation. He harbored no desire to become entangled with underground boxing, but the well-being of his sister compelled him to take the matter seriously. Chen Anyang had no prior experience with such activities, but he had seen numerous films and occasionally overheard his classmates discussing them. Even if Chen Anyang wished to extricate herself, she might find it impossible. Oftentimes, one's actions are not entirely one's own. For the sake of his sister, Chen Anyang resolved to venture into perilous territory and investigate firsthand. Of course, the 20,000 yuan was merely a fortuitous bonus. He did not consider himself particularly avaricious, or so he believed. Ice Age Initiate. Within the game, Muyu, having overcome her inner demons, ceased her cultivation, tended to the flora in her spiritual garden, and embarked on an experiential journey. Muyu is broken through to the 5th rank warrior. Having completed the battle order task, he has gained 10,000 battle order experience. Muyu has merged with the power of the heart demon, reactivating the vermilion bird totem and acquiring the South Mingli fire. Previously, the gift package for those who recharged 500 contained a plethora of limited-time cultivation items, including the vermilion bird totem and the 9 nether vermilion bird fire. Although the effects of these items had long since faded, the image of the vermilion bird totem was already etched in Muyu's mind. After undergoing the baptism of the heart demon, coupled with the enhancement of the soul guardian pearl, Muyu has now obtained the power of the South Mingli fire. Muyu's 9 layers of refining fire technique has reached the first stage of perfection. Muyu's vermilion bird heaven burning sword has reached the pinnacle of the first stage. Muyu's Ling Yun step has achieved the first stage of perfection. Muyu has concluded his cultivation. Muyu embarks on an external training journey. Muyu has slain the 5th rank blood spirit serpent, obtaining the spirit serpent gallbladder. Completing the battle order task, he has gained another 10,000 battle order experience. Chen Anyang perused the information within the game, astonished to discover that Muyu had completed 2 monthly battle order tasks, thus elevating his battle order to level 13 with these 20,000 experience points. Having attained Supreme Battle Pass level 3, you have been awarded a high-grade Spirit Replenishment Pill, a high-grade Shin Turtle Stamina Elixir, and a top-tier 9 Netherworld Lotus Seed. Upon reaching Supreme Battle Pass level 4, you shall receive a high-grade Spirit Treasure Pouch, 10 high-grade Voice Transmitters, and 3 high-grade Skill Runestones. Furthermore, upon achieving Supreme Battle Pass level 5, you'll be granted a high-grade Blackfire Battle Armor, 10 high-grade Detection Charms, and 2 high-grade Double Experience Cultivation cards, each lasting 2 hours. The cascade of notifications illuminating his phone screen left Chen Anyang utterly bewildered. Such munificent rewards? I'm about to ascend to unprecedented heights. Chen Anyang marveled, scarcely believing that a mere half-day's absence had yielded such a bounty. Esteemed senior, were these gifts bestowed by your hand? Muyu, gazing upon the plethora of items materializing within the subterranean chamber, was taken aback. Although the senior would occasionally grace her with celestial herbs and elixirs, the sheer volume of items presented this time was staggering. Muyu was truly bedazzled by the spectacle. Muyu, your efforts have been commendable, the voice resonated. As I foretold, should you attain the 5th rank of martial warrior within a fortnight, you would be handsomely rewarded. Your accomplishment is now manifest, and these are your rightful spoils. Bear in mind, this is merely the genesis. Within this realm, You have only just embarked upon the path of the strong. Yet, the tenacity and talent you have displayed fill me with profound satisfaction. These treasures shall be of immense benefit to your cultivation. However, do not succumb to hubris. Diligent cultivation is the true path. The road ahead is still long, and you shall encounter formidable foes and arduous challenges. Each instance of training signifies a transformation, and every drop of sweat shall not go in vain. I firmly believe that as long as you remain steadfast, you will inevitably become a powerful force to be reckoned with. The rare treasures and supreme techniques of this world will eventually be within your grasp. I shall always be behind you, watching as you ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. The advanced communication device allows for direct voice transmission, free from character limitations. Chen Anyang pressed the microphone and spoke for a full 60 seconds, having forgotten his disdain for his mother's lengthy voice message. Achieving the 5th rank as a martial artist within half a month is my reward for you, designed to encourage your diligent cultivation. The path ahead is long, and I will always be at your side. Do not squander your talent, nor the expectations placed upon you. What is this nonsense? Is there a middleman profiting from this? After toiling over a lengthy composition, it was reduced to just a few words? Scoundrels! Chen Anyang listened to the voice message on his phone, feeling somewhat speechless, astonished that the game could function in such a manner. Muyu remembers the teachings of the elder and dares not to be negligent, nor to disappoint the elder's high hopes. Muyu expresses gratitude for the elder's reward. Thank you for your kindness. Su Muyu respectfully knelt on the ground, her face a portrait of sincerity and reverence. Witnessing this scene, Chen Anyang felt instant satisfaction, realizing that the money spent was not in vain. Just as Chen Anyang basked in his contentment, the gates of Qingyun Middle School slowly opened. Ding! Chen Anyang received a message on his phone. Brother, I'm done with school. Chapter 37. Brother, your impatience is showing again. A multitude thronged before the gates of Binhai Qingyun High School. Chen Yang stood beneath an ancient locust tree near the entrance, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd in search of his sister. Before long, a familiar figure bounded into view. Chen Anyang, clad in the Qingyun High School uniform, her twin ponytails swaying with each step, approached. Her figure was well-proportioned, though not particularly tall, and perhaps even slightly plump. Her round face possessed an undeniable charm. However, Chen Yang was well aware that beneath this seemingly docile exterior resided a spirited and untamed soul. Brother, Chen Anyang exclaimed, huffing spot that Chen Yang. She quickened her pace, arriving at his side and playfully patting his shoulder. You actually came to pick me up. Had I not, goodness knows what predicament you might have found yourself in. What do you mean? I've been diligently studying and striving for improvement lately, Chen Anyang asserted with conviction. Our family isn't so impoverished that you need to earn money. I understand, brother. I promise in the future. Your promises are as insubstantial as a fleeting breeze, leaving not even a trace. Brother, I simply wish to alleviate some of father's burden. Chen Anyang pleaded, tugging at Chen Yang's arm. The Chen family's circumstances had once been quite favorable. However, 5 years prior, their mother, Zhang Lan, had been afflicted by a severe illness that nearly depleted their savings. Fortunately, the treatment proved effective, and she made a decent recovery. To augment their income, their father had directly petitioned the company for an overseas assignment in Africa. After matriculating to university, Chen Anyang financed his entire livelihood, as well as a substantial portion of his younger sister's tuition, through part-time employment and scholarships. Chen Anyang had been eager to earn some money to alleviate the financial strain on their family and her brother, but as a high school student, her avenues for income were limited. About 2 weeks prior, a sports academy, impressed by Chen Anyang's physical attributes, extended an offer of admission. Acceptance would essentially eliminate tuition fees. Simultaneously, she had learned about the underground boxing scene in Binhai. Due to her age and relatively modest skill level, she participated in exhibition matches, earning over 5,000 yuan per bout. She retained 2,000 for living expenses and remitted the remainder to Chen Anyang. All right, keep the money matters for Mom, lest she worry, Chen Anyang said, casting a sidelong glance at his sister, unable to resist her entreaties. I'll keep this money safe for you, and return it when you need it. Chen Anyang made no mention of the underground boxing and hailed a taxi. Yeah, I've earned a bit from part-time work recently. Chen Anyang nodded. What kind of part-time work? You haven't been taken care of by someone, have you? What are you saying? If you didn't have such bizarre notions in your head, you might actually get into Bin University. Brother, you're getting defensive. Did I actually guess right? Get lost. Such a lavish collection of leftovers? Do we have guests? Chen Anyang leaned against the kitchen doorway, sniffing the air. Where did this woman come from? Mom hasn't worn perfume since she fell ill. Where did the fragrance in this house come from? Where does your sister-in-law hail from, brother? Is she also an alumna of Bin University? Do you happen to have a photograph of your sister-in-law that you could share with me? Is your sister-in-law perhaps affluent? Could she be the one who is supporting you financially? Chen Anyang's fervor for gossip was ablaze. Begone! Upon a glacial expanse, the frigid wind howled. The environs of the cabin were replete with the vestiges of combat. Within, in the subterranean chamber, Muyu meticulously examined the articles strewn upon the ground. Initially, she donned a close-fitting black garment, which impeccably accentuated her form. It was not only comfortable, but also possessed considerable defensive capabilities. The attire was further embellished with sundry metallic adornments and accompanied by bracers and a breastplate. Moreover, there was a crimson cloak, as vivid as a conflagration, with a lifelike golden dragon embroidered upon its reverse. Muyu casually retrieved a scarlet cord and fashioned her raven tresses into a ponytail. After observing herself in the presence of the spiritual spring, she expressed profound satisfaction with her current ensemble. This obsidian and vermilion battle armor was among the rewards conferred by the 5th-tier battle pass. Subsequently, Muyu picked up a book of considerable antiquity from the ground. The Supreme Deluxe Edition of the Battle Pass bestows a Mystic-level item every 10 tiers, and this ancient tome was the inaugural Mystic-level prize. The Celestial Compendium of Myriad Spirits? Muyu gingerly opened the ancient text. The Celestial Compendium of Myriad Spirits is the most authoritative encyclopedia of spiritual herbs and celestial flora in the spiritual realm. Meticulously compiled by the ancient apothecary sage, Qing Mingzi, over the course of his entire life. The compendium is divided into 9 volumes, chronicling over 3,700 varieties of flora, ranging from mundane herbs to celestial blossoms, detailing their attributes, efficacy, cultivation methods, and associated contraindications. Muyu perused the table of contents, the initial volume being dedicated to common herbs, suitable for novice martial artists, and rudimentary alchemical recipes. Encompassing the herbs she discovered on the icy plains and the mystical spirit grass. Moreau, as Muyu was engrossed in the ancient text, the 9 lives spirit cat languidly stretched and gradually opened its eyes. You indolent feline, you have finally roused, Muyu remarked, glancing at the 9 lives spirit cat as it rose to its feet. Moreau, the 9 lives spirit cat's vocalization was somewhat peculiar. Muyu furrowed her delicate brows and swiftly approached the spirit spring. This time, the reflection on the spring's surface did not mirror Muyu's form, but rather 7 figures lurking beyond the snow mounds and ice mountains several miles away. Could it be that there are 3 distinct factions? Could they all be targeting me? Behind the snow mound to the east of the cabin, there were 3 individuals clad in snow wolf pelts, with frigid jade insignia adorning their waists. However, the leading elder's cuff subtly revealed a black flame emblem, suggesting that they were demonic cultivators masquerading as members of the Tianyuan Academy. To the south of the cabin, 2 figures in gray robes stood, leaving no trace upon the icy expanse. They were the elusive snow treaders, the Martial Alliance's covert guards. As for the west side of the cabin, black-robed figures astride ice-boned steeds, their equine eyes ablaze with spectral blue flames, brandished the Demon Martial Alliance's bounty list, with Muyu's visage prominently displayed at the apex. Muyu was unfamiliar with the identities of these individuals, but she was acutely aware that their intentions were far from benevolent. Acting preemptively is paramount. Given that the tripartite forces have yet to launch their assault, simultaneous attacks would significantly diminish Muyu's prospects of success, potentially necessitating the intervention of her senior. Therefore, Muyu brandished the Lihua sword and, with the Lingyun step executed to its utmost, dashed eastward. Chapter 38. Future water can only boil to 99. Swoosh! The Lihua sword pierced the firmament, imbued with formidable momentum, akin to a fiery dragon, and assailed the trio concealed behind the snowdrift. The demonic martial elder, masquerading as a member of Tianyuan Academy, swiftly retaliated, unleashing 3 soul-devouring needles. Clang, clang, clang. The Li Hua sword danced nimbly, directly deflecting the soul-devouring needles, and continued its advance unabated. How is this conceivable? You're merely a 5th-rank martial artist, yet you can parry. Before the elder could complete his utterance, the Li Hua sword pierced his heart. Su Muyu's movements were devoid of any superfluous actions. As she vanquished the elder, a wisp of southern samadhi fire erupted from her spine, bifurcating and incinerating the 2 lackeys behind the elder, who had yet to react, into ashes. With practiced efficiency, she searched the elder's person, seizing the storage pouch and the black sword from his grasp. Once more, she employed the Lingyun step and proceeded southward. She had only traversed halfway when the 2 individuals had already caught up. Who are you? Su Muyu, clad in a black catsuit and draped in a scarlet robe, stood with her sword at her back, gazing at the 2 figures. She was acutely aware that their strength surpassed her own, likely ranking between 7th and 8th rank. If she were to face only one, she might possess a modicum of chance. The young lady, our alliance's shadow guard, harbored no ill intentions. It was merely, as that individual clasped his fists in greeting, a concealed weapon activated from his sleeve. Whoosh! 3 arrows shot forth with astonishing speed. Su Muyu, ever vigilant against her opponent, attempted to evade the incoming projectiles, but their velocity was too swift for her to escape. Clang! 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 The arrows struck Su Muyu's form as if they had collided with an iron plate. Her black fire battle armor's defensive capabilities far surpassed those of her previous robe, leaving her unscathed. What manner of equipment is that? This is troubling. We must withdraw. Although their strength surpassed Su Muyu's considerably, the weaponry they possessed was vastly inferior. Coupled with the peculiar techniques they wielded and the rampant rumors circulating outside, instilling fear within them. Having recently joined the Shadow Guard, they were dispatched due to their proximity, while others remained at a distance. Upon witnessing Su Muyu effortlessly withstand the assault, combined with the terrifying aura emanating from Su Mushue, who had just slain an elder of the Demon Martial Alliance, they made a hasty decision to flee. Should they have confronted Su Muyu directly, they might have inflicted significant harm upon her, securing a slim chance of survival for themselves. Instead, they chose to retreat, leaving an opening for her. They searched their bodies for weapons, low-grade elixirs, and the Shadow Guard insignia. Little girl, surrender the South Ming Li fire, and I shall spare your life. A figure cloaked in black, mounted on an icebone war steed, suddenly appeared mere dozens of meters before Su Muyu. He cast another glance at the scroll in his hand, which bore her likeness. Find this person. Reward for the first volume of the 9 Nether Dark Canon. The 9 Nether Dark Canon is currently the most formidable demonic technique, a coveted practice pursued by all practitioners of the dark arts. However, the figure in the black robe yearns even more for the rumored Southern Ming Lihua. Naturally, possessing both would be the epitome of desire. Southern Ming Lihua? What is that? I have never heard of it, nor do I know. Sumuyu furuit herberais. Playing the fool serves no purpose. The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh, drawing forth a black longsword. The fire seed within you, we of the Demon Martial Alliance, shall claim it. With his words, the ice-boned warhorse beneath him neighed, its hooves shattering the ice surface and scattering countless shards. Sumuyu brandished the fire sword before her. All the ice shards, before they could approach, turned to vapor. Quite skilled indeed. Should you reach the 9th rank of martial artist, I might think twice. Alas. The black-robed man swung his black sword fiercely, the sword chi transforming into black flames, melting everything in its path. Su Muyu executed the Lingyun step to its utmost, narrowly evading the black flames. With a cry, the black flames that brushed past her morphed into a black fire phoenix, reversing direction and charging back. Su Muyu summoned the Zhuke Burning Heaven Sword, and a phantom of the Zhuke slowly took shape. Boom! The phantom of the Zhuke collided violently with the black fire phoenix. The consumption of her spiritual energy was immense. Beads of sweat formed densely on her forehead, and her earlier full-force strike had not entirely blocked the Blackfire Phoenix, sending her hurtling back several dozen yards, blood spilling from her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the black-robed man advanced, his black sword's tip aimed directly at Muyu's brow. "You are indeed formidable, surpassing my expectations. Yet that is all there is to it. Surrender the Southern Ming's departing fire. Muyu is currently under attack." In the kitchen, Chen Anyang was preparing a meal when he suddenly heard a notification sound from his phone. Upon checking, his expression shifted slightly. "Who possesses the audacity to bully my woman? Skill talisman, activate." The battle order granted him a total of 3 skill talismans. Chen Anyang observed in the game as Muyu was menaced by a cloaked figure with a sword pointed at her, and without hesitation, he utilized a skill talisman. "What is this?" The cloaked figure suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy, causing his hair to stand on end. Before he could react, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, reducing both him and his Icebound war steed to mere remnants. "Senior, Muyu feels powerless, always relying on you to come to her rescue." Muyu increasingly felt like a burden. On the path of growth, who hasn't stumbled? Danger serves as a catalyst for growth. Each encounter with peril presents an opportunity for transformation. My rescue is intended to foster your development, not to instill a sense of inadequacy. You must recognize the progress you achieve after each brush with danger. In my eyes, you are a raw gem, requiring time and care to be refined. In this process of sculpting, your worth is not solely measured by transient displays of martial prowess. Your insight, character, fair complexion, beauty, and long legs are all qualities I hold dear. The battle order granted 10 advanced sound transmitters, and Chen Anyang utilized them without hesitation, sending a 60-second voice message. "Muyu, danger hastens growth. You possess great potential, and I am pleased. Do not worry about anything else." Good heavens! Is that how advanced telecommunication devices are utilized? Startled, Chen Anyang, who had been lounging on the sofa indulging in potato chips, immediately rose to his feet. A servile grin plastered across his face as he went to greet his mother. "Don't give me that insincere smile. Anyang has already informed me of your intentions. Have you truly contemplated this thoroughly?" "Mother, I have given it ample consideration." Chen Anyang promptly composed himself, nodding with utmost gravity. "Very well. I shall refrain from interfering. The path you have chosen is yours to traverse, even if it necessitates crawling to the finish." Zhang Lan retorted, her tone laced with exasperation. "Understood. I was confident that my mother would demonstrate reasonableness. Alas, from this point forward, the water in our household shall only reach a temperature of 99 degrees. Zhang Lan lamented with a sigh. "Why is that?" Chen Anyang instinctively responded. "I have no desire for 2 useless individuals to simultaneously inhabit this residence." Chapter 39. Continued Investment. Celestial Fortune Pack. Attending a sport academy is arduous, particularly when one is training in boxing. Seated on the sofa, Zhang Lan could not resist offering a word of counsel. Life at a sports academy is arduous, especially when one is training in boxing. Chen Anyang nodded in agreement. "Mother, I have contemplated this for a considerable period. This modicum of hardship is inconsequential, and I harbor a genuine passion for boxing. Furthermore, what is the ultimate outcome of attending university? Even graduates from prestigious institutions struggle to secure employment. This way, I can participate in competitions and potentially win prize money. Even if I were to face unemployment in the future, at least I would possess good health and be capable of delivering takeout. By the way, Mother, have my brother found a romantic partner? Has he brought her home to meet you? Have you made her acquaintance? What is her appearance?" Chen Anyang swiftly changed the subject, unable to suppress her burgeoning curiosity. "Do not mention it. I am equally perplexed about the situation. If I possessed even half the capabilities of his father, I would not be concerned about finding a partner. Mother, you need not worry. My brother's charm and attracting attention is certainly on par with our father's. Alas, your son is simply too introverted, if he had your disposition. Mother, you truly do not comprehend your eldest son. In the past, when travel was slow, one could afford to love but a single person throughout one's life. Now, with the rapid pace of the subway, My brother could easily fall for 5 or 6 individuals in just 2 stops. As Chen Anyang began to speak, Chen Anyang emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes he had prepared. Dinner is ready. We can eat now. The evening meal was relatively sumptuous, with Chen Anyang having cooked 2 new dishes while the rest consisted of leftovers from the previous day. A date? Zhang Lan and Chen Anyang exclaimed in unison, their expressions reflecting a striking resemblance of curiosity. What movie is there to watch at this hour? It would be better to reschedule for daytime, Zhang Lan suggested. It has already been arranged. That is acceptable, but the day after tomorrow, I have invited Aunt Sun and her daughter over. You must comport yourself well. Aunt Sun? Which Aunt Sun? I do not recall you ever mentioning her. Chen Anyang looked bewildered. How could I not mention her? Did I not say that her daughter is also studying at Bin University? You even mentioned having seen her at school. Zhang Lan furrowed her brow. Oh, her. Do not feign ignorance with your mother. How do you truly feel about her? She's nice, not? Quite good, Chen Anyang replied, feeling somewhat guilty. No, not at all. Merely a friend. Chen Anyang promptly refuted. Faced with her mother's relentless interrogation, Chen Anyang found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Mom, do you truly agree to Anyang attending the sports school? The siblings, sharing an innate understanding, instinctively redirected the conversation to each other's matters when under parental scrutiny. Mom, I believe my brother's situation is far more significant. After all, this is a momentous decision in life. Chen Anyang, engrossed in her meal, nearly choked when her name was called. Zhang Lan sighed. Alas, my health is failing. Otherwise, I would practice a little trumpet with your father. Agreed. The siblings immediately concurred. Ice Age. Activate. Such a bountiful harvest. Muyu had scavenged a considerable amount from those martial cultivators, including some low-tier elixirs and weapons. Yet these items held no value for him. After selling everything, he had accumulated 5 spirit gems and over 1,000 gold coins, with the additional 2 spirit gems acquired from the demon martialists. Demon martialists are indeed affluent, Chen Anyang remarked. In the game, Muyu was examining the 2 tokens in his hand, one adorned with a black flame emblem. Demon Martial Alliance? Tianyuan Academy. Who were they? And what are the Southern Ming Leaf Fire? Muyu murmured to himself, feeling perplexed that, despite his inaction and minimal contact with the outside world, it seemed as though everyone was conspiring against him. An innocent man may bear the burden of suspicion. A century has passed since the Ice Age dawned, during which many extraordinarily talented individuals emerged, delving deep into the spirit realm to acquire numerous rare treasures while also gathering a wealth of clues. According to legend, the South Mingli Fire is one of the 4 sacred beasts of the spirit realm, embodying the primordial fire of the vermilion bird, possessing immeasurable power that has driven countless individuals to madness. However, the sacred beast's primordial fire exists solely within the spirit realm, and given the current strength of humankind, they lack even the qualifications to encounter the sacred beast, let alone acquire its primordial fire. The appearance of the vermilion bird's primordial fire on Muyu has captivated the attention of powerful figures from various factions, who are now rushing towards the northern territory in droves. Chen Anyang was eagerly assessing Muyu's gains when a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Through the perfect tempering of the body and essence, the cultivation of techniques, the visualization of the vermilion bird totem, the refinement of the 9 nether vermilion bird fire, and the integration of the power of the heart demon, Muyu has completely activated the South Ming Leaf Fire. The South Ming Leaf Fire is the true fire of the vermilion bird. Born from the chaotic essence of fire at the dawn of creation, Muyu's activation of the South Ming Leaf Fire has stirred powerful beings from all directions, who are now hastening towards this location. Option 1. Ignore it and wait for the strong to arrive. Option 2. Recharge 388 yuan to obtain a teleportation package, which allows random transportation to other locations, though the risk of being discovered again remains. Option 3. Recharge 688 yuan to acquire the Xianming Ice Soul Pearl, which emits an extreme, cold aura capable of concealing the South Ming Leaf Fire. Although prolonged use may result in backlash and harm the primordial power of the South Ming Leaf Fire. Option 4. Recharge 1,388 yuan to receive the Heavenly Mechanism package. It seems that the more expensive the item, the shorter the description becomes. Chen Anyang was rendered speechless. Having initially intended to merely avail himself of the 10 yuan first recharge offer, only to find himself now inextricably committed. However, since embarking on this game, Chen Anyang, hitherto an atheist, had gradually come to believe in predestination. He was compelled to confront the alterations in his physical form, emanating as feedback from a game. However preposterous and unreal the notion seemed, it was akin to a legitimate science and technology channel commencing to disseminate information on how to deal with apparitions. A few days prior, Chen Anyang would have been incapable of spending thousands of yuan on a game. Yet now, he found himself in comparatively affluent circumstances, attributable to his increasingly robust physique, which enabled him to generate such substantial income. Chen Anyang ceased to agonize, opting directly for the Celestial Mystery Bundle. This peculiar game was remarkably straightforward, obviating the need for deliberation. Invariably, selecting the most exorbitant option was the correct course of action. Chapter 40. Must even a gentleman like myself be guarded against? Beneath the willow-kissed moon, Chen Anyang lay prone on his bed, his attention riveted to his mobile phone. Within the grand package, costing over 1,000 yuan, were but 2 items. Having perused the item descriptions, Chen Anyang deemed it a worthwhile acquisition. Celestial Mystery Compass, celestial grade, material, constructed from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, inlaid with 9 astral stones, and engraved with ancient celestial mystery runes. Effect 1. Capable of disrupting celestial mechanics, rendering deduction techniques ineffective, and completely concealing the aura of the southern brilliance separating fire, even when employed in close proximity, precluding detection by the opponent. Effect 2. Equipped with celestial mystery evasion, enabling instantaneous translocation of 100 li in times of peril, usable once every 7 days, albeit at the expense of a certain amount of lifespan, contingent upon the distance of translocation. Moonlit veil, heavenly grade, material, crafted from ethereal silk condensed by moonlight, infused with the essence of a 9-tailed celestial fox's illusions. Effect 1. Upon wearing, it alters one's aura, allowing the blazing South Ming fire to be disguised as ordinary fire elemental energy. Effect 2. Accompanied by the moonlit mirage effect, it can create 3 identical illusory doppelgangers, usable once per day, prolonged where may lead to a state of distraction, necessitating the regular intake of spirit-calming pills or the possession of a soul anchor pearl. Both treasures serve to conceal the aura of the South Ming fire, providing dual protection to prevent exposure. While Muyu pondered the intentions of those individuals, a compass and a sheer veil suddenly materialized before her. The South Ming fire you possess is a treasure of the world, drawing the covetous gazes of countless onlookers. The compass and veil will mask your South Ming fire's aura. Your strength is still lacking, so do not disclose the matter of the South Ming fire to outsiders. Chen Anyang kept his voice message brief, lasting only around 10 seconds, and the system had not truncated this time. In just over a day, he had utilized 3 of the 10 advanced sound transmission talismans gifted by the War Order. Thank you, esteemed elder. Upon hearing the commanding voice, Muyu, as was her custom, knelt respectfully to express her gratitude. Subsequently, she delicately lifted the gossamer veil, intending to don it beneath her garments. This wretched game even necessitates caution for someone of my integrity? Chen Anyang muttered in frustration as a mosaic suddenly appeared on the screen, vowing that as soon as he received the boxing prize tomorrow, he would eliminate this insidious mosaic. Soon after, Muyu donned the moonlit veil, and the mosaic simultaneously vanished. The moonlight white gauze clung delicately to Muyu's figure, its semi-transparent wide sleeves revealing her creamy arms, while the intricate patterns of the 9-tailed fox on her collarbone flickered with each breath, accentuating her strikingly beautiful features. The butterfly wing design, carved into the back of the gauze dress, allowed her snow-white skin to shimmer enticingly beneath the fabric. Yet the silver threads entwined upon it muted all flights of fancy. As a paragon of virtue, Chen Anyang barely had the chance to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth when Muyu had already donned the black bodysuit outside. This illusory moon gauze was far more formidable than its description suggested. though its side effects could be perilous. Fortunately, Chen Anyang had recently acquired this soul-stabilizing pearl, which perfectly counteracted the negative effects of the illusory moon gauze, ensuring Muyu felt no discomfort. In the underground chamber, Muyu sat cross-legged once more, commencing her cultivation. The nine-lives spirit cat stretched languidly before making its way into her embrace, nuzzling against her chest. Had this nine-lives spirit cat been male, Chen Anyang would undoubtedly have opted for a castration before recharging it. "What's the matter?" Muyu inquired, her eyes fluttering open. The little tabby had never interrupted her cultivation before, yet this time it had sought the comfort of her arms. "Meow. Is there another enemy approaching?" Muyu's brows knitted slightly as she glanced towards the spiritual spring, detecting no signs of any adversaries. "Meow," the little feline urged. Muyu called out affectionately, and the tabby darted outside, swiftly vanishing beyond the camera's view. Chen Anyang, initially intending to observe Muyu's cultivation, found himself succumbing to sleep, only to discover that Muyu had been whisked away by the playful cat. After waiting for an extended period without any indication, Chen Anyang, feeling somewhat fatigued, succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Zhongzhou, the president of Tianyuan Academy led a group diligently toward the northern frontier, when suddenly his form faltered. A change swept over his countenance. The vermilion bird soul lamp within his Chinquan bag abruptly dimmed and extinguished. Could it be that this individual has met with misfortune? Might it be the work of those of the Demon Martial Alliance? Behind the president, a figure clad in crimson robes also noticed the extinguished vermilion bird soul lamp. Although the Southern Mingli fire was merely a legend, one chosen by the four-symbol sacred beast was undoubtedly a person of great fortune, not easily destined for demise. The president shook his head. "What shall we do next?" "We shall press on. We will devise a solution upon reaching the northern frontier." After a brief respite, the group continued their journey. Meanwhile, Blood Rakshasa, the young vice leader of the Demon Martial Alliance, along with more than 30 followers, had arrived less than 100 miles from the Dawn Refuge. With silver hair and crimson eyes, adorned with a blood-colored mandala pattern on her forehead, she donned black and gold soft armor, her waist coiled with a white bone whip. Suddenly, she reined in her steed, a six-eyed demon tiger, which let out an agitated roar, its claws shattering the icy terrain. Young vice leader, the soul-calling butterfly has suddenly changed direction. The one-eyed crone, known as Blood Vulture Granny, who bore a three-eyed blood vulture upon her shoulder, held aloft a blood jade compass in her withered hands. As a point of light that had been indicating the northern frontier suddenly exploded into dozens of radiant streaks. She was the most adept in the Demon Martial Alliance at divination and tracking curses. Useless. Blood Rakshasa furiously cracked her whip, sending a flurry of ice shards flying. After days of relentless pursuit, having ventured deep into the Northern Territory, I am informed that the individual is missing. It is plausible that other factions were ahead of us and employed some arcane method to conceal the person's aura, Blood Heron Granny murmured. Even if they located the individual first, it is improbable that they could have transported them out of the Northern Territory so swiftly. Blood Heron Granny, you and the Een Puppet Twins shall separately notify all branch strongholds within the Northern Territory to initiate a comprehensive search. I shall lead the 36 Mystic Ice Cavalry and continue the search northward. Even if it requires excavating every inch of the land, we must locate the individual, Blood Rakshasa declared, gazing towards the north. Your humble servant obeys. The combined effects of the celestial compass and illusionary moon veil have caused all factions to lose track of the southern mystical fire's aura simultaneously, rendering them like headless flies. Nevertheless, they are unwilling to concede, clinging to the last vestige of hope as they continue their frantic journey towards the Northern Territory. This is the liveliest the Icebound Northern Territory has been in a century. Little kitten, slow down. Muyu executed the soaring cloud step, each stride leaving a lotus imprint, enhanced by the War Order's cloud, as she exerted herself to keep pace with the 9-lives spirit cat. Despite being a 5th-rank martial artist, capable of rivaling even 7th or 8th-rank warriors with the aid of her techniques, she found herself struggling to keep up with the Third Order body refinement realm spirit cat. Where are you going? Muyu asked, beads of sweat forming on her brow as the nine-live spirit cat finally began to decelerate. Chapter 41. The dead cat treated as a living one in the Northern Territory, a land of extreme cold, there stands a towering ice mountain. The most frigid place since the dawn of the Ice Age. Even a mightiest of martial masters dare not approach it lightly. Should one be tainted by the chilling poison that permeates this icy realm, their path of martial cultivation would be irrevocably severed. Muyu stood beneath the ice mountain, shivering involuntarily. Despite being shielded by the South Ming fire and invoking the ninefold refining fire technique, she still found it challenging to withstand the piercing cold. Is there something here? The nine-live spirit cat clawed fiercely at the ice mountain, though its realm was far too low, and it had already succumbed to the cold poison. Without hesitation, Muyu drew the Li Hua sword and struck with great force. The sword chi transformed into a phoenix illusion, soaring toward the mountain. Mist billowed as a cave, sealed for a century in ice, slowly emerged. Child, though you are blessed with fortune, the treasures within this cave are beyond your reach. If you do not depart swiftly, you shall find no resting place in death. A resonant voice suddenly echoed, and in an instant, the nine-live spirit cat was hurled backward, embedding itself deep within the distant glacier. Its presence vanished entirely. With a gasp, Muyu felt her spirit tremble at the sound, a metallic taste flooding her throat as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The South Ming fire within her flared outward, enveloping her in a protective aura. I was unaware of your presence, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave. Recognizing the overwhelming superiority of her opponent, Muyu had no hope of victory. She retreated swiftly, snatching up the unconscious tabby cat along the way, and dashed toward the small cabin. That diminutive creature, Muyu sensed that within that ice-encrusted cavern, there undoubtedly lay some treasure. However, her capabilities were far surpassed by the monstrosity dwelling within the icy mountains. Perhaps the esteemed senior possessed the prowess to contend with it. Yet as of now, the senior had not materialized, and Muyu dared not venture recklessly. Since the adversary had not pursued her, she wisely chose to retreat. Given her prior inexperience in concocting elixirs, the probability of failure loomed large. Fortunately, she possessed an ample supply of ingredients. It was not until the break of dawn, after laboring over 20 batches of concoctions, that she successfully produced 5 pills. Resorting to desperate measures, Muyu administered 2 of the pills to the nine-lived spirit cat, hoping to sustain its waning vitality. In the past, the nine-lived spirit cat had always been remarkably docile. Muyu pondered at length, yet could not fathom the cause of its current state. Lately, she had been vexed by an abundance of perplexing matters. Numerous individuals lurked outside, harboring malicious intentions. Although her strength had improved, it was far from sufficient to ensure her self-preservation. Muyu inhaled deeply and immediately commenced her cultivation. With a slow opening of his eyes, Chen Anyang exhaled a breath of stale air, sensing a renewed surge of power within his body. He wondered, if he were to assess his strength according to the game's power structure, what grade of martial artist would he be? Perhaps at most, a first-grade warrior. After some whimsical musings, Chen Anyang picked up his phone and glanced at the game. Muyu accompanies the nine-lived spirit cat to the Ice Beast Mountain. The nine-lived spirit cat disturbs the ice soul golden ghoul sealed within the Ice Beast Mountain. Muyu's attempt to concoct the revitalizing spirit pill was unsuccessful. Ice Beast Mountain? Ice Soul Gold Behemoth? Chen Anyang repeated under his breath. He unfurled a map and noticed with a start that the external cartography had been updated at some point. The previously marked Dawn Shelter had vanished, and in the area north of the cabin, an ice mountain graphic had emerged, labeled as Ice Beast Mountain. It seems there are treasures to be found there. However, given the current fledgling strength of Xiaoyu and Xiaomao, further advancement would be prudent before venturing to investigate. The morning market is bustling today. I even encountered Wen Dao's mother. Zhang Lan, while steeping bamboo leaves in glutinous rice, began to speak as soon as Chen Anyang emerged. Zhao, Wen Dao's mother? Aunt Lu? Chen Anyang inquired promptly. Indeed, I had intended to inquire about the events that had transpired, but she moved with haste, and burdened with my purchases, I was unable to catch up. Zhang Lan confirmed with a nod. Mother, are you certain it was Aunt Lu? Could there have been a misidentification? Chen Anyang pressed again. I have not yet reached a state of senility. After more than 2 decades of acquaintance, such a mistake is unlikely. Ah, where are you off to so early in the morning? To the early market. Chen Anyang hastily donned a jacket and dashed out. The market was not far, merely a brisk 10-minute walk, which Chen Anyang traversed in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes. He lingered until 9:30, by which time most stalls had already been dismantled, yet he failed to locate Zhao Wendao's mother. Taoist, where have you gone, and what is your current state? Andrew remained apprehensive about his steadfast companion, albeit presently bereft of any leads. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang and Annie had taken their places on the stools, commencing the wrapping of Zongzi. Mother, my brother is shirking his duties once more. Whenever there is labor to be done at home, he contrives various pretexts to abscond. You have spoiled him excessively. Well now, she has begun to openly deride me. When you reach the age of matrimony, I shall incessantly urge you towards marriage on behalf of mother. Andrew proceeded to cleanse his hands. I have no desire to marry so early, Annie retorted. Indeed, there are advantages to early marriage, namely that one remains youthful upon divorce. Andrew declared with utmost gravity. Fie, fie, fie. Andrew, are you seeking a reprimand once more? Mrs. Zhang exclaimed whilst wrapping Zongzi. Mother, my brother speaks verity. These days, when one inquires, all profess pure affection, yet in practice, all are purveyors of misfortune. Annie added. Thwack. Mrs. Zhang, in a fit of pique, flicked Annie's forehead. What do you glean all these witticisms daily? If only you applied such mental acuity to your studies, you would not have ended up at a sports academy. Pray, mother, something is amiss. Why has the blame shifted to me? Was it not I who accused my brother of indolence a moment ago? Annie furrowed her brow. Your brother is typically far more diligent than yourself, tidying the house and preparing meals, whereas you accomplish not. Annie had initially intended to censure Andrew, yet she found herself on the receiving end of her mother's scolding. With a new object of censure, Annie experienced a sense of relief. After toiling for the better part of the day, with the freshly steamed Zongzi now ready, Zhanglan promptly packed a generous portion to take away, some for Chen Anyang's paternal and maternal grandparents. Brother, which film are you planning to see tonight? Lunch was a solitary affair for Chen Anyang and Chen Anyang at home. It's that new film. Which new film? Chen Anyang pressed on. Chen Anyang responded by transferring 200 yuan directly to her phone. Chapter 42. Omens in the North. Celestial divination. As dusk settled, the city lights began to gleam. Chen Anyang entered the Binhai Weisheng boxing club. Ah Chang, sporting a swollen bruise on his face, handed Chen Anyang a blindfold. Put this on. It's the protocol. Chen Anyang accepted the blindfold. As a former model student, this was his first foray into such an event, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Fortunately, with a powerful advantage at his disposal, he felt somewhat reassured. Ah Chang guided Chen Anyang into a van. Despite the blindfold, Chen Anyang began to construct a mental image through the sounds and smells around him. A silver-gray van merging onto the highway, heading north. Our boxing matches are relatively legitimate, Ah Chang said, sitting next to Chen Anyang. Describing a black market boxing venue as legitimate struck Chen Anyang as a dark jest. We host them weekly, featuring 20 bouts, including 3 exhibition matches. The type of competition varies each week. This week, it's cage fighting, the octagon. As a newcomer, you have been assigned to the 3rd bout, facing an opponent who can be considered a novice as well. Typically, such a match would not pose any life-threatening risks. Although he has endured a punch from Chen Anyang, his strength is undeniable, and it is likely that he may emerge as a prominent contender in the future. A Chang's commentary is remarkably thorough. These are all aspects that warrant attention. Hey, are you asleep? A Chang was engrossed in his own narration when he suddenly heard the faint sound of snoring. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could doze off while preparing for an underground boxing match. As the clock approached 8, the van came to a halt in a small town at the northwest corner of the coastal area. In relative terms, this locale represents the most underdeveloped part of Binhai City, where the youth have largely migrated for work elsewhere, leaving the town with a rather desolate ambience. The van parked next to an abandoned football field, beneath which lay the venue for the boxing matches. The violent contests not only incite adrenaline, but also facilitate a plethora of illicit dealings. Upon entering the waiting area, Chen Anyang donned a loose-fitting competition outfit. Newcomers like him typically participate merely to fill the roster and buy some time, rather than having custom attire. Sitting in the waiting area, nearly every other competitor exhibited a physique that far surpassed Chen Anyang's. "Brother, your pectorals are truly impressive." Chen Anyang realized that he would glean no valuable insights from a Chong and instead approached a fellow participant for a casual chat. "I'm a woman," the person replied with a somewhat rough voice, yet was unmistakably feminine. "Ahem, I am a newcomer." Chen Anyang chuckled awkwardly, intending to lighten the atmosphere. "Chen Anyang, it is your turn to take the stage." A Chong hurriedly dashed into the waiting area. So soon? Chen Anyang was not quite prepared. Yet he felt a surge of confidence in his abilities as he strode purposefully toward the arena. The venue was an enclosed structure with ample space. The audience seating encircling the octagonal cage, capable of accommodating thousands. At the center lay an octagonal cage reminiscent of the UFC, its floor stained with blood. The rules of the match were straightforward. Aside from prohibiting weapons, there were no other restrictions. Victory was achieved by knocking out one's opponent. Outside the arena, several betting booths stood, but given that Chen Anyang was a newcomer, there were few wagers placed, and at this hour, the true high rollers had yet to arrive. Chen Anyang's opponent, of similar build, appeared to possess greater strength. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold, with the referee's announcement signaling the start of the match. Chen Anyang immediately launched a punch. "What is this? Is it over already? This can't be real. Damn. Is even the warm-up match staged?" The referee promptly entered the ring to assess the situation, finding Chen Anyang's opponent unconscious. "Chen Anyang wins," the referee declared, inciting a wave of jeers, predominantly from those who had bet on his opponent's victory. As Chen Anyang returned to the backstage area, Wang Chu approached him with a beaming smile. "Indeed, you possess great talent. The boss mentioned that they wish to offer you another match. Agree, and you shall receive 20,000. With a winning bonus of 40,000. "No problem." With a nod, Chen assented, viewing it as effortless enrichment. After an intervening match, Chen once more ascended to the platform, replicating his inaugural performance in a mere 10 seconds. He mused at how readily wealth could be acquired. Declining physical currency, Chen directed Wang Chu to remit the funds directly to his bank account. Due to constraints on substantial transfers, Wang Chu instructed his subordinates to utilize automated telemachines for the transaction. Soon, the sum of 60,000 yuan was credited to his account. "We have a contender here with a 35-match winning streak," the proprietor declared. "Should you consent to participate, 100,000 will be granted, with a guaranteed minimum of 500,000 if victorious. A total of 600,000, a sum Chen had never before encountered in his lifetime. "No qualms," Chen affirmed with a nod. Wang Chu, in turn, promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen. The originally scheduled main event, pitting the 35-win Wolf King against the 27-win Black Ape, was altered due to an unforeseen incident involving the latter. Chen, with his 2 consecutive victories, was designated as the replacement. With 2 to 3 hours remaining until the culminating contest, Chen was escorted to an upscale lounge to await his turn, accompanied by 2 alluring women. Being an innocent young man, Chen, confronted with such temptation, began to internally chant, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Indulge when opportune. Abstain when impossible." Ding! Abruptly, his cellular device emitted a chime. An anomaly has manifested in the Northern Territory. Shall an astral divination be performed? Caught between the allure of the women and the digital realm, Chen decisively opted for the latter. After all, the women seemed somewhat disreputable, and the potential for contracting a malady outweighed the temptation. Epoch of the Ice Age, commence. Chen Anyang cast aside the 2 enchanting ladies, engrossed in the game. Astrological simulation? Chen Anyang clicked on the details. Astrological simulation requires the purchase of a celestial instrument from a mall, consuming 10 years of lifespan. With a direct click into the marketplace, he found the celestial instrument to be rather inexpensive. This contraption demands a decade of life. Surely, it cannot refer to my own lifespan? Ever since the transformation of his body, Chen Anyang increasingly perceived the game's malevolence. Spending some money was acceptable, yet he feared that amidst the gaming, he might truly game himself to death, which would be utterly absurd. Fortunately, the description of the celestial instrument clarified that the consumption of lifespan could be supplanted with everlasting vines, where a single vine could offset 10 years of life. How remarkably cheap life seems, one could extend it for less than 200. Chen Anyang expended over 500 to purchase both the celestial instrument and the everlasting vines, promptly clicking to utilize them. A disk nearly consumed the entirety of the smartphone screen, adorned with a myriad of intricate symbols, none of which Chen Anyang recognized. Please shake your phone. Please tap the screen as instructed to activate the crystals on the celestial instrument. Please perform the corresponding actions as depicted in the following patterns. In the high-end lounge, two alluring women gazed incredulously at the eccentric Chen Anyang, who one moment was gesticulating wildly at his phone, and the next moment stood on one leg like a golden rooster, even executing a few backflips. Having witnessed many tempestuous events, this peculiar sight was a first for them. What is happening? I have no idea. Could he be possessed? Perhaps it is possessed by some entity? Then, what shall we do? I would rather be ravaged by a brute than be tainted by something unclean. Let us wait for a moment. The boss mentioned that serving him well would yield great rewards. No one informed us we would be attending to a wandering spirit before coming here. Chapter 43. Whose fate will prevail remains uncertain. What manner of advanced technology is this? Chen Anyang's lips twitched slightly. Above his phone, a three-dimensional star map of the northern realm was projected, with the Ice Beast Mountain region shrouded in crimson light spots. Soon after, twinkling starlight converged, coalescing in the void into two lines of text. On the night of the new moon, the western constellation of Aquila descends, unraveling the spirit realm. 3 inches from the northern cliff of the ice, the menacing eyes can be evaded. What does this mean? Chen Anyang looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the significance of the words before him. Fortunately, an annotation appeared on the phone screen. On the night of the new moon, at the Ice Beast Mountain in the northern realm, due to the tidal energies of the spirit realm, a rift of malevolent energy will manifest. At that time, the primal power of the white tiger will leak into the mortal realm. The essence of the white tiger embodies the power of metal, and only the fire of departure can remedy it. By establishing a fire of departure array at the northern cliff of the Ice Beast Mountain, one can ward off the malevolent energy of metal. The spirit realm, the essence of the white tiger. Chen Anyang gazed at the annotation, at least grasping the meaning of those two sentences. However, he remained unclear about their implications. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to utilize the advanced communicator to relay this information to Su Muyu. Perhaps she would know how to address it. Just as he sent the message, Wang Chu entered the luxurious lounge. In a mere 10 minutes, it would be his turn. Thus, Wang Chu advised him to prepare accordingly. Casting a glance at the untouched file on the coffee table, which contained the personal information of his adversary, the formidable Wolf King, Wang Chu had specifically urged Chen Anyang to examine it closely. It appears you possess considerable confidence. Wan Chu Zimak, observing Chen Anyang. I'm doing well. After 2 rounds of competition, Chen Anyang brimmed with confidence. In his estimation, regardless of the Wolf King's prowess, he merely seemed somewhat more resilient to blows. Exercise caution. He is indeed formidable. Wan Chu Zaitet. Just then, 2 women clad in black uniforms entered, presenting a new competition outfit. The odds for this match had escalated to over 80 to 1. Should you emerge victorious, the esteemed proprietor would undoubtedly bestow additional rewards. Chen Anyang nodded as he donned the attire, following Wang Chu out of the room. The 2 alluring companions, accompanying him, breathed a sigh of relief, perceiving Chen Anyang as somewhat eccentric. Chen Anyang's opponent, the Wolf King, boasted an impressive 35 consecutive victories, standing approximately 2 meters tall, his explosive musculature exuding sheer strength. In stark contrast, Chen Anyang, barely reaching 1 meter 80, appeared delicate and fragile beside the imposing figure of the Wolf King. Has no one else entered the competition? Why present such a weakling? What caliber of talent dares to challenge the Wolf King? Should he prevail, it would undoubtedly be deemed a clandestine maneuver, a fixed match. Hush! Do not speak nonsense. It is impossible for a fixed match to occur here, for the mastermind behind it is. The stark contrast in performance elicited a cacophony from the audience. Chen Anyang and the Wolf King slowly made their entrance into the octagonal cage. You truly are unafraid of death, the Wolf King remarked, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at Chen Anyang. Who will prevail in this battle remains uncertain. Chen Anyang appeared remarkably composed. What I mean is, you dare to showcase your strength without even a hint of pretense. At the very least, you should have developed some muscle. You. Chen Anyang furrowed his brow. Yet before he could finish his retort, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Whoosh! The speed of the Wolf King's punches was no slower than that of Chen Anyang. Fortunately, Chen Anyang had taken precautions and managed to evade the blows in time. Not bad. The Wolf King launched a fierce kick, and Chen Anyang, unable to dodge, braced himself for the impact. Bang! A sharp pain surged through him, a sensation he had not felt in a long time since engaging with the game. Shock and a hint of panic flooded Chen Anyang's mind. He never imagined that someone could surpass him in strength. In truth, Chen Anyang was slightly stronger than the Wolf King, but he was severely lacking in practical combat experience, having had almost none prior to this encounter. Seizing the moment while Chen Anyang was momentarily distracted, the Wolf King swung another punch. Chen Anyang instinctively raised his arm, barely managing to block the blow. The sudden surge of newfound strength filled Chen Anyang with confidence, causing him to momentarily forget that there are always greater forces at play outside one's own prowess. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. While he was on the defensive, the Wolf King was unable to inflict any serious injuries upon Chen Anyang in that fleeting moment. The battle had reached a stalemate. What on earth is happening? Is this a stage fight? It must be a sham. Refund. Refund. Oh no, the police are here. Amidst the clamor of the audience, a sudden voice pierced through, freezing the atmosphere within the venue. Simultaneously, the blaring of police sirens echoed from outside, causing everyone to hastily flee. Stop fighting, let us run. We're already surrounded. Let us determine the victor first. The Wolf King showed no signs of relenting. Insanity. After being struck dozens of times, Chen Anyang had deciphered the Wolf King's tactics and realized that he had only sustained minor injuries, while the opponent was beginning to tire. Thus, Chen Anyang turned from defense to offense. His punches were devoid of any formal technique. Meanwhile, uniformed police officers entered the underground arena. The leading officer was someone Chen Anyang recognized, Zhou Zhiping, the one who had attended to him when he reported a missing person case a few days prior. It's you? What are you doing here? Zhou Zhiping exclaimed, astonished upon seeing Chen Anyang. Ahem. I was caught by them, Officer Zhou. Do you believe me? Chen Anyang replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Lan, having taken a nap on the sofa, opened her eyes to glance at the clock on the wall, which read 12:30. Mom, you're still awake? Chen Anyang had spent half the night playing games and, after experiencing a series of defeats, felt that the feng shui in her room was unfavorable, prompting her to move to the living room to continue playing. Let me give him a call. Chen Anyang promptly dialed Chen Anyang's mobile number, only to be met with an automated message. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. His phone is never off. Zhang Lan exclaimed, her expression fraught with anxiety. Perhaps it's simply out of battery? Chen Anyang responded. We live in a harmonious society now, Mom. There's no need to let your imagination run wild. Besides, my brother has always been timid since he was a child. If there's any real danger, I guarantee he'll be the first to run. Chapter 44. Only ideals, no compensation. Inside a solitary room at the police station in Binhai City, Chen Anyang was held in custody, consumed with the dilemma of whom to contact from his family. His sister was too young, and he hesitated to involve his mother, fearing her worry. His father was abroad. If only the Taoist priest were here. He lamented, I haven't notified my family yet. My mom must be worried sick, and without a phone, I have no idea what's happening with Xiao. As Chen Anyang's mind wandered, Zhou Zhiping entered the room where Chen Anyang was being held. Officer Zhou, I am innocent, Chen Anyang blurted out, despite knowing the futility of his words. If it were just a monetary penalty, it would be manageable, but any associated liability could jeopardize his studies. The school would undoubtedly take such matters seriously. Of course, excessive fines were also undesirable. That sum of 160,000 yuan was an unprecedented fortune in his life. His family had some savings, but they weren't readily available in his bank account. Let's set aside the matter of the underground boxing for now, Zhou Zhiping said, settling into a chair a short distance from Chen Anyang. Upon hearing these words, Chen Anyang's heart sank once more. Could there be matters more severe than the nature of illegal underground fighting? When did you first notice abnormalities in your body? Zhou Zhiping inquired with a grave demeanor. What abnormalities? Chen Anyang responded with a perplexed expression. Your strength has suddenly increased, and your speed has also accelerated. This is of utmost importance. I hope you can cooperate. He pressed on. Did he leave you anything? I can't recall. It seems there was nothing. Chen Anyang pondered for a long moment. Nothing at all. Perhaps a note, a token, or any other item. No, the last message was simply a line on WeChat, instructing me to prepare a meal for him. Stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with shredded pork, without the pork, but with extra wood ear mushrooms. Given your understanding of him, what do you believe this statement signifies? Does it carry any hidden meaning? Chen Anyang initially perceived it as a jest, but now, upon reflection, he furrowed his brow, and Zhou Zhiping's expression grew tense. What is its deeper significance? Comrade Chen Anyang, this is a very serious matter. Zhou, the police officer, interjected. He really can be like that, sometimes whimsical and rather eccentric. He is quite a quirky individual. Chen Anyang hastily clarified. Zhou Zhiping waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of indulging Chen Anyang's excuses further. Have you heard of the concept of the spirit realm? Zhou Zhiping shifted the topic. Chen Anyang's expression grew serious. He had encountered references to this phenomenon several times in gaming contexts. Having heard of it, I previously researched relevant materials while at school. It's a concept proposed by academician Qian of our country decades ago, akin to the definition of the metaverse. He had indeed consulted relevant data, and in the 1990s, this versatile academician, upon perusing research on virtual reality, christened this VR as Ling Jing. Zhou Zhiping demurred, asserting that this Ling Jing is distinct from the virtual metaverse. Does Ling Jing truly exist? Chen Anyang was taken aback, his astonishment stemming from the connection between the game and the real world, which was perhaps more intricate than he had envisioned. This matter can be traced back millennia, with ultra-ancient symbols discovered worldwide pointing to the same energy system, suggesting the existence of a pioneering civilization that mastered psionic technology, whose demise was linked to the loss of control of Ling Jing. Each Ling Jing portal forms a mirrored passage at geomagnetic anomaly points, with the image of flying apsaras holding mirrors in the Dunhuang murals serving as a metaphorical record of this spatial folding phenomenon. The aura of Ling Jing exhibits a 78-year fluctuation cycle, corresponding to the yin-yang rotation of the 64 hexagrams in the I Ching, elucidating why global paranormal phenomena surged after the Roswell incident in 1947. What Zhou Zhiping conveyed completely upended Chen Anyang's understanding. However, having engaged with that game and undergone transformative changes in his body, Chen Anyang was no longer easily surprised. Through the portal of the spiritual realm, one can traverse into an alternate universe, which can aptly be described as a metaverse. In many respects, this characterization holds true. The environment within the spiritual realm is entirely dissimilar to our own, populated by formidable beings. Moreover, exposure to the energies of this realm bestows varying degrees of enhancement upon the human body. Those who come into contact with spiritual energies experience a phenomenon known as the gene siphoning effect, wherein their cells continuously assimilate microorganisms from the spiritual realm, facilitating evolution. However, excessive evolution may lead to the disintegration of carbon-based structures, transforming them into crystalline forms of spiritual energy. The entrance to the spiritual realm has remained closed for an extended period, with occasional accidental intrusions by humans, although these occurrences are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, in recent years, unusual phenomena have been observed at the entrance, resulting in an increase in individuals affected by spiritual radiation. We suspect that your friend Zhao Wenda has, indeed, ventured into the spiritual realm. As Zhou Zhiping spoke, He handed a stack of documents to Chen Anyang. Chen Anyang casually perused the materials. The 5 solar epochs of the Mayan calendar correspond to 5 invasions of the spiritual realm. Present-day humanity stands as the sole experimental group that has achieved the integration of spiritual gene compatibility while retaining autonomous consciousness. Inscriptions from the oracle bones during the reign of King Wuding of the Shang Dynasty recount the tale of a mysterious bird carrying a pearl that fell into the Huan River, marking the first recorded event of a material descent from the spiritual realm, which contributed to the extraordinary hardness of bronze artifacts from the Yin ruins. A star chart discovered within the hold of Zheng He's treasure ship reveals that the true objective of the 7th voyage to the western seas was to trace the sudden emergence of a spiritual vortex in the Strait of Malacca, ultimately resulting in the mysterious disappearance of the fleet. In 2012, the Large Hadron Collider experiment inadvertently opened a portal to a microscopic realm, capturing what is referred to as the God particle, which turned out to be the embryo of a being from this ethereal dimension. This event sparked a worldwide awakening of individuals with extraordinary abilities. By 2016, we established a global defense system against these realms and founded the International Research Organization for Ethereal Dimensions. Your condition is quite evident. You have been exposed to ethereal energies. Should you be willing, we would conduct a series of tests, and upon meeting the criteria, you could join our research team. Chen Anyang, upon hearing this, set aside the materials in his hands and regarded Zhou Zhiping with earnest attention. Zhou Zhiping had never anticipated that Chen Anyang would be the first to pose such inquiries. Ahem. Matters concerning the research organization are classified. Therefore, Chen Anyang was not yet sufficiently enlightened. He had always relied on others for his gains, except for that one game, as he was not the type to invest effort purely out of affection. Wait, if this is classified, how is it that you have disclosed it so readily? Naturally, there are means to ensure your silence. However, I strongly advise you to contemplate this seriously. Humans exposed to ethereal energies often experience genetic alterations as well as psychological issues. In this regard, we have compiled a wealth of experience, which may prove invaluable during critical moments. Furthermore, if you find yourself in need, we can assist in arranging employment opportunities, striving to meet your expectations in terms of remuneration. In truth, when Zhou Zhiping informed Chen Anyang about the existence of this organization, Chen had already grasped the intentions of the other party. He merely sought to negotiate some benefits for himself. I abhor threats. Thus, I shall consent to join this organization. Chen Anyang decisively nodded. Chapter 45. A confluence of forces in the Northern Realm. Muyu navigates the turbulence. Our Spirit Realm research team comprises 7 members. If you can pass the test, you will become the 8th, with the team code name being Linglong. My code name within the organization is Black Dragon. Currently, there are 13 Spirit Realm research teams globally, and I am responsible for the Dragon Country region. 6 months ago, we detected unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the north, prompting my reassignment here. Zhou Zhiping elaborated. What will my responsibilities entail upon joining this organization? Chen Anyang inquired. Generally, there is ample freedom, and it will not interfere with your daily life. However, should any energy fluctuations be detected, or if certain spirit realm beings manifest, it will be your duty to address the situation. Of course, at present, the entities emerging from the spirit realm possess relatively low power. They exhibit strong resistance to modern weaponry. Only by harnessing the power of spiritual energy can they be eradicated. Chen Anyang nodded thoughtfully. I have one final question. How did you ascertain that I possess special abilities? The Silver Dragon informed me, the very individual with whom you sparred. He is also a member of our team. What? Chen Anyang exclaimed, taken aback. Given his proclivity for lavish expenditures, he undertakes supplementary employment. Subsequently, upon discerning the intricate nature of the locale, he reported it. Zhou Zhiping withheld no information. So, he and I are to be colleagues henceforth? Technically, yes. However, the majority of the team operates autonomously. Thus, your opportunities for collaboration will be infrequent. If you harbor no further inquiries, I shall escort you for an evaluation forthwith. Zhou Zhiping appeared rather impatient. Chief, might I first apprise my family of my well-being? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiping retrieved Chen Anyang's belongings and presented them to him. Chen Anyang initially contacted his mother, informing her that he was recuperating at a friend's residence, and subsequently accompanied Zhou Zhiping to undergo the evaluation. The evaluation process was rudimentary. In a subterranean chamber, situated several kilometers from the bureau, there existed an apparatus akin to a magnetic resonance imaging device. Chen Anyang reclined within it for approximately 30 minutes, during which he slumbered soundly. Welcome to the esteemed Ling Long team. Chen Anyang, immersed in profound slumber, was jolted awake by a forceful blow to the chest from Zhou Zhiping, succeeded by an exuberant embrace. This is a meticulously curated nameplate that I have selected for you. Henceforth, your code name shall be Jade Dragon. Zhou Zhiping proffered a rectangular nameplate to the bewildered Chen Anyang. The plate bore no inscription, save for a C-shaped jade dragon emblem. Centuries ago, within the western expanse of northeast China, the Hongshan culture was unearthed, revealing a C-shaped jade dragon, acclaimed as the primordial Chinese dragon. Am I at liberty to depart presently? Indeed, the artifacts herein are of paramount significance. You are welcome to peruse them at your leisure. Zhou Zhiping produced a USB drive and handed it to Chen Anyang, subsequently hailing a taxi for him. In the brief span of a single night, the northern realm, where Su Muyu resided, underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The Martial Cultivation Alliance, Tianyuan Academy, the Demon Martial Alliance, and the Northern Alliance formed by wandering cultivators from the north surged forth. The once isolated Dawn Sanctuary was reduced to ruins with the arrival of the Demon Martial Alliance members. The sole survivors were Feng Yuyu and Su Yingjie, who had already joined the Demon Martial Alliance. As for Su Muyu, although she received a hint from Chen Anyang, she failed to grasp its full significance. While venturing out for training, she fortuitously encountered a team of wandering cultivators from the Northern Alliance. With her formidable strength, Su Muyu effortlessly subdued the group, thus uncovering two vital pieces of information. Firstly, regarding her southern Ming Hua, and secondly, the rumored spirit realm, which had also manifested nearby. Coupled with Chen Anyang's hint, Su Muyu's conjecture was nearly accurate. She took the liberty of claiming to be a wandering cultivator and adopted the name Ling Shuang to integrate into the Northern Alliance. After all, this was a loosely formed and temporary organization, and her infiltration raised no suspicions. Not long after the news spread, at the stroke of midnight last night, a fierce battle erupted on the southern side of Ice Beast Mountain between the Martial Cultivation Alliance and the Demon Martial Alliance over control of the entrance to the spirit realm, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. A wandering cultivator approached Su Muyu with haste, respectfully reporting the situation. Su Muyu's prowess commanded the allegiance of all, and during her time at the Dawn Sanctuary, she had demonstrated both leadership experience and the ability to command. Chief, the Guild Master has decreed that all members of the Northern Alliance are to convene at North Huang Village for a matter of grave importance. The Guild Master of the Northern Alliance is a martial grandmaster, a formidable figure whom Su Muyu, concealing her true strength with the illusion moon veil, has been feigning to be a mere fourth-rank martial artist. However, even with all her trump cards, she would stand no chance against a martial master, let alone a martial grandmaster. Naturally, Su Muyu would avoid such a powerhouse at all costs. Her primary reason for joining the Northern Alliance was to gather information, with no genuine intention of becoming a committed member. Su Muyu gestured, and a nearby rogue cultivator promptly unfurled a parchment map, a rudimentary chart of the Northern Territory. North Huang Village was once a small city before the glacial advent, now entirely engulfed by ice and snow, located approximately half a day's journey from Su Muyu's current position. The martial cultivators and magic warriors are locked in a fierce struggle. The guild master likely seeks to capitalize on their conflict. But the question remains, our strength is far too meager, and the Heavenly Origin Academy remains conspicuously absent. Those legendary treasures and spiritual realms are beyond our reach. Even if we were to acquire them, could we possibly defend them? Sooner or later, it would lead to our demise. Su Muyu surveyed the group. The chief speaks truly. That is a battle of immortals. If we go, we'll be walking to our deaths. Several individuals echoed in agreement. Have we come all this way only to do nothing? Someone questioned. Of course not. We can stir the waters and profit from the chaos. We may not catch the big fish, but the smaller fry will suffice for our needs. These opportunistic low-ranking cultivators found Su Muyu's plan entirely agreeable with their expectations. The leader speaks wisely. Issue your command. What would you have us do? Su Muyu cast a glance at the map, and with a delicate flourish of the Lihua sword, its tip pinpointed the eastern foothills of Ice Beast Mountain on the map. We shall make our way there first. Immediately following this, a group of 40 to 50 individuals hastened toward the eastern foothills of Ice Beast Mountain, encountering numerous formidable beasts along their path. However, the majority were below the fourth-tier body refinement realm, posing no impediment to their squad. Still out there after all this time? Chen Anyang logged into the game, only to find the cottage invariably deserted, with scant information regarding Su Muyu. She should be safe for the moment. She ought to have brought along all the items bestowed by the battle pass. In a short while, I shall activate the camera follow to observe. Chen Anyang pondered, as the taxi arrived at his apartment building. Chapter 46. Focus, lest you falter. Why was your phone switched off when I called last night? Chen Anyang was well prepared for Zhang Lan's inquiry, responding fluently and flawlessly. Brother, what have you been up to? Such dark circles under your eyes? Surely you haven't been overdoing it? Chen Anyang emerged from the bedroom clad in a pink bathrobe, the hood adorned with two rabbit ears that swayed gently with her movements, lending her a rather endearing appearance. That account is problematic. The game is targeting me, Chen Anyang retorted, somewhat exasperated. All right, cease your bickering. The siblings' habitual banter was abruptly halted by Zhang Lan. Anyang, did you truly not consort with any women last night? Mother, if others doubt me, would you not vouch for my character? Anyang implored. Mother, my brother has never acted like a proper human being. Chen Anyang interjected, cutting off Anyang's explanation. Your allowance for next month is forfeited. Anyang cast a sidelong glance at Chen Anyang. Mother, what I meant to say is that my esteemed brother is a paragon of virtue. I would even stake my reputation on the fact that he is not the type to be frivolous. Chen Anyang amended swiftly, her tone earnest. Indeed, brother, maintain your composure and make a favorable impression. You are the sole hope of our Chen lineage. Chen Anyang chimed in from the sidelines. Anyang discerned that his mother held this aunt's son in high regard, and he naturally wished to present himself favorably, lest he incur her further displeasure. A biting wind howled across the vast, snow-covered ice plains. After several hours of relentless travel, Su Muyu, accompanied by several dozen independent cultivators, arrived at the eastern flank of the Ice Beast Mountain. Chief, what brings us to this desolate place? There's not a soul in sight. Were we even searching for her? Precisely, if not for her considerable strength, who would heed her words and trek to this remote eastern side of the ice mountain. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Independent cultivators, by their very nature, are opportunistic individuals who resist regulation. The conduct of some is even more reprehensible than that of demonic cultivators. The majority elected to follow Su Muyu, drawn not only by her demonstrated prowess, but also by the allure of her accoutrements. Their avarice was palpable, directed towards her black fire armor, the Lihua sword, and the treasures adorning her waist. Su Muyu was acutely aware that, should she falter or weaken, these ostensibly obedient subordinates would be the first to turn against her. Su Muyu retrieved a spirit treasure pouch from her waist, a reward from the Tier 3 Battle Pass, significantly larger than ordinary storage pouches. Is that a formation sigil? Is our leader a formation master? The onlookers were incredulous at the sight of the item Su Muyu produced. Formation masters and alchemists were exceedingly rare and formidable figures throughout the continent, surpassing ordinary martial cultivators in power. For these itinerant cultivators, attaining the second or third rank in martial arts was already a stroke of good fortune, and none dared to aspire to become formation masters or alchemists. Su Muyu was not a formation master, but Chen Anyang had acquired a set of formation sigils and a Lihua Burning Sky formation from the Battle Pass rewards, both of which were single-use consumables. The primary function of the Lihua Burning Sky formation was to amplify the potency of the Southern Bright Lihua. Su Muyu distributed the 9 formation sigils among 9 individuals, providing them with precise instructions on their placement. With everything meticulously arranged, Su Muyu drew the Lihua sword 10 minutes later. as the vermilion bird-burning sky sword was unleashed. A spectral image of a vermilion bird engulfed in scorching flames gradually materialized, with 9 fire talismans as the focal point. The simulation of the primordial phenomenon of the vermilion bird magnifies the power of the Southern Ming fire. A pillar of flames soars into the heavens, causing tremors across the icy expanse for miles. What is that? Could it possibly be the legendary Southern Ming fire? As the crowd stands in astonishment, Muyu has already executed the cloud-ascending step, vanishing from sight in an instant. Before her departure, she employs the illusory moon silk garment to create 3 doppelgangers to buy herself some time. Meanwhile, the ongoing battle between the Martial Cultivation Alliance and the Demon Martial Alliance, along with the hidden figures from Tianyuan Academy, all sense the overwhelming aura of the Southern Ming fire. Although they detect fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Ice Beast Mountain, they have yet to pinpoint its exact location. However, the position of the Southern Ming fire has been fully revealed. The young master of the Demon Martial Alliance, Blood Shura, immediately leads his main forces toward the eastern side. The Martial Cultivation Alliance activates the Celestial Eye formation for scanning, but their energy is misdirected to an incorrect coordinate. Tianyuan Academy, unable to restrain itself, also heads toward the eastern flank of Ice Beast Mountain. Muyu, on the other hand, has circled around to the northern foothills of Ice Beast Mountain. The Western Dipper descends, opening the spiritual realm. The entrance to that realm should be on the western side of Ice Beast Mountain. Yet, with my current strength, recklessly entering the spiritual realm could lead to certain death. Without a clear command from my seniors, I cannot proceed. Meow. A faint sound emanates from the spirit beast pouch. This is one of the rewards for the 6th level battle order, capable of accommodating a pet beast of any size. Muyu focuses her thoughts and releases the 9 live spirit cat. Judging by its appearance, it should have only 8 lives remaining now. Meow. The 9-lived spirit cat fixed its gaze intently in a particular direction. Patience, it seemed to say, that which is sought shall not be taken by another. Muyu gently stroked the head of the calico cat. Upon learning of the convergence of numerous factions in the Northern Territory, Muyu initially felt a sense of trepidation. However, after a reminder from her predecessor, she regained her composure. Although no direct command had been issued, the implication of those words was unmistakable. Whatever lay within the Ice Beast Mountain, Muyu was determined to possess it. She began by joining the Northern Territory Alliance, gathering intelligence through independent cultivators. During this time, she also disseminated a plethora of misinformation and cryptic prophecies to obfuscate the truth. The skirmish between the Magic Martial Alliance and the Martial Cultivation Alliance on the southern flank of Ice Beast Mountain was, in fact, subtly orchestrated by Muyu. Finally, she journeyed to the eastern side of Ice Beast Mountain, unleashing the southern blazing fire as a diversion. When the time was right, she led the 9-lived spirit cat towards the northern cliff of Ice Beast Mountain. Chapter 47. The human condition is such that one's joys and sorrows are not universally shared. Their clamor is but a distraction. Shortly after noon, Chen Anyang awoke in his room, his eyes slowly opening. Despite having slept for only a few hours, he felt completely rejuvenated. The first thing he did upon waking was to check his phone, glancing at the game. The virtual dwelling within the game remained desolate, devoid of both Muyu and a 9-lived spirit cat. Even information regarding Muyu's activities had become scarce, only indicating her current location. Ice Beast Mountain? Where has she wandered off to now? Chen Anyang furrowed his brows, recalling the last time the 9 lives spirit cat ventured there, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of its life. A formidable beast guarded that place, possessing considerable strength. However, thus far, no further notifications had surfaced. The game's alerts remained activated, ensuring that any issues concerning Muyu would be promptly communicated to him. Presently, Chen Anyang, with his substantial wealth, found that recharging was no longer a concern. In the living room, Chen Anyang had awakened and was engaging in hushed whispers with her mother. "Mom, who is this aunt's son? She seems to be quite significant," Chen Anyang remarked, her delicate brows knitting together. Her parents were utterly ordinary individuals. How could they possibly be acquainted with any prominent families? Even if they were, It would be improbable for such affluent offspring to consider marrying into their household unless it involved her elder brother becoming a son-in-law. Although her brother's appearance was passably presentable, he could hardly be described as a pretty boy, leading her to suspect he might be suffering from delusions of grandeur. Of course, Chen Anyang merely contemplated these thoughts inwardly without vocalizing them. Mom, do you have any wealthy connections? Do reserve one for me. I have no objections to arranged marriages. Chen Anyang stated with utmost seriousness. What are you thinking? When seeking a partner, character and temperament are paramount. Wealth is secondary. Zhang Lan admonished. Though their voices were low, Chen Anyang's enhanced physique granted him keen hearing, capturing every word of the mother-daughter exchange. Mom, my sister has heterochromia. My thoughts are not unfounded. Chen Anyang made his way towards the living room. What does that mean? Zhang Lan was perplexed. My sister on the left is petty-minded, while the one on the right is snobbish. Chen Anyang jested. Chen Anyang. Chen Anyang enunciated each syllable as he gazed at Chen Anyang. Zhang Lan shook her head. Originally, the siblings shared a close bond, but ever since Chen Anyang entered high school, chaos ensued. Enough, you two. Stop fooling around. Aunt Sun will be arriving with her daughter shortly. We should tidy up the house. Mother, aren't blind dates typically held in CAFs or restaurants? Why is it at home? Chen Anyang inquired. Aunt Sun and I have been good friends for decades. The blind date is merely an excuse. It's been a while since we last met, so we're having a gathering. Zhang Lan elucidat. So, it's still your old friend? Of course. But you've never mentioned her in all these years? Chen Anyang questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Their family is quite busy with numerous enterprises. Are they truly wealthy? Chen Anyang remained skeptical. Ding dong. Could they have arrived early? Zhang Lan was taken aback. It was originally scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, and it was barely 1 o'clock. Anyang, please open the door. Zhang Lan quickly tidied the sofa while Chen Anyang arranged the fruit platter on the coffee table. Chen Anyang leisurely opened the front door, only to be taken aback. It's you? At the threshold, Sun Xiaoxiao was attired in a pristine white, pure, cotton short-sleeve t-shirt, unadorned save for a delicate circlet of lace at the neckline, paired with light-washed denim shorts. The shorts, cropped at mid-thigh with a frayed hem, exuded an air of casual chic. Completing the ensemble were spotless white low-top canvas shoes. Chen Anyang nearly failed to recognize her. After all, Sun Xiaoxiao was the belle of Bindi University, typically more mature in her demeanor, especially when conducting business. This youthful, fresh appearance, however, was reminiscent of a girl next door, devoid of any pretense or worldliness. Chen Anyang had only witnessed this side of her on a couple of occasions, and this time it was even more pronounced. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Chen Anyang's mind. Is your back feeling better? Sun Xiaoxiao, observing Chen Anyang's condition, was also somewhat taken aback, considering the severity of his injuries back at school. Oh, I consulted an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who gave me a massage, and it's mostly healed. Chen Anyang responded promptly. Really? Where does he reside? Anyang, do invite our guest inside. Zhang Lan in dozet. Chen Anyang then realized his oversight. My apologies. You must be Aunt Sun. Please come in. Yes, Sun Xiaoxiao's mother nodded, appearing quite pleased with Chen Anyang. She bore a striking resemblance to Sun Xiaoxiao and looked remarkably young. Were it not for her elegant and costly attire, one might easily mistake her for Sun Xiaoxiao's elder sister if she were dressed similarly. Zhang, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it's been over 2 decades. Zhang Lan strode briskly to the entrance, grasping the hand of Sun Xiaoxiao's mother, the two appearing quite familiar with one another. How have you been lately? There are so many trivial matters at home. I am overwhelmed with busyness. They held hands and promptly settled onto the sofa in the living room, leaving Chen Anyang and Sun Xiaoxiao to the sidelines, scarcely affording them a glance. Sister-in-law, I am Chen Anyang's younger sister. You may call me Anyang or Ranan. Sun Xiaoxiao, already feeling somewhat constrained, was rendered speechless by Chen Anyang's direct address, leaving her at a loss for words. My sister has a penchant for jesting. I hope you won't take offense. Chen Anyang shot Chen Anyang a warning look and attempted to smooth over the awkwardness. Not at all. I also enjoy a bit of humor. Sister-in-law you. Before Chen Anyang could finish her sentence, Chen Anyang immediately interjected. If you wish to receive an allowance in the future, do mind your words. Clearing her throat, she turned to Sun Xiao. What sports do you enjoy in your leisure time? Well, during my breaks, I like to swim, play badminton, and I have a little knowledge of Taekwondo. Is that so? I also enjoy swimming and badminton, but Taekwondo is my favorite. Chen Anyang exclaimed joyfully. Aren't you more into shot put, javelin, and boxing? Chen Anyang bluntly pointed out. Sister Xiao, perhaps we should converse in my room. Having this unwelcome presence here is rather disheartening. Chen Anyang unceremoniously pulled the bewildered Sun Xiao away. In the drawing room, Sun Xiao's mother and Zhanglan were engaged in a lively conversation, alternating between peals of laughter and floods of tears. Inside the room, under Chen Anyang's influence, Sun Xiao had also let herself go, and the two were even practicing Taekwondo, creating a lively atmosphere. Only Chen Anyang sat alone on a chair by the kitchen door, resembling a forgotten old man, as if the world's exuberance had nothing to do with him. Wasn't I supposed to have a matchmaking session? Chen Anyang shook his head and began playing with his phone. Chapter 48, Penetrating the Iceberg. The source power of the White Tiger. In the game, there were still no notifications, and Chen Anyang felt somewhat bored. Through Zhou Zhiping's introduction, he had only a superficial understanding of this spiritual realm organization and intended to take this opportunity to delve deeper. Good heavens! The learning materials in the USB drive were indeed quite titillating, and over 90% of them were unblurred, with many being rare resources that were almost impossible to find. Is this appropriate? Chen Anyang was somewhat dubious. At the same time, his phone rang. Chen Anyang, have you looked at the USB drive? Zhou Zhiping's voice sounded rather urgent. Chen Anyang pondered for a moment. It seemed impolite to admit that he had. I'm sleeping. I haven't looked at it yet. Oh, that's good. I grabbed the wrong USB drive. What you took was evidence of criminals spreading harmful information. Oh, okay. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Chen Anyang hung up the phone and immediately began copying these classic materials. Abruptly, Sun Xiao, her brow beaded with perspiration, flung open Chen Anyang's door. Thump! Instinctively, Chen Anyang slammed the computer screen shut. Throughout his school years, Chen Anyang had used a laptop, but at home, he had a desktop computer. This is... Sun Xiao stammered, taken aback. Oh, what is it? Aunt Zhang asked me to fetch you. She wants you too. Prepare a meal? Is there anything else? No, that's all. All right, I'll be out presently. Okay. Sun Xiao nodded. By the way, next time you come to my room, remember to knock. Oh, all right. Sun Xiao's face flushed slightly. She was aware of this basic etiquette, but had forgotten in her exuberance while playing with Chen Anyang. Alas, to vet my elder brother, I have truly exerted myself. Chen Anyang thought with self-admiration. From a fire, sear 3 inches north of the cliff. Muyu stood at the north cliff, murmuring to herself. Ancient wisdom dictates that one should strike a snake 3/10 of its length from the head, where its vital essence lies. Thus, Muyu surmised that 3 inches north of the cliff should signify 3/10 of the cliff's expanse. Muyu ambled towards the third ice crevice on the north cliff, where a long, narrow fissure, as if cleaved by a gargantuan axe, faintly revealed a glimmer of golden light. This must be the place. She forthwith unsheathed the scorching fire sword, the vermilion bird phantom manifesting in concert. Nonetheless, cloaked by the celestial compass and the illusionary moon gauze robe, the aura of the southern illumination scorching fire was entirely concealed. Even a martial grandmaster standing there would perceive it merely as a commonplace technique's flame. Sizzle. The scorching fire sword plunged resolutely into the fissure, dense, swirling mists rising all around. 7 paces northeast at the position of the trigram of wind, there is an anomaly. Muyu's eyes were tightly shut, her spiritual energy vortex radiating outward, perceiving the conditions beneath the iceberg. Guided by the celestial compass, Muyu ascertained the location. The spiritual energy vortex, the martial cultivator's most vital source of power, was also its most vulnerable aspect. Ordinarily, it was kept within the body, not easily released, for fear of attack that could sever the cultivation of spiritual energy entirely. Now, in this exigency, Muyu could only take a perilous gamble. releasing the spiritual energy vortex to perceive the conditions beneath the ice more clearly. Within the aperture seared by the crimson radiance of the sword's edge, the flow of sanguine runes was faintly visible. Abruptly, the entire ice wall shuddered, countless ice shards plummeting like a torrential downpour. "It's right below here." Muyu's eyes snapped open. She knew not what lay below, but there was no time for contemplation. With a thought, the profound, ice-cold essence materialized upon Muyu's slender hand. Even with the southern illumination's scorching fire protecting her, she could still feel the piercing cold. Crack! With a forceful exertion, the profound, ice-cold essence shattered audibly, transforming into a frigid aura that enveloped Muyu and the 9 Lives spirit cat entirely. Descend! With a mental command, Muyu's body plunged rapidly downward. The Xianbing cold essence is an item of the profound tier, granting the ability to move freely and unobstructed within the depths of extreme cold. As Muyu descended, dozens of humanoid ice puppets emerged, each possessing strength above the martial sovereign level, capable of striking her down countless times with a mere breath. With a thunderous roar, the ice puppets swung their long swords, forged from solidified frost, advancing towards Muyu. Alarmed, Muyu realized she was utterly powerless to defend herself against such overwhelming odds. Clang! The long sword struck the transparent barrier formed by the Xianbing cold essence, halting abruptly, unable to draw any closer to her. As Muyu continued her descent, the ice puppets pursued her briefly before vanishing from sight. Utilizing the positioning of the heavenly mechanism compass, Muyu successfully located a sealing formation within the icy mountain. The Li Hua sword, ablaze with the fierce flames of the southern Ming Li Hua, struck down upon the ice layer. The sealing formation, measuring approximately 10 feet in diameter, was remarkably unique, having never been encountered in this world before. Admittedly, Muyu's exposure to formations was quite limited, leaving her unaware of its peculiarities. It resembled 3 overlapping triangles, inscribed with an everlasting incantation in a special script around its perimeter, while at its core lay a totem depicting the white tiger's claws tearing through the stars. As Muyu approached, the formation's patterns suddenly twisted into chains, reaching through the protective shield of the Xianbing cold essence, coiling around her neck. In this moment of peril, her companion, the 9-Lives spirit cat, leaped forth, its fluffy paws pressing firmly upon the formation's core. The ethereal form of the ice phantom golden beast emerged from the formation, the sound of clattering bone chains resonating around its spirit, as if it sought to break free. Yet, those bone chains held it firmly in place, rendering it utterly immobile. "Let's proceed," Muyu declared without hesitation. For, according to the information provided by her predecessors, this colossal creature posed no immediate threat to her. "On this new moon night, with the western star of the 7 stars descending, I shall open the spiritual realm." It was the dead of night, the sky enveloped in profound darkness. The term new moon night referred to the first night of each lunar month, when the moon was obscured from view. Utilizing her celestial compass, Muyu pinpointed the due west direction and, moments later, located the ice-encased cave that the 9-Lives spirit cat had previously attempted to infiltrate. Deep within the cave lay a vast altar, upon which the ice phantom golden beast rested, its body coiled atop, with 7 spines on its back intricately connected to the star map engraved on the altar. A century ago, during the upheaval of the spiritual realm, the 4 sacred beasts had met their demise, causing their primordial powers to vanish as well. The ice phantom golden beast, once the guardian deity of the metal's sacred domain, had sustained grievous injuries and, carrying the last remnants of the white tiger's primordial power, fled the spiritual realm to seal itself, guarding the essence of the white tiger. Since you have reached this place, it signifies a fateful connection with the power of the 4 symbols. To inherit the primordial power of the white tiger, you must break through the sword formation. Chapter 49, The 4 Sacred Beasts, the primordial power of the white tiger. Anyang's culinary skills are truly commendable, rivaling those of a master chef. Praise Sun Qianqin, Sun Xiaoxiao's mother. You flatter me. It is merely a level of adequacy. Zhonglan replied with a smile. Despite the purported matchmaking endeavor for Chen Anyang, it was evident that he was relegated to the periphery, his conversation with Sun Xiaoxiao barely exceeding 10 sentences. Xiaoxiao, I'm genuinely impressed by your prowess. Given the opportunity, we should engage in a proper sparring session at the gymnasium. The confines of our home are too restrictive to fully appreciate the experience. Indeed, Sun Xiaoxiao concurred with a nod. How about tomorrow? With only this one day of vacation remaining before the commencement of the semester, Chen Anyang promptly suggested. Assuredly, I shall collect you at the appointed time, came the reply. Forming pairs, they engaged in lively discourse, rendering Chen Anyang superfluous. Throughout the entirety of the evening repast, Chen Anyang was unable to interject a single word. Even the farewell was conducted by Zhonglan and Chen Anyang, leaving Chen Anyang to attend to the clearing of the dinnerware. Mother, it is truly astonishing that you possess acquaintances of such eminence, Chen Anyang exclaimed, her countenance a mixture of disbelief as she turned towards Zhonglan after bidding farewell to the son matriarch and daughter. Indubitably, could it be that you and father are concealed magnates, having relocated to this modest locale merely to temper us, your offspring? Chen Anyang mused, her imagination taking flight. You are indulging in conjecture. Your father was indeed quite capable in his youth. Alas, he possessed an inflexible disposition. Otherwise, our family might have rivaled the sons. However, it is precisely this inflexibility for which I am grateful. Lest he be ensnared by her wiles, Zhonglan murmured to herself. Heavens, is there a revelation to be unearthed? Are you suggesting that you and Aunt Sun are both confidants and rivals? Verily, guarding against one's confidants is of paramount importance. Thwack! Zhonglan flicked Chen Anyang's forehead. Beset by a relentless barrage of admonishments, Chen Anyang immediately suppressed his penchant for idle curiosity, his only solace being that he had managed to secure all the study materials. He procured a computer screen from an online retailer via his mobile phone, and then launched Icebound. The small dwelling remained stark and barren. The Tier 7 Battle Pass conferred 3.5 hours of camera follow time, a feature that would have cost over 100 yuan in the marketplace. Assumption Anyang would have previously been loath to spend. However, now flush with funds, he promptly activated the camera follow. As the camera rapidly advanced, it penetrated deep into the ice beast mountain, where, beneath a mantle of frigid ice and snow, a grand and imposing altar came into view. The familiar figure of Muyu stood before the altar, her pearly teeth gently biting her crimson lips. The red cord binding her dark hair, fluttering despite the absence of wind, her eyes filled with concern. At the heart of the altar, the 9-live spirit cat stood upon a sword array composed of countless baleful energies, the scene frozen in time. The baleful energy sword array was, in fact, an illusionary formation, and the 9-live spirit cat was currently enduring a potent barrage of baleful energy. Within the illusion, mountains of countless ferocious beast corpses accumulated, and the 9-live spirit cat experienced myriad moments of life and death. To break the sword array was not a matter of strength, but required unwavering resolve and the ability to resonate with the primal power of the white tiger. On the phone screen, the 9-live spirit cat was bleeding from all orifices, its body completely rigid. Purchase: 9-live spirit cat, resurrection successful. Having endured an untold span, the celestial map upon the altar's dome underwent a mesmerizing transformation as the resplendent starlight of the 7 mansions converged to conjure a spectral white tiger. With a gentle inclination, the ethereal form deigned to touch the feline's brow, causing the formidable barbs of the golden juggernaut to shatter one by one, transmuting into golden effulgence that permeated the very essence of the creature. The lithe form of the feline swelled to the proportions of a common leopard, its coat morphing into a lustrous silver gray, shimmering with a metallic sheen. A plaintive cry echoed forth as its forepaws extended, revealing 3 feet of golden radiance. The very air rent asunder by its passage. Though its demeanor and vocalizations belied its newfound power, its strength had undergone a meteoric surge. Even its eyes had been irrevocably altered, the left now an unfathomable abyss of glacial blue, the right a raging inferno of crimson gold. Simultaneously, the nocturnal expanse of the Northern Territory blazed with an incandescent brilliance, as if day had been prematurely ushered in. The 7 mansions of the White Tiger, forsaking their conventional orbits, etched a colossal feline form upon the celestial canvas. Stellar luminescence metamorphosed into a myriad of golden needles, plummeting earthward, only to coalesce into a blizzard of gilded snow upon contact with the glacial peaks. Each flake, honed to a razor's edge, leveled every icy spire within 100 leagues, yet swirled with tender reverence within 3 fathoms of the 9-lived feline, weaving a regal mantle of formidable energy. Across 1,000 leagues, every metallic substance quivered with frenzied agitation, as the adamantine greatswords of the magic martial alliance wrenched free from their masters, soaring toward the icy mountain like homing avians. The compasses of the martial cultivation alliance detonated, their fragments coalescing in the air to form a white tiger totem. The hidden weapons of the Northern Territory's itinerant cultivators ejected from their sheaths, forming a vortex of blades and swords above the icy peak. The osseous chains that had bound the ice soul golden juggernaut were instantly reduced to dust. The fall of the 4 holy beasts heralds a calamity in the spirit realm. Alas, burdened with the power of the 4 symbols sacred beasts, the path ahead may be fraught with even greater hardship. As the primordial powers of the 4 holy beasts intertwine, your cultivation speed will inevitably slow. Before reaching the martial sovereign realm, it is imperative that you do not enter the spirit realm. They will stop at nothing to hunt you down. Entering the spirit realm with insufficient strength is a certain death. The voice of the ice soul golden beast gradually weakened, and its form began to dissipate. In the place where its true essence resided, a towering phantom surged forth, resonating with the fragments of its spirit and the constellation of the White Tiger. The phantom let out a mournful cry towards the heavens, causing the ice layers of the Northern Territory to shatter in response. From the fissures arose golden, malevolent mist, revealing ancient scenes of the White Tiger battling in the divine realm, its claws tearing through black dragons and its tail sweeping away celestial demons. With malevolent energy as ink, it inscribed the sacred words of protection in the void. Ultimately, the phantom transformed into a stream of light, entering the right eye of the spirit cat, where the battle markings of the White Tiger emerged within its pupils. As the extraordinary phenomenon began to fade, a blood-red crack suddenly appeared in the sky, from which a giant hand entwined in chains reached forth, grasping towards the spirit cat. Muyu had no time to react, but the South Mingli fire surged forth of its own accord, the vermilion bird's phantom clashing fiercely with the giant hand. From the crack came a hoarse whisper: "The 4 symbols shall ultimately return to chaos." Muyu immediately stepped forward, cradling the 9-live spirit cat, which had returned to its original size, and took out the celestial mechanism compass, vanishing directly from a spot. However, those who had come in search of the South Mingli fire and the spirit realm had descended into utter madness. Centered around the small dwelling, a metallic thorny forest emerged within a 3-mile radius. The 9-live spirit cat was beset by malevolent energy. Should one purchase the 648 yuan malevolent suppression package? Chapter 50. The insignificant White Tiger's malevolence. The amount spent on a pet is nearly rivaling that of my little Muyu. Chen Anyang gazed at the notification displayed on his phone screen. To date, Muyu's progress was visibly remarkable, yet the 9-live spirit cat remained almost ineffectual. Even with the acquisition of the White Tiger's primordial power, the spirit cat, at its current level, could hardly harness any significant strength in a short span of time, not to mention the considerable expense required to suppress the White Tiger's metal malevolence. Fortunately, Chen Anyang had recently enjoyed a favorable turn of financial fortune. Engaging in games should be a source of joy, and what better way to achieve happiness than through investment? It was time to unleash the full might of my elite spender persona. A mere White Tiger's malevolence. I shall subdue you. Suddenly, Chen Anyang's youthful spirit ignited with fervor. Upon clicking to confirm the purchase, the phone screen erupted in a blinding golden light, illuminating the entire room. 7 luminaries locking malevolence, golden bell, heavenly grade, material, crafted from the core of a fallen star from the spirit realm, infused with stellar power, and adorned with 7 luminaries crystals, corresponding to the sun, moon, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming an energy cycle, complemented by Xianbing jade and vermilion bird feathers. Effect 1. The golden bell, suspended around the 9 lives spirit cat's neck, suppresses malevolence. Effect 2. Activating the 7 luminaries allows excess metal malevolence to be transformed into pure spiritual energy. Currently, the sun, moon, and metal crystals have been activated. Note: the golden bell recognizes Su Muyu as its master. The 9 live spirit cat wearing the bell can channel energy back to Su Muyu. Should Su Muyu perish, the golden bell will self-destruct, releasing all malevolence. Based on the current state of the activated 7 luminaries crystals, if the 9 live spirit cat were to break through to the 9th tier of innate realm, it would lose the ability to suppress malevolence. Dingling. A golden bell suddenly appeared around the neck of the 9 live spirit cat, chiming gently in the breeze. Wherever the sound resonated, metallic thorns crumbled to dust. After a meticulous examination, Su Muyu finally felt at ease and entered a state of cultivation, while the 9 live spirit cat lay on the ground, seemingly in a slumber. Remarkably, there also emerged the ominous energy of the metal element. Could it be the primordial power of the white tiger? Quickly notify the dean and urge him to arrive post-haste. In the spirit realm, the simultaneous manifestation of the southern bright leaf fire and the metal element is unprecedented. What shall we do? We must retreat. The first few mentors from Tianyuan Academy who arrived at the northern frontier were filled with profound astonishment. The powers that typically existed only within the spirit realm were now alarmingly close. Though a fleeting sense of greed crossed their minds, reason ultimately prevailed. Before the dean's arrival, they resolved to withdraw to the northern boundary. Meanwhile, the Blood Rakshasa, heir of the Demon Cultivation Alliance, was situated on the eastern side of Ice Beast Mountain. Under the relentless assault of the Xianbing Demon Riders, the Martial Cultivation Alliance suffered devastating losses. Send word. Release all ice puppets from the northern branches. I shall raise Ice Beast Mountain to the ground. But where are the individuals from Tianyuan Academy? They may be plotting to catch us off guard. Let them perish alongside us. Instruct headquarters to deploy the demon cannons. Additionally, send the shadow puppets to the black market, offering a bounty of 100,000 gold for any leads regarding the southern bright leaf fire and the metal element. The Blood Rakshas's crimson eyes burned with demonic flames, and his insatiable desire for this sacred power was now utterly unmasked. Within the hallowed halls of the Martial Alliance headquarters, the Grand Elder, known as Celestial Reckoner, stood in the star-gazing pavilion. Before him, an astral compass lay, its ivory surface adorned with 7 golden needles piercing the white tiger constellation, each tethered by silken threads steeped in the ichor of beasts. The genesis of the baleful aura shifts, as if suppressed by some unseen force. The Grand Elder mused, the white tiger's return precedes our calculations by 3 centuries. In the northern frontier, the malevolent aura continued its rampage, claiming the lives of countless low-ranking martial practitioners. Yet, this carnage seemed to hold no sway, as an endless stream of cultivators pressed onward, their resolve bordering on madness. This land was both a necropolis and a cradle of life. Cultivation, after all, was an act of defiance against fate, a relentless pursuit of scarce resources. Only through a desperate struggle could one seize a glimmer of hope. As dawn's first light pierced the darkness, a thin veil of crimson mist enveloped the northern frontier sky. Simultaneously, Chen Anyang, refreshed from a night's repose, felt a surge of power coursing through his being. Following his routine, he logged into the game to claim his monthly card and daily rewards. On the screen, Su Muyu, eyes gently closed, sat in meditative posture, an ethereal goddess. Chen Anyang, captivated, found himself unconsciously mimicking her stance, his hands forming mudras as he slipped into a meditative state. A warm current flowed through him, originating from his dantian and spreading to every extremity. When he finally opened his eyes, it was nearly 10 o'clock. A sudden pang of hunger struck him. Chen Anyang emerged from his room to find it deserted. As per usual, Mother went out for a game of cards, while my sister, Chen Anyang, was picked up early in the morning by son Xiao Xiao, and they truly went to the boxing gym. Chen Anyang casually warmed up a few dishes of leftovers from last night to satiate his hunger, then took a bone knife and a USB drive before heading to the rendezvous point he had arranged with Officer Zhou Zhiping. Officer Zhou, I apologize for keeping you waiting. In a CAF beside Benhai Huazhong Road, Chen Anyang encountered Zhou Zhiping, who was dressed in plain clothes. I just arrived not long ago. Zhou Zhiping placed a USB drive upon the table, and Chen Anyang produced a similar USB drive from his pants pocket, handing it to Zhou. According to my investigations over the past few days, the entrance to the spiritual realm should be located near the university town. Zhou Zhiping remarked quietly after taking a sip of coffee. What is the likelihood for someone entering the spiritual realm to return alive? Chen Anyang tucked away the USB drive Zhou had presented and seated himself opposite Zhou. To put it bluntly, a mere chance of survival is akin to defying death. However, Zhao Wenda's situation is somewhat exceptional. His abilities are likely quite formidable. Zhou Zhiping speculated. Trust no one. It was this very statement that caused Chen Anyang to harbor reservations about Zhou Zhiping. The entrance to the spiritual realm is becoming increasingly unstable, and at any moment, spiritual entities may breach it. You can use this to contact headquarters. A pager? Where on earth did you acquire such an antiquated device? Chen Anyang inquired, observing the communicator Zhou Zhiping had produced. When spiritual entities manifest, there will be intense information interference that renders ordinary communication devices ineffective. This was crafted from special materials to prevent such disruptions. Furthermore, should circumstances permit, swiftly eradicate the beings from the spiritual realm to prevent any escalation of their influence. Following the extermination of these entities, we shall employ specialized equipment to erase the memories of the individuals within the vicinity. Presently, the creatures emerging from the spiritual realm are predominantly of a lower tier. Based on Chen Anyang's results from yesterday's assessment, tackling these beings poses minimal difficulty, provided that proper training is administered. In the event of successfully eliminating these spiritual entities, is there any reward? Chen Anyang has always been particularly attentive to matters concerning his own interests. This apparatus will record the number of spiritual beings you dispatch and directly upload the data to headquarters. Through professional analysis, you will be awarded corresponding points based on the capabilities of the eliminated creatures, which can be exchanged for items within the organization, as Zhou Zhiping elucidated. Is there any cash involved? Cash is arguably the least valuable commodity within this context. Exterminating the most basic spiritual monsters can yield approximately 3 points, and 1 point is redeemable for 1 million. Upon hearing Zhou Zhiping's words, Chen Anyang's eyes widened with excitement. He was immediately inclined to capture a spiritual being. Safeguarding world peace and security shall be my lifelong pursuit. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were a person of grand aspirations, willing to dedicate yourself to a noble cause. Your perception of character is indeed astute. Chen Anyang nodded in agreement. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you to meet the Silver Dragon. Zhou Zhiping had booked an afternoon flight, and time was of the essence. Chapter 51. What is the matter with the black donkey hoof? After Zhou Zhiping brought Chen Anyang to the previously tested basement, he hurriedly departed. A few minutes later, the elegantly dressed Silver Dragon opened the door. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Silver Dragon, a member of the International Psychic Organization, Linglong Group. Hello, I am Chen Anyang. You should be called Yulong, Silver Dragon corrected him. I apologize, I am still not quite accustomed to it. Chen Anyang suddenly remembered that he had an alias. The classroom is next door. Follow me. Chen Anyang promptly rose to follow Silver Dragon, whose robust physique and tall stature seemed somewhat incongruous in his formal attire. Next door was a basement filled with the patina of copper rust, its walls adorned with a 1952 map of the global distribution of psychic realms. Silver Dragon approached an apparatus resembling an antique phonograph and pressed the needle, causing a holographic projector composed of brass gears to whir to life. The psychic realm is not a parallel world, but rather a malignant cell that resides within the folds of our space-time. Silver Dragon began to recount the details of the psychic realm, much of which Chen Anyang had already heard from Zhou Zhiping. Suddenly, noticing that Chen Anyang appeared somewhat distracted, Silver Dragon retrieved a black pocket watch from his pocket and tossed it towards him. Chen Anyang reacted swiftly, instinctively reaching out to catch the watch. On its face, tadpole-like runes danced and pulsed. This is a psychic detector. A red indication signifies a sanguinary creature, indicating considerable danger. Blue denotes creatures with lower aggression levels. Should the needle turn black and commence a disco-like gyration, it is advisable to compose your last will and testament immediately, though time may be insufficient. The Silver Dragon proceeded to familiarize Chen Anyang with some of the spirit tactician's frequently utilized equipment, most of which appeared to be relics of a bygone era. In Chen Anyang's imagination, the organization's paraphernalia would resemble the advanced combat gear and dazzling weaponry of science fiction films, but reality, alas, diverges from fantasy. I comprehend the purpose of those items, but what is the function of this? Donkey hoof blackened by soot. Does it suppress entities from the spirit realm? Based on the data gathered thus far, it appears to be largely inefficacious. Its primary utility lies in psychological reassurance and spiritual solace. Why then are there no glutinous rice grains, peachwood swords, or black canine blood? Indeed, that is a commendable suggestion. I shall relay it to the team leader. The Silver Dragon nodded in agreement. Lunatic, Chen Anyang muttered inwardly, refraining from voicing the sentiment aloud. That concludes the overview of Spirit Realm lore and equipment. The remaining details are elucidated more comprehensively in the materials the team leader provided. Now, I shall commence your practical combat training. With these words, the Silver Dragon rearranged the documents in hand, preparing to escort Chen Anyang to the adjacent chamber. Silver Dragon, something has fallen. Chen Anyang, with alacrity, noticed a miniature photograph slip from the folder and promptly retrieved it. It was a yellowed photograph dating back to 1940, depicting several scholars clad in long robes, holding an object resembling a compass. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Wenda. Chen Anyang, eager to examine it closely, was abruptly interrupted as Long snatched it away, urging, "We must hurry. Time is of the essence. I have work to attend to this evening." The holographic projection device in the training room also exuded a sense of antiquity, its design reminiscent of arcade machines from decades past. Long even produced 3 game tokens and inserted them, causing the screen to flicker to life with the title Spirit Realm Quick Strike 97. Coughing lightly, Chen Anyang mused. Practical training. Surely it cannot be merely playing arcade games? The absurdity of the situation became increasingly evident to him. Spirit power was not merely a matter of muscle memory. It entailed manipulation at a quantum level of probability. Having resigned himself to the whims of the eccentric group, Chen Anyang's sole desire was to ascertain whether slaying creatures from the spirit realm would yield monetary rewards. If so, he would continue. Otherwise, he had no intention of indulging these lunatics any further. He feared that prolonging this endeavor might lead him to madness himself. Upon leaving the training basement, the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon. Chen Anyang could hardly have anticipated that what was termed training amounted to an afternoon spent playing arcade games, albeit rather entertaining ones. He quickly reheated a modest meal and settled on the sofa to engage in gaming. In the Northern Realm, the numbers of martial cultivators and magical warriors were on the rise. However, the cottage of Muyu seemed like a secluded paradise, untouched and unbothered. Despite the myriad events that had transpired over the past few days, Muyu's cultivation remained entirely uninterrupted. Particularly, several perilous and intense battles have furnished Muyu with considerable enlightenment, augmented by the sustained application of double and triple cultivation cards. Coupled with her inherent tenfold cultivation speed from perfect body tempering and soul resonance, she triumphantly ascended to the realm of a 6th-grade martial artist by noon. The 9-live Spirit Cat's cultivation level is somewhat lower. It attained the 5th-tier body refinement realm after acquiring Gung Metal Chi. Upon obtaining 10 advanced detection talismans from the level 5 battle pass, Chen Anyang, finding himself with leisure, promptly utilized 2 of them. Muyu, age 23 level. 6th rank martial artist strength. 2,000 to 2,400 units spiritual chi vortex diameter. 25 centimeters cultivation methods. 9-fold fire refinement art. First layer peak. Vermilion bird sky scorching sword. First layer peak. Soaring cloud steps fragment. First layer completion. Equipment. Netherfire sword, supreme grade. Blackfire battle armor, advanced grade. Soul guard orb, celestial grade. Celestial mystery compass, celestial grade. Illusionary moon veil garment, celestial grade. Beast companion. 9 live spirit cat. Mystic grade. Status. Spiritual chi affinity. Enhanced affinity for spiritual chi. Cultivation speed 2. 5. Perfect body tempering. Cultivation speed 2. 6th rank martial artist advancement. Vigorous for 5 hours. Soul resonance. Spiritual power vortex. Cultivation speed 10. Miscellaneous. Southern netherfire. Fire affinity increased by 100. Fire attribute cultivation method power increased by 70. Imbued with 4 symbols. Sacred beast. Vermilion bird. Origin power. Netherfire suppression. Southern netherfire within the body is sealed. Sealing level 98. Eternal youth. Youth preservation pill effect. 9 live spirit cat. Level. 5th order body refinement realm. Visceral metamorphosis. Strength. 1,000 to 1,200 units cultivation methods. None equipment. Septem Starlock Fiend Golden Bell. Celestial grade. Status. Visceral metamorphosis. Can devour metals to enhance strength. Digestion speed increased 10-fold. Miscellaneous. Gung Metal Fiend Energy. Metal affinity increased by 100. Metal attribute cultivation method power increased by 70. Imbued with 4 symbols. Sacred beast. White tiger origin power. Fiend energy suppression. Fiend energy within the body is sealed. Sealing level 99. Note: ferocious beast strength standards are 2 to 3 realms lower than humans. Ferocious beasts rely on physical brute force and innate gifts to overwhelm, while martial artists rely on martial skills and spiritual chi techniques to contend. Chen Anyang was examining the attributes of a person and a cat when a sudden red alert appeared on the screen. The fluctuations of the Gung metal malevolence have been detected and captured by the swarm of gold-eating insects in the spirit realm. A multitude of these insects is surging forth from the entrance of the spirit realm and rapidly approaching. Please prepare adequate defenses in advance. Gold-eating insects? How does one defend against them? There was no reminder for recharging, and Chen Anyang was uncertain about what preparations were required for defense. Thus, he promptly used a communicator to inform Su Muyu of the approaching insect swarm. Chapter 52. The Understanding Sister. As night fell, the icy plain outside the small cabin was suddenly filled with a cacophony of crackling sounds, reminiscent of countless metal gears grinding against one another, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable atmosphere. Under the moonlight, a tide of dark golden insects surged like waves, shattering the ice beneath them and devouring metallic fragments without mercy. Cat! Su Muyu called out softly, and a 9 live spirit cat leaped down from the rooftop, its neck adorned with the 7 luminaries locking metal bell, which emitted a hurried, clear tone. Sensing the Gung malevolence, the swarm accelerated, their mandibles spinning like drill bits as they charged toward the cabin. Having received Chen Anyang's warning, Su Muyu had previously set up a fire separation array around the small cabin. Standing at the array's center, she activated the first level of the 9-fold refining fire technique, driving the fire separation sword into the ground, causing flames to spread along the sword's engravings. The 9 live spirit cat infused its malevolence into the flames, forming a crimson-golden fire tornado, which caused the shells of the insects to become brittle amidst the clash of ice and fire. Although many gold-eating insects perished, an endless wave continued to pour in, as if they would never cease. Confronted with the overwhelming swarm of insects on his phone screen, Chen Anyang nearly succumbed to trypophobia. Simultaneously, an icon illuminated in the upper right corner. After expending a reconnaissance sigil, Chen Anyang gleaned information about the aurivorous insect horde. Aurivorous insects, Tier 2 to 4 body tempering realm indigenous organisms of the spirit realm, exclusively consuming metals and metallic energy. They are gregarious creatures, with each insect capable of fissioning thrice upon acquiring sufficient energy. Only by slaying the aurivorous insect king can the swarm be definitively vanquished. The aurivorous insect king is typically concealed deep underground, possessing strength equivalent to the 8th tier of the body-tempering realm. Auriferous insect king? Upon assimilating this intelligence, Chen Anyang comprehended that to eradicate the swarm, locating the auriferous insect king was paramount. He braced himself to replenish his reserves, yet no prompt materialized, akin to possessing inexhaustible vigor with no outlet for its expenditure. When did this game become so magnanimous? Where's the point of sale? I wish to credit. Even if it were unscrupulous, I must credit. Chen Anyang, beholding the cabin utterly engulfed by the insectal deluge, felt his anxiety escalate. Roar! The 9-live spirit cat suddenly emitted a furious roar, and the chimes of the septentrional shackling bell resounded mightily, ultimately detaching from the feline's neck. Gung metal azure domain. Within a radius of 10 zhong, a tempest of metallic blades materialized. At this critical juncture, latent potential was unleashed, and the 9-fold refinement flame incantation transcended to the 2nd tier. Ignis forged divine soul, substantially augmenting the potency of the vermilion bird celestial incineration sword. Amidst the confluence of raging flames and malevolent aura, swarms of gold-devouring insects were reduced to dust, and the glaciers beneath them evaporated into steam. Cracks spiderwebbed across the scorched earth, a testament to the intense heat. There, nestled beneath the ice, lay a colossal, gold-devouring insect, its carapace gleaming with a dark golden luster, the gold-devouring insect king. Chen Anyang swiftly activated his communicator. Only by annihilating the gold-devouring insect king can we quell the insect swarm. Muyu, ever trusting of her senior's counsel, found herself depleted of spiritual energy after continuous use of the southern blazing fire. Her 9-live spirit cat, too, succumbed to the corrosive effects of the malevolent aura, its golden bell offering little respite. Without hesitation, Muyu retrieved her grafted epiphyllum. Though she had intended to refine it into a medicinal pill, time had eluded her grasp. The raw spiritual energy of these herbs was too potent for direct human consumption, and while ingestion would restore her reserves, it would necessitate a prolonged period of recuperation to mend her fractured body and meridians. Refinement into a pill would yield a gentler effect with fewer impurities, yet Muyu's limited alchemical prowess made her hesitant to sacrifice such a precious resource. Now, facing a life-or-death predicament, she cast aside her reservations and thrust the epiphyllum into her mouth, swallowing it whole. Instantly, her body surged with untamed spiritual power, and she raised her blazing fire sword once more. With a decisive strike, a formidable wave of sword energy, imbued with southern blazing fire, hurtled toward the gold-devouring insect king, cleaving the air between them. The auric chrysalis king's retreat was utterly cut off, and enduring the southern brightness separating fire, its immense form was riddled with countless dark orifices. Despite such grievous injuries, the auric chrysalis king did not perish on the spot, but exerted every ounce of its strength to flap its dark gold indurate wings, slowly withdrawing. Muyu was bereft of the strength to pursue, able only to watch helplessly as the auric chrysalis king absconded. The cottage, under the onslaught of a multitude of auric chrysalises, was left riddled with holes. Fortunately, the subterranean space was preserved, and Muyu, dragging her severely wounded body, along with the 9-lived wildcat, leaped into the underground chamber. Muyu obtained a jade slip. Using the vermilion bird's separating fire as a guide and the white tiger's baleful aura as a foundation, Muyu inscribed a yin-yang array in the cottage's underground space, and by severing her wrist and shedding blood as the array's nexus, she must maintain the array's operation for 7 days and 7 nights to once more suppress the baleful aura within the 9-lived wildcat. Due to the severe damage to her body's meridians, the southern brightness separating fire sealed within her body was also on the verge of rampaging. A frigid coffin, etched with a massive, profound tortoise, rested silently within the underground space, causing the temperature here to plummet to its nadir. Chen Anyang glanced at the introduction and transmitted the method of use to Muyu. Regarding Muyu's injuries, she has undergone a flawless process of body refinement and bone tempering. Such minor injuries, even without treatment, will heal within 2 to 3 days. The most critical aspect at present is the control of the southern Ming's departing fire. The circumstances of both the person and the cat are nearly identical. Thanks to the formidable primordial power of the four symbols' sacred beasts, their strength surpasses that of their peers. However, this very primordial force requires them to exert greater effort in maintaining control. A moment's carelessness could result in a backlash from this immense power, leading to their utter annihilation. This double-edged sword is not easily wielded. Observing their temporary tranquility, Chen Anyang let out a sigh of relief. Click! The key turned in the lock. The bolt sprang open, and the door was swung wide. Zhanglan and Chen Anyang entered, one after the other. So Sun Xiao took both of you out for a meal? Chen Anyang inquired. Yes, we three are all women, and we thought it might be awkward for you to join us, so we intentionally left you out. You truly are my dear sister. Of course, a sister as understanding and considerate as I am, always thinking of her brother's feelings, is someone you wouldn't even find with a flashlight. Chen Anyang declared proudly. Indeed, next time I go to the restroom, I won't bring a flashlight again. Chen Anyang Sigit. Chapter 53. Have you come back to life so soon? During the afternoon break in the dormitory, only Chen Anyang and Zhang Yufeng were present. Where's the leader? Didn't he come today? Chen Anyang glanced at the empty bed of Ma Chenglin. He went to the hospital. Is he unwell? Having the most amicable relationship with Ma Chenglin, Zhang Yufeng, being fellow townsmen, maintained contact during holidays. Concurrently, Chen Anyang approached his desk, retrieved his laptop, and commenced studying the materials provided by Zhou Zhiping. A subtle sound emanated from Chen Anyang's backpack. This, a spirit realm entity. Chen Anyang unsealed the parcel, discovering the pocket watch in a slow gyration. Its hands transformed into a dark crimson hue. So soon to be of service? Rather than trepidation, his heart was filled with exhilaration. He promptly gathered his belongings, clutched an elegant compass, and briskly departed the dormitory. In early June, the midday sun scorched the earth. The northwestern corner of Binhai University, the location of a north basketball court, was situated near the gymnasium and natatorium. Save for Chen Anyang, no soul would venture there at this hour. Guided by the compass, he swiftly pinpointed the spirit realm entity's location. Incredible, it's that very creature. Chen Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief. A colossal beetle the size of a calf, its carapace shimmering with a metallic dark golden luster under the sunlight. Chen Anyang held a vivid recollection of it, as it was the very gold-devouring beetle that assaulted Su Muyu and the nine-live spirit cat the previous evening, and this was indeed the gold-devouring beetle king. It bore the charred marks inflicted by Su Muyu, with a revolting liquid seeping from its abdomen. Chen Anyang glanced at the pocket watch, the spirit energy detector, its needle oscillating rapidly between 300 and 800 luns. He had just studied the intricacies of the psychic detector the previous day. Psychic fluctuations below 100 luan are typically natural phenomena or miniature ethereal entities, posing little to no threat to humans. Fluctuations ranging from 100 to 300 indicate low-risk ethereal beings, classified as a level 2 alert, requiring only minimal intervention, with a low danger quotient. However, fluctuations between 300 and 800 denote high-risk ethereal entities, reaching a level 3 classification. Even the relatively mild blue ethereal beings can be quite troublesome to manage. The red, bloodthirsty ethereal entities, on the other hand, are considerably more perilous, possessing greater destructive capabilities and a more significant impact. Yet, if successfully dealt with, the rewards and points would be substantial. Chen Anyang promptly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the compass. This compass serves dual purposes: to pinpoint the location of ethereal entities and to create a shielding effect within a certain radius. He let his blood seep into the can position and rotated the inner disc, aligning the needle with the current hour. A spherical space with a 100-meter radius formed around his position, causing ordinary individuals within this area to experience reasonable illusions, leading them to forget in a short span of time. Ding! Without hesitation, Chen Anyang swung his bone knife, charging directly towards the Gold Eater King, unleashing a flurry of ice blossoms upon its forelimbs. The Gold Eater is immune to the majority of metallic weaponry. However, as the bone knife is not made of metal, Penetrating its defenses still proves to be a formidable challenge. A searing pain shot through Chen Anyang's hand. Goodness, it's so strong. Upon a fleeting engagement, Chen Anyang swiftly retreated. The brief encounter revealed that the king of the gold-devouring insects had sustained considerable injuries and seemed to harbor a spark of nan-mingli fire within. Nevertheless, Chen Anyang was no match for the insect king, unable even to penetrate its defenses. Have you ever experienced the sensation of alternating ice and fire? Recalling the morning's data and the silver dragon's intensive training, Chen Anyang retreated to a fire hydrant. He manipulated the spiritual energy within him, plunging the bone blade into the hydrant. The blade's frigid aura caused the pipe to rupture, and a high-pressure jet of water coalesced into a torrential rain of ice shards in the air. As the king of the gold-devouring insects attempted to take flight, the external frigidity, combined with the residual nan-mingli fire, instantly paralyzed its body. Simultaneously, the cinnabar beads on Chen Anyang's left wrist rapidly increased in temperature. Without hesitation, he hurled the beads toward the insect king. With a searing sizzle, the king of the gold-devouring insects began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a puddle of molten gold in the blink of an eye. After a long pause, Chen Anyang cautiously approached, crouching down to examine the scene. Is this pure gold? Chen Anyang mused, eyeing the golden liquid, contemplating its potential value. Abruptly, the bone blade in his grasp began to tremble, emitting a powerful suction force. The molten gold on the ground shot toward the blade, enveloping it entirely. In an instant, the bone blade and the golden liquid fused, causing the blade to lengthen and a bronze wolf head relief to emerge on its surface. The compass's shielding effect dissipated, leaving behind a basketball court marred by signs of battle and the ruptured fire hydrant. To avoid complications, Chen Anyang disregarded the changes in the bone blade, swiftly vacating the scene. Who was that? Members of the Linglong team? As he retreated, Chen Anyang caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure, whose speed surpassed his own by a considerable margin. He never anticipated that the first Lingjing creature he encountered would be a fierce beast from the game. Could it be that Xiaoyu could also traverse into this world? Fortunately, Xiaoyu had severely injured it beforehand. Otherwise, I would have truly met my end this time. Chen Anyang felt a sense of relief, reflecting on the battle that appeared straightforward yet was fraught with peril. It marked his inaugural combat experience, and the thought of it still sent shivers down his spine. Just as he caught his breath, his phone rang unexpectedly. Did you encounter a Lingjing creature? Zhou Zhiping's anxious voice emanated from the device. Chapter 54. A Good Person Lives in Peace. Talania, a small nation in Central Africa spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, was roughly the size of Benhai City, often overlooked by the world. Yet, beneath this tiny nation, several dozen meters underground, lay the headquarters of a mysterious international Lingjing organization. During a meeting here, Zhou Zhiping noted that Chen Anyang's communication device had received a message indicating an increase of 10 points in his score, a one-time addition. This signified that Chen Anyang had likely slain a Lingjing creature with a danger level of 4, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. In actuality, the gold-devouring insect king's power, according to the Spirit Realm Organization's rating system, surpassed level 5. However, due to its severely wounded state at the time, the spirit energy detector displayed only around level 3. After Chen Anyang's successful elimination, the spirit energy emitted by the gold-devouring insect king was ultimately assessed as level 4. To date, the most formidable spirit realm creature they've encountered remains at level 4. He just concluded a call, and he indeed terminated a spirit realm entity, Zhou Zhiping stated gravely, seated in his chair. The International Spirit Realm Organization's national leaders were assembled around a long table. What infernal absurdity is this? The last time we encountered the Siberian Icefield Wolf variant, it was only level 4, and it nearly cost us our entire white bear team, Ivanov exclaimed, downing half a bottle of vodka in one go, his reddened nose twitching slightly. Anxiety gripped the room's occupants. They were simultaneously astounded that Chen Anyang was capable of dealing with a level 4 spirit realm creature single-handedly, and increasingly apprehensive. Since records began, Spirit realm creatures had indeed caused considerable trouble, but primarily at levels 2 and 3. Over the past century, level 3 spirit realm creatures suddenly proliferated. And half a year ago, the first level 4 spirit realm creature was discovered. Now, there's another. The frequency of spirit realm creature appearances, coupled with their escalating power, suggests that before long, their influence will grow substantially. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to maintain composure. As the presiding dean for this session, I must concede that the situation at hand surpasses even the most outlandish scenarios, such as a new student at Eton College slaying Godzilla. Nevertheless, the circumstances are not beyond redemption. I propose that we elevate the confidentiality of this matter to the highest echelon. Furthermore, I request that the Azure Dragon team conduct a psychological evaluation of the involved member. Zhou Zhiping, seated beside the venerable gentleman, assented. I shall promptly dispatch a psychological assessment questionnaire to Azure Dragon. However, given Azure Dragon's impetuous nature, perhaps it would be more prudent to assign Scarlet Dragon from your team to this task. Her disposition is more steadfast. The elder statesman appeared to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of every member within each team. Scarlet Dragon? Very well. Zhou Zhiping acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. A meticulous investigation and verification of this individual's particulars and antecedents are warranted. If no discrepancies arise, we may consider him a prime candidate for focused development. Moreover, we must proactively prepare for the advent of the new spiritual realm emerging in the coastal region of Dragon Country. As the assembly continued, thousands of miles away, Chen Anyang reclined on his bed within Dragon Country's Binhai University. Initially, he felt lingering trepidation from his recent vanquishing of the gold-devouring insect king. However, a mere score of minutes had elapsed, and those residual fears had dissipated entirely. The osseous blade in his grasp still emanated a palpable chill, yet it seemed to have become even more resilient and keen. With it at his side, even in the sweltering heat, he felt no warmth. Furthermore, he perceived alterations within his own physique. During the vanquishing of the gold-devouring insect king, he distinctly sensed a potent spiritual energy emanating from the creature, permeating his being. This energy, remarkably refined, instigated the gradual formation of a spiritual vortex within Chen Anyang's dantian. My gratitude, he mused aloud, for traversing such a distance to bestow upon me this boon of experience. As yet, Chen Anyang remained uncertain as to why the gold-devouring insect king had materialized from the gaming realm into his immediate vicinity. Nonetheless, he had ascertained that the genesis of his power, at least in substantial measure, was inextricably linked to that of the glacial epoch. Perhaps, in time, he might have the opportunity to meet Muyu in person. With such thoughts, he promptly retrieved his cellular device. Glacial epoch commence. It seemed imperative that he nurture his Muyu with utmost care. Beneath the dilapidated hovel, within a subterranean chamber shielded by an array of enchantments, a woman of exquisite countenance and ethereal beauty stirred from her slumber within a coffin emanating frigid vapors. Yet given the ambience, the scene evoked a sense of disquiet. Due to compromised meridians, Muyu was compelled to repose within the Xinming I-Soul coffin for 2 hours daily to suppress the volatile southern light's fire within her. As for the 9-live spirit cat, it was to remain at the nexus of the formation, suppressing the baleful aura within, incapacitated for 7 days. Emerging from the icy sarcophagus, Muyu first inspected her spiritual garden. The flourishing state of the spiritual herbs pleased her, and she contemplated concocting several batches of elixirs in the coming days. Soon thereafter, Muyu entered a meditative state. Chen Anyang made no move, merely observing Muyu as she cultivated, seemingly admiring a breathtaking masterpiece of the world. As Muyu engaged in her practice, Chen Anyang could also sense the flow of spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, a message from the silver dragon arrived, interrupting his meditative state rather inopportunely. The black dragon stated that the red dragon would be summoned to conduct a psychological evaluation, advising him to prepare himself mentally. What does this mean? Who is the red dragon? What does mental preparation entail? Chen Anyang quickly sent a flurry of inquiries. As a colleague, my capacity to provide assistance is limited. Beyond that, one must fend for oneself. During the midday break, I pondered why the counselor sought me out. Could it be that I was seen tampering with a fire hydrant? No, that cannot be the case. The compass shielding should prevent ordinary individuals from noticing. Filled with suspicion, Chen Anyang hastily tidied up and departed the dormitory, making his way swiftly to the counselor's office. Chapter 55. The golden-eating insect tied upon receiving the notification from the counselor. Chen Anyang found himself utterly bewildered. According to the general regulations of Dragon Country's higher education institutions, students in their third year and above typically cannot change their majors. Exceptions exist, of course, for those with academic expertise who pass the transfer assessments, or for students unable to continue in their original field due to illness or physical limitations. Furthermore, changing majors entails stringent academic performance requirements. As a third-year student nearing internship and graduation, receiving a notice of departmental transfer was utterly unexpected. Greetings. I am Professor Ji Yunxiang from the Department of Biology, here to address the transfer matters concerning student Chen Anyang. A striking woman, with voluptuous curves and cascading red waves of hair that nearly reached her waist, briskly entered the office. Chen Anyang furrowed his brow. He had never encountered this individual before. However, it was not uncommon for a student at Binhai University not to recognize many professors. Yet there was something distinctly unsettling about Ji Yunxiang. The counselor was quickly dismissed by her, leaving only Chen Anyang and Ji Yunxiang in a modest office. Hello, I am the Red Dragon of the Linglong Group, Ji Yunxiang stated, gazing at Chen Anyang as she extended her slender, elegant hand adorned with vividly painted crimson nails. Although he could not fathom why her middle finger remained unpolished. I'm the Jade Dragon. Chen Anyang stammered, his thoughts still in disarray. Suddenly, with a swift and unexpected movement, Ji Yunxiang seized the moment to execute a powerful shoulder throw, sending Chen Anyang crashing to the floor. At all times, as a member of the Lingjing organization, one must remain ever vigilant, Ji Yunxiang admonished, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. I understood. Chen Anyang, dazed and disoriented, struggled to regain his composure. I have reviewed your profile. The Silver Dragon holds you in high regard, despite some tendencies towards frugality and a penchant for dubious online pursuits. Alongside a reclusive lifestyle, your abilities are commendable. Omaktoali. Chen Anyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to clarify, but words failed him. Ji Yunxiang showed no inclination to entertain his defense, resolutely informing him before turning to depart. She was only transferred to Binhai yesterday, intending to investigate the matter of the spiritual realm's entrance. As for her identity as a professor at Binhai University, that arrangement was made not long ago. With her remarkable achievements in the field of life sciences, she serves as the head of the biotechnology department at a renowned foreign institute of life sciences and technology. Thus, her position at Binhai University is undoubtedly more than adequate. My goodness, this organization is truly a hidden treasure of talent. After a moment, Chen Anyang finally came to his senses, suddenly realizing that this great opportunity might indeed be promising. If he navigated this well, he could very well secure a life free from worries. However, his knowledge of biology was limited to high school biology classes, most of which he had long since relinquished to his biology teacher. Now, abruptly transitioning to the biology department in the northern region, various factions were still searching for the whereabouts of the southern Ming's Li Hua and Gungjin's Sha Qi. Young lord, there's a place that might be related to the southern Ming's Li Hua, though I cannot confirm it yet. Feng Yu knelt respectfully on the ground. Not long ago, Xue Luosha passed through the Dawn Refuge with her entourage, effortlessly slaughtering everyone within the refuge to feed her magical beasts. However, she also discovered two individuals of considerable potential, Feng Yu and her apprentice, Suingjia. Where? Xue Luosha's eyes glimmered with crimson as she gazed at Feng Yu. In recent days, the continuous anomalies have been exacerbating Xue Luosha's nerves. After all, regardless of the powers acquired, their demonic martial forces would instantly crush the Tianyuan Academy and the Martial Cultivator Alliance. However, after traversing through various locales and enduring sleepless nights for several consecutive days, I have reached a point where all leads have abruptly ceased. Those formidable forces appear to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. Previously, to the north of the Dawn Refuge, there existed a third or fourth-tier warrior accompanied by an enigmatic powerhouse of unfathomable strength. I had once engaged in combat with them. Feng Yue stated cautiously, "Take me there. Even if hope seems slim, the Blood Rakshasa will not overlook any opportunity." Without hesitation, Feng Yue took the lead. But before they had ventured far, a dark golden swarm of insects descended upon them. What? What is that?" Su Yingjie exclaimed, his face awash with terror. "Golden Devourers! How could Golden Devourers appear here?" The Blood Rakshasa remained relatively composed. Given her strength, self-preservation was not a significant concern. However, her demonic disciples had begun to wail in anguish. Within the Martial Alliance, the Celestial Calculator had also arrived in the Northern Territory, having encountered the Golden Devourers beforehand. With the assistance of Array Masters, they managed to slay a considerable number of these creatures and, through their remains, extracted a type of metal capable of hunting beings tainted by the corrosive gold malevolence. Elder, the demonic cultivators are being besieged by the Golden Devourer swarm. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe swiftly entered a makeshift tent. The demon cultivators are led by the Blood Rakshasa. If we were to eliminate her, that old relic from the Demon Cultivators Alliance might react unpredictably. For now, let us not concern ourselves with that. The elders standing beside the Celestial Calculator spoke softly. The middle-aged man glanced at the actuary. This sudden emergence of the gold-devouring insect swarm was clearly for the sake of the Gung metal essence. With their presence, they would naturally guide us to the location of the Gung metal essence. There is no need for impatience. The actuary, with a composed demeanor, gazed at the compass in his hand and uttered those words slowly. Concurrently, within the subterranean space, Su Muyu had long since ceased her cultivation. The gold-devouring insect king was not the nucleus of the swarm. Its demise had triggered the emergency protocol of the mother nests while within the spiritual realm. All the gold-devouring insects began to divide frantically, each capable of secondary fission into 5 larvae, which would mature half an hour after consuming metal. Innumerable gold-devouring insects swarmed from the fissures in the spiritual realm, seeking the location of the Gung metal essence. The changes outside caused Su Muyu concern, and she personally manipulated the formation. The yin-yang dual instrument array rotated slowly on the ground, with Su Muyu seated at the heart of the array. With each revolution of the formation, the black essence was suppressed by a fraction. Were it not for the concealment and suppression provided by the golden bell and the array, the Gung metal essence on the 9-live spirit cat would have attracted the entire swarm, but now only a few thousand gold-devouring insects hovered near the dilapidated cottage. Where did all these insects come from? Didn't I kill the gold-devouring insect king? Chen Anyang, through the screen of his mobile phone, also witnessed the dense swarm outside, feeling a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, these insects had not yet discovered the 9-live spirit cat and Su Muyu in the underground space, but their presence still filled Chen Anyang with a sense of impending threat. His abilities were intertwined with this game, so naturally, he would devote himself to nurturing Su Muyu. Chen Anyang initiated the mall interface, seeking items to counteract the auric-devouring insects, while simultaneously, a squadron of martial cultivators was advancing towards the dilapidated cabin. Chapter 56. A panorama of spectacle 30 clandestine guards from the Martial Cultivation Alliance, each possessing strength at or above the Martial Master Realm, were led by an individual wielding a compass, tracking the auric-devouring insects to the frontage of the ramshackle abode. Upon beholding thousands of fist-sized auric-devouring insects hovering above the decrepit structure, the assembly grew apprehensive. Although these insects, merely at the 2nd or 3rd stage of body refinement, posed a considerable nuisance due to their sheer numbers, they did not present a significant threat to the martial cultivators. Could it be that the ferocious beast imbued with Gung metal chi is in proximity? Let us apprise the elders. Should the beast indeed be present, our chances of escape would be non-existent. Indeed, let us mark the location and withdraw. Hold! The leader abruptly raised a hand. If the beast were here, the auric-devouring insects would not be so few in number. Furthermore, A beast that had acquired gunmetal chi would either be consumed by the chi or experience a surge in power, having already annihilated these insects. Captain, are you implying? Perhaps there is no gunmetal chi or ferocious beast in the vicinity, the leader conjectured. Then why such a concentration of auric-devouring insects? Upon hearing this, the leader narrowed his eyes and analyzed in a hushed tone. These insects are most fond of metallic objects, and to attract such a multitude, the metal must be of exceptional quality. I recall the fifth elder mentioning that 20 years prior, a spirit realm fissure manifested in the western frontier, unleashing a multitude of ferocious beasts. Coincidentally, a millennium-old mystic iron ore emerged, attracting a considerable swarm of gold-devouring insects. This very mystic iron became the principal component for the Grand Elder's creation of the celestial calculation compass. This age-old mystic iron, even in its unrefined state, is conducive to cultivation when carried. If subjected to the craftsmanship of a skilled artificer, it would undoubtedly become a divine weapon. Indeed, even if I have no personal use for it, surrendering it to the elders would assuredly be a meritorious deed. Upon hearing their leader's analysis, the group's thoughts began to stir with anticipation. It seems the mystic iron should be in this vicinity, quite possibly beneath the ice. We shall divide into two groups. Xiaocheng, you lead 15 individuals to deal with the gold-devouring insects, while I lead the remainder to melt the ice and search for the mystic iron. As the leader's words concluded, the group began to disperse. For those at the martial master realm, contending with a few thousand gold-devouring insects is not exceedingly difficult. However, as they deplete their inner spiritual energy, the insects seem to multiply. The leader, meanwhile, produced various armaments and talismans, igniting a blazing fire upon the ice. Before long, the ice began to thaw. Within half an hour, they should be able to uncover the subterranean space. Seated at the heart of the array, Muyu turned her gaze toward the spring, fully aware of the conversations and movements of those outside. They must not discover this place. Muyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yet she had only recently advanced to the 6th grade martial warrior, still significantly inferior to the martial master realm and outnumbered by 30 individuals. Having perused the Emporium for an extended duration, Chen Anyang observed that the majority of wares consisted of implements designed to augment cultivation, such as double and triple cultivation cards, elixirs, and spiritual fluids intended to replenish one's spiritual energy. As Chen Anyang tarried, anticipating a prompt regarding replenishment, Muyu, who had previously been seated in a meditative posture on the screen, gracefully arose. It was no longer tenable to remain idle. Muyu had initially been awaiting the directives of her senior, yet thus far, the senior had remained taciturn. It was imperative that she not rely solely on her senior for all matters. She herself must strive with greater diligence. Given the exigency of the situation, Muyu, after a period of contemplation, determined that a daring stratagem was her sole recourse. Resolutely, she ceased the operation of the Yin-Yang 2 forms array and, with a subtle mental command, caused the golden bell adorning the neck of the 9-live spirit cat to tremble gently. A cataclysmic surge of baleful aura erupted forth. The power of gung metal unreservedly unveiled. The auriferous insect swarms intensified their frenzy, and the newly formed spiritual realm fissure in the northern frontier disgorged an even greater multitude of auriferous insects, expanding the aperture of the fissure several-fold. The shadow guards, who had been in the process of thawing the ice layer, were beset by countless auriferous insects, their metallic armaments devoured in their entirety. Many of the auriferous insects, having consumed the metal, swiftly ascended to the 7th or 8th grade of the body refinement realm. The swarm of auriferous insects surrounding the cabin rapidly swelled to a number exceeding 100,000. The 30 shadow guards, entirely enveloped by the insect horde, succumbed to asphyxiation amidst the relentless compression. From afar, the blood Rakshasa and others who were en route distinctly perceived the presence of the gung metal baleful aura and hastened their pace, arriving in the vicinity of the cabin. The sheer multitude of auriferous insects was staggering. The wizened blood vulture granny, her back stooped with age, betrayed a hint of trepidation upon beholding the countless swarms of gold-devouring insects. Yet, the blood Rakshasa, erupted in maniacal laughter, her bone whip lashing out, stirring up a gust of fetid wind. Use the corpses of these insects as a path. Unearth the white tiger's essence for me. The blood heron granny inhaled deeply, releasing the three-eyed blood vulture perched upon her arm. The vulture soared skyward, then plunged into the insect swarm, dispersing many, but ultimately meeting its demise amidst the ravenous horde. Immediately following, the Xianbing demonic riders launched their assault, charging headlong into the heart of the insect tide and detonating themselves in a cataclysmic explosion. Icy shards mingled with insect corpses, forming a temporary passage, upon which the blood Rakshasa advanced towards the cabin. Before she could draw near, an azure phoenix ship materialized in the sky, cleaving through the clouds. At the helm stood Ling Xiaozi, the esteemed dean of Tianyuan Academy. Beside him, several disciples simultaneously cast forth colossal crimson nets, and the encroaching gold devouring insects, upon contact, instantly dissolved in a molten gold. These grand spectacles left Chen Anyang, watching from before the screen, utterly dumbfounded. Damn, how much would it cost to settle all of this? Concurrently, in the subterranean space, Muyu inhaled deeply, no longer suppressing the Nanming fire within her. The collision between the gung metal qi and the Nanming fire, intermingled with the corpses of the gold-devouring insects, triggered a chain reaction of explosions, each insect cadaver serving as a potent, high-energy bomb. Ling Xiaozi summoned forth the Academy's treasured sword, Tian Shu, but the blade, corrupted by the baleful qi, spun wildly out of control. Withdraw. Leave this accursed place to the old codgers of Tianyuan. The blood Rakshasa's bone whip was swept away by the metallic torrent, and she retreated, seething with resentment. In a moment of desperation to protect the Qinghuan vessel, Ling Xiaozi endured the excruciating pain of severing his own arm to halt the spread of malevolent energy, while the vessel's tail trailed a blood mist as it vanished into the clouds. Chen Anyang, fully prepared for a recharge, found himself momentarily bewildered as the imminent clash abruptly ceased. The rift in the spiritual realm is experiencing intense fluctuations, with a multitude of ferocious beasts poised to invade. Option 1. Purchase a 988 yuan defense package, remain in the northern realm, and be unable to leave for 7 days. Option 2. Purchase a 988 yuan teleportation package, randomly transported to another area. Option 3. Purchase a 988 yuan identity package, allowing for a temporary alteration of Muyu's appearance to blend into other factions and escape the Northern Realm. At last, Chen Anyang beheld the recharge prompt. The Northern Realm had devolved into chaos, and with Muyu's insufficient strength and inability to enter the spiritual realm, the most prudent course of action was to temporarily withdraw. However, infiltrating another faction always harbored the risk of exposure. Without hesitation, Chen Anyang opted for the teleportation package. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from his phone, and Muyu, situated in the underground space, experienced a wave of dizziness. After a brief moment, everything returned to normal. Chen Anyang intended to assess the situation outside the space. The Eastern Realm map is currently generating. Please try again later. Chapter 57. Surely you do not equate slaughter with a date? Muyu, accompanied by the 9 Lives Spirit Cat, along with the underground space, was entirely relocated to the Eastern Realm, where there was no immediate threat to life. Chen Anyang, feeling reassured, turned off his phone and proceeded to the third-floor laboratory of the Binda Biological Institute. Inside the laboratory, only Ji Yunshang was present, surrounded by a multitude of experimental apparatuses. Chen Anyang harbored no interest in biology. His primary concern lay in the grim reality that securing employment in this field was exceedingly challenging, unless one possessed exceptional abilities that could truly penetrate the professional realm, a feat that seemed insurmountable for him. However, he found himself devoid of immediate employment pressures, for this formidable organization was likely to offer job placements, even in the absence of guaranteed assignments. Slaying a few spirit realm creatures and converting them into cash would suffice to sustain him for a lifetime. Did you personally eliminate that spirit realm creature that appeared in Binhai? Ji Yunshang inquired, a cigar poised between her lips. her legs elegantly crossed as she perched atop the laboratory desk. The abrupt emergence of this game and the unforeseen spirit realm organization had utterly disrupted Chen Anyang's existence, rendering him wary and suspicious of everyone around him. We have conducted a meticulous analysis of the collected spiritual energy, and it is highly probable that the danger level of that creature has escalated to grade 4. Previously, the Black Dragon performed a preliminary assessment, which may not have been entirely accurate. I require a reassessment, Ji Yunshang declared. This time, she intended not only to conduct a psychological evaluation of Chen Anyang, but also to perform a further examination of his capabilities. Following Ji Yunshang's instructions, Chen Anyang seated himself upon a chair. "Take a deep breath," she commanded, and, as her words fell, she waved her hand, summoning a long blade that materialized in her grasp, aimed menacingly at Chen Anyang. Instinctively, he evaded the attack, not sensing any murderous intent. He restrained himself from drawing his bone blade. Yet, the adrenaline rush during combat surged fourfold beyond that of a common romantic encounter. "You wouldn't dare to consider slaughter as a date, would you?" Ji Yunshang cast a sidelong glance at him, just as he was about to speak. A weasel imbued with spiritual energy suddenly appeared on the roof, unleashing a fierce flame directed at Chen Anyang. Drawing from his prior experience, Chen Anyang realized this was yet another test. He swiftly evaded the attack and retrieved the standard shield issued by the Spirit Realm organization to defend himself. There were numerous peculiar tests, and Chen Anyang found himself growing somewhat bored. "Congratulations, your final strength rating is level 3. With your killing instinct outpacing your moral awareness by 0.9 seconds. Ji Yunshang promptly filled out the evaluation report, classifying his strength as S level, a 2-tier improvement from before, and offered personal advice. Regular exposure to high-density combat tasks is necessary to prevent the emergence of restless thoughts. This confidential report was beyond Chen Anyang's access, and he had little interest in viewing it. What value could such neurotic tests possibly hold? How should I address you?" Chen Anyang inquired. "Oh, Red Dragon. I should have 10 points now and wish to redeem them. A request must be submitted, which will then be reviewed by headquarters. Furthermore, we need to consider if there are any competitors and the remaining quantity of the items requested," Red Dragon elaborated. The process for redeeming points for items within the organization was exceedingly cumbersome. "Such a hassle, but I'm not in a hurry. What do you wish to redeem?" Red Dragon casually asked. "I want to convert all into money," the Black Dragon replied. "1 point could be exchanged for 1,000,000. By the way, what currency is that?" Chen Anyang was particularly interested in this question. "Convert to money? Are you in desperate need of funds? This is the least valuable option among all items. If you find yourself in need of money, I am willing to lend you some." The Red Dragon furrowed his brows. "First, securing the funds would provide a sense of assurance," Chen Anyang replied with a smile. Initially, Chen Anyang contemplated converting all his points into cash, but upon reflection, he considered that he might require other items in the future, so he decided to redeem only 5 points for the time being. With 5,000,000, he could afford a new house for his parents, facilitate his father's early retirement, and allow his sister to focus on her studies without the burden of earning money through boxing. However, he had yet to devise a way to explain the source of these funds to his family. "This afternoon, I will present you with a lottery ticket worth 5,000,000. A 5,000,000 lottery ticket? After taxes, that would still leave 1,000,000, wouldn't it?" Chen Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though he was at a disadvantage. "Approximately that. The remainder I will provide to you in installments. Large transactions are easily detected." Following this, the Red Dragon conducted a brief training session with Chen Anyang. Regarding the biology course, the Red Dragon had also prepared, ensuring Chen Anyang's credits would be secured, even providing him with the necessary papers and experiments in advance. "I also have some new discoveries in the field of life sciences that I can share with you later, which could yield substantial rewards." Furthermore, he added, "Next time you encounter spiritual realm creatures, it would be prudent to notify the group. We will do our utmost to assist you and manage any aftermath." After 2 hours of supplemental lessons, Chen Anyang found himself having forgotten nearly everything the Red Dragon had taught. He had the distinct impression that the training provided by this organization was largely futile a sheer waste of life. Nevertheless, considering the reasonably good benefits, he maintained an air of utmost seriousness. After the onset of the glacial epoch, the world was enveloped in ice until a little over 60 years ago, when signs of melting first appeared in the southern regions, followed closely by a gradual rise in temperatures in the east. The Eastern Realm, home to the expansive Azure Sea, stretches endlessly, concealing hidden dangers beneath its cerulean waves. The fragmented Star Isle, though no more than 100 feet in circumference, is the only landmass that breaks the surface of the vast ocean. Here, the celestial phenomena are capricious, with clear skies swiftly yielding to torrential downpours. One moment, the scorching sun causes the rocks to emit steam, and the next, hail descends like daggers. The fragmented Star Isle is barren, with only the fresh water seeping from the central rock crevice to quench thirst. Muyu was employing the Lihua sword to scorch the rocks, attempting to dry her clothes, when she discovered that the sword's blade was corroded by the seawater and the vermilion phoenix engraving had dulled. The clash between the Eastern Realm's water spirit and the Southern Ming's Lihua is affecting Muyu's cultivation. The teleportation has caused chaos within the nine-life spirit cat's internal energy. The conflict between the Gung Metal's malevolent energy and the Eastern Realm's water spirit has triggered subcutaneous bleeding. A sudden barrage of notifications left Chen Anyang feeling a prickling unease. Chapter 58. Chen Anyang. I have always maintained a habit of fitness. In the center of the fragmented Star Isle, an unremarkable small house unexpectedly materialized. It was Muyu's underground space in the Eastern Realm. Scattered among the jagged black rocks were a few puddles of water. Muyu knelt down to scoop a handful, her tongue barely grazing the surface. It was fresh water. She gently cradled the feeble, nine-life spirit cat beside the puddle, but as the cat's paw touched the water, a silver-scaled fish suddenly leapt out, its serrated teeth clamping onto the cat's paw. Be careful. A flicker of Lihua from Muyu's fingertip ignited the fish's body, instantly charring it to a crisp. The nine-lived spirit cat licked its blood-stained paw, emitting an irritable growl from its throat. Although it had departed from the northern realm and temporarily escaped danger, the current situation remained far from optimistic. Any issue that could be resolved with money was not truly a problem. Before the screen of his mobile phone, Chen Anyang began frantically tapping to recharge. Senior? Is it truly you? The ground was strewn with various elixirs and celestial herbs, and the original yin-yang formation had been upgraded to the more potent 5 elements gathering spirit array. Compared to the northern realm, the aura in the Kanglan Sea of the eastern realm was exceptionally rich. In addition to purchasing these packages to suppress the southern Ming's, Lihua, and Gung Jin's malevolence, Chen Anyang also bought a considerable number of triple cultivation cards, reaching the purchase limit directly. As a deep blue communication talisman penetrated the waves and landed on the rocks, Muyu was pressing her forehead against the burning brow of the nine-lived spirit cat. The bloodstains on her arm from its claws had yet to scab, while the southern Ming's Lihua surged restlessly within her meridians, threatening to burst forth. At the moment the talisman exploded, 72 mystic ice fire-suppressing pills fell like stars, ringing melodiously upon the rocks. This is Muyu trembled as she held the elixirs, while the sea breeze carried the lingering spiritual sound of the communication talisman. Girl, divide the pills into 2 portions. Feed the cat at the hour of the tiger, and take the other for yourself at the hour of the dog. Girl Muyu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had heard the senior address her so affectionately. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. Just as Muyu was lost in thought, the rocks beneath her feet suddenly shimmered with silver light. As the tide recedes like a gentle retreating wave, the ocean floor reveals a grand spiritual formation paved with exquisite chalcedony. At the heart of this formation, 3 glimmering ice orbs hover, remnants of the millennia-old profound ice found only in the deepest recesses of the Arctic glaciers. Remarkably, they remain untouched, unmelted beneath the blazing sun of the eastern realm. Accompanied by the eternal cold marrow, the nine-live spirit cat suddenly nudges Muyu's bloodied wrist, drawing her attention to the tears streaming down her face. The elder had calculated the formation's orientation with impeccable precision. The left ice orb aligns perfectly with the rocky hollow where the cat curls, while the right chalcedony elegantly shields her meditative crevice. She kneels at the center of the formation, with the southern Mingli fire for the first time curling obediently within her dantian, akin to a wayward child finally returning home. Along the perimeter of the formation, 7 bottles of vitality elixir are meticulously arranged, their surfaces dusted with the unique crystallized pollen of the far north. While the waves outside roar with ferocity, an enveloping silence reigns within the formation, allowing the rhythmic breathing of the spirit cat to resonate. Muyu buries her face into the cat's warm belly, her tears soaking into its silver-gray fur. The harrowing days filled with peril and overwhelming forces that once instilled terror, including the fearsome, gold-devouring insect swarms, had failed to deter her. Yet, at this moment, she allows herself to weep like a child. It dawns on her that no matter how vast the universe may be, there are always those who remember her frozen hands amidst the glaciers. Why? Why are you so kind to me? Watching Muyu's trembling figure on the screen through his phone, Chen Anyang is equally moved. He suddenly ponders, if recharging could not grant him such power, would he still invest so much? Perhaps, within the realm of his capabilities, he would still unhesitatingly choose to recharge. My dear, no one shall harm you. As twilight descends, a gentle rumble emanates from Chen Anyang's abdomen, prompting him to suspend his game and proceed towards the cafeteria. Anyang, there's a vacant spot here. A familiar voice resonates as Chen Anyang, having procured his meal, seeks a place to sit. Sun Xiao had been awaiting his arrival for over half an hour, harboring doubts about whether Chen Anyang would grace the cafeteria this evening. Minister Sun, what a delightful coincidence. Chen Anyang responds with an ingratiating smile, settling into the seat opposite Sun Xiao. Previously, Chen Anyang had appeared gravely ill, yet within a mere 3 days, he had rebounded with vigor. Sun Xiao, having generously provided the medical expenses from her own funds, prompted a sense of awkwardness in Chen Anyang. I heard you've changed your major? Indeed, I've transferred to the biology department. Chen Anyang affirms with a nod. What prompted your decision to switch to biology? My forte lies in gracefully conceding defeat and abandoning endeavors midway. My previous major posed an insurmountable challenge to graduation. I surmise that biology is a more fitting pursuit for me. However, biology seems even more arduous, and the process of transferring. Let's not dwell on it. Recounting it only elicits lamentations. How did your outing with Ran go yesterday? She has been uninhibited since childhood. I trust she didn't cause you any undue trouble? Chen Anyang promptly diverts the conversation. It seems you two are quite compatible. Could it be that you're ingratiating yourself with me for the sake of my sister? Well, a man of means, indulging in such elaborate pursuits. Chen Anyang suddenly feels a pang of unease. By the way, I've heard that Ran aspires to attend a sports academy. While her foundation is commendable, I believe academic pursuits should take precedence. Attending university would broaden her horizons, while she could pursue boxing as an extracurricular interest. Is that so? I find her quite receptive to advice. Yesterday, we engaged in a lengthy conversation, and she promised to study diligently, aspiring to gain admission to Bin University. You do not truly understand her. Even her commas are insincere. If she manages to enroll in Bin University, I shall broadcast myself consuming excrement. Just as Chen Anyang's words fell, Zhang Yufeng passed by, exclaiming, Foster father, have you begun your deceitful antics for food and drink again? Begone. Very well. Zhang Yufeng scampered away. Ahem, do you have time tomorrow evening? Sun Xiao inquired. I should, why do you ask? Chen Anyang's brow furrowed slightly. That's good. I will return Sister Chen's money. Chen Anyang nodded in agreement. Have you been working out lately? Sun Xiao suddenly noticed that Chen Anyang appeared significantly more robust. Of course, I have consistently maintained my fitness regimen. Really? Sun Xiao was momentarily taken aback. According to her research, Chen Anyang was quite the homebody. Chapter 59. I increasingly perceive you as benevolent and amiable. In the evening, as Chen Anyang departed from the cafeteria, he encountered Ji Yunshang. Teacher Ji. Chen Anyang greeted her and approached her side. About the lottery? I have already dispatched someone to claim it. The cash will be delivered directly to you. Cash. Can it be transferred to a bank account? Indeed. By the way, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, still on the 3rd floor of the biology building. Who is this? I have never seen them before. Yes. Someone of such beauty cannot possibly remain unnoticed. Truly captivating and exquisite, if only. That is the newly appointed professor from the Department of Biology, who possesses a remarkable background. Let us refrain from gossiping. We must be cautious to protect our degrees. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals dispersed, somewhat reluctantly. In the game, Muyu and a 9-live spirit cat were diligently mending their severely damaged bodies at the heart of the Grand Formation. The sea breeze was gentle. The waves lapped against the shore, and the starry sky shone with extraordinary brilliance. Meanwhile, in the distant north, the forces of the Demon and Martial Alliance, along with those from the Tianyuan Academy, had already retreated, yet a multitude of rogue cultivators continued to surge forth, fantasizing about defying fate. Alas, for the majority, their fates had become mere sustenance for the devouring golden worms. The Dean, Ling Xiaozu, faced the South Ming's Li Hua and the Gongjin's malevolent energy right before him. Why? In midair, within the Qingluan boat, a middle-aged man was meticulously tending to the severed arm of the Tianyuan Academy's dean, Ling Xiaozu. At that moment in the north, Ling Xiaozu had been struck by the Gongjin's malevolence, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet the malevolent energy had not fully manifested and was far from being capable of inflicting harm upon him. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Initially, I believed it was merely a small spill of the South Ming's Li Hua, but it turned out to be genuine primordial power. This substance could undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Tianyuan Academy, yet it may also precipitate a catastrophic fate. Through numerous explorations of the spiritual realm, they had gained a clearer understanding of the 4 symbol sacred beasts and knew that their demise had led to the chaos within the spiritual realm. Within this realm, there were not few forces seeking the primordial power. With just a breath, they could obliterate hundreds of the Tianyuan Academy. So, shall we abandon our quest? The middle-aged man expressed his reluctance. After all, if they could obtain this rumored power, the strength of Tianyuan Academy would skyrocket several times, and they would no longer need to collaborate with any martial cultivation alliance. I left a mark on that girl. She is now in the Eastern region. The Eastern region? So quickly? How is that possible? Currently, I am also uncertain as to what method she employed. Perhaps there is a deeply concealed power behind her. At least with the capabilities of Tianyuan Academy, it is impossible to shake them. What they intend to do, what their purpose is, we know nothing of it at present. We can only observe the situation for the time being. Ling Xiaozi sighed. Then, do we need to consolidate the forces in the Eastern region to avoid any potential conflicts? Very well. Inform the people of Qinji City to be cautious recently. Also, pay attention to the movements of the Demonic Cultivation Alliance. What about the spirit realm in the northern region? Those insects are too troublesome. After things have settled, send students to investigate. Ling Xiaozi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The Demonic Cultivation Alliance suffered the most severe casualties in this northern region anomaly. The meticulously cultivated Xianbing demon cavalry was completely annihilated. The blood-egret granny's 3-eyed blood vulture perished in the swarm of gold-devouring insects. And a large number of demonic cultivation members died tragically. Young Alliance Master, the latest news is that the aura of that person has appeared in the Eastern region. The blood-egret granny, with her hunched figure, respectfully reported to Shui Luosha. She must be a person from the spirit realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the backlash of the 4 symbols' source power. Shui Luosha narrowed his eyes slightly. The essence of the 4 sacred beasts is fiercely coveted, and if only a scant remnant of this primordial force remains, we might still have a chance to contend for it. Fortunately, that old fellow from Tianyuan Academy appeared just in time. Otherwise, if we had managed to acquire the complete essence of the 4 sacred beasts, it could have led to our utter destruction. The Blood Heron matriarch spoke solemnly. They had misjudged the appearance of this primordial power, resulting in their all-out struggle for it. After the blood Rakshasa concluded her words, she led the remnants towards the city of Dark Abyss. In the Eastern Realm, amidst the azure waves of the Kanglan Sea on the Shattered Star Isle, under Chen Anyang's substantial investment, Su Muyu and the Nine-Live Spirit Cat were recovering from their injuries at an astonishing pace. Enhanced by various states, their cultivation speed surged to a terrifying rate, multiplying by dozens. Chen Anyang observed the screen, where Su Muyu was diligently cultivating. The spiritual energy within her body began to circulate autonomously, having nearly fully absorbed the spiritual energy extracted from the king of golden-eating insects. Is this what they call leveling up through monster hunting? Creatures like the king of golden-eating insects, which provide experience points, could certainly be more abundant. Previously, Chen Anyang was a model student, always steering clear of brawls and conflicts. Yet now, it seemed he had awakened the fervent blood within him, harboring an unprecedented thirst for battle. Ding! The notifications on his phone chimed repeatedly as 400,000 were credited to his account, along with several messages regarding telecommunications fraud prevention. Once summer vacation arrives, he can finally take his mother house hunting. Chen Anyang pondered this, sending a message to Chen Anyang. The underground boxing arena had been shut down. Had they found a new location? Chen Anyang did not hesitate and immediately dialed Chen Anyang's number. What is it? I'm in evening study. Chen Anyang replied in a hushed tone, laced with intense anger. Are you really studying? Of course. If you have something to say, hurry up. I am memorizing vocabulary. Is this Anyang? Who else could it be? Can you stop dragging this out? Just tell me what you want. Confounded by his sister's sudden change in temperament, Chen Anyang was at a loss. It's nothing, I just wanted to. If there's nothing, then stop thinking about it. The line went dead. After a moment, Chen Anyang sent a message. What has gotten into you? I'm preparing for the entrance exam at Bin University. Why this sudden transformation? I've always been a good girl. What on earth happened? Nothing much. I just had a chat with Sister Xiao Xiao and realized that my studies are paramount. Chen Anyang was somewhat taken aback. He was not short of money and could fully support his sister's education. All right, then focus on your studies. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Do you still remember the knowledge from high school? I mean in terms of life. Chen Anyang added, promptly transferring 1,000 yuan to Chen Anyang. This is for your living expenses. If you need extra tutoring or any other expenses, just let me know. Brother, ever since you got close to a wealthy woman, you seem increasingly benevolent. Go study. If you really get into Bin University, I will definitely prepare an unexpected gift for you. My imagination is indeed quite abundant. When have I ever gone back on my word? Huh? Haven't you grown up relying on broken promises? Go away. Chen Anyang abruptly ended the conversation. He could sense that his sister had genuinely changed. It seemed he ought to find an opportunity to express his gratitude to Sun Xiao Xiao. As Chen Anyang pondered this, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open, and Zhang Yufeng hurried in, a hint of blood lingering about him. Where have you been at this hour? Chen Anyang furrowed his brow. Playing basketball? I've never seen you play before. How did you injure your arm? I bumped into the rack while playing basketball. Zhang Yufeng replied, rummaging for a bottle of iodine to tend to his wound. Chapter 60. The Mirror Plan at 8 in the morning. The laboratory on the third floor of the School of Biology was still occupied solely by Ji Yunshang and Chen Anyang. Red Dragon, I have a question. Speak. Apart from you and Silver Dragon, are there any members of our Linglong organization at Bin University? No. But yesterday, when I killed that beetle on the basketball court, I faintly sensed a powerful presence lurking nearby. Perhaps there are individuals at Bin University who have also been affected by spiritual energy, just like your roommate Zhao Wenda. Many might conceal their special abilities, and some may not even be aware that they have been influenced by spiritual energy, Ji Yunshang elucidated. I understand. Chen Anyang nodded. Having heard Ji Yunshang's words, Chen Anyang remained unfazed, as he had no particular fondness for arcade games, lacking any sentimental attachment. Once you're ready, put this on. Red Dragon produced a device resembling a head-mounted VR set. 2 decades ago, our Spirit Realm organization officially initiated the Mirror Project, constructing a partial representation of the Spirit Realm within what we might call the Metaverse. It will be teeming with Spirit Realm entities. So do your utmost to safeguard yourself and avoid injury, Ji Yunshang cautioned. If I get injured, what consequences would ensue? Chen Anyang inquired, eyeing the device in Ji Yunshang's hands with some apprehension. Depending on the severity of the injury, it could affect your mental faculties, potentially leading to a vegetative state in severe cases. However, rest assured that with your physical constitution, even if you were to become vegetative, you would undoubtedly outlive an ordinary person in that condition. Is it possible for me to opt out of this training? Certainly, but your combat proficiency would remain stagnant, significantly diminishing your chances of survival when encountering spirit realm entities in the future. You wouldn't want to meet an untimely demise, would you? Is it too late for me to withdraw now? It is possible, but you would have to reimburse me the funds first. Subsequently, we would administer memory erasure, though there is a slight chance of error during the process, which could similarly result in a vegetative state. Ji Yunshang elucidated, cradling the device to her chest. Truly, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Chen Anyang lamented inwardly, feeling that his decision to join the organization had been somewhat precipitous. However, as matters stand, Chen Anyang harbored no regrets, for the 4 million had indeed been deposited into his bank account. He possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge that, with his own capabilities, he would likely never amass such a sum in his lifetime. Come on. Chen Anyang inhaled deeply, while Ji Yunshang gently placed the helmet upon Chen Anyang's head. The instant his neural interface helmet connected, the distinctive, frigid air of the glacier assailed him. Beneath Chen Anyang's feet, the laboratory tiles had given way to translucent ice. Monitor your heart rate. Ji Yunshang's voice echoed from the void. The initial wave of the swarm will arrive in 17 seconds. Swiftly, the glacier fractured, and dozens of insects emerged from the ice. With a mere thought, Chen Anyang materialized a bone sword, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent, in his hand. The swarming insects bore a resemblance to the chrysalis devourers. Yet their carapaces were not the dark gold of reality, but were instead adorned with fluorescent patterns akin to circuit boards. Chen Anyang whirled, brandishing his blade. The trajectory of the blade left a trail of frost in the air, and the severed insect corpses froze into ice sculptures before they could even reach the ground. What manner of weapon is this? I've never encountered it before. Ji Yunshang was momentarily taken aback. As it was customary for trainees entering the artificial spiritual realm for the first time to instinctively materialize the standard-issue weapons distributed by the organization. As she was marveling at this, the instruments in her hand emitted an alarm indicating anomalous data. Aberrant discharge in the prefrontal cortex, alteration in the iris pattern of the right eye, evidence of tunneling effect, suspected entanglement with matter from the real world. What sort of prodigy is this kid, exhibiting so many anomalies on his maiden training run? Determined to cease the training exercise, Ji Yunshang observed Chen Anyang, who had entered a frenzied state within the spiritual realm. The corpses of the insects descended rapidly as Chen Anyang felt an intense connection with the bone blade in his grasp. This unrestrained combat filled him with exhilarating fervor. For over 2 decades, Chen Anyang had adhered to a life of conformity and tranquility. However, these 2 battles had seemingly awakened a profound desire for combat within him. What is that? Adire wolf? Ji Yunshang's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. How could a dire wolf appear in a novice training session? Dire wolves were spiritual entities that had emerged from the Siberian rifts. Their data was designated for high-level training due to their hazard level of 4. A classification that had resulted in the near sacrifice of an entire spiritual realm team. It was inconceivable for them to appear in a beginner's exercise like Chen Anyang's. Although Chen Anyang had previously vanquished a hazard level 4 spiritual entity, it was merely an insect, and Ji Yunshang had not personally witnessed the event. Currently, Chen Anyang was a key focus of the spiritual realm organization's cultivation efforts. Ji Yunshang was responsible for his training and his safety. Calling Black Dragon, a level 4 dire wolf has appeared in Black Dragon's novice training, requesting intervention should Chen Anyang sustain injuries within the artificial spiritual realm. It could inflict significant damage to his psyche, potentially hindering his training for at least 1 or 2 months. Without hesitation, Ji Yunshang retrieved another crimson helmet, connected the interface to Chen Anyang's equipment, and immediately donned it. What has transpired? As Ji Yunxiang entered the artificial spirit realm, she was immediately stunned. The once ferocious ice-field wolf was now obediently lying at Chen Anyang's feet, its expression utterly fawning, devoid of any trace of its former savage nature. A complete sycophant. How did you manage that? Yi Yunxiang cautiously approached Chen Anyang. Perhaps it's my inherent charisma, Chen Anyang mused, stroking the ice-field wolf's silver-gray fur. Oh, the ice-field wolf appeared to revel in the attention. Let's conclude the training for now. Huh? Is that all? I've barely warmed up. Perhaps you could assign me some additional practice? Chen Anyang earnestly suggested, considering he had only dispatched a few dozen insects and was eager to confront a boss. Suit yourself. I'll take my leave first. Ji Yunxiang, somewhat speechless, opted to exit. As for Chen Anyang, he went on a rampage within the confined artificial spirit realm, exterminating thousands of insects in just over an hour. The rate of data synthesis was struggling to keep pace with his relentless onslaught. To be this monstrous at such a tender age, Ji Yunxiang exclaimed, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief as she observed the data on the holographic projection. Chapter 61. Social Demise at Noon. Chen Anyang listlessly removed his helmet, feeling unfulfilled. While more stimulating than live-action combat simulations, it was merely so initially. Once the novelty wore off, he found it somewhat uninteresting. The data pad in Ji Yunxiang's hand was still emitting smoke, its casing warped from the processor's recent overload. Do you have any comprehension of the sheer number of insects you annihilated in those 3+ hours? Ji Yunxiang extended 3 fingers. The flame decals on her manicured nails partially detached. That was a simulation of the insect swarm based on the previous insect king you eliminated, according to the system's calculations. Continuous combat for 1 hour could lead to death by shock, causing severe mental trauma to the trainee. Yet, your heart rate didn't even exceed 100. Ji Yunxiang's exquisite frame trembled with agitation. Rarely had she been so discomposed. That flourish technique you used, from whom did you learn it? Ji Yunxiang continued to inquire. Before concluding the training, a whim seized Chen Anyang, and he executed a move emulating Su Muyu's release of the Vermilion Bird's fiery sword. Devoid of proper cultivation, it possessed negligible power, yet it decimated a large swath of the insect swarm. You may leave. Could I perhaps take this with me? It's quite amusing. Chen Anyang gestured towards the helmet he had just worn. No, although your capabilities are commendable, the spirit realm equipment must be used under supervision. Ji Yunxiang smoothed her somewhat disheveled crimson hair and flatly denied Chen Anyang's request. What time should I come in the afternoon? Although the experience was somewhat monotonous, Chen Anyang genuinely felt that his practical combat skills had improved. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. There's no need to come. Understood, Instructor Ji. Chen Anyang's demeanor was perfectly proper as he picked up his blank notebook and swiftly departed the laboratory. Observing Chen Anyang's receding figure, Ji Yunxiang inhaled deeply and promptly contacted Black Dragon, transmitting all the training materials and data. The prowess exhibited by Chen Anyang left everyone in a state of astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, he remained indifferent, for his initial intention in joining this organization was purely for financial gain. With the funds now secured, other matters held little significance. With a sigh, Su Muyu expelled a breath of stale air and gradually opened her spiritual eyes. Under the influence of Chen Anyang's reckless state, Su Muyu's body fully recuperated, and the tumultuous flames of the Southern Ming were once again subdued, elevating her cultivation to that of a 7th-grade martial artist. Meanwhile, the 9 Lives spirit cat lay upon the rocks, its condition far more intricate than Su Muyu's, necessitating a lengthier recovery. What is happening? Su Muyu retrieved the celestial compass from her spiritual pouch, observing the needle quiver slightly. Senior, is there something over there? Barefoot upon the tide-swept shore, where the water lapped at her ankles, she noted the faint sound of crackling. In the vast ocean, there existed a type of bioluminescent plankton that emitted a gentle noise when releasing energy, yet this feeble electric charge was insufficient to affect Su Muyu. Grasping the celestial compass, its needle transformed to a deep black under the moonlight, guiding her towards a colossal piece of basalt. What is this? She circled the monolith several times, detecting no anomalies. After a moment of contemplation, she unsheathed the flame sword, summoning the ethereal image of the vermilion bird against the night sky. Screech! The specter descended with a piercing shriek and intensely fervent flames, crashing violently upon the rock. The conflagration swiftly adhered, commencing its fiery calcination. After a prolonged interval, myriad striations emerged on the boulder, vaguely coalescing into 12 constellations. Extraterrestrial stellar trajectories detected. Initiate celestial deduction? Mindful of prior experience, Chen Anyang resolved to first locate a secluded sanctuary, lest he suffer a mortifying social demise and be erroneously branded as mentally unsound, which would be exceedingly detrimental. In the afternoon, Ji Yunshang entrusted Chen Anyang with the key to the biological laboratory, granting him access. However, given that this game constituted Chen Anyang's most profound secret, and suspecting the presence of surveillance cameras within the laboratory, he promptly dismissed it as a viable option. Consequently, his choices were limited. Subsequent to his appointment as a member of the broadcasting department, Sun Xiaoxiao had furnished Chen Anyang with a spare key to the broadcasting station. At this hour, the station would undoubtedly be devoid of personnel. Foster father, where are you venturing at this late hour? Zhang Yufeng, occupied with tidying his attire, casually inquired as he observed Chen Anyang departing. Off to relieve myself. Chen Anyang offered a facile pretext and absented himself from the dormitory. Clunk. Chen Anyang gingerly unlocked the broadcasting station door, refraining even from activating the lights. After securing the door from within, Chen Anyang retrieved his mobile device, expended slightly over 500 on a celestial orbit instrument and a longevity vine, inhaled deeply, and initiated their usage. Please emulate the actions depicted in the following figures. Previously, the mobile screen merely displayed stick figures performing peculiar, yet straightforward movements. However, this time, the difficulty had escalated significantly, surpassing even that of many yoga poses. Chen Anyang's flexibility was already subpar, and any deviation from the correct form resulted in verification failure, necessitating a restart from the initial movement. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chen Anyang was drenched in perspiration. It hurts, it hurts. A cacophony of wails suddenly emanated from the broadcasting studio, primarily due to Chen Anyang's inability to endure the excruciating pain. Since the emergence of spiritual energy within his body, he had not experienced such acute agony. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chen Anyang successfully completed the final set of movements, the door to the broadcasting studio was being frantically pounded upon. What's happening? Why would anyone come to the broadcasting department at this hour? Chen Anyang wondered, flüsterte. The broadcasting station of Bin University was situated on the 5th floor of the Cultural Center building. The 1st and 2nd floors housed the university's activity center. The 3rd and 4th floors were occupied by club offices, and the 5th floor comprised the broadcasting department's recording studios, control rooms, equipment rooms, and office areas. Due to the absence of lighting, Chen Anyang had opted for the recording studio closest to the staircase upon reaching the 5th floor, primarily because it possessed an isolated soundproof booth, ensuring that any sounds produced within would not be audible from the outside. However, he had never anticipated that while the sounds might not be heard outside the room, they would be broadcast throughout the entire campus. Chen Anyang abruptly turned his head towards the microphone with its illuminated green light, his mind instantly blank. What is the true meaning of social annihilation? A series of sharp raps echoed through the door, accompanied by Sun Xiaoxiao's distinctly irate voice, demanding immediate entry. A fleeting impulse seized Chen Anyang to abscond without delay, be it by leaping from the window or charging through the entrance. His capabilities would surely allow him to evade visual identification. However, such actions would undoubtedly precipitate dire ramifications. Resignedly, he conceded that enduring social mortification was the lesser of two evils. Chapter 62. Unveiling the Celestial Atlas. Chen Anyang? Was it you? What were you doing in here just now? Sun Xiaoxiao's cognitive functions momentarily faltered upon beholding Chen Anyang at the threshold. A contingent of individuals, led by a teacher from the Communist Youth League Committee, arrived on the 5th floor with considerable agitation. Teacher Wang. Sun Xiaoxiao hastily addressed Wang Wenli, her countenance betraying contrition. Wang Wenli's ire subsided somewhat upon seeing Sun Xiao, though her expression remained stern. The broadcasting station's mixing console malfunctioned. I enlisted Chen Anyang's aid to troubleshoot it. He had just completed the repairs when, regrettably, he suffered a fall. Sun Xiao fabricated the explanation with remarkable alacrity, presenting it to Wang Wenli with convincing earnestness. How could you be so careless? The entire school heard it. The impact is quite severe. Teacher Wang, we genuinely did not intend for this to happen. Very well, let this serve as a cautionary lesson. Wang Wenli cast a sidelong glance at Chen Anyang before turning and departing with her entourage. Only after Wang Wenli's departure did Sun Xiao exhale audibly, her gaze shifting towards Chen Anyang. Just what were you doing in there? In the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, one would hardly believe the tale of venturing alone to the broadcasting station to repair the sound console. After all, this very equipment had only recently been donated by Chen Yan and was worth hundreds of thousands. How could it possibly be malfunctioning? Noticing Chen Anyang's reluctance to discuss the matter, Sun Xiao refrained from pressing further. Next time you plan to come, do let me know in advance so I can be prepared and provide you with some cover. Thank you, but there's no need. Chen Anyang replied. I'm referring to Anren's situation. As Chen Anyang followed Sun Xiao downstairs, he insisted, really? I still have some money left. He shook his head vigorously. I mentioned it before. This is between her and me. By the way, don't forget about tomorrow night. Yes, I'm aware. Goodness, my adoptive father. Are you lurking in the broadcasting station? Still broadcasting live across the school? Zhang Yufeng, reclining on his bed, greeted Chen Anyang as he entered. Old Ma, what's the situation? Chen Anyang sought to divert the conversation, initially hoping to evade social embarrassment. He ended up drawing attention from a large circle of people. Had he foreseen this, he would have preferred to remain in the dormitory. Nothing much, Brother Chen. What did that rascal phone mean? Is there some big scoop? Ma Chunglin was brimming with curiosity. It's getting late. We should turn in early. Chen Anyang feigned ignorance of the gossip and busied himself with settling onto his own bed. What on earth had transpired? Ma Chunglin remained puzzled, and Zhang Yufeng chose to say nothing more. Chen Anyang lay down, extracting his phone and dimming the screen to its lowest setting. 4 symbols town, 8 directions. 12 beasts guarding the heavenly gate. Where the celestial path fractures, there begins the genesis of cataclysm. Utter nonsense, perpetually concocting convoluted enigmas, presuming profundity? Chen Anyang scoffed. The celestial path serves as a spiritual boundary marker, each astral chart corresponding to a nexus between the spiritual realm and the terrestrial plane, thereby forming 12 natural dimensional gates. Expend 888 yuan to procure the Celestial Path Compendium. Upon acquisition of the Celestial Path Compendium, the 4 symbols Sacred Beast chart and the 12 Divine Beast chart can be activated, with corresponding abilities granted upon each activation. What absurdity! Nigh unto 90,000 yuan? Why not simply resort to brigandry? Chen Anyang, having barely acclimated to his newfound affluence, was immediately confronted with the prospect of this game pilfering nearly 90,000 yuan, causing a sharp pang of anguish. However, juxtaposed with the puissance he had attained, this sum seemed less exorbitant, for with the augmentation of his capabilities, his avenues for acquiring wealth would proliferate and become increasingly facile. Celestial Path Compendium successfully acquired. Ordinarily, substantial monetary transfers would be subject to certain restrictions. Yet, Chen Anyang's purchase of this gaming artifact encountered no such impediment. Upon the screen of his mobile device, an icon representing the compendium materialized, and upon opening it, 16 grayed-out emblems were revealed, 14 of which were adorned with diminutive padlocks. Celestial Compendium, Vermilion Bird's Incinerating Sea Activation Requirement, acquisition of Southern Luminary Fire abilities granted upon activation, Rebirth from Embers, triggers a solitary instance of phoenix-like resurrection upon approaching mortality. Sky's Scorching Domain, obtainable upon achieving the 5th tier of the Vermilion Bird's Incinerating Sky Sword, granting dominion over a specialized domain. Current status, Su Muyu, awaiting activation. Why is it pending activation? Chen Anyang tapped on the awaiting activation status, which prompted a recharge notification. Expenditure of 6,666 yuan required to activate Vermilion Bird's incinerating sea. Incredible. Purchase of the compendium costs money, completion of tasks, activation of the compendium, and additional expenses. Chen Anyang was rendered speechless. However, with the die cast, Chen Anyang had no alternative. He directly activated the inaugural entry, Vermilion Bird's incinerating sea. Celestial Compendium. White Tiger's Gilded Edge activation requirement. Acquisition of Gung Metal's malevolent aura abilities granted upon activation. Master of Armaments. Absolute command over all metallic weaponry. Nullifying attacks from such implements. Gold Devourer. Ability to summon a swarm of gold-devouring insects. Usable once every 7 days. With the quantity summoned equivalent to the number slain. Current status. 9-lived spirit cat. Awaiting activation. Expenditure of 9,999 yuan required to activate White Tiger's Gilded Edge. An escalation in price. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Anyang as he anticipated the activation cost for subsequent entries to increase exponentially. Celestial Compendium. White Tiger's Gilded Edge activated successfully. The 9-lived spirit cat has acquired the skills Master of Armaments and Gold Devourer, having successfully activated 2 star map illustrations. The player has acquired the Essence of Resonance, enabling a fleeting invocation of the abilities already activated by Muyu. The integration of the spiritual realm has intensified, and the entrances of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird are beginning to form. What does this mean? This perplexing line of notification left Chen Anyang somewhat bewildered. Soon, 2 more lines appeared on his phone screen, elucidating his confusion. Tip 2. Each activation of a star map allows the awakening of the corresponding power of the spiritual realm's essence, but accelerates the fusion of the spiritual realm with various worlds. Tip 3. With the activation of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, or 16 star map illustrations, players can acquire exclusive statuses or skills, accelerating the fusion of the spiritual realm with various worlds. Could it be? Chen Anyang's expression suddenly changed. Beep, beep, beep. His communicator emitted a low hum. Calling you long, urgent situation at the coastal subway line 8. Energetic fluctuations detected. A significant number of energy beings may appear. Please respond immediately. Reinforcements will arrive within half an hour. The voice of Black Dragon resonated through the communicator. In the adjacent bunk, Zhang Yufeng emitted a soft snore. The sound from Chen Anyang's communicator was audible only to him. So soon, Chen Anyang dared not delay. Having already joined the organization, he promptly grabbed his backpack and departed from the dormitory. Chapter 63. Are these the signs that carbon-based life forms should exhibit? The coastal subway line 8, initially slated for inauguration in February, remained inaccessible following its completion earlier this year due to unforeseen circumstances. Fluorescent lamps flickered intermittently along the tunnel's apex as Chen Anyang stealthily advanced, adhering to the damp walls. Upon descending underground, his cellular signal vanished entirely. The ventilation shaft emitted a grating metallic screech, the auditory manifestation of herbivorous insects devouring the cables. Chen Anyang clutched his bone blade in reverse grip, the wolf head engraving on the hilt exuding a chilling aura. Clang! Chen Anyang's bone blade pierced the crevice of the rail tracks. In spectral azure, frost proliferated wildly along the steel rails. So many? Having dispatched a mere handful, a dense swarm of herbivorous insects emerged from the tunnel's depths, far exceeding the quantity simulated in the artificial spirit realm. Employing his previous tactics, it would prove exceedingly challenging to eradicate such a multitude of these creatures within a concise time frame. Retreat. Evacuate. Eleving Auclocky. Ventilation shaft. Level 4 Spirit Realm Entity detected. Extreme hazard. J-Dragon. Awaiting our support. Ji Yunshang's voice echoed through the communicator, intermittent and interspersed with static. Level 4? Isn't that 5 million walking? Disregarding the warning, Chen Anyang extracted a spirit realm detection device, pinpointing the precise direction. With a swift maneuver, he ascended to the ventilation shaft's apex, cautiously peering downward. Another herbivorous insect queen, albeit unscathed this time, lacking the ember of South Ming within its core. Replicating the previous dual elemental assault of ice and fire might prove more arduous. However, Chen Anyang suddenly recalled that he could temporarily harness the abilities activated by Su Muyu. Instinctively, he spread his palm, and a blaze erupted from his palm. This is promising. A surge of elation coursed through Chen Anyang as he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, causing the surrounding flames to blaze fiercely, and the illusion of the vermilion bird gradually materialized. Go! With a swift motion, Chen Anyang gestured towards the well, and the illusion of the vermilion bird spread its wings, soaring forth as the king of golden-eating worms below began to frantically gnaw at the metallic apparatus. Still devouring? I shall put an end to this. Wherever the flames swept, the bodies of the golden-eating worms began to show signs of melting, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds. Chen Anyang swung his bone knife fiercely, imbued with an aura of extreme cold, following closely behind the illusion of the vermilion bird. Under the purifying baptism of ice and fire, swathes of golden-eating worms plummeted, and the king of golden-eating worms had yet to retaliate before it transformed into liquid gold. It was evident that this king of golden-eating worms was far less formidable than the previous one. A tangible mass of spiritual energy detached from the liquid gold, merging into Chen Anyang's body. He leapt into the ventilation shaft, discovering the mandibles of the king of golden-eating worms, still untransformed after being tempered by ice and fire. Tap! Talp! Talp! Ji Yunshang charged onto the platform in her 10-centimeter riveted red boots, leaving imprints on the metallic frame of the tactical panel. Observing the battlefield, cleansed by ice and fire, her pupils dilated sharply. Heart rate 43, surface temperature 22. She gazed at the anomalous data on the monitor, her crimson nails nearly piercing through the screen. Is this truly the physiological state of a carbon-based life form? The Argent Dragon, arriving as reinforcement, was a step behind, clutching a vial containing freshly gathered energy residue, a carbon-60 structure formed only by stellar collapse. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the energy you are manipulating? The dragon's countenance reflected utter astonishment as they gazed upon Chen Anyang. Beneath her lab coat, the hole singed into Ji Yunshang's black stockings by the lingering flames went unnoticed by her. Having invoked Su Muyu's power, Chen Anyang was now greatly weakened. Yet he feigned composure. Teacher Ji, recall your words during special training. True evolution is never written in textbooks. I know not the origin of this power, yet the unblemished annihilation of these spiritual entities is surely the optimal outcome. As Chen Anyang's words faded, Ji Yunshang's expression shifted, and she abruptly turned her gaze toward the far end of the platform. Someone's there, a fleeting figure, vaguely discernible as a long-haired individual in a plaid skirt. Argent Dragon, handle the cleanup. Jade Dragon, you must accompany me to the base at once. Furthermore, have Black Dragon review the nearby surveillance. There are latent espers in the vicinity we've yet to detect. With that, Ji Yunshang escorted the somewhat weakened Chen Anyang from Metro Line 8, placing him in the passenger seat of her red sports car and speeding toward the subterranean base in Binhai. Teacher Ji, it's quite late, perhaps. We could postpone this until tomorrow. Teacher Ji, I'm still young and inexperienced and still a virgin. Enough. Silence. Ji Yunshang could no longer endure Chen Anyang's incessant prattling. Inside the car, silence lingered for a mere 2 minutes. Teacher Ji, you and T be planning something against me. Would you? I uttered, genuinely apprehensive. Silence. Yi Yunshang responded, visibly distressed. Will there be any rewards for this? Chen Anyang inquired. Perhaps you could become the leader of the Linglong team. I interjected, emphasizing that I was speaking of rewards, not punishments. Before long, the Crimson Sports car halted before the underground facility that Chen Anyang had previously visited. He conducted a fresh round of tests. What is happening? The results astonished the Red Dragon, as there were no changes compared to before. Where is your fire resonance? Why has it disappeared? It was burnout. Perhaps it is gone for good. Chen Anyang's Naming Liuhua was borrowed from Su Muyu, and thus it could not be detected as his own ability in ordinary circumstances. Ji Yunshang conducted multiple tests on Chen Anyang, all yielding perfectly consistent results. As dawn broke, Zhou Jiping also arrived at the underground base. Leader, when can I leave? I've been tormented by the red dragon all night. This little body of mine truly cannot endure much longer." Upon hearing Chen Anyang's words, Zhou Zhiping revealed an odd expression, while Ji Yunshang's countenance darkened. "Can you please express yourself clearly?" "Leader, however, the situation with Yulong is rather unique. Special issues require special consideration. What is paramount now is that numerous spirit realm creatures have emerged across various regions, and we must redeploy our strategies." Chapter 64. Ruthless extermination. Having transitioned to the Department of Biology, there is no longer any need to fret over credits or grades. Ji Yunshang had previously promised to assist Chen Anyang. Upon awakening, he found that midday had already passed, and he grabbed a few biscuits to satiate his hunger. This dress, it feels so familiar. Just as Chen Anyang was about to take out his phone to play a game, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the checkered skirt draped over Zhang Yufeng's chair. It was the very attire he had donned for cosplay, one he had encountered on 2 prior occasions last night at the subway station. A sudden spark of memory illuminated Chen Anyang's mind. He recalled that the figure he had vaguely seen last night seemed to have been clad in this very skirt. Could it be that he too was a psychic? A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Anyang's thoughts, but after a brief contemplation, he chose to immerse himself in the game first. After completing the astrological calculations and purchasing the star chart, the colossal stones on the island vanished. Muyu resumed her cultivation, but shortly thereafter, a multitude of gold-devouring insects emerged upon the surface of the sea. With the amplification of the Grand Formation, Muyu ascended to the 7th rank of martial arts. And within merely an hour, she had eradicated all of the gold-devouring insects. One incredibly potent spiritual energy array. Was it naturally formed, or had it been deliberately arranged by someone? Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy is beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. According to the Elder, the eastern region is poised for unrest. We must, you coward. Opportunity has presented itself right before you. How could one afford to let it slip away? Indeed, martial cultivation is fundamentally about defying fate and altering destiny. Do you not understand the magnitude of this? We shall advance. A vessel resembling a manta ray approached the fractured star island swiftly, upon which stood a dozen individuals clad in azure robes, adorned with peculiar masks, and wielding long knives crafted from beast bones. They had initially been on patrol when they stumbled upon a swarm of gold-devouring insects. These insects exhibit a heightened sensitivity to metals, particularly rare ones, which are essential for forging extraordinary weapons. Thus, the group refrained from immediate action, trailing at a distance until they discovered the unassuming island. They had visited this seemingly barren isle numerous times. It was a desolate place, devoid of vegetation, which had deterred any attempts at occupation. However, unexpectedly, in the span of a fortnight, it had transformed into a site of abundant spiritual energy, even more concentrated than some coral insect energy collection points. "Visitors are here," Muyu and Chen Anyang exclaimed in unison, directing their gaze toward the western side of the island. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The group leapt from their small vessel, their demeanor shifting to one of vigilance upon spotting Muyu. Yet, upon sensing her strength, which was merely at the 6th or 7th rank, they relaxed slightly. The captain, a formidable 2nd-rank martial artist, could easily handle those at the 8th or 9th rank, especially with a cadre of companions at a similar level. This young lady is quite striking. She appears unmutated. She must be from the Central Plains or the Northern Territories. Is the island's newfound spiritual energy connected to you? The captain's tone took on a somewhat flippant edge. "Our captain is addressing you," he called out. "Is this one perhaps mute?" "What's the matter, Captain? How else could it unfold?" The customary procedure dictates that the captain indulges first, followed by the rest of us. The assembly, with utter disregard for Muyu's sentiments, brazenly began to deliberate on her fate in her very presence. Clang! The Lihua sword was abruptly unsheathed, its blazing flames instantly elevating the ambient temperature. However, their adversary, a 2nd-grade martial master, was somewhat negligent, and before he could mount a defense, Muyu had already decapitated him with a single stroke. After all, with the augmentation of the Lingyun steps, Muyu's velocity was in no way inferior to that of a martial master, and it was a surprise assault. She concluded the battle as soon as she initiated it. Damn, she's not a 7th grade martial artist. Crap, we've run into someone feigning weakness to deceive us. Retreat quickly. Howl! The 9 lives spirit cat emerged from an indiscernible location, and with dispatched the 3 who had initiated their escape. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their comrades, the remaining individuals immediately prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. Muyu stood with her sword at the ready, interrogating these individuals. They belonged to the Sea Emperor's Hall, one of the 3 burgeoning powers in the Eastern Territory. A century prior, when a celestial meteorite plummeted to Earth, ushering in an ice age, the azure sea of the Eastern Territory had not yet completely frozen over. The survivors constructed 7 arcs, which serve as their temporary sanctuaries. Shortly thereafter, spiritual energy emerged, and these survivors fortuitously acquired the Tide Compass, a treasure from the spiritual realm. Guided by the compass, they located several spirit-rich locations on the seabed, thereby experiencing rapid growth and expansion. Under Muyu's interrogation, these individuals also divulged the coordinates of the undersea spiritual energy nodes. What is to be done with the remaining 3 members of the Sea Emperor's Hall? Option 1. Spare their lives. Option 2. Eradicate them. Option 3. Incorporate them. Several options materialized abruptly on the phone screen. Given the multitude of factions, it might prove challenging for Xiaoyu to continue operating solo. Chen Anyang deliberated for a moment. However, as it stood, Muyu harbored too many secrets due to his presence as a senior, rendering her unsuitable for integration into other factions. Furthermore, Muyu's strength was merely at the martial artist realm, making it premature to cultivate her own faction. Moreover, should Muyu embark on establishing a faction, Chen Anyang's investment would likely escalate significantly. Best to eliminate them. Chen Anyang decisively selected the second option. Before Muyu could make a choice, a robust bolt of lightning descended, extinguishing the lives of those individuals entirely. Given their relatively weak strength, the items recovered were largely inconsequential, and Chen Anyang opted to sell them all. Over the past few days, he had amassed over 2,000 gold jades and 7 spirit jades. As Chen Anyang was not lacking in funds, he refrained from cashing them out. With the diminutive size of Shattered Star Island, Muyu's range of activities was severely restricted. Now, someone had delivered a means of transportation. She boarded the spirit vessel of the Sea Emperor's Palace. The vessel was not particularly large, accommodating only around 30 individuals, and appeared somewhat rudimentary. At the bow, a low-grade tide compass was affixed, serving to discern direction. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the vessel would navigate according to the predetermined direction, although manual operation was also possible. According to the individuals from the Sea Emperor's Palace, a spiritual energy node existed approximately 20 nautical miles from Shattered Star Island. Muyu possessed a lucid understanding of her own capabilities. Without the assistance of her seniors, she would have perished countless times. At the very least, she had no intention of rashly departing from Crushed Star Island absent their express command. The spirit boat was hauled ashore by Muyu and placed not far from the cottage. The corpses of the Sea Emperor's Hall members were utterly incinerated with the fire of South Ming, leaving only ashes to be scattered by the sea breeze. Due to the South Ming fire and Gungjin evil aura within her, the rate of improvement for Muyu and the 9-live spirit cat had become increasingly sluggish. Even with Chen Anyang's frenzied investment, utilizing all sorts of cultivation acceleration items, it would still take a considerable amount of time to advance to the martial master realm. Is there no unorthodox method to expedite this advancement? Chen Anyang tapped open the game store and suddenly noticed that he had accumulated more than 10 advanced lottery fragments. Every 10 fragments could be used for a single draw. He immediately synthesized an advanced lottery ticket and switched to the lottery page. Chapter 65. Draining the Prize Pool. In the afternoon, Chen Anyang reclined on his dormitory bed as a flash of green light swept across his phone screen. Damn, this luck is truly abysmal. From a collection of top-tier treasures, Chen Anyang drew the most worthless item, a golden jade fortune bag. Upon opening the bag, he received 500 gold jades. He had previously examined this lottery system, But at the time, constrained by his financial resources, he had the will but lacked the means. The game's built-in lottery system cost 648 yuan for every 10 draws, encompassing dozens of resources such as equipment, resources, appearances, and elixirs. Each draw increased the score by 1 point, and consuming a certain number of points could elevate the prize pool level. The higher the level, the better the items. Furthermore, a fail-safe mechanism is in place. Each draw augments your luck, and upon reaching 100 points of luck, a top-tier item is guaranteed. Currently, the game's prize pool is at level 1, featuring high-value items such as cultivation techniques, elixirs, pet eggs, equipment, and A-rank characters. Once the prize pool ascends to level 5 or higher, SSR rank characters will become available. Chen Anyang accessed the details, discerning that these so-called characters are more accurately described as golem-like constructs that players can directly manipulate and command. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Anyang navigated to a video application and promptly searched for a relevant video. According to the almanac, caution is advised, as today's celestial guardian is the Sky Prison, an inauspicious breaching day, portending potential complications. It is not advisable to schedule significant events such as weddings or business openings. The Sky Prison signifies restriction and impediment, while the breaching day implies destruction and collision. Their convergence may lead to conflict and discord. Recommended attire colors include black, blue, and gray, while yellow, green, and red should be avoided. For matters of finance, orient yourself eastward. For affairs of the heart, westward. When engaging in games of chance, position yourself in the easternmost part of the room. Overall, today is not conducive to activities involving gacha-style draws. Auspicious hours fall between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Chen Anyang patiently watched the video, ultimately delivering the assessment. What superstitious nonsense. This was the content creator previously recommended by Zhao Wendao, who provides daily explanations of the almanac. Zhang Yufeng and Ma Chenglin also consult it for auspicious times when engaging in gacha games. I disregard all taboos. Golden light, golden light, golden light. Under his expectations, amidst a cascade of green light, there shimmered a blue glow. Aside from the useless fortune bags and elixirs, he procured a high-grade pet egg. Could fortune truly be this cruel? Chen Anyang inhaled deeply and attempted the lottery 10 more times. This time, the results were somewhat better. 3 blue lights emerged, yielding a top-tier spirit elixir, which could directly enhance the experience of either a pet or a character. Damn it, I refused to be thwarted. Gazing at the treasures he had missed, Chen Anyang felt a surge of determination, vowing to exhaust the prize pool. Once more, before long, Chen Anyang recharged 10 times at 648 each, elevating the prize pool to level 2. At last, a golden item appeared. Chen Anyang paused, sensing that if he continued further, it wouldn't be him depleting the prize pool, but rather the prize pool depleting his wallet. Pharmaceutical spirit little butterfly, quality. S-grade humanoid puppet realm. 9th tier alchemist technique. None equipment. Inferior alchemy cauldron status. Pharmaceutical spirit body. Enhances elixir effects by 2. With a minuscule probability of concocting special elixirs. Description: a puppet crafted by the spirit realm's heavenly craft pavilion, endowed with self-awareness and growth potential, fiercely loyal to its master, capable of concocting mid to low-grade elixirs, yet devoid of combat abilities. Ice Age limited skin, mystical grade, material, unknown. Effect 1, limited skin, capable of altering character appearance. Effect 2, accompanies a deterrent effect. Having spent over 6,000, he managed to draw 2 golden items, while the subsequent limited skin activated the guaranteed drop mechanism. The remaining items consisted of common spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and a gold and jade fortune bag that Chen Anyang felt was a significant loss. Who are you? While immersed in cultivation, Muyu sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy and slowly opened her luminous eyes. A well-behaved girl in blue attire stood gracefully in the distance. Greetings, Master. I am Xiaodai. Xiaodai, Master? Muyu appeared somewhat perplexed. Xiaodai is a puppet automaton, capable of assisting you in concocting elixirs. Chen Anyang's voice suddenly echoed, and Muyu experienced a moment of realization. Many thanks, Senior. Muyu promptly offered her gratitude and reverence to the empty space. Her spiritual garden had begun to take shape, but the problem was that Muyu's alchemy skills were truly subpar, resulting in a low success rate and prolonged periods. With Xiao Dai, she would at least not need to contemplate the issue of elixir refinement for the time being. Chen Anyang also equipped Muyu with the skin he had drawn, without noticing any external transformation, although her aura had undergone a subtle enhancement, albeit not very conspicuous. Muyu slowly rose to her feet, suddenly sensing a potent force surging within her. The nine-live spirit cat beside her opened its eyes, perceiving Muyu exuding an aloof and captivating beauty, its gaze becoming even more profound, imbued with a sense of mystery and power. Meow. Muyu's transformation did not elicit much attention from the nine-live spirit cat, which swiftly diverted its gaze toward a pile of objects that had manifested before the cottage. Assorted spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and an animal egg. Kitty. As the nine-lived spirit cat darted forward, Muyu was about to intercede, but it had already shattered the beast egg with a swipe of its paw and began to rapidly devour the flowing yolk. In fact, Chen Anyang knew that the beast egg would be consumed by the nine-lived spirit cat when he took it out, as he had discovered that this type of egg seemed to provide a greater boost to the feline. Judging from a data panel, the spirit cat's grade had already reached the profound level, and coupled with its acquisition of Gungjin evil aura, it was entirely worth cultivating. In Chen Anyang's view, it was better to nurture an unparalleled battle pet than to amass a large number of ordinary pets. Meow. Since the egg was already broken and the senior had not spoken, Muyu paid no further attention to the nine-lived spirit cat. Instead, she first gathered the elixirs and spiritual herbs in front of the house, then led Xiao Dai inside and began to arrange for her to refine pills. The pill refining cauldron that Xiao Dai brought with her was of the most basic quality, so Muyu had her switch to her own 100 pill refining cauldron. Although its quality was not particularly high, it was at least better than Xiao Dai's cauldron. Supreme Spirit Chi pills can enhance your abilities, but they will no longer be effective once you reach the Martial Master realm, so it's best to take them sooner rather than later. Yes, senior. Gambling is a vice to be avoided at all costs. Perhaps today is simply not an auspicious day. Should I try again tomorrow? Ding! Chen Anyang's phone suddenly displayed a message. Meet me at our usual spot. Damn, has time flown by so quickly? It's already past 4. Chen Anyang suddenly remembered that he had promised son Xiao Xiao that he would accompany Chun Yin to dinner tonight. Where exactly is our usual spot? The meeting place between him and son Xiao Xiao was rather limited. The other party suggested a familiar location, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 66. Recent unrest at Binhai University. Beneath the academic center, Sun Xiao Xiao, adorned in a refreshing and elegant attire, waited for over 10 minutes before finally spotting Chen Anyang's figure. Had there been traffic congestion for such an extended period? Sun Xiao Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. Wasn't she supposed to meet Sister Chen? I must tidy up my appearance. Thus, she opted for a school uniform? Sun Xiao Xiao found this quite baffling. What is wrong with a school uniform? It reflects one's identity, and enough with the arguments. I selected this outfit for you. Now, go change in the car. Sun Xiao Xiao, growing increasingly impatient after waiting for several minutes, stuffed the bag she was holding into Chen Anyang's embrace and dashed off to cool off nearby. Chen Anyang had never been one to indulge in pretentiousness. He retrieved the keys from the bag, unlocked the car door, and proceeded to change his attire. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their clothing, and a horse by its saddle. After changing, Chen Anyang's entire demeanor seemed to transform. Minister, I'm ready. We can depart. Chen Anyang waved at Sun Xiao Xiao, immediately capturing the attention of nearby students. It's him. It's him. I've seen him in person. He is not as dreadful as the rumor suggested. ISNT that the male lead from the photo I showed you? Oh, now I remember. He is the one rumored to be involved with the campus beauty. Wow, he actually got into Sun Xiao Xiao's car. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Who would have thought our aloof campus beauty had a taste for this type? Actually, it's not too bad. While I may not reach the level of a campus heartthrob, I am still presentable. Ahem, aren't you being a bit presumptuous discussing me so loudly? Chen Anyang's skin is quite thick, but after hearing so much talk about himself, He still couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. What's wrong? Sun Xiaoxiao approached, and upon seeing her, the people who had been gossiping quickly scattered. Slander. They're slandering me. I'm going to send a lawyer's letter. Chen Anyang exclaimed indignantly. Really? Coincidentally, I know a few excellent lawyers. Would you like me to introduce you? Never mind. I'm not afraid of shadows when I'm upright. Stop joking around. Chun is almost here. Sun Xiaoxiao drove the car out of Bin University. It might be a bit turbulent lately, so try to go out less. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was driving, blurted out a sentence out of nowhere. What's not peaceful? I haven't heard of any cases in Binhai recently. There are wars going on abroad every day, but they shouldn't affect us here, right? Many things are difficult to explain, but in short, be careful. Sun Xiaoxiao said solemnly. Chen Anyang nodded, feeling suspicious. Could Sun Xiaoxiao have something to do with the Spirit Realm organization? Or is she also a psychic? In less than half an hour, the car stopped at a small restaurant that looked very ordinary, even a bit old. Tonight, we're eating here? Chen Anyang was a little surprised, not expecting someone of Chun Yan's status to eat in such a place. Indeed, this establishment may appear unassuming, but the cuisine is remarkably palatable. Sun Xiaoxiao ushered Chen Anyang into the restaurant, heading directly for a private room on the second floor. Within the spacious chamber, only Chun Yin was present. Sister Chun, my apologies for our tardiness. Sun Xiaoxiao expressed with a countenance of contrition. I have only just arrived myself. Chun Yin responded with a smile, exuding approachability. Chun, how fares your injury? Addressing Sun Xiaoxiao, she added, Xiaoxiao, the dishes have yet to be ordered. Perhaps you would be so kind as to attend to that matter? Sun Xiaoxiao, taken aback momentarily, nodded in assent. Very well. With a gentle thud, the door of the private room closed, leaving Chun Anyang and Chun Yin in solitude. I presume you have already been inducted into the Spirit Realm organization? Chun Yan's words instantly put Chen Anyang on alert. Rest assured, I merely seek your assistance with a matter. Sister Chun, you are too kind. Should there be anything within my capacity, you need only express your wish. Chen Anyang forced a smile. My understanding of the Spirit Realm organization is limited, nor do I desire to delve into matters beyond my purview, but the current predicament is proving to be rather challenging. As the company's scale continues to burgeon, I applied for a tract of land in the western district of Binhai 2 years prior, with the intention of establishing a technology park exclusive to Binhai. Initially, the construction progressed swimmingly, but since the commencement of this year, a series of bizarre occurrences have transpired, resulting in the demise of 6 or 7 construction workers. And the foundations that have been laid have also exhibited anomalies. Someone has discovered many peculiar insects. If a halt is announced, the company's stock price is likely to plummet. Chen Yin sighed and glanced at Chen Anyang. Sister Chun, this matter is indeed quite troublesome. However, I have several colleagues whose abilities surpass mine, perhaps. Chun Yin shook her head. No, I only trust you with this Spirit Realm organization. I won't seek assistance from others. If you are unable to handle it, I will consider other alternatives. Of course, if you can resolve the issue with those insects, I shall do my utmost to accommodate any request you may have. Chun Anyang furrowed his brow, revealing a look of distress. You may take your time to think it over, Chun Yin said. I will certainly assist you to the best of my ability, but I fear that concealing the Spirit Realm organization may prove challenging. Chun Anyang carried a plethora of equipment issued by the Spirit Realm organization, and his movements were under constant surveillance. However, there was no need to deliberately conceal these matters from them. If you have already discovered those entities, proceed to eliminate them and mitigate their impact on ordinary people. They will not intervene. Very well. I will make time in the coming days to address this matter. Chen Anyang nodded. I appreciate your trust, and regardless of the outcome, I shall not be ungrateful. Minutes later, after ordering the dishes, Sun Xiaoxiao knocked on the door of the private room before entering. The dinner was quite sumptuous, and Chen Anyang ate heartily. The three of them chatted and laughed, appearing very natural together. After dinner, they strolled around a nearby shopping mall. Regarding the conversation between Chen Anyang and Chen Yin, Sun Xiaoxiao did not inquire, yet her curiosity was undeniably piqued. What about Safong? Chen Anyang casually inquired. I don't know. I haven't seen him since this afternoon. Ma Chunlin replied without lifting his head. By the way, Brother Chun, I heard you switch majors? Yes. I've transferred to the biology department. No way. Have you really been taken care of by someone? Ma Qinglin's peripheral vision caught a glance at Chen Anyang, noting that his attire would certainly cost several thousand yuan. Although Chen Anyang was not typically disheveled, he would never spend such a sum on clothing. It's all just street vinegar goods. Saw foam? What's happened to you? Did you get into a fight outside? Ma Qinglin, quick on his feet despite his stout physique, sprang from his bunk and approached Zhang Yufeng. Chen Anyang also set aside his phone and hurried over. A palpable scent of blood met their senses, tightening Chen Anyang's chest. Chapter 67. When in doubt, consult the stars in the dormitory. The atmosphere felt heavy. Chen Anyang and Ma Qinglin assisted Zhang Yufeng in removing his shirt, revealing a multitude of wounds, each the size of a thumb, peppered across his chest and back. Many of the wounds had already formed scabs, adhering to his clothing. Is it that serious? Should we go to the hospital? Ma Qinglin suggested. No. Zhang Yufeng shook his head. Who on earth inflicted these injuries upon you? This. We should call the police. Ma Qinglin exclaimed, a hint of panic evident in his voice. In contrast, Chen Anyang exhibited a remarkable composure. He retrieved an unopened bottle of iodine from beneath his desk and poured it directly onto the bleeding wound. Is it the Golden Devourer? Chen Anyang inquired. I was rather careless. I didn't anticipate their strength. Zhang Yufeng's brow furrowed in concern. What riddle are you two trying to solve? Ma Qinglin appeared somewhat perplexed. Old Ma, why don't you take a nap? Chen Anyang raised one hand, scattering a fine white powder towards Ma Qinglin. Before he could react, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. This was the sedative Ji Yunshang had given to Chen Anyang, capable of erasing the memories of ordinary individuals for a brief period. This old Ma is quite hefty. Despite Chen Anyang's significantly enhanced strength, it took considerable effort to drag Ma Qinglin to his own chair. You have joined that Spirit Realm organization, haven't you? Zhang Yufeng was tending to his wounds. Yes, I joined not long ago, Chen Anyang nodded. They are currently in need of personnel. If you wish to join. No thanks, I prefer my leisurely ways. Zhang Yufeng declined outright. Fair enough, this organization always gives me a rather unreliable impression. Apart from myself, it seems to be filled with lunatics. Where were you injured? Chen Anyang turned his gaze to Zhang Yufeng. At the location where you previously killed the Golden Devourer King. Some have reappeared. The basketball court? I received no notifications. Chen Anyang produced a psychic detector and compass, which revealed no fluctuations whatsoever. A fissure suddenly appeared, and as I passed by, I was drawn into it, encountering a multitude of formidable gold-devouring insects, nearly meeting my demise. The fissure? A portal to the spiritual realm? Previously, Zhou Zhiping had informed Chen Anyang that a portal might manifest within the confines of Binda University, although its precise location remained uncertain, and it was speculated that Zhao Wenda had already traversed through this portal into the spiritual realm. Is that fissure still present? Upon my emergence, it vanished. It seems I must devise a plan, for the ramifications may escalate. In my current predicament, I may be of little assistance. Zhang Yufeng offered a rueful smile. You should rest for now. I will report this matter to the Spiritual Realm Organization. They should be able to address it. By the way, do exercise caution. Although the individuals in this organization may not be particularly astute, their instincts are remarkably keen. Chen Anyang advised. Subsequently, he reached out to Zhou Zhiping, informing him of the events at the Binda basketball court. You were drawn into the fissure, and yet you emerged alive. Zhou Zhiping's voice brimmed with astonishment. Ahem. Zhang Yufeng stifled a sound, but still managed a slight cough. What absurd declarations are these? He suddenly felt that Chen Anyang, since joining this so-called Spiritual Realm Organization, had exhibited signs of instability. I understand. I will send Red Dragon to investigate shortly. Zhou Zhiping concluded the call and busied himself. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang, as if nothing had transpired, reclined on his bed, engrossed in his phone. His disposition was remarkably serene. As long as his own safety was assured, he remained indifferent to the tempestuous chaos outside. Upon logging into the game, Chen Anyang was greeted with a flurry of notifications. Muyu has advanced to the 8th rank warrior. 9 Live Spirit Cat has reached the 6th rank body refinement stage. Xiao Dai successfully concocted a potion, receiving 10 high-grade spirit recovery pills. Xiao Dai successfully concocted a potion, obtaining 5 high-grade Ming Tan spirit pills. Xiao Odi successfully concocted a potion, acquiring 10 intermediate water-avoidance pills. Su Muyu's 9-fold flame refinement technique has reached the 2nd minor completion. Su Muyu has broken through to the 9th rank warrior. Su Muyu has reached the bottleneck of the warrior realm. Option 1. Accumulate steadily, continue cultivating, and when the moment is ripe, break through independently. Estimated 3 months. Option 2. Purchase the 399 yuan breakthrough package, receiving a plethora of potions for advancement, expediting the process, but potentially compromising foundational stability, making future promotions challenging. Option 3. Acquire the 899 yuan advanced breakthrough package, upgrading the spirit gathering array. Allowing for a risk-free breakthrough in conjunction with the potions, requires locating a place abundant in spiritual energy and arranging the upgraded spirit gathering array. In the long run, Chen Anyang deemed options 1 or 3 to be the most prudent. However, option 1 demanded excessive time, while option 3 necessitated both monetary expenditure and the search for a spiritually rich locale. Ever since Chen Anyang unlocked the Stellar Atlas, he can now access astrological deductions, no longer waiting for the system to prompt him for recharge notifications, as he could independently determine when to utilize resources. In moments of uncertainty, one turns to celestial divination. Chen Anyang invested 500 yuan to embark on a celestial interpretation, performing peculiar movements atop his dormitory bed. Ma Chenglin was sound asleep, while Zhang Yufeng, though not fully slumbering, lay on his side, oblivious to Chen Anyang's antics. It seemed prudent to enroll in a yoga class to enhance his flexibility. After a considerable time, drenched in sweat, Chen Anyang exhaled deeply. The celestial interpretation was complete. He promptly purchased an advanced breakthrough package and utilized a high-grade communication device to inform Su Muyu. As night enveloped the world like ink, Su Muyu sat cross-legged upon the fragmented star islet, the sound of waves lapping at her ankles, infused with a chilling, ethereal energy. Suddenly, the celestial compass in her embrace trembled, and a distant, resonant voice echoed in her consciousness. The 9th grade bottleneck cannot be shattered by mere brute force. Within the 3 spiritual coordinates you possess, beneath Frost Moon, Bay lies a millennia-old ice marrow, most suitable for the fire refining cold marrow technique of the 9-fold fire refinement method. Inscribe this array on the seabed, complemented by the 9 transformations spirit pill. At the peak of midnight, as the tides rise, draw the Earth's energy into your being, and then refine it with the Southern Ming leaf fire to attain the martial master realm. As the voice faded, a golden light penetrated her brow, and the array's intricate patterns rippled like water. 9 crimson pills appeared in her palm, faintly resonating with the dragon's roar. Indeed, Senior. Su Muyu, not daring to delay, immediately released her spirit vessel and, accompanied by the 9 live spirit cat, set forth towards the nearest spiritual coordinate. Upon locating the coordinates 100 miles away, the chill intensified. From a distance, the sea shimmered with fine ice crystals, and 3 icebergs stood in a triangular formation, with a central whirlpool resembling the maw of a colossal beast, exhaling spiritual mist. This must be the place. Having ingested a water-repelling pill concocted by Little Dish, Su Muyu poised to plunge into the water, only to be intercepted by 12 manta ray-shaped spirit vessels closing in from behind. Who dares trespass upon the domain of the Sea Emperor's palace? A voice boomed. Su Muyu executed the soaring cloud steps, his afterimage shredded by water blades. Drawing the blaze departure sword, he unleashed a searing flame. The vermilion bird sky, scorching sword's second form sweeping across, instantly engulfing 2 spirit vessels in fiery infernos. Form ranks. A burly man roared, as 9 martial artists of the 7th and 8th ranks plunged into the sea, tridents piercing the ice. Abruptly, a 100-foot ice wall surged from the sea's surface, frigid air coalescing into chains that snared Su Muyu's ankles. before the icy precipice. Muyu confronted dozens of Sea Emperor's palace martial artists, ensnared within their meticulously formed array. In this perilous juncture, Muyu remained unperturbed, producing a generous handful of pills crafted by Little Dish. Such elixirs, veritable treasures to ordinary martial artists, capable of bankrupting them with a single dose, were consumed with unparalleled extravagance, a display unseen even among the martial alliance. A resounding boom echoed as Muyu's meridians surged like molten lava. The blaze departure sword's radiance amplifying tenfold, cleaving the ice wall with a single stroke. The aftershock of the sword's aura overturned 3 spirit vessels, casting the Sea Emperor's palace martial artists into the icy vortex, where they were swiftly consumed by the undercurrents. The leaden-eyed, burly man, his eyes bloodshot with fury, brandished his trident weapon, charging towards Muyu. Crack! Before the man could draw near, the 9-tailed spirit cat erupted with sudden ferocity, its claws slicing through the air, shattering the trident in the man's grasp. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the man, causing blood to seep from his 7 orifices before he plummeted into the sea. "Kitty, await me above." With a word of caution, Muyu plunged into the sea, she exhorted, before diving headlong into the abyss. Deep beneath the waves, the glacial heart of Millennium Ice Marrow cast an ethereal azure glow. Upon the icy veins, Muyu inscribed an array of arcane symbols. A maelstrom of spiritual energy surged into her being, and she bit her tongue, expelling a mouthful of blood essence. From her core, the southern blazing fire ignited, and as ice and fire collided, the very bones within her echoed with the sound of shattering jade. Crack! Suddenly, the icy ceiling above exploded, and the 9-live spirit cat, its fur bristling, leaped into action, conjuring a barrier of gung metal energy. Muyu remained still, her eyes closed, as the array beneath her blazed with crimson light. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire sea transformed into scarlet chains. The ice marrow began to thaw, and a tendril of extreme cold snaked through her meridians, clashing with the blazing fire. Watching the screen of his phone, Chen Anyang activated the lens to follow the spectacle. The breakthrough has begun. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. The grand array was fully activated, and Muyu immediately ingested a medicinal pill. The moment it entered her, crimson mist erupted from every pore, and a 100-jong blood cloud billowed above the sea. Within the mist, the spectral forms of 9 vermilion birds materialized, entwining around her and emitting earth-shattering cries. Her hair transformed into strands of flame, and the surrounding seawater roiled like boiling oil. The submarine array contracted sharply, and the ice marrow veins exploded into myriad icy shards. The extreme cold coalesced into a spectral ice phoenix, tearing and battling with the vermilion bird essence within Muyu. In an instant, the sea surface froze for 1,000 miles, yet beneath the icy expanse, crimson magma surged. Muyu gritted her teeth. "Refine me." The southern blazing fire surged from her core, coursing through her meridians, and her left side became covered in frost patterns, while her right side ignited with azure flames. As if a divine being and a demon coexisted within her, the array patterns broke through the sea's surface, piercing the heavens, and 9 pillars of crimson light connected the sky and the earth. Upon the ice, the 9-live spirit cat bristled once more. A fierce roar erupted as it leapt into the air, the sound of golden bells ringing around its neck. A spectral white tiger manifested behind it, and the malevolent energy of metal surged violently through the great formation. Muyu's eyes radiated a brilliant white light, causing the sea to erupt in tumultuous waves. From the heavens descended a storm of crimson gold lightning, yet as it neared her, within 3 paces, it was shredded into luminous fragments by the southern Ming's fire and the malevolent energy of metal. Having attained the martial master realm, Muyu stepped forward into the air, conjuring an ice-fire lotus platform beneath her feet. Behind her, the manifestations of the vermilion bird and white tiger emerged, unleashing a pressure that swept across 800 miles of ocean, causing all living beings to bow in terror. In the Sea Emperor's palace, the tidal compass lay shattered. The elder on duty gazed in horror at the exploded core of the compass, fixated on the blood-red clouds to the north. The palace master, that individual from the northern region, has appeared on Shattered Star Island. The elder hastily rushed to inform the palace master of the Sea Emperor's palace. This person's strength was unfathomable. Even the Tianyuan Academy, the Demon and Martial Alliance, and the Martial Cultivators Alliance, having dispatched over 10,000 martial cultivators, have been unable to subdue him. Should he become an adversary, the consequences would be dire. Palace Master, I believe we should strive to win him over. If that proves impossible, the elder murmured. Very well. This matter will be entrusted to you. Exercise utmost caution. At the abyssal altar of the Demon and Martial Alliance, the blood fiend licked the remnants of blood from the blade, while the blood pool at the altar's center reflected Su Muyu's silhouette. Feng Yu, the Alliance leader, has high hopes for you, which is why such a great cost was incurred to forcibly elevate you to the 8th rank of Martial Master. The voice of the blood fiend was irresistibly alluring. Yet Feng Yu remained acutely aware that despite her current superior realm compared to Su Muyu, the latter undoubtedly had a more formidable figure backing her. To seek trouble with Su Muyu at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. However, her own life and fortune were entirely in the hands of the Blood Rakshasa, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Yes, I shall obey your command. Feng Yuyun responded with a bow. Swiftly, the Blood Rakshasa raised a hand, sending a black order token flying towards Feng Yuyun, who deftly caught it. Upon arriving in the Eastern Territory, proceed directly to the Apothecary Valley. They will furnish you with all necessary resources, and the entire Apothecary Valley will heed your commands. Thank you, young Alliance Master. Feng Yuyun accepted the order and departed. As she watched her figure fade away, Granny Hailu, with a rasping voice, slowly spoke. Young Alliance Master, I fear the suggestion regarding the Apothecary Valley may not be a wise course of action. Regardless of its wisdom, we shall employ it and see. Even if it fails, the most we risk is a mere loss of personnel. The fervor in the Northern Territory showed no signs of waning, and with new phenomena emerging in the Eastern Territory, those wandering cultivators were at a loss as to where to turn. Meanwhile, various factions remained either passive, observing the unfolding events, or were hastening towards the Eastern Territory day and night. She needed to stabilize her realm first, and, given the significant commotion she had caused, it was inevitable that surrounding forces would take notice. Preparations were essential. Chen Anyang, gazing at his phone screen, fell into deep contemplation. According to the power hierarchy of the world where Su Muyu resided, she was merely a low-tier martial cultivator, with ranks above her, such as Martial Master, Martial Sovereign, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. Yet, the spectacle accompanying even this initial ascension was beyond his imagination. He could hardly fathom how magnificent the next breakthrough would be. Simultaneously, he felt that his 3 to 4 million seemed rather insufficient for indulgence. It appears that I must strive to amass more wealth. Otherwise, I will truly be unable to support this little lady. Chen Anyang took a deep breath. Although he had not been particularly concerned about Chen Yan's matters, he had now resolved to visit the technology park under construction without delay. After a silent night, the next day dawned. Ma Chenlin opened his eyes, having completely forgotten the events of the previous night. Zhang Yufeng's injuries had largely healed, at least to the extent that they were imperceptible to outsiders. Chen Anyang still had no classes, while Ji Yunshang and others were preoccupied with searching for the fissures of the spiritual realm. Chen Anyang remained secluded in his dormitory, engrossed in his mobile phone for most of the day. Su Muyu continued to solidify her realm, making no other movements, and Chen Anyang simply observed. As evening approached, Zhou Zhiping suddenly sent a message announcing the cancellation of the online meeting due to the re-emergence of a fissure at the basketball court of Bin University. Everyone was required to attend to the matter, including Chen Anyang. Chapter 69. The Linglong team battles the devouring insect. By the time Chen Anyang arrived at the Bin University basketball court in the evening, numerous interference devices had been set up around the area, rendering ordinary people unable to perceive the situation due to the illusions. However, Chen Anyang could see clearly. The silver dragon, red dragon, and Ji Yunshang were besieged by a dense swarm of devouring insects. The silver dragon, donning protective goggles and wielding a slingshot that appeared quite powerful, could only strike one devouring insect at a time, resulting in an appallingly low attack efficiency. What the devil? Did these insects not feast solely on metal? When did they become carnivorous? The silver dragon cursed vehemently, his body marred by the relentless bites of the golden-eating insects, feeling as though some of the creatures were burrowing into his wounds. The red dragon, clad in 10-centimeter spiked boots, wielded an ostentatious pink chainsaw. As the chainsaw roared to life, it emitted a plume of rainbow-colored smoke, especially concocted insect repellent. "I absolutely detest insects," she exclaimed, but despite her vigorous efforts, not a single golden-eating insect was harmed, yielding results inferior to those of the silver dragon. The black dragon, Zhou Zhiping, brandished a weapon akin to a fly swatter, accompanied by a petite girl with twin ponytails who wielded a bubble gun. What a bizarre ensemble. It seems that the more peculiar the weapon, the quicker the demise of its wielder. This was Chen Anyang's first profound encounter with the prowess of the Linglong team. It was hard to fathom how such an organization had persisted until now. Were it not for the generous rewards, he would have decisively withdrawn from the group. "Yulong, why have you only just arrived?" Upon seeing Chen Anyang's late arrival, the silver dragon called out urgently. Within the Linglong team, aside from Ji Yunshang, Chen Anyang was the closest to this location, yet he was the last to arrive. According to the hierarchical structure of the Spirit Realm organization, Chen Anyang was still in training, classified as an auxiliary member, and typically, he would have the option to abstain from such perilous activities. However, his circumstances were somewhat exceptional. Having single-handedly battled a level 4 Spirit Realm creature and effortlessly vanquished swarms of golden-eating insects on the Metro Line 8, he had significantly elevated his standing within the Linglong team. "I arrived as soon as I received the news," Chen Anyang declared, drawing his bone dagger, a chilling aura emanating from it. Buzzing filled the air as the gold-devouring insects vibrated their wings with great celerity, seemingly having pinpointed their true quarry, swiftly converging upon Chen Anyang. This time, the swarm was more numerous, yet lacking the presence of a queen. Chen Anyang found himself not needing to avail himself of Su Muyu's southern samadhi fire. With each flourish of his bone saber, scores of the insects plummeted to the earth. Ji Yunshang deactivated her chainsaw, and with a deft turn of her hand, a flickering flame materialized in her palm. "Go!" she uttered, releasing the small fire, which instantly ignited a raging inferno on the ground, though it paled in comparison to the might of the southern samadhi fire. It more than sufficed to obliterate the frozen, gold-devouring insects. Within a few minutes, the majority of the insects had been exterminated. Ji Yunshang produced a small vacuum device and commenced the task of clearing away the corpses. She proceeded to brief Chen Anyang, who, having only recently joined the Linglong organization, remained unfamiliar with much of their equipment. Those armaments, she began, with the increasing emergence of Spirit Realm entities, headquarters has developed several novel weapons, tasking us with field testing them. They hardly measure up to a fully charged donkey hoof charm. Ji Yunshang voiced her discontent. Hearing this, Chen Anyang felt a measure of relief, realizing that their exercise had been a field test of new weaponry. However, he couldn't help but surmise that the minds behind such inventions might be somewhat askew. "By the way, what is Spirit Realm Fissure?" Chen Anyang inquired, moving to dismantle the surrounding disruptors. "It has dissipated," Ji Yunshang replied tersely. "The circumstances surrounding this newly emerged fissure appear to be rather peculiar." Handling everything around him with care, Chen Anyang followed Ji Yunshang as they walked towards the dormitory. "It seems you have been in contact with Chen Yin recently?" Ji Yunshang remarked suddenly, walking ahead. We've met a few times." Chen Anyang nodded in response. "There is also a spiritual rift in the technology park, which is now stabilized. According to our investigations, the pests at Metro Station now 8 have escaped from that rift," she continued. "Last year, we assessed the situation, and the best approach to manage that area is to deploy numerous disruptors and then completely seal it off." However, Ji Yunshang shook her head in resignation. She is merely a businesswoman, Can the spiritual organization really do nothing about her? Chen Anyang pondered, finding it perplexing, as he believed that an entity like the spiritual organization should possess power far exceeding that of a local tycoon. She is far more complex than she appears. It would be wise to keep your distance from her, Ji Yunshan cautioned. Through their brief exchange, Chen Anyang gleaned a wealth of information and reassessed the risks of his commitment to Chen Yen. While money certainly held significance, it paled in comparison to his safety. Yet, he had yet to encounter a genuine spiritual rift. Beyond the allure of wealth, his desire to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Zhao Wenda, his best friend, weighed heavily on him. It was difficult for him to accept that he had vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already quite late. Ma Chenglin and Zhang Yufeng were fast asleep. After glancing at the game, Chen Anyang succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. As dawn approached, the eastern horizon began to pale. Muyu sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on stabilizing her realm when she suddenly opened her eyes, gazing towards the southwest. With her breakthrough into the martial master realm, her internal spiritual energy could now be projected outward, expanding her perception. A spiritual vessel sped towards her from the southwest, and upon observing the attire of its occupants, she recognized it to be the same as that of the Sea Emperor Palace, whom she had previously vanquished. Had they come seeking vengeance so swiftly? Muyu furrowed her brow, sensing an individual among them whose strength could utterly overpower her. Was it a martial sovereign? Perched upon a rocky outcrop, Muyu sat with the flame sword resting on her knees. The 9-live spirit cat lay on her shoulder, its golden eyes half closed, its tail swaying languidly. In the distance, the spiritual vessel, adorned with a trident insignia, approached, and upon it stood an elderly man in a blue robe, his hair and beard all white, with a trident pattern glowing a deep azure on his forehead. The vessel anchored 100 feet away, and the old man stepped onto the waves, his sleeves billowing, accompanied by the faint murmur of water dragons. He halted 10 feet from her, clasped his hands in greeting, his voice gentle yet laced with an underlying pressure. I am Mo Tsang, the third elder of the Sea Emperor Palace. Miss Ling Shuang, it is an honor to meet you. Chapter 70. The Sea Emperor Palace's enticement. The Sea Emperor Palace, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern region, maintains a close relationship with the Martial Cultivator Alliance. Upon the emergence of Muyu's presence in the eastern region, the Martial Cultivator Alliance promptly dispatched some information regarding her, including her previous alias, Ling Shuang, while infiltrating the Northern Alliance, a gathering of rogue cultivators. The arrival of Mo Tsang, the third elder of the Sea Emperor Palace, served both as a test of Muyu and as an overture of alliance. It seems the Sea Emperor Palace holds me in high regard, sending a martial sovereign to seek justice. Muyu remained seated, merely casting a fleeting glance upwards. The smile on Mo Tsang's face remained undiminished. My lady, you have misunderstood. The Lord of the Hall, upon hearing of your extraordinary talents, has specially dispatched me to convey his congratulations. The prowess of a martial artist breaking through is indeed a rare occurrence in the Eastern realm, something seldom witnessed in a century. This was indeed a rarity, for it had only been a century since the invasion of the spirit realm and the advent of glaciers. Unfazed, Muyu lightly brushed her fingertips along the edge of her sword, which emitted a clear, resonant sound. Congratulations? Or is it merely a pretext to gauge my strength? Previously, Muyu had slain numerous members of the Sea Emperor Hall near the spiritual energy points of Star Shatter Island, yet Mo Tsang had not even alluded to this. After acquiring the skin of the Glacier Queen, she exuded an air of formidable confidence, causing even the elders of the Sea Emperor Hall to feel a tinge of apprehension. Mo Tsang's gaze flickered slightly, but his tone remained composed. Miss Ling Shuang, let us be forthright. I will not beat around the bush. The Sea Emperor Hall extends an invitation for you to join as a guest elder, with resources, techniques, and secret realms at your discretion. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed around them. Mo Tsang found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. However, he could not show it. Ever since he had made his proposition, Muyu had offered no reaction for a full half hour. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if in a meditative state, completely disregarding Mo Tsang and leaving him in silence. Why has the elder not yet given any indication? One of the three major forces in the Eastern Realm. The Sea Emperor Hall invites Su Muyu to join as a guest elder. Upon awakening, Chen Anyang's immediate action was to peruse his mobile device, whereupon a series of choices materialized before him. Option 1. Join the Sea Emperor's Hall, thereby acquiring the privileges of a guest elder, albeit potentially incurring the enmity of two other factions. Option 2. Decline the Sea Emperor's Hall's invitation and procure runestone skills, enabling the direct assassination of Elder Mo Tsang of the Sea Emperor's Hall. Option 3. Obtain the head of Elder Mo Tsang of the Sea Emperor's Hall and defect to one of the two other factions. Chen Anyang opted to join the Sea Emperor's Hall as a guest elder, stipulating that the Sea Emperor's Hall must not impose any restrictions upon him. Naturally, Mo Tsang responded, unless the Sea Emperor's Hall is facing a dire existential threat, we would never disturb Miss Ling Xuang. Furthermore, within the depths of the Azure Sea lies the submerged abyss spiritual vein, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 30 times that of the outside world. It falls within the dominion of our Sea Emperor's Hall, and the elders of the Sea Emperor's Hall have the opportunity to cultivate within it for 3 days each month. You shall be entitled to review the intelligence acquired by the Sea Emperor's Hall, as well as the right to peruse the cultivation manual 9 Tribulations of the Azure Sea. Our Sea Emperor's Hall's paramount technique. As Mo Tsang spoke, he produced several items from his sleeve. This medallion is the Sea Sovereign's token, granting unrestricted passage within the territorial waters of the Sea Sovereign Palace and exempting one from conventional inspections. As an esteemed guest elder, you may summon 10 spirit vessels and 200 martial artists at your discretion. Each month, you are entitled to receive 10 Xuanbing condensation pills and a spirit jade. Chen Anyang, listening to Mo Tsang's words, instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, drooling. Goodness, this is wealth beyond measure. If I were to seize the Sea Sovereign Palace, wouldn't I become fabulously wealthy overnight? Just as Mo Tsang spoke, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Elderling, the individuals from Qinji City and Yawang Valley should be on their way. If necessary, we can relocate to the Sea Sovereign Palace, or I can dispatch more personnel to assist you here. Thank you for your kind offer, Elder Mo, but I have no intention of leaving this place for the time being. Su Muyu firmly declined. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate via the Sea Sovereign's token. The star-shattering island returned to its tranquil state. However, both Chen Anyang and Su Muyu understood that this tranquility would not endure for long. Soon, the clamor of the eastern region would surpass that of the northern region, and star-shattering island would become the epicenter. Su Muyu continued to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within her body. At the 9th rank martial artist level, the diameter of her energy vortex had already exceeded 50 centimeters, while upon advancing to the martial master realm, the diameter of her energy vortex had transformed to 45 centimeters. The spiraling energy vortex contracts in reverse, signifying the gradual liquefaction of spiritual energy. When it reaches its minimal state, the energy within the body completely transforms into liquid, ultimately coalescing in the dantian to form a vast sea of spiritual liquid, a hallmark of a martial sovereign. For Su Muyu, who has just attained the martial master realm, there remains a long and arduous journey ahead. Chen Anyang glanced at his phone, and before he knew it, it was 7:30. There was special training scheduled for this morning. Suddenly recalling the matters entrusted to him by Ji Yunshang last night, he hastily tidied up, neglecting even breakfast, and hurried to the 3rd floor of the School of Biology. In the classroom, Ji Yunshang, clad in a striking red dress, was busy adjusting the equipment. Next time, do not be late. So many people are waiting for you. Chen Anyang turned around, only to realize that he and Ji Yunshang were the only ones present in the classroom. Are there others? The rest had already entered the simulated spiritual realm. Ji Yunshang handed the helmet device to Chen Anyang, although the members of the Linglong group were not all together. Donning the equipment would ensure they appeared in the same location within the simulated spiritual realm. Chen Anyang breathed a sigh of relief. carefully putting on the helmet. Yulong, before we commence the special training, let me introduce you to the other members of our Linglong group. This is Zilong. You met her last night. He introduced a girl with purple twin tails who extended her hand to Chen Anyang. She was indeed the same little girl who had used the bubble machine, appearing to be of a similar age to Chen Anyang. Hello, I am Yulong. Hello, I am Zilong. I look forward to your guidance. The violet dragon appeared exceptionally docile. Azure Dragon, a man, attired as a Taoist priest and appearing to be in his 50s, inclined his head towards Chen Anyang. Albino Dragon, a woman with long, straight black hair and a solemn countenance, offered a terse greeting. Greetings, elder brother. I am Emerald Dragon, a youth, seemingly in his late teens, flashed a radiant and cheerful smile at Chen Anyang. Very well, with introductions concluded, I hereby declare the commencement of the Spirit Luminary Squad's special training, announced Black Dragon Zhou Zhiping in a deep voice. Chapter 71. Has he always been this impetuous? Upon the glacial plains, the frigid winds howled past, as 8 figures stood in a fan-like formation at the precipice of a cliff. Chen Anyang's bone saber exuded a piercing chill. The serpentine wolf etched along its spine, seeming to writhe with life. Not far ahead, an uncountable multitude of spirit serpents slithered rapidly towards them. These were creatures with which Chen Anyang was intimately familiar. Muyu had slain a considerable number of 3rd and 4th order body refinement realm spirit serpents during her time in the northern frontier. Little did he anticipate that one day, he too would confront them. Suddenly, a gust of eerie wind arose, followed by the swift encroachment of a dense fog. Azure Dragon, his white hair billowing, held aloft a bronze compass that vibrated with a resonant hum. He bellowed, "Can water, leave fire, sun, wind, return to your positions." With a flourish of his Taoist robe, several copper coins were launched forth, directly piercing a dozen spirit serpents riding the wind. Black Dragon Zhou Zhiping swept his baton across the inky mist, the resounding clang of metal against stone erupting like thunder. 3 o'clock. His figure, akin to an iron bastion, intercepted the 3 foremost serpents. His baton strikes adhering to the key principles of grappling techniques, the shadow of the baton ensnaring the serpent's vital points with net-like precision. With a raucous laugh, the bronze-skinned silver dragon, his muscles coiling like rugged stone, seized the gaping maw of a serpentine spirit with his bare hands, bellowing, "Open wide for me." He exerted his strength, tearing the creature's mandibles asunder. Nearby, another serpentine spirit lunged, but with a graceful flick of her jade-like hand. The Crimson Dragon unleashed a torrent of fire from her palm, engulfing several of the serpents, incinerating them in mere moments. "Your strength has burgeoned in these few days," the White Dragon remarked, her moonlit eyes sweeping over the Crimson Dragon as her raven tresses cascaded behind her, her form vanishing in an instant. She reappeared amidst the serpent horde, a flash of cold light emanating from her sleeve as 3 willow leaf darts struck true, deflecting the serpentine spirits that assailed the violet dragon. The white dragon's robes billowed like a crane in flight as she landed, immaculate and untouched by the fray. "Many thanks, white dragon," the violet dragon chirped, twirling gracefully as a brocade pouch at her waist burst open, scattering a shower of golden dust. Within the phosphorescent glimmer, a hail of poison needles struck 3 serpents attempting a stealthy assault, sending them plummeting into the abyss below. With a hearty laugh, the emerald dragon leapt into the fray, his long sword a whirlwind of motion, felling numerous serpentine spirits. "These creatures, they are rather formidable," Chen Anyang muttered, observing the battle of his 7 companions from the sidelines. "Jade Dragon, cease your reverie." The Onyx Dragon's voice cut through Chen Anyang's idleness, compelling him to brandish his bone blade and join the fray. The osseous weapon in his grasp suddenly elongated, gaining nearly a meter in length, its chilling aura cleaving through the air as he charged into the heart of the serpent swarm. Alas, a miscalculation. Unlike his 7 companions, who stood poised at the cliff's edge, awaiting the serpent's advance to counterattack and systematically eliminate them, Chen Anyang recklessly plunged into the center of the horde, bone blade in hand. Furthermore, the potency of these serpentine spirits surpassed his expectations. Clang! The bone blade cleaved down, merely leaving a scratch upon the serpent's scales. The newcomer is certainly brimming with vigor. Azure Dragon remarked, his brow furrowed slightly. Has he always been this reckless? Violet Dragon inquired with a hint of surprise, glancing towards Crimson Dragon. And not always, actually. Fortunately, his swordsmanship proved to be quite commendable, his defenses impenetrable, preventing the spiritual serpents from harming him. It appears Jade Dragon is ensnared over there. Should we offer assistance? Violet Dragon questioned, directing her gaze towards Chen Anyang. His strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin. If I were in trouble, he wouldn't have any issues, Silver Dragon responded, shaking his head. Young individuals tend to be rather impetuous, enjoying displays of prowess, especially after confronting a level 4 spirit realm creature single-handedly. He likely desires to impress us. It's understandable. Azure Dragon stated knowingly, his voice deep. Thus, everyone leisurely continued to slay the spiritual serpents, anticipating Chen Anyang's spectacle. Blast! I said, come lend a hand. Chen Anyang bellowed at the top of his lungs. The gale howled past, the serpent scales grinding against each other, rendering Chen Anyang's words unintelligible to Black Dragon and the others. Did anyone hear that? What did he just say? Green Dragon questioned, having only witnessed Chen Anyang's mouth moving, unable to discern a single word. He's merely requesting that we observe his performance. I recently acquired the skill of lip reading. I can decipher his words simply by observing his mouth movements. Violet Dragon elucidated. Chen Anyang's blade trembled slightly, frost ascending his wrist. The bone blade traced a crescent arc, freezing several incoming spiritual serpents. Before they could plummet to the ground, southern blazing fire erupted along the frost. Of course, the fusion of ice and fire indicates a certain level of prowess. The White Dragon remarked, his icy gaze narrowing slightly. No wonder he can confront Tier 4 spirit realm entities alone. It seems we might have a powerful ally in the future. The Purple Dragon added with a cheerful grin. Serendipitously, I've inadvertently executed the soaring cloud stride. Chen Anyang mused. This technique, a reward from the battle order and one of Su Muyu's signature skills, was now being manifested by Chen Anyang himself. Not through borrowed ability, but through his own complete execution. Perhaps through repeated observation of Su Muyu's demonstrations. He had naturally assimilated it. What technique have you mastered, young man? The Red Dragon, Ji Yunshang, inquired with a hint of surprise. I was being pursued by those snakes. Chen Anyang replied with a wry smile. Don't overexert yourself like that again. Understood, Chen Anyang responded, refraining from further explanation and simply nodding. The training involving the elimination of spirit snakes gradually became monotonous, yet the camaraderie among the group intensified. Howling, what's happening? Upon spotting the Arctic wolf emerging from the distance, the Silver Dragon's expression underwent an abrupt transformation, bordering on trepidation. He vividly recalled this particular wolf, a Tier 4 spirit realm entity that had appeared in Siberia. It had taken the sacrifice of nearly an entire spirit realm squad to neutralize it, after which its spiritual energy and data were sealed within the spirit realm simulator. However, its appearance was contingent upon activating advanced spirit realm simulation, whereas their current training was at the intermediate level, making the wolf's presence impossible. That wolf appeared during the primary spirit realm simulation training we conducted for the Jade Dragon last time. The Red Dragon stated gravely. Such a grave issue. And they still haven't rectified it? The White Dragon's countenance remained frigid. The increasing frequency of spirit realm entities was becoming alarming, exacerbating the already severe personnel shortage, not to mention those responsible for maintenance. Moreover, our simulation apparatus appears to have been compromised. The Black Dragon intoned gravely. What course of action should we take? Should we prematurely terminate the special training exercise? The Silver Dragon inquired. There is insufficient time. A frigid gale, laden with icy shards, lashed at their faces. The sanguinary miasma from the recent skirmish with the spirit serpent had yet to dissipate when the ground erupted with a thunderous detonation. Cerulean bestial eyes blazed into existence amidst the swirling snow squall. An ice-field wolf, standing nearly 2 meters in height, materialized, its silver-white fur shimmering with an ethereal azure luminescence. Even the air cleaved by its razor-sharp claws congealed into crystalline formations. The black dragon's truncheon clattered to the ground. The harrowing Siberian after-action report from 3 years prior flashed through his mind. A unit nearly annihilated, among whom was a prot-G he had personally mentored. Simulator malfunction. The red dragon's fingertips were encrusted with hoarfrost, yet his voice remained remarkably composed. Everyone, the ice-field wolf threw back its head and howled at the heavens, and the blizzard intensified precipitously. Abruptly, Chen Anyang gripped his violently vibrating bone saber, its wolf-head hilt resonating in harmony with the ice-field wolf's mournful cry. The behemoth transformed into a silver azure blur, lunging forward. Before the others could raise their weapons, it had already soared over their heads, alighting before Chen Anyang. Jade Dragon. Exercise caution. Chapter 72. Man dies for wealth. Bird for food. The colossal icefield wolf descended upon them. Chen Anyang instinctively parried with his saber, only to find the giant wolf retracting its claws, its nose gently grazing the blade's edge. A plaintive whimper emanated from the icefield wolf's throat as it slowly lowered its forelegs, its massive head reaching Chen Anyang's chest. "Do not move," the red dragon commanded, halting the silver dragon's impetuous advance. She observed Chen Anyang's left hand unconsciously caressing the wolf's ears, those ice spikes capable of tearing apart armor now lying docilely against his palm. The giant wolf's spectral azure eyes rippled, and crystalline tears welled forth. The silver dragon's muscles were taut as granite. This beast had once pulverized 3 armored vehicles. The white dragon's willow leaf dart gleamed with a frigid light within her sleeve, but she saw the giant wolf suddenly turn its head, exposing its jugular vein. Withdraw from combat. Prepare to exit the simulated spirit realm. To exit the simulated spirit realm, one must be in a non-combat state, lest severe neurological damage ensue. As it stood, the icefield wolf had not initiated an attack, and for the sake of safety, the black dragon immediately issued the command. Everyone entered the waiting period for withdrawal, including Chen Anyang, who had finished caressing the icefield wolf. The icefield wolf's body trembled violently, failing to dissipate into streams of data. Its silvery white fur suddenly erupted with spectral azure, its massive claws digging deeply into the frozen earth, a low growl of resistance against the simulator's erasure emanating from its throat. The bone knife in Chen Anyang's hand abruptly grew searing hot, uncontrollably unsheathing and hovering in the air. The wolf's head on the hilt resonating with the spiritual on the icefield wolf's brow, creating a dazzling halo of ice. The simulator was collapsing. The azure dragon Taoist's beard and hair flew wildly, the compass needle spinning madly. This beast was inversely devouring the spirit realm's energy. The icefield wolf suddenly raised its head and howled, its form rapidly shrinking amidst the blizzard. The 2-meter-tall behemoth contracted to the size of a hound, delicate ice crystals still swirling within its silvery blue fur, its spectral eyes as they gazed upon Chen Anyang, now docile as a domestic dog. It lowered its head, gently nipping at the hem of the youth's trousers, the tip of its tail sweeping across the ice behind it. At this moment, the red dragon had already exited the spirit realm simulator, removing her helmet, and rose to examine Chen Anyang's condition. Alas, the data has materialized. This is impossible. The terminal device in the hands of the red dragon emitted a warning. Unknown life form detected breaching dimensional barriers. Immediate destruction advised. Beep, beep, beep. The black dragon initiated a video call. 3 years ago, when we extracted the spiritual energy data, did we inadvertently incorporate living cells? What? You've come along as well? Chen Anyang expressed surprise, bending down to stroke the head of the Arctic wolf. Meanwhile, the red dragon wore a face full of vigilance, for this was a level 4 spiritual realm creature. How adorable, akin to a Samoyed. I wish to raise one too. The purple dragon, having joined the video chat unbeknownst to anyone, gazed upon the Arctic wolf. The red dragon retrieved a piece of frozen meat from the laboratory's freezer and tossed it towards the Arctic wolf. The Arctic wolf glanced at Chen Anyang and, upon seeing him nod, leapt into the air. In the real world, it could only maintain the size of a hound. The red dragon took out a tablet and began documenting. However, during combat, it will revert to its true form, approximately half of its original size. The black dragon continued. Keeping in the real world is still too perilous. The white dragon remarked coldly. At that moment, everyone in the Linglong team was connected to the holographic video call. The red dragon typed swiftly on the keyboard. Length 65 cm, weight 22 kilograms, spiritual energy fluctuations unknown. Currently disguised as an ordinary canine. Yulong, it must stay in my laboratory overnight. By the way, for safety's sake, you must also remain in the laboratory. The red dragon, previously apprehensive and uneasy, is now exceedingly exuberant. How do we account for this to the spirit realm headquarters? The white dragon inquired. If headquarters becomes aware of this matter, it could potentially unleash a cataclysmic upheaval. The black dragon was still deliberating when the blue dragon priest gravely asserted, I believe it would be prudent to conceal this for the time being. Otherwise, Jade Dragon may be transferred to headquarters, which is not exactly teeming with benevolent individuals. The purple dragon shook her head in agreement. Indeed, headquarters has been suppressing our spirit more than once or twice. Anyone with exceptional abilities is invariably transferred away. Furthermore, it's improbable that they would condone the existence of spirit realm entities in this manner. The green dragon concurred wholeheartedly. Among the global spirit realm organizations, the Dragon Country's spirit realm organization was originally the most formidable. However, over the years, its continuous support to other nations has resulted in a substantial decline in its own strength. There have even been derisive remarks from other groups, suggesting the dissolution of the spirit team and the delegation of responsibility for spirit realm rifts and creatures emerging in Dragon Country to other nation spirit realm organizations. Out of consideration for the overall situation and to avert internal divisions and conflicts, the Black Dragon had consistently maintained a low profile and exercised forbearance. But this was not without its limits. Moreover, the spirit team genuinely required individuals capable of shouldering responsibilities independently, particularly as the number of spirit realm entities proliferates and the associated dangers escalate. Regarding the matter of the Icefield Wolf, it is now classified as the highest level of secrecy for the spirit team. Furthermore, the Red Dragon immediately amended all testing data pertaining to Jade Dragon, making subtle adjustments to align it with the Purple Dragon's data. What's that supposed to mean? Am I really that inadequate? The Purple Dragon vehemently protested upon hearing the Black Dragon's words, but her objections were summarily disregarded. Chief, additional psionic emanations have been detected in proximity to Binda University. My analysis suggests the presence of 2 more psionic individuals, both of considerable power. Crimson Dragon has already commenced the alteration of Chen Anyang's test data, concurrently cautioning Black Dragon to conduct a comprehensive search. Securing their recruitment would merit a reward of 5 points. Black Dragon ascended. 5 points? Chen Anyang mused, a stirring in his heart, transmuted into currency that equated to 5 million. He had never conceived that his roommate, Zhang Yufeng, could be of such value. For avarice, mortals perish. For sustenance, avians expire. I aspire to be an avian of affluence, possessing both wealth and nourishment. Perhaps I should consider selling him. Myriad thoughts flickered through Chen Anyang's mind, ultimately suppressed. His current financial status was adequate. He would contemplate it when direly impoverished. Chen Anyang, embroiled in his inner turmoil, was oblivious to the ensuing conversation between Black Dragon and the others. By the time he regained awareness, the communication had concluded. Jade Dragon, let us depart. Crimson Dragon patted Chen Anyang's shoulder. Ah, where to? To my laboratory. Isn't it here? This is merely a temporary establishment. The genuine laboratory is situated off campus. How long will we be there? Should I bring any luggage or changes of attire? Ordinarily, just a single night. No need for such complications. Everything is provided there. Here, take this. Crimson Dragon, with palpable eagerness, produced a black leather cord and tossed it to Chen Anyang. This is rather exhilarating, isn't it? What are you imagining? Put on, at least tie it up when you go outside. The Red Dragon glanced at the Icefield Wolf, which obediently crouched on the ground. Chapter 73. It possesses a rather striking head shape. The ethereal blue emergency light tubes cast a cold glow from the ceiling. As Chen Anyang leaned against the edge of the testing platform, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the newly formed icy patterns on the bone knife. The red dragon, Ji Yunshang, stood with her back to them, operating the gene sequencer, her white lab coat sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing the serpentine scars that adorned her forearms. The laboratory was filled with the hissing of liquid nitrogen, while the holographic projection on the wall flickered with a three-dimensional anatomical diagram of the ice-field wolf that had appeared in Siberia. Blood samples. Suddenly, the ice-field wolf tilted its head and sneezed, sending splintered ice crystals cascading onto the workbench, forming miniature snowdrifts. It seems this new pet of yours is rather difficult to manage. Unknown base pair sequence detected. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Ji Yunshang gazed at the series of test reports, her heart sinking. Its full force strike could effortlessly level a 3-block radius. Ji Yunshang turned her attention to the ice-field wolf beside Chen Anyang, which bore a somewhat infatuated demeanor, leaving her speechless. To harbor such a perilous creature in an area so densely populated carried too many uncontrollable variables. When the ice-field wolf was slain in Siberia, it was precisely due to the remote and desolate nature of the ice field that it did not result in significant impact or casualties. If this ice-field wolf were to rampage through the coastal university town, even if Chen Anyang possessed the ability to subdue it, the consequences would be unfathomable. Quite formidable indeed. Having heeded Ji Yunshang's words, Chen Anyang exhibited neither astonishment nor surprise. All data pertaining to it shall be immediately sequestered, remaining even beyond the ken of the Black Dragon. Ji Yunshang surmised that were the Black Dragon to acquire this data string, it might promptly opt to eliminate the Frostfield Wolf. Albeit without precise data, the Black Dragon would undoubtedly harbor conjectures. Everything presents both advantages and disadvantages. The Frostfield Wolf is akin to a double-edged sword. If adroitly utilized, it could serve as a mainstay against spirit realm entities in the future, especially given the Linglong team's current dearth of personnel. Otherwise, the Black Dragon would not turn a blind eye, tolerating the Frostfield Wolf's existence. It may remain in your proximity, but it must be ensured that, save for encounters with spirit realm entities, it must not enter combat under any circumstances. In actuality, Ji Yunshang lacked a definitive criterion, especially given that Chen Anyang himself was an anomaly, having been affiliated with the Linglong organization for 7 or 8 years. Ji Yunshang had participated in countless instances of handling spirit realm entities and conducting pertinent experiments and tests to the point of near desensitization. The more data and information she amassed, the more trepidation she felt towards the spirit realm. She could foresee that the gold-devouring insects, spirit serpents, and even the seemingly formidable Frostfield Wolf before her were merely the lowest echelons of creatures within the spirit realm, akin to ants in the real world. Whenever such thoughts arose, a profound sense of helplessness would well up within Ji Yunshang's heart, which was the most disheartening aspect. It was not until the emergence of Chen Anyang, this anomaly, that Ji Yunshang seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Given Chen Anyang's exceptional nature, Ji Yunshang, with her extensive years of research, was acutely aware that he harbored numerous secrets, ones that her instruments were fundamentally incapable of detecting. This conviction only deepened when the Icefield Wolf became his companion. In Ji Yunshang's perspective, her paramount task was to safeguard Chen Anyang until he achieved his full potential, or to keep all his secrets. The initial purpose of the Spirit Realm organization was solely to protect humanity. However, wherever humanity exists, conflict arises, whether due to differing ideologies or vested interests. Professor G, is something the matter? Chen Anyang inquired, noticing Yunshang's sudden sigh. It's nothing, she replied with a smile. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. I never imagined that after all these years of battling Spirit Realm creatures, I'd have the opportunity to collaborate with one. There are no eternal adversaries, and it is quite endearing, indeed. The Icefield Wolf did appear docile at the moment, exuding an almost aggrieved aura. Have you chosen a name for it? Chen Anyang shook his head. Not yet. Ji Yunshang turned to the Icefield Wolf with amusement. If you prefer something cute, you could call it Snowflake or Snowball or Fluffy. For something more imposing, silver frost would be a good choice. Chen Anyang concurred with Ji Yunshang's suggestions. You have a knack for names, Professor Ji, but I'd like to choose a name that reflects its unique characteristics. Given that it's predominantly Snow White, Snowball or Silver Frost would be quite fitting. Wouldn't you agree? However, I believe its most striking feature is its rather cool shape. Perhaps we should simply call it Pants Head. What do you think? Pants Head. Do you fancy this name? Teacher G, I sense it rather likes it. Just look at how it is moved to tears. Beside them, Ji Yunshang appeared utterly petrified. No matter how vivid her imagination, she could never conceive such an eccentric name, Pants. Pants Head? Do you find this name melodious? Or perhaps not? Well, as long as it brings you joy. Ji Yunshang felt too weary to argue. Subsequently, she began to conduct a more thorough examination of the disenchanted Pants Head, primarily analyzing its reactions under extreme conditions, as well as its preferred items and interests. Its appetite was astonishing, and it seemed to have a particular fondness for ice cream. Future expenses would likely be substantial. Approaching dawn, Ji Yunshang, with dark circles under her eyes, organized a mountain of documents. Chen Anyang cast a cursory glance and felt an unsettling tingle at the nape of his neck. Having acquired an electronic gold guzzler, now he was faced with a tangible one. Chen Anyang had initially contemplated moving to another residence, but that desire now seemed a distant dream. With the preliminary tests essentially complete, Ji Yunshang uttered to Chen Anyang, "All right, Teacher Ji, you have worked hard. It is my duty," Ji Yunshang replied, leaving the laboratory. For now, she was not yet brave enough to be alone with Pants Head. Chapter 74, A Clue Delivered to Evade Detection. Chen Anyang refrained from accessing his phone and logging into the game within Ji Yunshang's laboratory. Despite a touch of drowsiness, Chen Anyang initiated Glacial Epic. On Shattered Star Isle, Muyu stood upon the rocks, her fingers caressing the Sea Emperor's token. The trident pattern on the obsidian tablet shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Emotsong's parting words echoed in her mind. The guest elder is exempt from mandatory summons, but in the event of a mortal crisis for the Sea Emperor's palace, their assistance shall be required thrice in recompense. Muyu, her expression impassive, tossed the token to the anthropomorphic puppet, Xiao Dai, behind her, adorned in azure robes. With a countenance of serene detachment, Xiao Dai received the token, verdant spiritual energy seeping from her fingertips to replicate the token's pattern onto her palm. Master, the 9-ring venomous serpent arc of the Medicine King Valley is within 100 miles. Xiao Dai suddenly raised her head, her pupils reflecting the confidential intelligence deciphered from the Sea Emperor's token. As a guest elder, Muyu possessed the privilege of accessing the Sea Emperor's palace's intelligence at any time, acquired through the Sea Emperor's token, which served as both a symbol of status and a communication device for transmitting information. They arrived with haste. As Muyu's words faded, a spirit ark adorned with emerald vine patterns moored outside Shattered Star Isle. Upon the ark stood an elder in verdant robes, clutching a jade gourd, attended by 12 apothecary disciples. Ling Shuang, esteemed maiden, I have long anticipated this meeting. Mu Qingyang, an elder of the Medicine King Valley, greeted her with a genial smile, his tone tinged with inquiry. I have come bearing 3 9-fold transformation spirit pills to congratulate Ling Shuang on her ascension to the martial master realm. A century prior, the Eastern Realm was home to several globally renowned pharmaceutical and biotechnology enterprises. With the advent of the Glacial Epic, they leveraged their early accumulations and explorations into the spiritual realm, acquiring numerous methods for concocting elixirs and techniques for cultivating spiritual herbs, thereby establishing the Valley of the Medicine King. Among the 3 major powers of the Eastern Realm, the Valley of the Medicine King is the most esteemed, offering medicinal materials and elixirs of the highest caliber and efficacy. Over the years, the Valley of the Medicine King has consistently received clandestine funding from the Magic Martial Alliance, effectively serving as one of its supported proxies. The matters concerning Muyu are of utmost secrecy, with only a select few among the Valley of the Medicine King's elders privy to the events that have transpired. The Valley Lord intends to deliberate with the members of the Magic Martial Alliance before taking any action. However, due to delays encountered en route by Fengyu, Mu Qingyang, an elder of the Valley of the Medicine King, received unofficial intelligence that Su Muyu possesses the formidable power of the vermilion birds, Nanmingli fire, and the white tiger's Gungjin evil chi, both unparalleled sacred beast source powers. Acquiring these would pave a direct path to celestial ascension. Despite the extreme peril, it is an endeavor worth undertaking. Thus, Mu Qingyang, concealing his actions from the rest of the Valley of the Medicine King, hastened ahead to the Shattered Star Island. The 9 transformation spirit pill, Su Muyu remarked, displaying no emotion upon seeing the elixir in Mu Qingyang's hand. Esteemed Miss Ling Shuang, this elixir is refined using millennium-old spiritual herbs and is of great benefit for stabilizing one's cultivation realm. Mu Qingyang said, his face beaming with a smile. Little Dai, standing behind Su Muyu, stepped forward and reverently accepted the elixir with both hands. Indeed, millennium-old spiritual herbs do exist, originating from the mystical immortal spirit valley within the spiritual realm. However, these elixirs are tainted with the blight of the witherbloom goo, which, upon ingestion, gradually erodes one's spiritual essence. With a mere cursory glance at the medicinal concoction, Little Dish discerned its intricate composition with crystalline clarity. How could you possibly? Yet, this young maiden, with but a fleeting observation, could unravel the underlying secrets. A chilling glint flickered in Su Muyu's eyes as the Li Hua sword emerged 3 inches from its scabbard. The Valley of the Medicine King? I shall remember this. There is no need. As Su Muyu's voice resonated, lotuses blossomed beneath her feet, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. I am an elder of the Valley of the Medicine King. If you dare to. Thud. Mu Qingyang's severed head tumbled to the ground. Nearby, the 9-live spirit cat emitted a chilling roar, petrifying the 12 medicine acolytes, who stood rooted to the spot, their livers and galls shattered with terror. Little 9, spare them. Su Muyu swiftly commanded. The 9-lives spirit cat faltered, ultimately refraining from slaying the terrified acolytes. Most spiritual elixirs and herbs possess inherent toxicity to varying degrees. These acolytes, raised from infancy on a diet of diverse spiritual medicines, are ultimately alchemized into pills at the age of 8 or 9. This process maximizes the efficacy of the elixirs while minimizing their adverse effects. Little Dish, escort them inside and settle them in. Yes, master, Little Dish responded with deferential obedience. Meow. The 9-live spirit cat reluctantly approached Su Muyu, nuzzling against her calf. Su Muyu then leisurely approached Mu Qingyang's lifeless form, meticulously searching his person. Such an abundance of elixirs. Su Muyu unearthed a storage pouch, replete with over 30 vials of elixirs, alongside a superior alchemy cauldron that overshadowed the 100 Beast cauldron in quality. Lastly, there was a wooden box. From Mu Qingyang's arrival at Shattered Star Island to his demise, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Well, this lass has truly come of age, displaying a decisiveness that surpasses even mine. As Chen Anyang prepared to retire, Su Muyu gingerly opened the wooden box. An azure radiance emanated, revealing 3 items nestled within: a fragment of scale, a nautical chart, and a secret scroll. Acquired azure dragon coiled wood compendium clue, enabling celestial deduction. A notification flashed across his phone screen, arresting Chen Anyang's intention to quit the game. Azure dragon coiled wood? Based on the extant clues, the primal power of the 4 symbols sacred beasts within the spirit realm should be considered paramount. Chen Anyang had anticipated a considerable wait before obtaining subsequent clues, yet they materialized with unforeseen alacrity. Without hesitation, Chen Anyang accessed the store, procuring a celestial track instrument and evergreen ivy. This marked Chen Anyang's 5th venture into celestial deduction, rendering him quite adept. As his actions grew increasingly polished, the spiritual energy within him seemed to coalesce further. Presently, 4 or 5 minutes had passed, and Chen Anyang executed the corresponding actions as prompted by his phone. Ancient banyan gestates thunder for 3 millennia. Dragon shadow coils roots in the 9-fold abyss. Profound thunder cleaves the sky on the day of awakening. Nascent would encounter spring, shattering the enigma of death. In a moment of perplexity, Chen Anyang, disinterested in pondering further, promptly conveyed the acquired information to Muyu through a communication device, declaring, "It is here." Swiftly, Muyu pinpointed a location on the nautical chart. Chapter 75, You Should Be Grateful to Me. At the dawn of the spirit realm, amidst the primordial chaos, the 4 sacred beasts and the 4 fierce beasts were conceived. The sacred beasts governed the laws of heaven and earth, while the fierce beasts embodied disorder and annihilation. The 4 sacred beasts, drawing upon their essence, sealed the 4 fierce beasts within the abyss of return, reinforcing the seal every millennium. The sacred beasts, in their true forms, guarded the 4 cardinal points of the spirit mirror, while their incarnations traversed the myriad small worlds to maintain equilibrium. However, a millennium ago, the spirit realm cultivator, the old ancestor of the netherworld, in his quest to transcend his limitations, resorted to a blood sacrifice of millions of lives to tear open the rift to the abyss of return, seeking to harness the power of the 4 fierce beasts for his breakthrough. Unfortunately, he was manipulated by the 4 fierce beasts instead, resulting in their complete liberation. Thus commenced a millennium of bloody conflict in the spirit realm. Ultimately, the white tiger unleashed all its malevolent energy to confine the Taowu. The vermilion bird ignited the southern fire sea to refine the Qiangqi. The azure dragon exhausted its with spirit vitality to consume the power of the Tao Tai. And the black tortoise utilized the heavy waters of the northern sea to suppress the chaos. Nevertheless, the 4 fierce beasts were indestructible and immortal, compelling the sacred beasts to reseal them at the cost of their true forms. In the aftermath of the battle, the essence of the 4 sacred beasts was nearly dispersed, leading to the reluctant decision to allow their primordial power to traverse the myriad realms in search of worthy successors. The spirit realm, now devoid of its guardians, saw the rise of the Netherworld Palace, which, by harnessing the remnants of the fierce beasts, forged the 4 fierce puppets, seizing control of 70% of the spirit realm's territories, while scouring other realms for the whereabouts of the primordial power of the sacred beasts. In the world where Muyu resided, it was among the most primitive of the 3,000 small worlds, yet to attract the attention of the Netherworld Palace within the spirit realm. Initially, the 4 symbols did not directly enter this realm. Rather, they left traces in various dimensions. A century ago, the primordial power of the azure dragon forcefully tore apart the fabric of space, striking through the barriers of different worlds with a thunderous might. However, this exertion drained its energy, plunging it into a profound slumber, ultimately merging with the root system of an ancient banyan beneath the eastern sea. To sustain its existence, it required the absorption of the pure yang energy found in the thunderous awakening. On Muyu's map, these details were meticulously annotated. The sunken abyss of the Sea Emperor's Hall, also known as the Ninefold Abyss, harbors a venerable banyan at its deepest point. A half-scale, a reverse scale shed by the azure dragon, lay there. The secret scroll represented a sinister art practiced within the Martial Arts Alliance, utilizing the blood of martial cultivators for a blood sacrifice to summon the ethereal with thunder. Master, the elixir has been refined. Muyu was deep in thought when a gentle voice suddenly resonated behind her. First, let us detoxify them, she replied with a nod. The 12 alchemical apprentices brought by Yang had consumed the heart control pill, rendering them utterly obedient to him. The only solution was to employ poison against poison, redirecting the loyalty of the apprentices from Yang to Muyu, a process that would take approximately 2 to 3 days. Subsequently, with Muyu's assistance, Xiao Dai further processed the elixirs prepared by Yang. 5 vials of corruption heart dispersal were transformed into fire-burning detoxification pills, which could temporarily enhance fire-based techniques, albeit at the cost of injuring the meridians. 3 vials of mirage mist were refined to extract hallucinogenic essence, which, when infused into the illusory moon silk garment, could create a perfect environment for 10 breaths. The remaining elixirs were dismantled and reconstituted to cultivate the spirit pill for the 9 lives spirit cat. Finally, she retrieved the Sea Emperor's order and contacted Elder Emotsong. I wish to enter the sunken abyss to engage in my cultivation. No problem. I shall report to the Lord immediately. Emotsong readily agreed. Chen Anyang gazed at his phone screen, uncertain of Su Muyu's intentions, yet he held faith in her capabilities. Should she encounter any obstacles, he, her highly esteemed mentor, would be there to provide unwavering support. Financially. Soon after, Su Muyu departed from Broken Star Island, cradling the nine-lived spirit cat, while Chen Anyang set his phone aside to indulge in a much-needed nap. When he awoke, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After briefly contacting Ji Yunshang, he made his way to the underground laboratory, located 3 to 4 kilometers off campus, to further cultivate his bond with the pants. I initially assumed it was a Samoyed, but to my surprise, it turned out to be a husky. Upon arriving at the entrance of the laboratory, Chen Anyang encountered Ji Yunshang, who was brimming with rage, yet had no outlet for her frustrations. Upon opening the laboratory door, he was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Even the alloy testing bed had been dismantled into disarray. Yulong and his colleagues. I'm offering you a 10% discount, 10 million. Ji Yunshang extended a finger. Not a chance. Reduce it by half, 5 million. Still no. Didn't I just give you 4 million? That is already spent. On what? It better not be on chasing after women. You could say that. Chen Anyang did not deny it. In this mess, not only are my experimental devices involved, but also a plethora of critical data. Ji Yunshang's figure trembled slightly. In truth, you should express gratitude towards me. Why is that? I can assist you in balancing the accounts, and perhaps even document a bit more in damages. Then seek reimbursement from the Black Dragon. Chen Anyang murmured to Ji Yunshang. Our Spirit Lumina team is the most financially challenged among all Spirit Realm organizations. Suddenly, the voice of Black Dragon, Zhou Zhiping, echoed from behind. Good heavens! How do you move so silently? Chen Anyang was startled. I've come to inform you of some less than favorable news. Zhou Zhiping stated with utmost seriousness. What is it now? Headquarters is dispatching a special investigator to conduct an independent assessment and inquiry into your affairs, as well as a re-evaluation of the Spirit Lumina team. This wolf. Its name is KTU. Chen Anyang interjected. Your undergarment cannot remain here either. That individual will also be inspecting this location. Zhou Zhiping had undergone professional training, and although the appellation of the Gale Wolf was amusing, he suppressed his laughter. It's called KTU. Chen Anyang corrected. Chief, are we to send KTU away? You are aware of the potential. Ji Yunshang inquired, slightly taken aback. I am neither ignorant nor desirous of knowing. There are but 2 options. Either conceal KTU or surrender it to headquarters. You should be cognizant of the ramifications of the latter. The decision rests with you. By the way, the investigator arrives this evening. Prior to their arrival, restore this place to its original state. Are you jesting, Chief? Have you observed the current disarray? Ji Yunshang exclaimed, her eyes widening. I have already notified Silver Dragon and Purple Dragon to assist you. Furthermore, you are to address me as Black Dragon. Yes, Black Dragon. Zhou Zhiping took a deep breath. Gazing at Chen Anyang, he seemed poised to impart something significant, but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Instead, he gently patted Chen Anyang's shoulder before departing the laboratory. Allow me to assist you, Chen Anyang remarked, observing Ji Yunshang, who had begun to busily organize. No need. You should take your dog and find it a suitable place as soon as possible. Chen Anyang nodded, grasping the leash, and left the laboratory as well. Around 3 in the afternoon, the temperature remained quite high. The dog stood beside Chen Anyang, panting heavily, its tongue lolling out, resembling any ordinary canine. A furrow creased Chen Anyang's brow as he grappled with a dilemma. While there were plenty of cats around Binda University, 5 or 6 near the library. To be precise, dogs were a rare sight, particularly large breeds like his. Entrusting it to a pet store seemed a viable option. However, the nearest one was a good 10 minutes drive from Binda, leaving him little time to react should an emergency arise. With the dog in tow, Chen Anyang wandered aimlessly until he unknowingly arrived at the university's entrance. Anyang, what brings you here? Don't you have classes this afternoon? Sun Xiaoxiao appeared at the gate, stepping through the dappled shadows of the phoenix trees. The hem of her mint-green silk blouse fluttered in the warm breeze. She held a semi-transparent folder in one hand, revealing a color-coded broadcasting schedule neatly organized within. One adorable little dog. Is it yours? Sun Xiaoxiao's attention was swiftly captured by the dog. Woof woof. The dog, with its tongue lolling out, seemed to beam with adoration upon seeing Sun Xiaoxiao. It trotted over to her, rubbing affectionately against her legs. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately knelt down to pet the dog, remarking to Chen Anyang, "I suppose it is quite affectionate." Indeed, the canine is remarkably perceptive. Chen Anyang agreed. However, the school prohibits large breeds. Where do you intend to house it? Chen Anyang replied, "I am uncertain. There is a pet store near Renmin Street that offers boarding services." Sun Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, considering the energetic dog. Isn't that rather far? Has this dog undergone any training? Is it obedient? Well, you could test it. Chen Anyang suggested. What's its name? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired. Kutu. Did you name it? Certainly not. Why would I give a dog such a name? My roommate, Zhao Wendao, is responsible for that moniker. The dog belongs to him, but he has entrusted it to me while he is away. I am at a loss as to what to do with it, Chen Anyang sighed. Sun Xiaoxiao, still dubious, shifted her gaze back to Kutu and issued several elementary commands, such as sit, stay, and stand. Although Kutu seemed to find the commands beneath its intelligence, it complied nonetheless. As the complexity of the commands increased, Sun Xiaoxiao grew increasingly astonished by Kutu's performance. How is this dog trained? My Samoyed isn't nearly as clever, she exclaimed. Perhaps Zhao Wenda possesses some unique methods. Mused Chen Anyang, shaking his head. It is so obedient. I will handle the necessary paperwork and should be able to bring it to school. Really? Chen Anyang expressed his surprise. Yes, we can apply for it to be recognized as a service dog or an emotional support animal, ESA. We just need to obtain some certifications and conduct a behavioral assessment. I'll give it a try. I appreciate your help. It's no trouble at all. However, even if we manage to bring it to school, it cannot enter the dormitory. We will need to find a separate place. Sun Xiaoxiao, a decisive individual, made a few phone calls and then left, leading the way with a firm grip on her pants. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang took the documents from her hands and delivered them to the broadcasting department. Over an hour later, Ji Yunshang sent a message indicating that the special investigator dispatch from headquarters had arrived and instructed Chen Anyang to proceed to the laboratory without delay. Chen Anyang wasted no time and promptly hailed a taxi. En route, Ji Yunshang forwarded some information to him. Special investigator profile, codename, Dove real name, Aaron Watson position. Special Inspector Committee of the International Spirit Realm Organization Headquarters. Affiliated with the North American Division, age 35 background. Joined the Spirit Realm Organization at 19 and has participated in numerous battles. Chen Anyang glanced briefly at the details, finding little interest in the investigator. In comparison to the headquarters of the Spirit Realm Organization, he preferred to remain within the Linglong group, as it afforded him greater freedom and the opportunity to temporarily safeguard his secrets. If the headquarters were to transfer him away, Chen Anyang would not hesitate to resign, even if it meant facing unbearable consequences. He refused to be utterly constrained. Upon his arrival at the laboratory, all members of the Linglong team had gathered. This was the first time Chen Anyang encountered the entire Linglong team in reality. They appeared no different from their representations in the Lingjing simulator, yet their expressions were notably somber, particularly the purple dragon and the green dragon. One a delightful little girl and the other a bright and cheerful young man had lost their characteristic smiles. Boss, I believe we should prepare for the worst. Ji Yunshang broke the silence within the laboratory. If they intend to disband our Linglong team, I will simply withdraw from this damned Lingjing organization. Let anyone who wishes to continue do so. The Silver Dragon slammed his fist onto the recently repaired testing bed. Silver Dragon, do not act impulsively. The Black Dragon spoke in a low voice. To leave the Lingjing organization, one would either have to erase all memories or become a target of pursuit by the Lingjing International Organization. All their information was stored at the headquarters, making it exceedingly easy to locate them. I believe the situation is not dire, the Blue Dragon commented, stroking his goatee thoughtfully. Currently, the number of Lingjing creatures is increasing, especially in Western Europe, where they are overwhelmed themselves. Moreover, if we collaborate effectively, they would need to mobilize at least 2 Lingjing teams against us. Then let's initiate a rebellion. The green dragon exclaimed, his eyes widening, dispelling the earlier gloom. The investigator hasn't even arrived yet, and we're already discussing insurrection, isn't it? A bit premature? The diminutive purple dragon voiced her opinion meekly. Chen Anyang stood by, having remained silent throughout. He never anticipated that these individuals would commence preparations even before he contemplated initiating a rebellion. Yulong, share your thoughts. Black Dragon directed his gaze toward Chen Anyang, and the others followed suit, their focus converging upon him. Me too, Chen Anyang blurted out, eliciting perplexed glances from the assembly. What I mean is, as a newcomer, I'm not conversant with the intricacies. I'll adhere to the collective decisions and resolutely obey the leader's directives. Here it comes. White Dragon, who had been leaning against the wall, finally spoke in a frigid tone as Chen Anyang concluded his statement. Ahem. Black Dragon cleared his throat. Red Dragon opened the laboratory doors, and the others positioned themselves on either side of Black Dragon. A woman with flowing golden hair, gray-blue eyes, and prominent cheekbones, possessing the quintessential features of a Nordic beauty, entered the laboratory at a measured pace. It's been a while, everyone. Upon entering the laboratory, White Dove's attention was immediately drawn to Chen Anyang. Her left eye had been injured in combat, and subsequently replaced with a bionic eye capable of analyzing psychic abilities. In the report from 2 days prior, Yulong's psychic ability value was 1249. Now it has surged to 3,750? I demand a cogent explanation. White Dove stated calmly, turning her head towards Red Dragon. Headquarters suggested 3 years ago that the Linglong group be disbanded and an Asian division established. It appears that this was the right decision, considering the equipment here is indeed obsolete. Furthermore, with the establishment of the Asian division, your promotion is assured. Why the reluctance? White Pigeon inquired, feigning ignorance. The formation of the Asian division, despite the headquarters' promise of Black Dragon's appointment as the division's head, entails a nominal promotion with an actual diminution of power. Moreover, their original Linglong team will be irrevocably disbanded and dispersed into other spirit realm teams, assigned to more perilous missions or even experiments. The situation in Dragon Country is unique. A cohesive team is indispensable for handling those spontaneously emerging spirit realm entities. Black Dragon asserted. In any case, these issues are of no concern to me. My primary objective is to assess the Linglong team. Therefore, let us commence. Chapter 77. Is this entire team composed of rebels? In Red Dragon's laboratory, all members of the Linglong team donned their spirit energy simulators. White Pigeon adjusted the scenario and difficulty to the exclusive settings for this evaluation, then stepped aside, constantly monitoring the spirit energy fluctuations emanating from each individual. Black Dragon and the others confronted the gold-devouring insects recently discovered within the spirit realm simulator. Chen Anyang possessed the most experience in combating these creatures, but to conceal his capabilities, he refrained from intervening frequently. Isn't this somewhat contrived? Chen Anyang remarked, half-heartedly wielding his bone knife. Hush, she can eavesdrop on our conversation. Purple Dragon whispered to Chen Anyang. No communication during the assessment. True combat demands tacit understanding. Spirit realm entities will not afford you the opportunity for dialogue. White Pigeon's voice echoed from the void. She vigilantly monitored the developments within the simulated spirit realm and the fluctuations in the spiritual energy values of all participants. Spiritual energy value. A quantitative metric established by the International Spirit Realm Organization comprehensively assesses an individual's capabilities across 4 dimensions. Intensity of energy fluctuation, precision of spiritual energy control, recovery rate, and purity of attributes. A D-grade spiritualist with a spiritual energy value below 500 is considered ordinary, capable only of perceiving spirit realm fluctuations, but unable to materialize energy. These individuals typically serve in support roles. Those with values between 502 000 are classified as C-grade. Capable of conjuring basic energy constructs such as ice blades or fireballs, although their combat endurance is generally less than 15 minutes. Silver Dragon and Purple Dragon within the Linglong team both possess C-grade proficiency. A B-grade spiritualist, with values ranging from 2000 to 5000, exhibits considerable control. capable of influencing an area within a 10-meter radius. Black Dragon, enhanced by weaponry, can reach over 400, while Red Dragon can peak at over 900 during combat, with the ability to temporarily elevate their spiritual energy value to 2000 under extreme duress. An A-grade spiritualist, with values between 5000 and 8000, can induce environmental mutations and is capable of eliminating third-level threat spirit realm entities. They can generally retreat unscathed when facing fourth-level entities. White Dove's peak state reaches approximately 6000. Finally, an S-grade spiritualist with a spiritual energy value exceeding 8000 possesses the power to reshape landscapes and can single-handedly suppress a spirit realm fissure. To date, no one within the spirit realm organization has attained such heights. Currently, anyone reaching A-grade is compulsorily drafted into the Headquarters Special Operations Forces, the most formidable unit within the entire spirit realm organization. During a test of intermediate difficulty, were they still holding back? Belka discerned that not only Chen Anyang, but also the Emerald and Violet dragons were beginning to slack off. She promptly augmented the challenge. Swish! Within the simulated spiritual realm, tens of thousands of gold-devouring insects surged forth instantaneously. Heavens! What is transpiring? Has a system anomaly occurred? Could this be the machinations of that Belka? By Jove! This is attempted murder. Confronted with these insects, the Argent Dragon was already incapable of exerting his full prowess. Now, with their numbers exponentially increased, he, standing at the vanguard, was instantaneously besieged by a myriad of gold-devouring insects, his very life force rapidly diminishing. Kade Dragon! No! The Crimson Dragon, who had been standing before Chen Anyang, suddenly sensed a surge of heat from behind. Although the Crimson Dragon was cognizant that severe trauma or even demise within the simulation would have a profound impact on the individuals in reality, with the Argent Dragon potentially becoming incapacitated as a consequence, she was even more loath for Chen Anyang to reveal himself at this juncture. Nevertheless, the Crimson Dragon's actions were a tad too tardy. The scorching flames, akin to a divine bird, soared through the firmament, the gold-devouring insects along its path, transforming directly into charred embers. But the gold-devouring insects on the Argent Dragon's person incessantly plummeted. Chen Anyang's control over the flames was exceedingly precise, incinerating the gold-devouring insects on the Argent Dragon, yet leaving the Argent Dragon unscathed. Cough, cough. The Argent Dragon bent over, gasping for breath, even expectorating several gold-devouring insects. He has also mastered pyromantic energies? The White Dove wore an expression of incredulity. Since the establishment of the Spirit Realm organization, there had yet to be an individual capable of wielding two distinct energies simultaneously, particularly two opposing forces. With a crack, the artificial eye on her left shattered, as no individual had yet been recorded with an energy level reaching S rank. The maximum detectable value on the spirit energy detector was 1000. His energy level had surpassed 1000. Instinctively, the White Dove took a half step back. Within the simulated spirit realm, the Purple Dragon and the Green Dragon were utterly flustered. "Boss, what we do? We're completely exposed," exclaimed the Green Dragon. "Damn it. If it comes to it, let's revolt. We're right on our own turf. Once we go out, we'll take down that investigator first." The Silver Dragon regained composure, clenching his fists. "I've already set everything up in the laboratory. With our 8 combined efforts, even if she possesses a rank strength, we can subdue her." The Red Dragon's voice deepened as he glanced at the Black Dragon, standing behind them. Chen Anyang's expression remained unchanged. "Damn. How come this group is filled with rebels? Always talking about revolt? We must exit first." The Black Dragon inhaled deeply and issued the command, as Chen Anyang's Southern Bright Fire cleared a vacuum around them. The group, now out of combat, chose to withdraw. At this moment, the White Dove had regained her composure and began to fill out a report. The Red Dragon pressed the switch to close the laboratory door, while the others stood still, awaiting the Black Dragon's orders. They had expended a significant amount of energy in the simulated spirit realm and required several minutes to recuperate. The spiritual realm of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed quite unique. necessitating a dedicated team for its management. I shall petition headquarters to maintain our roster. However, all equipment here must undergo modernization. Furthermore, that newcomer is named Yulong, correct? Baigu glanced at the information in her hands. The fluctuations in spiritual energy are anomalous, oscillating between 1,000 and 3,000 and remain unstable. Previous data suggested a malfunction in the detection instruments, while the fourth-tier spiritual creatures raise concerns about the reliability of the energy detectors. Baigu swiftly completed the investigation report and solemnly addressed the Linglong team members. What does this imply? Is there a chance of leniency? Do they suspect we are planning a rebellion? Chen Anyang stood perplexed among the crowd, unaware of the investigators' intentions. However, he was disinclined to ponder it further, as he was aware that Black Dragon and others awaited ahead. He retrieved his bone dagger, meticulously polishing it, readying himself for combat at any moment. Red Dragon approached and exchanged pleasantries with Baigu for a while. Why? A few minutes later, Red Dragon suddenly inquired in a hushed tone. You must have gathered a wealth of data. Upon hearing this, Baigu smiled gently and turned to Chen Anyang's evaluation report. His energy is formidable, perhaps even beyond full control. Headquarters has no need for uncontrollable geniuses, yet this world requires a safeguard capable of withstanding true calamities. Take me to the locations where spiritual rifts have recently appeared. I must reassess. Very well. Red Dragon nodded, signaled to Black Dragon, and then departed with Baigu. However, one must prepare for the worst. The Blue Dragon added. Chapter 78. The contemporary evil sword immortal. Is it truly a dog? It displays an astonishing degree of sentience. When Sun Xiao found Chen Anyang with a dog, disbelief was etched across her face. This was primarily due to Zhao Wenda's exceptional training. If I ever get the chance to meet him, I must earnestly seek his guidance. Sun Xiao declared earnestly. However, there's one matter. I purchased a bag of dog food for over 300, and it didn't even give it a sniff. What do you usually feed it? Let me handle this. It is quite picky. Chen Anyang expressed his gratitude once more, mentioning that he would treat Sun Xiao to dinner later. Initially, it was merely a formality, but Sun Xiao unexpectedly nodded in agreement. In the northeastern corner of Bin University, behind the business school, there are several abandoned warehouses. Sun Xiao had someone tidy one of them up as a temporary shelter for the dog. Teacher Ji, regarding the dog's food, Chen Anyang called Ji Yunshang. It's already arranged. It will arrive tomorrow. By the way, you need to make the payment first. We are comrades in arms. Discussing money might mar our friendship. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. I've arranged a long-term partnership with them, receiving a 10% discount, which is the best deal available. How much is that? 300? That is somewhat acceptable. How long will it last for a single meal? The price of this dog food is quite comparable to what Sun Xiao purchased. Even if the dog has a hearty appetite, it should suffice for about a week, amounting to over 1,000 yuan a month, which is still manageable for the current Chen Anyang. The least expensive meal costs 300, with a minimum of 3 meals a day, totaling 900 yuan. Cough. 900 a day? Are they eating gold? It consists of a mixture of chicken and pork, and even at this price, it is already the most economical option. How does the consumption of a level 4 spiritual creature compare to that of an ordinary earthly animal? Ji Yunshang countered. Although her statement held merit, Chen Anyang still felt a pang of regret. A daily expenditure nearing 1,000 solely for sustenance amounts to over 30,000 a month, translating to 300,000 to 400,000 a year. Fine, I will transfer some points to you shortly. Chen Anyang consented. It was out of the question to hand over cash. He simply couldn't bring himself to do so, and he was uncertain when this group might rebel. If they were to sever ties with the spiritual organization, those points would lose their value. It seems I must seek out a wealthy benefactor. Chen Anyang resolved that if he had time tomorrow, he would first address the matter concerning Chen Yin, as her remuneration would undoubtedly be substantial. Sao Feng, Chen Anyang murmured softly. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Zhang Yufeng remained fixated on his phone. Don't you want to meet a wealthy woman? Indeed. Does your godfather have any connections? Zhang Yufeng immediately set his phone aside. Do you remember that Chen Yin I mentioned last time? Of course I do. Zhang Yufeng nodded vigorously. She possesses a technology park where certain ethereal entities dwell, necessitating intervention. Should you harbor an interest, we could venture there together, potentially affording you the opportunity to curry favor with influential figures. Verily, one invariably relies upon progenitors at one's abode and benefactors upon one's peregrinations. I lament the dearth of outlets for my vigor. Zhang Yufeng manifested profound elation. As per Chen Anyang's cognizance, the technology park not only harbored ethereal entities, but also a nascent ethereal fissure. The Linglong faction demurred from intervention. Ergo, should he proceed independently, bereft of companionship, he bethought himself of Zhang Yufeng, a fellow adept, to ascertain the extent of the latter's prowess. Subsequent to the delineation of their rendezvous, Chen Anyang executed a perfunctory arrangement. Glacial epoch initiated. At present, Muyu did not reside on Shattered Star Isle. The medicinal sprite, Xiao Dai, diligently concocted elixirs, aided by 12 competent apothecaries. Chen Anyang, no longer financially constrained, initiated lens tracking without hesitation. Eastern Territory, Azure Sea, the depths of the submerged abyss spiritual vein, before an ancient submarine banyan. Muyu's countenance betrayed perplexity. In a mere diurnal span, she disseminated intelligence via the Sea Emperor's Hall's intelligence network regarding the imminent advent of a rare treasure within the submerged abyss spiritual vein. Subsequently, she entrusted the ignition array to the master of the Sea Emperor's Hall, wherein the efficacy of the array augmented exponentially with an increase in participants. Observing the seamless progression of events in accordance with her stratagem, Muyu vacillated abruptly. Moiden, what troubles you? Chen Anyang's voice reverberated from the ether. Esteemed predecessor, I have ascertained that the Xianlei of the Yi would reside here. However, this source of power is severely depleted. To awaken it, countless martial practitioners must offer their lifeblood as nourishment. If this be the case, would I not become a heretic? Who defines rectitude and wickedness? The ancients proclaimed that the glory of one general is built upon the bones of 10,000. Behind every success lie countless remains. Would you willingly become one of those remains? I am unwilling. If she were still the Muyu of the northern frontier's dawn encampment, such a choice would be arduous, and she would be unable to accept sacrificing so many lives for her own empowerment. But now, circumstances have altered. She merely wishes to repay the benevolence of her benefactor, and the sole path to such recompense lies in her own ascendance. She does not wish to fail his expectations. Since departing from Shattered Star Island, she has formulated a plan, yet it lacks a crucial element, the affirmation of Chen Anyang. So-called martial practitioners pilfer the resources of heaven and earth to augment their own strength. They must contend with others and seize from the heavens. Your slaying of them is, therefore, the righteous path. If we liken heaven and earth to a person, these martial practitioners are akin to malignant cells, voraciously devouring all vitality. Your actions, then, are those of a macrophage. Chen Anyang's heretical discourse shattered the last vestiges of morality within Muyu's heart, leaving her without any psychological encumbrance. Damn, Godfather, you are the very embodiment of a contemporary evil sword immortal. Zhang Yufeng exclaimed suddenly. Eavesdropping on my conversation? Chen Anyang's brow furrowed slightly. Witnessed by heaven and earth. Even noise-canceling earphones cannot suppress your voice. I truly had no intention of eavesdropping. To whom are you dispatching a voice message, Godfather? Zhang Yufeng inquired with unveiled curiosity. It is to a neophyte within the Spirit Realm Task Force. She is hesitant to dispatch Spirit Realm entities, and I am endeavoring to furnish her with psychological guidance. Indeed, is this your customary method of psychological guidance? Zhang Yufeng exclaimed, eyes widening in astonishment. Bestow yourself to slumber. We have endeavors awaiting us on the morrow. Chen Anyang Zito, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yufeng. Chapter 79. Destruction before construction. The Eastern Domain's Sea Emperor Palace headquarters is ensconced at the epicenter of the Azure Wave Sea. 12 colossal basalt pillars sustain a cluster of suspended palaces. The main hall is founded upon giant clams from the spirit realm, with coral as beams. and a dome inlaid with 9,000 luminous pearls, emulating the celestial dance of the cosmos. Within a lateral hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, Elder Mo Tsang traversed a liquid curtain enchantment, bowing reverently before Palace Master Mo Wuya. At this juncture, Mo Wuya was perusing intelligence reports. A stroke of genius, executed with audacious finesse. Montak Wuya exclaimed, erupting in haughty laukata. Palace Master, to permit her to persist unabated is to invite self-immolation. Mo Tsang voiced with manifest trepidation. Muyu availed herself of the Sea Emperor Palace's intelligence network, disseminating a surfeit of information concerning the ancient banyan, to the extent that even Mo Wuya could scarcely discern veracity from falsehood. As for the remaining factions, they embraced a mindset of erring on the side of caution. The ancient banyan is situated within the sunken abyss spirit vein, a dominion under the Sea Emperor Palace's jurisdiction. Should other factions venture forth to vie for it, the Sea Emperor Palace would bear the initial brunt. In recent years, the Martial Cultivation Alliance's succor to us has waned, while the Thousand Machine City and the Medicine King Valley have burgeoned in strength. In the long term, this eastern domain shall be devoid of a foothold for our Sea Emperor Palace. Verily, destruction precedes construction. Let her agitate the waters initially. With eyes narrowed, Mo Wuya remarked. However, the risk remains substantial for us. Those who prioritize self-preservation over decisive action are inherently inept. He continued, we shall capitalize on Ling Shuang's agency to instigate conflict. Even a mere weakening of Qinji City and Yaowang Valley would afford us respite. Should we be implicated, we shall readily relinquish her. The possessor of the four symbols' source power is an irresistible allure. Mo Wuya promptly issued the directive, dispatch word. All members of the Sea Emperor's Palace are to provide unwavering support for Elder Ling Shuang's endeavors. Bolstered by the Sea Emperor's Palace's staunch support, Muyu augmented her forces by several thousand and arrayed them around the sunken abyss spirit vein in a Li Fire Grand formation. Furthermore, she had Xiaodai from Shattered Star Island brought to the sunken abyss spirit vein, guided by the ancient alchemical prescriptions recorded in the myriad spirits' heavenly mirror. Xiaodai fabricated a fragment of Yaowang Valley's myriad poison scripture. Yaowang Valley's forte lies not in concocting elixirs for healing, but in the art of poisoning. Decades prior, the third Valley Master of Yaowang Valley ventured alone into the spirit realm and unearthed half a scroll of the myriad poison scripture, thereby inaugurating Yaowang Valley's ascendancy in the eastern domain. However, only half a scroll of the myriad poison scripture has ever been found, and countless Yaowang Valley disciples have perished in their desperate quest for the latter half. Yet no leads have surfaced to this day. So Muyu, through the Sea Emperor's Palace's intelligence network, surreptitiously delivered Xiaodie's concocted compendium to Yaowang Valley, disguised as a missive from Qinji City. The dissemination of information regarding the imminent emergence of an extraordinary treasure within the sunken abyss spirit vein is only sufficient to attract a fraction of unaffiliated cultivators, as the main forces of the other two major powers would not be so easily mobilized. Nevertheless, regardless of the veracity of the rumor, the alchemists of Medicine King Valley will undoubtedly seek the fragment of the scripture of myriad poisons, which is said to surface at the sunken abyss spiritual vein. As for Thousand Machine City, it is the most enigmatic and least populous of the three major powers in the Eastern Territory. Its overall strength rivals that of the other two. A century prior, upon the nascent establishment of Celestial Origin Academy, a mechanical division was founded, dedicated to the study of mechanics, integrating spiritual energy with certain mechanical components. Subsequently, the dean of this mechanical division diverged significantly from Celestial Origin Academy, ultimately ceding to the Eastern Territory and establishing Thousand Machine City. Despite this, Thousand Machine City and Celestial Origin Academy maintain a close, covert relationship. The mechanisms of Thousand Machine City are fundamentally akin to puppets, typically allowing a martial practitioner to control approximately 3 machines of comparable strength. Moreover, with increased power, the number of controllable machines also increases, however, constrained by material limitations. The most formidable machines, known to Thousand Machine City, currently only attain the strength of a 7th or 8th grade martial master. For Muyu, the potential arrival of Thousand Machine City is inconsequential, but to maintain the balance of power, she instructed the 9-live spirit cat to release a small amount of Gung Metal Fiend energy. While the people of Thousand Machine City have little interest in Gung Metal Fiend energy, it can simulate the aura of Millennium Dark Iron, an exceedingly rare metal and the most crucial material for crafting high-grade machinery. This elixir, is it truly that miraculous? Muyu gazed at the black pill in her palm. Certainly. Ordinary gold-devouring insects need only catch a whiff of its scent to immediately enter their mating season. And given their reproductive rate, Little Dish nodded. Muyu promptly stowed away the elixir and turned her gaze towards the small dish. What about the 12 medicine boys? Inform the master of the Sea Emperor Palace to prepare a 100-man squad of martial masters and above. I am planning to launch a surprise attack on the Medicine King Valley. A surprise attack on the Medicine King Valley? Goodness, Xiaoyu, you've only just reached the martial master level, and it seems there are still quite a number of martial sovereigns within the valley. Chen Anyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing Muyu's words. Though he harbored a desire to raid the Medicine King Valley, given its abundant resources, he had merely contemplated it and had no intention of urging Muyu to take action. However, he also had no intention of dissuading her. As long as she wished to proceed, he would not intervene, at most contributing a few funds. Father, when shall we depart? Zhang Yufeng inquired eagerly as daybreak arrived. After completing his morning routine, he noticed that Chen Anyang was still lounging in bed, engrossed in his phone. Unable to contain himself, he cautiously posed the question. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, wait for me at the school gate. Chen Anyang replied, rising from his bed. After having breakfast, he glanced at his pet, finding that Ji Yunshang had already fed it. Sun Xiaoxiao was currently accompanied by a group of her female friends, chattering excitedly about the pet in the warehouse where it resided. Although it was referred to as a warehouse, after some tidying and arranging, it appeared far more splendid than Chen Anyang's dormitory. After all, Sun Xiaoxiao was considerably wealthier than Chen Anyang, and the pet had certainly landed in fortunate circumstances. Initially, Chen Anyang felt a twinge of concern, yet upon witnessing the pet's enthusiastic demeanor as it lavished affection on Sun Xiaoxiao, its tail wagging vigorously like a propeller, he felt reassured. Minister Sun, one might mistakenly assume you are the proprietor of this canine. Chen Anyang offered a wry smile. That could be arranged, provided you're willing to part with it. That would require you to consult Zhao Wendao, as is not my dog. As Chen Anyang spoke, who had been frolicking amongst a group of female students, abruptly leaped up and nestled beside Chen Anyang's leg. A soft whimper arose, as if fearful that Chen Anyang might abandon it. The ungrateful wretch. We treat it so well, and the moment Brother Chen arrives, it runs off. Several young women shook their heads. What enjoyment could one possibly derive from a dog? I mean, what's so captivating about a dog? Chen Anyang gazed upon the youthful students, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Chapter 80. Entering the Science and Technology Park in the northeastern corner of Bin University. Behind the School of Business, within a warehouse converted into Kutu's temporary abode, Chen Anyang perused the USB drive provided by Zhou Zhiping, which contained information pertaining to the spirit realm. Kuta lay curled at his feet, dozing. If Taoist priest has entered the spirit realm. As Chen Anyang pondered Zhao Wendao's safety, Kuta suddenly placed its paw upon his knee, its warm belly gently rising and falling against his leg. The coolness emanating from the air conditioning vent seemed to intensify, and Chen Anyang drew a light blanket over himself and the dog, noticing a thin layer of frost forming along the edges of the laptop screen. You rascal. Chen Anyang frowned slightly. When awake, Kitu can adeptly manage his abilities. However, this control significantly diminishes upon slumber. Fortunately, at this moment, the warehouse houses only Chen Anyang. Initially, it was anticipated that the special investigator would reside here for several days. But to everyone's surprise, he departed after merely a few hours. Chen Anyang glanced at the time, closed his laptop, and secured a leash around Kitu before heading towards the school gate. Zhang Yufeng had already been waiting for half an hour, clutching a woven bag. Upon seeing Chen Anyang approaching leisurely with a dog, he hurried forward. "Godfather, how shall we proceed? I have already made arrangements. A private vehicle will arrive in 5 minutes." "Wow, you truly have connections. After meeting, how should I address you? I previously referred to you as Sister Chen, but given your age, Aunt Chen would also suffice." "Understood. I shall initially call you Sister Chen, and we could decide later. That's inconsequential. Just be mindful not to be disheartened upon introduction. Affluent women are not easily impressed." Chen Anyang cautioned. "Impossible. Not only am I strikingly handsome, but I also possess boundless energy. The previous Taoist priest foretold that you would be troubled by matters of the heart. I always assumed it pertained to love, but it seems to be self-delusion." As the two conversed, a sleek black sedan gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Binda University. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen?" The driver, clad in a black suit and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with prominent brows and a commanding presence, inquired. "Indeed. Sister Chen has briefed you on the situation, I presume?" Chen nodded. "Yes, the boss instructed me to escort you to the Science and Technology Park. Let's embark. By the way, this is my assistant." Chen glanced at Zhang Yufeng beside him. The Science and Technology Park, nestled against the mountains, was merely 17 or 18 kilometers from Binhai University and had already reached a preliminary scale, with the headquarters building, research and development center, and data center nearing completion. The afternoon sun cast sanguineous glares upon the glass curtain walls. Chen, with his bone saber in hand, stepped across the park's demarcation line. "Foster father, wait for me." Zhang Yufeng scrutinized the surroundings, finding no one. Subsequently, he opened the woven bag and exchanged his shoes for a pair of scarlet stilettos. "Seriously? You're doing this now?" Chen's face betrayed his disdain. "These augment movement speed," Zhang Yufeng explained with utmost seriousness. "These enhance defense." He then donned a JK skirt. "Don't tell me this increases attack speed?" Chen watched as Zhang Yufeng put on a twin ponytail wig. "Indeed. Foster father discerned that?" Zhang Yufeng nodded. Chen shook his head helplessly. The crotch, who was walking in the lead, suddenly halted, and dark golden fluid seeped from the concrete fissures beneath its claws. Gastric acid from a gold-devouring insect. Chen tipped the viscous substance with the tip of his saber, freezing it instantly. He glanced at the detector. 3 hours ago, an electromagnetic disturbance occurred here. Zhang Yufeng produced a vanity mirror, its reflected sunlight suddenly converging on the solar panels 50 meters away, causing several gold-devouring insects perched there to emit a plume of black smoke. 9 o'clock. There are quite a few things over there. A word of caution, Zhang Yufeng interjected. Upon entering the Science and Technology Park, Chen Anyang's psychic detector began to whirl rapidly. The surrounding spirit realm entities, mostly of the second or third tier, were numerous, appearing from all directions, their interference making it impossible to pinpoint a location. "Lead the way." Chen Anyang chose to trust Zhang Yufeng, whose speed was indeed remarkable. Chen Anyang had to exert himself fully just to keep pace. In the blink of an eye, they entered the Science and Technology Park, specifically the intelligent residential area for staff. With the holographic access control system inactive, Zhang Yufeng forced open the glass doors with his arms. The corridor was riddled with honeycomb-like holes. Suddenly, Ku-2 darted forward, stopping before room 1608 on the 3rd floor, smashing the intelligent lock with its claws. Chen Anyang followed closely behind, observing that the walls within the room were completely hollowed out. Thousands of gold-devouring insects lay dormant inside, with a pulsating dark golden insect egg embedded at the center of the honeycomb structure. "Fall back." Chen Anyang plunged his bone blade into the floor. All the gold-devouring insects were instantly roused, their wings vibrating rapidly, causing the rapidly cooling air to heat up again. Chen Anyang's plan for a dual effect of ice and fire might be severely compromised. Just as he was about to borrow Su Muyu's Nanmingli fire, Zhang Yufeng leaped up and produced a bottle of perfume. PSSSSSSS. The swarm of gold-devouring insects abruptly shifted direction, frantically devouring the carapaces of their own kind. I was thoroughly embarrassed by these insects before, but this time, I came prepared, Zhang Yufeng proclaimed confidently. Witnessing Zhang Yufeng's display, Chen Anyang was taken aback, never anticipating he would be of any assistance when he brought him along. His foremost curiosity now lay in the origins of Zhang Yufeng's attire. The prospect of enhanced strength diminished his aversion to feminine garments. Amidst Chen Anyang's reverie, Kutu abruptly seized his trouser leg, tugging backward with force. The ground gave way with a resounding crash as 3 lurking ground spike worms erupted from the earth. Kutu promptly revealed its true form, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that encased the monstrous insects in icy prisons. Heavens! A creature from the spirit realm! Zhang Yufeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had merely perceived the Samoyed as somewhat peculiar, perhaps a new breed developed by a spirit realm organization, never suspecting it to be a genuine creature of the spirit realm. This floor is collapsing. Let's evacuate. Chen Anyang roared. Zhang Yufeng responded instantly, his escape outpacing Chen Anyang's. In a blink, the 7-story staff dormitory crumbled entirely, reduced to rubble. At the heart of the ruins, Chen Anyang clutched the dark gold insect egg before the pair could rest. As Chen Anyang scrutinized the egg, Kutu emitted a prolonged howl toward the data center. Chapter 81, Spirit Realm Rift. Guided by Kutu, Chen Anyang and Zhang Yufeng traversed the ruins of the intelligent apartment complex, entering the steel jungle of the data center. 3,000 quantum servers, resembling black tombstones, stood erect. Having commenced trial operations shortly after construction, it was temporarily abandoned due to frequent incidents. Amidst the swirling white mist produced by the ruptured liquid nitrogen cooling pipes, the dark golden carapace of the devouring insect king flickered in and out of visibility. More perilous still, several bat-like creatures had taken residence upon the insect king's back, their wings merging with the metallic shell into menacing blades. Father figure. The control console is at 11 o'clock. Zhang Yufeng suddenly flung forth a silk scarf, which unfurled elegantly in the air, ensnaring the approaching devouring insect. With a deft step in her crimson high heels, she pirouetted and leapt onto the machine frame. The 12 pairs of compound eyes of the devouring insect king simultaneously locked onto the two, while the bats upon its back emitted a shrill ultrasonic wail. Just as Chen Anyang's bone knife coalesced into an icy blade, it shattered into fragments under the sonic assault. Zhang Yufeng's wig emitted a sudden blue glow, and from beneath her skirt, she produced a slender, supple sword. With the tip grounded for leverage, she traced a Z-shaped trajectory in the air. Bang! In a display of fierce agility, Chen Anyang believed Zhang Yufeng would deliver a crushing blow to the devouring insect king. However, the insect king's wings quivered violently, coupled with the bat's ultrasonic onslaught, sending Zhang Yufeng careening backward to the ground with a resounding thud. Pants! Chen Anyang commanded sharply, as the pants revealed their true form. The colossal ice wolf charged, embarking on this solitary endeavor. Chen Anyang solely carried the psychic energy detector, regrettably precluding the examination of Zhang Yufeng's psychic undulations during combat. Chen Anyang surmised that Zhang Yufeng's capabilities indubitably surpassed those of the Azure and Verdant dragons. As metallic blades hurtled forth, Zhang Yufeng shed her schoolgirl attire with unparalleled fluidity, her lithe sword deftly elevating the garment, casting it skyward. Under the metallic blade's assault, the skirt was reduced to fragments, yet the blades, in turn, were diverted and cast aside. The opportune moment having arrived, Chen Anyang vaulted onto the wolf's back, whereupon the ice-field wolf emitted a frigid gust. Before the gold-devouring insect king could mount a defense, it was momentarily encased in ice. Having availed himself of Su Muyu's power twice in succession, Chen Anyang's physique began to falter, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Concurrently, as the gold-devouring insect king was being dissolved, a spirit realm fissure gradually materialized, hovering above the remnants of the server, its periphery emitting a faint violet luminescence, indicative of its stabilization. This marked Chen Anyang's inaugural first-hand encounter with a spirit realm fissure. His prior knowledge gleaned solely from the accounts of Zhou Zhiping and others, as well as various visual recordings. Is this a spirit realm fissure? Chen Anyang's heart unexpectedly fluttered with an uncontrollable palpitation. According to documented information, the nascent formation of Spirit Realm Fissure is accompanied by the emergence of Spirit Realm entities, which voraciously consume surrounding energy. Eradicating all such entities and severing the adjacent energy supply at this juncture can effectively dissipate the fissure. Conversely, should the fissure amass sufficient energy and achieve a state of equilibrium, it becomes an immutable fixture upon the Earth. However, the majority of stable otherworld rifts have not engendered significant repercussions, merely the occasional intrusion of otherworld entities. Presently, these rifts are sealed off and under surveillance by otherworld organizations. Each rift is circumscribed by a prescribed zone extending 1,000 miles in all directions, such as the Siberian ice plains, the Bermuda Maritime region, and the Danakil Desert. Over the centuries, numerous otherworld rifts have manifested, yet none have evolved into stable entities. The immense otherworld rift seemed capable of devouring all life. The once impetuous and dauntless icefield wolves began to tremble uncontrollably upon beholding the rift. Godfather, I harbor a sense of foreboding. Zhang Yufeng swallowed arduously, his body becoming increasingly rigid, and all his accoutrements lost their efficacy. If he can abscond, do so forthwith. Chen Anyang endeavored to maintain composure, though his legs felt as if laden with lead, rendering him immobile. Beep, beep, beep. Amid the surrounding silence, Chen Anyang's mobile phone abruptly rang. The Ice Age? Chen Anyang was momentarily taken aback. At this crucial juncture, it appeared that Muyu was also encountering difficulties. Despite Chen Anyang's precarious situation, he instinctively activated the game. Zhang Yufeng stood adjacent to Chen Anyang, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seriously, Godfather, at a time like this, you're contemplating playing a game? What alternative is there? Do you possess a means of escape? Yeah, I suppose that makes some sense. Acknowledging the situation, Zhang Yufeng retrieved his mobile phone and began playing a piece of music. What is this? Chen Anyang inquired, his brow furrowed in response to the cacophony. I'm just trying to purify myself. Zhang replied. Chen Anyang was rendered speechless, but chose not to comment further. On the screen of Zhang's mobile, above the azure sea in the Eastern Territory, crimson mist churned like a boiling cauldron. The sanguinary essence of nearly 100,000 fallen martial cultivators coalesced into 9 scarlet dragons, which roared as they plunged into the ancient Banyan's root system beneath the sea. Instantly, the entire maritime region was rent asunder by cyan gold lightning. Miles of clouds swirled into a funnel shape as torrential rain, laden with thunderous discharges, cascaded down. From the remnants of the ancient Banyan emerged a 10,000-foot-tall, azure dragon phantom. Wherever its whiskers brushed, withered coral forests experienced a resurgence of growth. 3,000 jade-like aerial roots of the banyan ascended from the seabed, each culminating in a lotus of lightning. Within the heart of each lotus, the law runes of the azure would mysterious lightning pulsed. The power of the azure dragon's origin, the azure would mysterious lightning, was on the verge of manifestation. Yet it still lacked the final catalyst. The sanguinary essence of nearly 100,000 martial cultivators served merely as an ignition, insufficient to fully activate it. Deep within the central artery of the abyss, Muyu abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Behind her, the 9-live spirit cat and Xiao Dai appeared to have sustained significant internal injuries, with even the phantom of a white tiger materializing behind the 9-live spirit cat. It seems it's still not enough. Senior, Muyu is incompetent and has disappointed you. Muyu's aura grew increasingly feeble. Girl, hold on. Suddenly, Chen Anyang's voice echoed in Muyu's ears. Chapter 82. Activation. Azure would mysterious lightning. Cornered and facing dire circumstances, Muyu found herself in a perilous situation, mirrored by Chen Anyang's equally precarious plight. He had even relinquished resistance, yearning for a final glimpse of Muyu. Muyu is on the cusp of activating the Azure Dragon's primordial power, the arcane Ewood Lightning. However, due to insufficient energy, failure looms. Option 1. Abandon the activation. Acquire the Qianquan transference bundle for 9,999 yuan, immediately extracting Su Muyu from her current predicament and placing her within the spirit realm, thus temporarily preserving her life, albeit exposing her to greater perils. Option 2. Persist with the activation. Procure the Spirit Communication Bundle for 9,999 yuan, enabling Su Muyu to briefly draw energy from the spirit realm, completing the final activation, while simultaneously alerting the Nether Palace within the spirit realm. Option 3. Expend 9,999 yuan to attain reverse origin resonance, allowing Su Muyu to harness the player's power. Harnessing my power? Chen Anyang furrowed his brow. It suddenly occurred to him that the optimal method to impede the spirit realm's continued expansion was to sever its energy source, or even directly siphon energy from within, causing the rift to self-annihilate. However, to date, no records exist of absorbing the energy of a spirit realm rift to induce its annihilation. This remains merely a theoretical possibility. After all, the energy of a spirit realm rift far surpasses ordinary comprehension. Ling Nung practitioners have attempted this before, only to have their bodies instantly explode into fragments upon absorption. No mortal body can withstand such immense energy. Chen Anyang hesitated, casting a glance at the ever-expanding spirit realm rift suspended in midair. This fissure diverges markedly from all previously documented ones. Hence the Linglong team's reluctance to approach it and their repeated reports to the Spirit Realm Organization's headquarters, which have consistently been shelved. Zhou Zhiping orchestrated several encirclement operations targeting the Spirit Realm entities, only to find their numbers proliferating with each assault, whereas they remain stable when left unheeded. Consequently, the Linglong team has provisionally abandoned this locale. It is patently clear to all that this is a powder keg poised to detonate, and the prevailing hope is merely for a delayed explosion. Spirit realm fissures that have persisted for centuries or millennia have not engendered significant repercussions, leading to the assumption that this one, upon reaching a certain magnitude, should also cease its expansion. Everyone is adopting a live and let live attitude. At present, Chen Anyang's corporeal form is virtually immobilized, precluding effective locomotion, and his engulfment by the spirit realm fissure appears imminent. Given his capabilities, venturing into the spirit realm would assuredly be a perilous endeavor, fraught with mortal danger. Chen Anyang remains oblivious to the events that may transpire within the spirit realm. But stemming from humanity's innate dread of the unknown, he is vehemently opposed to entering a world entirely unfamiliar to him. Thus, Chen Anyang selected the third option. Girl, you may briefly avail yourself of my power, and subsequently infuse these energies, in the form of South Ming fire, into the fire detachment formation. Chen Anyang's telepathic communication rekindled hope within the despairing Su Muyu. However, she questioned her worthiness to borrow the strength of such a venerable figure. What immense power could such an omnipotent and all-encompassing predecessor possess? With a flicker of thought, Su Muyu instantaneously achieved a certain resonance of the mind with Chen Anyang. Godfather, what are you intending to do? Zhang Yufeng exclaimed, his eyes widening as he sensed the surging spiritual energy emanating from Chen Anyang beside him. The energy from the spiritual realm fissure cascaded into Chen Anyang's being like a torrential tide. Zhang Yufeng was certain that even a minuscule fraction of this power could effortlessly obliterate him. Yet Chen Anyang remained steadfast. A resounding boom echoed as the formidable power permeated Su Muyu, causing the Li fire array to operate with renewed intensity. The seawater transformed into countless droplets suspended in the air, each reflecting the image of an azure dragon meandering within. As Su Muyu raised her hand to form a seal, the droplets detonated in unison. Such potent, thunderous power. I cannot withstand it, Su Muyu murmured, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Her body already harbored the southern blazing fire, while the nine-live spirit cat possessed Gung metal chi. Xiao Di, Sumuyu Kraid out. At your service, mistress, Xiao Dai responded, her puppet form levitating towards the epicenter of the thunderous storm. Cracks appeared across her jade-like skin, revealing thousands of spiritual patterns within. Su Muyu bit the tip of her tongue, using the southern blazing fire as ink to inscribe an azure dragon covenant rune upon her chest, with wood to ignite fire. with thunder to temper the soul. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the E with profound lightning surged through the rune, reshaping the spiritual patterns within the puppet's meridians with its radiant light. Ancient banyan tree ring-like thunder patterns emerged on Xiao Dai's left arm, enabling her fingers to unleash azure lightning chains. Dragon scale patterns manifested on her right leg, allowing her to automatically trigger the E would escape technique with each step upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. Still insufficient, the primal force of the Azure Dragon, the ethereal wood thunder, was poised to be inherited by the little disc. However, the disc, being a puppet body, was encumbered by shackles and restraints, making the process of inheritance far from simple. Meow. The nine-live spirit cat, upon hearing this, sprang into action, several drops of vital blood oozing from its forepaws wound. Melding with the lightning, Muyu pointed her sword towards the heavens, summoning a tempest to strike the barrier, break. As the shackles shattered, the little disc's pupils transformed into azure golden slits, her hair intertwining with the lightning. The ancient roots of the underwater banyan coalesced into a luminous form, manifesting a mark of the azure dragon upon her brow. After a considerable time, Muyu gazed at the little disc, who had undergone a complete metamorphosis, appearing as if she were an entirely different being. Meanwhile, Muyu's battle armor lay in tatters, and her illusory moon garb, having been baptized by thunder, morphed into a liquid-like armor that clung closely to her form. Withdraw, Muyu commanded with urgency, leaping from the water's surface and striding across it. The yet-to-recover little disc and the nine-live spirit cat hurriedly followed in her wake, heading straight for Shattered Star Island. Oh my, foster father, did you absorb the rift in the spirit realm? Zhang Yufeng's face was one of utter disbelief. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must retreat. Chen Anyang urged Zhang Yufeng, along with the unconscious pants, due to the energy emanating from the rift, to exit the technology park at the swiftest pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the park, Chen Anyang's phone rang. Where are you? Why didn't you bring a communicator? You haven't gone to the technology park, have you? Ji Yunshang's anxious voice came through, bombarding him with 3 questions. I'm at the entrance of the technology park. Depart from that location forthwith. Under no circumstances should you enter. Her words were delivered with astonishing rapidity. Chapter 83. An awareness of one's limitations within the Dragon Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Spirit Jade Group. An atmosphere of peculiar unease had settled, subsequent to receiving intelligence from Red Dragon, Ji Yunshang, regarding Chen Anyang's presence near the technology park. Every member of the team convened at headquarters. Ji Yunshang frantically attempted to reach Chen Anyang via the Spirit Jade Group's communication apparatus, while Zhou Zhiping, the Black Dragon, ceaselessly endeavored to contact him by telephone. At that juncture, Chen Anyang was situated at the epicenter of the technology park, in close proximity to the spirit realm fissure. The potent emanations of spiritual energy rendered all communication devices inoperable. Zhou Zhiping entertained the notion of proceeding to the technology park, only to be dissuaded by his colleagues. Prior to Chen Anyang's inclusion, the Spirit Jade Group comprised 13 individuals, 5 of whom perished during the preceding reconnaissance of the technology park. Furthermore, Zhou Zhiping and Ji Yunshang sustained grievous injuries during that expedition, from which they have yet to fully recuperate. Chen Anyang's exceptional capabilities have become a beacon of hope for Zhou Zhiping and the others. Consequently, they spare no effort in safeguarding him. Ji Yunshang has even persistently altered and concealed all of Chen Anyang's data. Chief, he has emerged. From the technology park, Ji Yunshang terminated the call and directed her gaze toward Zhou Zhiping, scarcely crediting the words she had just uttered. Immediately activate all surveillance equipment in the vicinity of the technology park. Zhou Zhiping issued the command without hesitation. Following the previous reconnaissance, the Spirit Orb Task Force deactivated the psionic detectors positioned around the technology park. The potent psionic undulations were capable of directly damaging the devices. However, given Chen Anyang's unscathed emergence, it was inferred that these undulations had likely stabilized. The ambient psionic fluctuation value registered at 139 within the normal parameters. The spirit realm fissure had vanished. Ji Yunshang, her eyes widening, beheld the values displayed on the equipment. Such an occurrence seemed improbable. Blue Dragon promptly stepped forward, also observing the readings on the monitor. As the steadfast leader of the Spirit Orb Task Force, Zhou Zhiping's composure was renowned, and witnessing his current disarray was unprecedented. Excellent, Ji Yunxiang affirmed, immediately pinpointing Chen Anyang's location. She departed the basement and steered her sports car toward the technology park. Meanwhile, Chen Anyang and Zhang Yufeng, having narrowly escaped peril, were resting by the roadside. Godfather, what transpired just now? Zhang Yufeng inquired. Despite standing beside Chen Anyang, he remained bewildered by the events that had unfolded. At times, possessing excessive knowledge is of little advantage. Chen Anyang remarked cryptically, uncertain how to elucidate the situation to Zhang Yufeng. When might we anticipate the arrival of the affluent benefactor? Soon, I trust. I placed a call earlier, and Sister Chen has dispatched a vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufeng experienced a surge of exhilaration, the dread of their near-death experience swiftly dissipating. Good heavens, a crimson sports car. That was the affluent. Zhang Yufeng observed a crimson sports car speeding towards them, ultimately halting before the duo. He initially surmised that it was the wealthy Chun Yin herself who had arrived, but unexpectedly, the woman who emerged from the vehicle was someone he had encountered a couple of times at Bin University. This is the newly appointed professor from the School of Biological Sciences. Upon alighting from the car, Ji Yunxiang promptly seized Chen Anyang and ushered him into the passenger seat, while KTU settled directly onto Chen Anyang's lap. Huh, this. Zhang Yufeng was somewhat taken aback, as it was his maiden experience witnessing a teacher arriving in a sports car to fetch a student for class. Yufeng, once Sister Chen's people arrive, you should head over there first. If I have time after class, I will hasten to join you. Not, I'm going by myself? What am I supposed to say when I get there? Before Zhang Yufeng could complete his inquiry, the scarlet sports car had already vanished from sight. Zhang Yufeng was filled with bewilderment. What's the matter? What's the rush? Chen Anyang inquired from the passenger seat, his brow furrowed. He had resolved the matter at the Science and Technology Park and had intended to seek remuneration from Chen Yin, but unexpectedly, Ji Yunxiang had arrived and whisked him away. What do you think? Yi Yunxiang retorted, somewhat exasperated. You've entered the spirit realm? Certainly not. I'm still cognizant of my limitations. I wouldn't venture into a place like the spirit realm, even if my life depended on it. Chen Anyang demurred. Cognizance of your limitations? Is it possible that this term can be applied to you? Gazing askance at Chen Anyang, Ji Yunxiang gripped the steering wheel, her hand betraying a subtle tremor. She was consumed with curiosity about Chen Anyang's activities in the technology park, yet she suppressed her inquisitiveness. I am now taking you to the headquarters of the Linglong team. It would be best if you alone were privy to the events that transpired at the Spirit Realm Rift in the technology park, Ji Yunxiang cautioned. Chen Anyang responded absently, his thoughts preoccupied with the remuneration Chen Yin would offer. His expenses now extended beyond mere games, encompassing the insatiable appetite of his underpants. Who was that individual accompanying you earlier? Is he a spirit adept? He's my roommate, not a spirit adept. Why was he present here? Suddenly, Chen Anyang inquired. A rubber article, worn on the midriff, available in various sizes, and pertinent to the preservation of life. Do you know what it is? A momentary pause seized Ji Yunxiang, and a tinge of crimson dusted her cheeks. A life buoy. Do not divert the subject. Why was he present here? Ji Yunxiang's tone carried a hint of indignation. Upon alighting from the vehicle, she had meticulously scanned with a spirit energy detector, detecting no fluctuations in Zhang Yufeng's aura. While a spirit adept's energy undulations might be subdued outside of combat, complete concealment was improbable. Thus, Ji Yunxiang surmised that Zhang Yufeng was likely an ordinary individual. However, the presence of an ordinary person in this locale, in company with Chen Anyang, was manifestly anomalous. Allow me to pose another question. In just a few minutes, a crimson sports car came to a halt before an unremarkable warehouse. Upon entering, Chen Anyang and Ji Yunxiang traversed a narrow, dimly lit corridor, ultimately arriving at the headquarters of the Linglong team. Boss, Chen Anyang exclaimed, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the brooding Zhou Zhiping. With a resounding crash, Zhou Zhiping brought his baton down upon the conference table, causing even the thermal cup to jump 3 centimeters. Yet he had succeeded. The rift in the spiritual realm had indeed vanished. Bai Long paused momentarily in the act of polishing his dagger, directing his gaze towards Chen Anyang. Chapter 84. The Investigation Report on the Rift in the Spiritual Realm. In the conference room of the Linglong Team's headquarters, the silence was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to believe that Chen Anyang could completely eradicate that rift. Such an event was unprecedented. Everyone was eager to uncover what had transpired. Good fortune? You attribute the disappearance of the rift to mere luck. Zhou Zhiping scrutinized Chen Anyang, his years of experience enabling him to discern from the slightest change in Chen Anyang's expression that he was being untruthful. Indeed, upon my arrival at the science park, I encountered numerous golden-eating insects. After eliminating them using my previous methods, I came across bat-like entities from the spiritual realm. Following their defeat, the building collapsed, and a rift emerged, though it was gradually diminishing. In approximately 3 to 4 minutes, it simply vanished. Perhaps it is the result of my frequent good deeds, like assisting the elderly across the road or helping elementary students with their homework. Perhaps good people are destined for good fortune. Chen Anyang insisted earnestly. Do you truly believe anyone would find such nonsense credible? Zhou Zhiping cast a sidelong glance at Chen Anyang. Alas, such was the reality. Zhou Zhiping inhaled deeply. Red Dragon. Ji Yunshang responded promptly, a sense of foreboding washing over her. I require the investigative report on the spirit realm rift within the hour. But, boss, that's far too rushed. Grant me at least a day to compile. Nay, to investigate. Ji Yunshang lamented, her face a mask of distress. The International Spirit Realm Headquarters, while consenting to the retention of the Spirit Luminary Squad, still intends to establish an Asian branch and transfer me to helm this ill-fated division. This matter must be resolved before my departure. Boss, you're becoming a director? What will become of our Spirit Luminary Squad then? Who shall assume the mantle of leader? Purple Dragon, who had been idly toying with her pigtails, widened her eyes upon hearing of Zhou Zhiping's impending departure. I believe Blue Dragon is eminently qualified. Green Dragon remarked with a chuckle. What do I lack? Yiyunskan retorted, displeased. Your temper is too volatile. You are easily ignited. Blue Dragon stroked his beard, speaking in measured tones. Chen Anyang retreated silently into a corner. Indeed, a pack of rebellious curs. Black Dragon has scarcely departed, and already they vie for the position of leader. Though, if memory serves, Ji Yunshang once declared she wouldn't give this leadership role to a dog. Regardless, Chen Anyang deemed it none of his concern and was content to observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Spare yourselves the contention. A new leader will be parachuted in from above. What? This charade again? Ji Yunshang frowned deeply. Right then, these are not matters for your consideration. Crimson Dragon, attend to the report at once. A tad disconsolate, Ji Yunshang cast a glance towards Chen Anyang, who was standing in the corner. You, come with me. Ji Yunshang ushered Chen Anyang into the adjacent room. I say, you'll write it. Paying no heed to Chen Anyang's attempts to explain, she promptly opened a laptop and pushed it towards him. Subsequently, she made her way to the coffee machine to brew herself a cup. Right what? Chen Anyang inquired. The investigation report on the Spirit Realm Rift, designated LN 4302. Submitting entity, Dragon Country Spirit Assembly Group. Author, Crimson Dragon. On January 21st, 2026, at 3:25 a.m., a brief surge of psionic energy was detected in the Dragon Country Binhai Science and Technology Park. After several probes, the Spirit Realm Rift was discovered. On June 10th, a precipitous 87 drop in psionic energy fluctuation was observed. The incompletely formed rift began to collapse due to insufficient energy supply. Following the collection of gold-devouring insect carapace fragments from the site, designated SJ 4301-05, the gnawing marks were found to be consistent with the cannibalistic traits exhibited by similar creatures during the ghost ship incident of 2018. It is surmised that the intraspecific strife within the population accelerated the disintegration of the spatial structure. Currently, the ethereal rift has completely dissipated. The Spirit Luminary team has implemented meticulous procedures, administering a Class A memory wipe to the surrounding 500-meter radius. The resulting incident has been disguised as a natural gas pipeline rupture coupled with instances of electrical equipment malfunction. Furthermore, public sentiment has been carefully managed, with network dissemination reaching a coverage rate of 98.7. The conclusive assessment attributes this event to an act of nature, devoid of any indication of operative involvement. It is, therefore, advised to deduct 50 of the Spirit Luminary team's Azure Dragon Division's annual performance bonus, due to the members' preoccupation with divination during the anomalous emergence of the ethereal rift, which impeded the timely implementation of efficacious measures. As Ji Yunshang dictated, intermittently sipping her coffee, Chen Anyang rapidly transcribed, his fingers barely keeping pace with her cadence. She furnished a wealth of data, encompassing fluctuations in the spirit energy levels within the technology park, comprehensive analyses of the auric devourer insects, and fabricated accounts of spirit-imbued organisms. Her capacity for such spontaneous fabrication left Chen Anyang in awe. Nevertheless, the final attribution of responsibility bore a discernible trace of personal animosity. Incorporate this data as well. Slightly amended, Ji Yunshang instructed, extracting a folder from the adjacent table while holding her coffee. It contained a spirit energy spectrum analysis chart and an auric devourer spirit energy analysis report. Is it truly acceptable to document it in this manner? Chen Anyang inquired. If they deem it questionable, they are welcome to dispatch investigators. Only their discovery of an anomaly would present a problem. She retorted. Even if headquarters intends to dispatch someone, it will require a day or two, affording me ample time to proceed, asserted with confidence. I've cautioned you repeatedly about. She is no ordinary individual. Minimize your interactions with her. Why the insistence on visiting the technology park? Do you comprehend the inherent peril? Regrettably, who can resist the allure of monetary gain? After all, spending proclivities are formidable, and I, too, must earn a supplementary income, lamented too. There is a modicum of validity in your assertion. For the sake of financial enrichment, one must occasionally brave adversity. Incidentally, in addition to the compensation for my laboratory, there is also this report, which pertains to rectifying your indiscretions. This document alone is worth no less than 10 million. I am cognizant of your current financial constraints. You may defer payment, with interest accruing until the debt is settled. Why not simply resort to robbery? Robbery is unlawful. While we are endowed with spiritual abilities, we must refrain from excessive transgressions. Given's capabilities, rudimentary and intermediate spiritual realm simulations are of little consequence. Advanced simulations, conversely, necessitate formal application and reporting to headquarters, which is excessively cumbersome. Consequently, there are no imminent training engagements. In the realm of gaming, had just activated without even a moment to appreciate its effects.